Do you remember the difference of opinion we had in Petersburg? Said Pierre. Remember what we... Yes, I do, Prince Andrei answered hastily. I said that a fallen woman should be forgiven, but I didn't say I could forgive her, and I can't. Surely, there's no comparison, is there? Asked Pierre. Prince Andrei cut him short. He cried harshly, oh yes, go and ask for her hand again, be magnanimous, all that sort of thing? Well, that's all very noble, but I'm not up to following on in that gentleman's tracks. And if you value my friendship, don't talk to me ever again about that, well, all this business. Goodbye then. You will hand that on? Pierre left him, and went in to see the old Prince and Princess Maria. The old man seemed livelier than usual. Princess Maria was just the same as ever, but through all her sympathy for her brother Pierre could see she was delighted that his marriage plans had collapsed. Looking at them, Pierre could sense the degree of contempt and antipathy all three of them felt for the Rostovs, and he realized that from now on in their presence it would be impossible even to mention the name of a girl capable of giving up Prince Andrei for anyone else in the world. Over dinner they talked about the war that was clearly coming. Prince Andrei never stopped talking and arguing, first with his father then with Dessalles, the Swiss tutor, and although he seemed more animated than usual, Pierre well knew the deeply hidden cause that lay behind all the animation. Chapter 22. That evening Pierre called at the Rostovs to carry out Prince Andrei's commission. Natasha was in bed, the Count was out at the club, and Pierre, once he had handed the letters over to Sonia, went in to see Maria Dmitrievna, who was keen to hear how Prince Andrei had taken the news. 10 minutes later Sonia came in to speak to Maria Dmitrievna. Natasha insists on seeing Count Bezukhov, she said. Well, we can't take him upstairs, can we? I mean, you're not very tidy up there, said Maria Dmitrievna. No, she's put some clothes on and come down to the drawing room, said Sonia. Maria Dmitrievna could only shrug. Oh, how long till the Countess comes? I'm quite worn out with her. Listen, keep some of it back, she said to Pierre. One hasn't the heart to scold her, she's so pathetic, poor thing. Natasha was standing in the middle of the drawing room, looking pale, composed and much thinner, though hardly the picture of contrition that Pierre had expected. When Pierre appeared in the doorway she lurched forward a little, clearly unsure whether to walk over to greet him or wait for him to come across to her. Pierre hurried over. He was expecting her to offer her hand as usual, but instead she came close and stopped in front of him, breathing hard and letting her arms dangle down lifelessly, in the very pose she had so often taken up in the middle of the hall when she was about to sing, except that the look on her face was quite different. Count Bezukhov, she began, gabbling her words, Prince Bolkonsky was your friend. Well, he still is, she corrected herself. She thought of everything as belonging to the past, and now quite different. He once told me I should turn to you. Pierre looked at her, speechless and choking. Until then he had reproached her in his heart, and made every effort to despise her, but now he felt so sorry for her there was no room in his heart for reproach. He's back now. Please ask him to forgive me. She stopped short and her breath came even faster, but she wasn't weeping. Yes. I will tell him, said Pierre, but he didn't know how to go on. Natasha was visibly alarmed at a certain idea that might well have occurred to Pierre. No, I know it's all over, she hastened to say. No, it can't ever happen now. What upsets me is the harm I've done to him. There's only one thing I ask, I want him to forgive me for everything. Her whole body was convulsed. She sat down on a chair. Pierre felt a heartbreaking surge of pity for her, the like of which he had never known before. Yes, I will tell him, I'll go through it all again, said Pierre. But, well, there's just one thing I'd like to know. What's that? Was the question in Natasha's eyes. I'd like to know whether you were in love with Pierre didn't know what to call Anatole, and he colored up at the very thought of him, with that vile man. "Please don't call him vile," said Natasha. "I don't, no. I just don't know." She burst into tears again, and Pierre was overwhelmed with an even stronger sensation of pity, tenderness, and love. He could feel tears trickling down under his spectacles, and hoped no one would see them. "We won't say another word about it, my dear girl," he said. His voice was so gentle, tender, and full of feeling that it had a strange effect on Natasha. "Not another word, my dear. I'll tell him everything. I'll just ask you one thing, please look on me as a friend, and if you ever need any help or advice, or if you just want to pour out your soul to somebody, not now, but when you've had a chance to get things clear, please think of me." He took her hand and kissed it. "I'll be only too happy to." Pierre was suddenly embarrassed. "Don't talk to me like that. I'm not worth it," cried Natasha, and she made as if to leave, but Pierre held her back by the arm. He knew he had more to say. But when he spoke he was surprised at the way it came out. "Hush, don't say things like that. You have your whole life ahead of you," he told her. "Oh no, I don't. It's all gone wrong for me," she said, full of shame and humiliation. "All gone wrong," he repeated. "If I was somebody else, the handsomest, the cleverest, the best man in the world, and if I were free, I'd be down on my knees right now begging for your hand and your love." For the first time in many days Natasha wept tears of gratitude and emotion as she took a quick glance at Pierre and walked out of the room. Pierre went out after her, almost running down to the vestibule, fighting down tears of affection and happiness that gave him a lump in his throat. He flung his fur coat over his shoulders, unable to find his way into the sleeves, and got into his sledge. "Where to now, Your Excellency?" asked the coachman. "Where to?" Pierre asked himself. "Where can I go? I can't face the club or visiting people. All of humanity seemed so pathetically poor compared with the tenderness and love that he now felt, compared with the new softness and gratitude shown by Natasha as she had turned at the last moment and glanced at him through her tears. "Home," said Pierre, defying 10 degrees of frost by flinging aside the bearskin coat from his great chest and taking in deep, joyous lungfuls of air. It was clear and frosty. A dark, starlit heaven looked down on the black roofs and the dirty, dusky streets. Only by looking up at the sky could Pierre distance himself from the disgusting squalor of all earthly things as compared with the heights to which his soul had now been taken. As he drove into the Arbat, a vast firmament of darkness and stars opened out before Pierre's eyes. And there in the middle, high above Prechistinsky Boulevard, amidst a scattering of stars on every side but catching the eye through its closeness to the earth, its pure white light and the long uplift of its tail, shone the comet, the huge, brilliant comet of 1812, that popular harbinger of untold horrors and the end of the world. But this bright comet with its long, shiny tail held no fears for Pierre. Quite the reverse. Pierre's eyes glittered with tears of rapture as he gazed up at this radiant star, which must have traced its parabola through infinite space at speeds unimaginable and now suddenly seemed to have picked its spot in the black sky and impaled itself like an arrow piercing the earth, and stuck there, with its strong upthrusting tail and its brilliant display of whiteness amidst the infinity of scintillating stars. This heavenly body seemed perfectly attuned to Pierre's newly melted heart, as it gathered reassurance and blossomed into new life. Volume 3. Part 1. Chapter 1. The latter part of 1811 saw a new build-up in the concentration and arming of troops in Western Europe, and in 1812 these forces, millions of men if you include those in transport and provisioning, moved from west to east, closing in on the frontiers of Russia, where the Russian forces had been similarly gathering since 1811. On the 12th of June the forces of Western Europe crossed the Russian frontier, and war began. In other words, an event took place which defied human reason and all human nature. Millions of men set out to inflict on one another untold evils: deception, treachery, robbery, forgery, counterfeiting, theft, arson and murder, on a scale unheard of in the annals of law courts down the centuries and all over the world, though at the time the men responsible did not think of these deeds as crimes. What led to this extraordinary occurrence? What causes lay behind it? Historians, in their simple-minded certitude, tell us that the causes of this event were as follows: the violence done to the Duke of Oldenburg, non-observance of the continental system, Napoleon's megalomania, Alexander's obstinacy, mistakes made by diplomats, and so on. It follows, then, that all Metternich, Rumiantsev or Talleyrand too would have had to do, between getting up in the morning and partying in the evening, was exert themselves just a little and make a nice job of phrasing some diplomatic note, whereupon all Napoleon would have had to do was write to Alexander saying, "Esteemed brother, I consent to the Duke of Oldenburg having his duchy back," and there would have been no war. We can well understand why contemporaries might have seen things that way. We can understand why Napoleon might have attributed the cause of the war to the machinations of the English. Indeed, he said as much from St. Helena. We can further understand why English members of Parliament thought the war had been caused by Napoleon's megalomania, why the Duke of Oldenburg blamed the war on the violence done to him, why those in trade explained the war in terms of the continental system, which was bringing Europe to its knees, why veterans and old-world generals blamed it all on their being called up for service again, why legitimists of the period would insist on the necessity of getting back to basics, and diplomats of the day put it down to the 1809 alliance between Russia with Austria not being properly concealed from Napoleon, plus the clumsy wording of Memorandum No. 178. We can well understand how these, and other causes, endless in number, infinite in their proliferation because of the endless points of view available, might have appeared to contemporaries. But for us, the descendants of these people, as we contemplate this vast accomplishment in all its enormity and seek to penetrate its dreadful simplicity, these explanations seem inadequate. It is beyond our comprehension that millions of Christian men should have killed and tortured each other just because Napoleon was a megalomaniac, Alexander was obstinate, the English were devious, and the Duke of Oldenburg was badly done by. We can see no connection between these circumstances and the stark reality of murder and violence. We cannot see how an affront to a duke could have induced thousands of men to rampage through the other end of Europe, slaughtering the inhabitants of Smolensk and Moscow and getting slaughtered in return. We, their descendants, those of us who are not historians seduced by the pleasures of research and can therefore review events with unclouded common sense, find ourselves faced with an incalculable multiplicity of causes. The more deeply we go into the causes, the more of them there are, and each individual cause, or group of causes, seems as justifiable as all the rest, and as false as all the rest in its worthlessness compared with the enormity of the actual events, and its further worthlessness, unless you combine it with all the other associated causes, invalidating the events that followed. For instance, Napoleon's refusal to withdraw his troops beyond the Vistula and restore the Duchy of Oldenburg seems to us no more valid as a cause than the willingness or unwillingness of any old French corporal to serve a second term, for had he refused to serve, and a second and a third and 1,000 corporals and soldiers along with him, Napoleon's army would have been reduced by that number and there could have been no war. If Napoleon had not taken umbrage at the demand for him to withdraw beyond the Vistula and had not given the order to advance, there would have been no war. But if every last sergeant had refused to go back into the army, there could have been no war either. And war would also have been impossible if there had been no deviousness from England, no Duke of Oldenburg, no offense taken by Alexander, no autocracy in Russia, no French Revolution with its consequent dictatorship and empire, nor any of those things that led up to the French Revolution, and so on and so forth. If any one of these causes had been missing, nothing could have happened. It follows therefore that all of these causes, billions of them, came together to bring about subsequent events, and these events had no single cause, being bound to happen simply because they were bound to happen. Millions of men, abandoning all human feelings and common sense, were bound to march from west to east and slay their fellows, just as a few centuries ago hordes of men had marched from east to west, slaying their fellows. The actions of Napoleon and Alexander, whose word seems to have dictated whether anything should or should not happen, were no more self-determined than the actions of any common soldier drafted in by lot or conscription. This has to be so, for one good reason: in order for the will of Napoleon or Alexander, who appear to have dictated events, to prevail, it would have been necessary for a countless number of disparate circumstances to coincide, and without any one of them those events could never have occurred. It was necessary for those millions of men who wielded the real power, soldiers shooting or bringing up supplies and guns, to do what they were told by one or two feeble individuals, and to have been brought to this point by an infinite number of complex and disparate causes. Historical fatalism is the only possible explanation of irrational phenomena like these, phenomena with a rationale beyond our comprehension. The more we try to explain away such phenomena in rational terms, the more irrational and incomprehensible they become for us. Each man lives for himself, using his freedom to get what he wants, and he feels with every fiber of his being that at any particular time he is free to perform an action or refrain from doing so, but the moment any action is taken it becomes an irrevocable piece of history, with a significance which has more to do with predetermination than freedom. There are two sides to life for every individual: a personal life, in which his freedom exists in proportion to the abstract nature of his interests, and an elemental life within the swarm of humanity, in which a man inevitably follows laws laid down for him. Although on a conscious level a man lives for himself, he is actually being used as an unconscious instrument for the attainment of humanity's historical aims. A deed once done becomes irrevocable, and any action comes together over time with millions of actions performed by other people to create historical significance. The higher a man stands on the social scale, the more contact he has with other men and the greater his impact on them, the more obvious are the inevitability and the element of predestination involved in everything he does. The hearts of kings are in the hands of God. Kings are the slaves of history. History, the amorphous, unconscious life within the swarm of humanity, exploits every minute in the lives of kings as an instrument for the attainment of its own ends. At that time, in the year 1812, Napoleon believed more strongly than ever that it was for him to shed or not to shed the blood of his peoples, as Alexander had put it in his most recent letter, though he was in fact more subject than ever to those laws which forced him, for all his apparent and self-styled freedom of action, to do what had to be done for the world in general, for the sake of history. The men of the West went east to kill each other. And the law of causal coincidence determined that thousands of minor causes colluded and coincided to produce this movement in the coming war, an angry reaction to non-observance of the continental system. The Duke of Oldenburg, the advance into Prussia, undertaken, as Napoleon saw it, solely in the interests of securing an armed peace, the French Emperor's taste and passion for going to war, which caught the mood of his people, the excitement of preparing things on a grandiose scale, the vast expenditure on such preparations, and the necessity of getting something back for one's money, the dizzying effect of honors given and received in Dresden, all those diplomatic negotiations which were then seen as directed by a genuine desire for peace, though all they did was wound people's self-esteem on both sides, along with millions and millions of other causes, colluding and coinciding with each other to produce the impending events. When a ripe apple falls, what makes it fall? Is it gravity, pulling it down to earth? A withered stalk? The drying action of the sun? Increased weight? A breath of wind? Or the boy under the tree who wants to eat it? Nothing is the cause of it. It is just the coming together of various conditions necessary for any living, organic, elemental event to take place. And the botanist who finds that the apple has fallen because of the onset of decay in its cellular structure, and all the rest of it, will be no more right or wrong than the boy under the tree who says the apple fell because he wanted to eat it and prayed for it to fall. Anyone who claims that Napoleon went to Moscow because he wanted to, and eventually lost because Alexander wanted him to lose, will be no more right or wrong than the man who claims that thousands of tons of earth in an undermined hill collapsed because of the last blow from the last pickaxe of the last workman. When it comes to events in history, so-called great men are nothing but labels attached to events. Like real labels, they have the least possible connection with events themselves. Every action they perform, which they take to be self-determined and independent, is in a historical sense quite the opposite. It is interconnected with the whole course of history, and predetermined from eternity. Chapter 2. On the 29th of May, Napoleon left Dresden, where he had spent 3 weeks surrounded by a court made up of princes, dukes, kings, and even an emperor. Before leaving, Napoleon spoke pleasantly to the princes, kings, and emperor who had earned his favor, and unpleasantly to the kings and princes who had not quite come up to scratch. He presented the Empress of Austria with some diamonds and pearls of his own, which means stolen from other kings. He warmly embraced his Empress, Marie-Louise, who thought of herself as his wife despite the existence of another one back in Paris, and left her behind, as his historian tells us, deeply distressed by the almost unendurable separation. With the diplomats still believing firmly in the possibility of peace and working strenuously towards it, and even though the Emperor Napoleon had just written a personal letter to the Emperor Alexander calling him his esteemed brother and assuring him in good faith that he had no wish to go to war and would always treat him with affection and respect, he set off to join the army, stopping from time to time to issue further instructions guaranteed to speed up the eastward march of his men. Surrounded by pages, adjutants, and an armed escort, he was traveling in a comfortable carriage drawn by 6 horses along the Posen-Thorn-Danzig-Königsberg road. In each of these towns he was welcomed by thousands of people with a mixture of enthusiasm and anxiety. The army was moving from west to east, and he was driven in the same direction by continual relays of 6 horses. On the 10th of June he caught up with the army and spent the night in specially prepared quarters in the Wilkowiecki forest, which belonged to a Polish count. Next day Napoleon drove on ahead of the army as far as the river Niemen, where he put on a Polish uniform and rode out onto the river bank to find a good place for the crossing of the river. One glimpse of the Cossacks posted on the far bank and the steppe disappearing into the distance, where, far away, lay the holy city of Moscow, capital of an empire just like the Scythian Empire invaded by Alexander the Great, and Napoleon ordered an immediate advance, confounding the diplomats and breaking every last rule of strategy, and next day his troops began crossing the Niemen. Early on the morning of the 12th of June he came out of his tent, which had been pitched that day on the steep left bank of the Niemen, and watched his troops through a telescope as they poured out of the forest and swarmed over 3 bridges thrown across the river. The troops knew of the emperor's presence, and were on the lookout for him. When they caught sight of a figure in a greatcoat and hat standing apart from his suite in front of his tent on the opposite hillside, they threw their caps in the air and shouted, "Long live the emperor!" And one after another in an unbroken stream they flowed out of the immense forest that had hitherto concealed them and split up at the 3 bridges to march across. "Now we'll get somewhere. He'll warm things up when he gets involved. My God, he will. There he is. Long live the emperor. So this is the steppe land of Asia. Nasty bit of country, though. Au revoir, Boche, I'll keep a nice palace for you in Moscow. Goodbye and good luck. Have you seen the emperor? Long live the emperor. Roar, roar. When I'm governor of the Indies, Gerard, I'll make you minister for Kashmir, you can count on it. Long live the emperor. Hurrah! 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 Cossack rabble, look at em running away. Long live the emperor. There he is. Can't you see him? I've seen him twice, as close as you and me. The little corporal. Saw him giving the cross to one of the veterans. Long live the emperor. Voices rang out on all sides, from old and young, people of every character and social standing. And all their faces looked the same, blissfully happy as they set out at last on the long-awaited campaign, glowing with enthusiasm and devotion to the man in the grey coat up on the hill. On the 13th of June Napoleon mounted a small thoroughbred Arab horse and galloped down towards one of the bridges over the Niemen to deafening roars of acclamation, which he obviously had to put up with, because there was no way of silencing men determined to express their love for him by roaring their heads off. But all this shouting, which accompanied him wherever he went, was hard to bear, and it distracted him from the military considerations that had dogged him ever since he had joined up with the army. He rode across a bobbing pontoon bridge to the other side of the river, turned sharp left and galloped off towards Kovna, preceded by ecstatic horse guards breathless with delight as they galloped on ahead to clear the way. When he got to the broad river Wilja, he pulled up alongside a regiment of Polish Uhlans deployed on the bank. "Long live the Emperor!" roared the Poles with the same kind of wild enthusiasm, breaking ranks and jostling to get a glimpse of him. Napoleon took a long look up and down the river, got off his horse and sat down on a log lying on the bank. At a silent signal from him he was handed a telescope, which he rested on the back of a page, only too pleased to run over and help. After studying the far bank he looked down and concentrated all his attention on a map spread out between the logs. Without looking up again he said something, and two of his adjutants galloped off towards the Polish Uhlan. "What was that?" "What did he say?" came the cry from the Polish ranks as an adjutant galloped over to them. The order was to find a fording place and cross the river. The elderly Polish colonel, a fine figure of a man, blushed and stammered from sheer excitement as he asked permission to swim straight across the river without bothering to find a ford. In fear and trembling at the very thought of a refusal, like a little boy asking permission to get on a horse, he asked them to let him swim across the river before the emperor's eyes. The adjutant told him the emperor would probably not be displeased at such an excessive display of zeal. The words were hardly out of his mouth when the old officer, with his big bristling mustache, radiant face, and gleaming eyes, brandished his saber in the air with a loud "Long live the Emperor," ordered his men to follow, put spurs to his horse and galloped off down to the river. Once there he gave a vicious kick to a reluctant horse, and plunged into the depths, heading out into the fastest part of the river. Hundreds of Uhlans galloped down and followed him in. Out in the middle of the fast-flowing current it was shockingly cold. The Uhlans were soon sliding off their horses and clinging on to one another. Some of the horses were drowned, and so were some of the men, while the others struggled to swim across, clinging to the saddle or hanging on to their horses' manes. They swam forward manfully, and although there was a crossing place only a few hundred yards away, they were proud to swim on and drown in the river under the eyes of that man sitting on the log who wasn't even watching what they were doing. When the adjutant, back with the emperor, picked his moment and bravely drew attention to the Poles' devotion to His Majesty, the little man in the grey coat got to his feet, summoned Berthier, and began pacing up and down the bank with him, issuing instructions and glancing sourly from time to time at the drowning Uhlans, who were proving such a distraction. This was nothing new for him. He needed no reminding that his presence anywhere on earth, from Africa to the steppe-land of Muscovy, always had the same devastating effect on men, sometimes driving them to acts of madness and self-sacrifice. He sent for his horse and rode back to his quarters. Some 40 Uhlans had drowned in the river even though boats had been sent out to help. Most of them struggled back to this side. The colonel and one or two of his men did manage to swim right across and scramble out on the other bank. And their first thought on clambering out, with their soaking clothes flapping and streaming, was to roar, "Long live the Emperor," and look back in triumph at the place where Napoleon had been standing. He was no longer there, but for one moment they thought that happiness was theirs. That evening, between the issuing of two orders, one for speeding up the arrival of counterfeit ruble notes printed for circulation in Russia, and the other for the execution of a Saxon caught with a letter on him containing a report on the disposition of the French troops, Napoleon issued a third instruction. The colonel who had charged into the river for no good reason was to be enrolled in the Legion of Honor, of which Napoleon himself was the head. As Euripides once said, "Those whom God wishes to destroy he first drives mad." Chapter 3. Meanwhile, the Russian emperor had been living in Vilna for more than a month, inspecting the troops and observing maneuvers. Nothing was ready for the war that everyone was expecting, and the Tsar had come from Petersburg to help prepare for it. There was no general plan of action. Hesitancy over the need to adopt one plan from the many that had been proposed was worse than ever at the end of the Tsar's month at headquarters. Each of the three armies had its own separate commander-in-chief, but there was no commander with overall authority, and the Tsar showed no sign of undertaking that role himself. The longer the Tsar stayed on in Vilna, the fewer preparations were made for the war by men grown weary of waiting for it. Every effort of those who surrounded the Tsar seemed to be directed towards ensuring that His Majesty enjoyed himself and forgot all about the coming war. In June, after a round of balls and other celebrations given by Polish magnates, members of the court and the Tsar himself, it occurred to one of the Polish generals seconded to the Tsar that all the generals on the staff should give a dinner and a ball in honor of His Majesty. The proposal was taken up joyfully on all sides. The Tsar gave his consent. The generals set about raising the money by subscription. The lady considered most likely to appeal to the Tsar was invited to act as hostess for the ball. Count Bennigsen, a local landowner, offered a house for this celebration, and the 13th of June was the day fixed for a ball and a dinner, with a regatta and fireworks at Zakryto, Count Bennigsen's country seat. On the very day when Napoleon ordered his men across the Niemen, and the vanguard of his army pushed the Cossacks aside and crossed the Russian frontier, Alexander spent a long evening at Count Bennigsen's house enjoying the ball given by the generals on his staff. It was a glittering, happy occasion. According to the connoisseurs, rarely had so many beautiful women been gathered together in one place. Countess Bezukov, one of the Russian ladies who had followed the Tsar from Petersburg to Vilna, was there, and her massive charms, what people like to call her Russian beauty, put the more dainty Polish ladies in the shade. She got herself noticed, and the Tsar favored her with an invitation to dance. Boris Drubetskoy, one of the boys again, as he liked to put it, having left his wife behind in Moscow, was also there. Although not a staff general himself, he had subscribed a large sum towards the ball. Boris was now rich in money and honors, and had no further need of patronage, being on equal terms with the most distinguished men of his generation. They were still dancing at midnight. Finding herself without a suitable partner for the mazurka, Helene herself offered to dance with Boris. They made up the third couple. Boris allowed his cool gaze to stray towards Helene's naked shoulders, emerging so splendidly from a dark-colored, gold-embroidered gauze dress, as he chatted about old acquaintances, but, although no one was aware of it, least of all Boris himself, he never took his eyes off the Tsar while he was there in the same room. The Tsar was not dancing, he was standing in the doorway, stopping people at random with the kind of gracious remark that only he could utter. At the beginning of the mazurka, Boris watched as a staff general, Balashev, one of the Tsar's closest confidants, went over and defied court etiquette by stopping nearby while His Majesty was still in conversation with a Polish lady. After saying a few more words to the lady, the Tsar glanced quizzically at Balashev, and then, suddenly aware there must be a good reason for him to behave like this, he nodded gently to the lady and gave Balashev his full attention. The first words were hardly out of Balashev's mouth when a look of astonishment came over the Tsar's face. He took Balashev by the arm and walked across the room with him, unconsciously clearing a swathe several yards wide as people drew back on either side. Boris could see that Arakcheyev's face displayed the same excitement as the Tsar walked away with Balashev. Arakcheyev glanced rather furtively at the Tsar, sniffing with his red nose, and edged forward out of the crowd as if he was expecting the Tsar to turn in his direction. Boris observed that Arakcheyev, already jealous of Balashev, was annoyed to see any piece of news, let alone something of obvious importance, reach the Tsar without going through him. But the Tsar and Balashev walked straight past Arakcheyev without noticing him and went out through the door into the illuminated garden. Arakcheyev, grasping his sword and staring around balefully, followed on 20 paces behind. Boris worked his way through the figures of the mazurka in a state of anguish, wondering what news Balashev could possibly have brought, and how he could find out before anyone else did. When they came to the figure in which he had to choose his ladies, he whispered to Helene that he wanted to choose Countess Potocka, who seemed to have gone out onto the balcony, and gliding over the dance floor he flew across to the doorway into the garden, from where he could see the Tsar and Balashev coming back onto the terrace, and this stopped him in his tracks. The Tsar and Balashev were heading for the doorway. Boris bustled about as if he couldn't quite get out of the way, squeezing back respectfully against the doorpost with his head bowed. The Tsar was coming to the end of an outburst that made him sound like someone who had been personally offended. Entering Russia without declaring war, he was saying, "I shall not make peace until every last enemy under arms has left my country." Boris had the impression that the Tsar had enjoyed saying these words, and was happy with the way his thoughts had come out, but not at all happy that Boris had overheard them. "Nobody must know about this," the Tsar added, with a scowl. Boris could tell this was directed at him, so he closed his eyes and bowed his head slightly again. The Tsar went back into the ballroom and stayed there for another half-hour or so. Boris had become the first person to hear the news that French troops had crossed the Niemen, which now gave him a golden opportunity to demonstrate for the benefit of certain very important people that he had access to many things that were hidden from others, and thus an opportunity to rise even higher in the esteem of these persons. The unexpected news that the French had crossed the Niemen was unexpected largely because it came at the end of a month's unfulfilled expectations, and at a ball. At the first moment of indignation and resentment after hearing the news, Alexander had hit on the pronouncement that has since become famous, one that appealed to him as a true expression of his feelings. Returning home after the ball at 2 a.m, the Tsar sent for his secretary Shishkov and told him to write an order to the troops and an open letter to Field Marshal Prince Saltykov, with the necessary inclusion of words to the effect that he would never make peace until every last enemy under arms had left Russian soil. Next day the following letter was written, in French, to Napoleon. Esteemed brother, I learnt yesterday that, notwithstanding the fidelity with which I have met my obligations towards your Majesty, your troops have crossed the frontiers of Russia, and I have this moment received from Petersburg a note in which Count Lariston advises me with reference to this invasion that your Majesty has considered himself to be in a state of war with me ever since Prince Kurakin asked for his passports. The reasons given by the Duke of Bassano for refusing to release the passports would never have led me to suppose that this incident could ever have served as grounds for aggression. In point of fact, he never received any authorization for his action, as he himself has acknowledged, and as soon as I was informed of it I immediately acquainted him with the full extent of my disapproval by ordering him to remain in post. If your Majesty is not seeking to shed the blood of our subjects over a misunderstanding of this kind, and will consent to withdraw his troops from Russian territory, I shall disregard what has occurred, and an accommodation between us will be possible. In the contrary case, I shall be compelled to repulse an invasion which has been entirely unprovoked on my side. It is still within your Majesty's power to preserve humanity from the disasters of another war. I am, etc. Signed, Alexander. Chapter 4. At 2 o'clock in the morning on the 14th of June the Tsar sent for Balashev, read out his letter to Napoleon, and ordered him to take the letter and deliver it personally to the French Emperor. As he sent Balashev on his way, he repeated his words about not making peace until every last enemy under arms had left Russian soil, and told him he must be absolutely certain to communicate those words to Napoleon. The Tsar had not included them in his letter to Napoleon because he felt with his usual sensitivity that any such words would be out of place at a time when one last attempt at conciliation was being made, but he told Balashev he must be absolutely certain to communicate them to Napoleon in person. Balashev rode off in the early hours of the 14th, with a bugler and 2 Cossacks in attendance, and by dawn he had reached the French outposts at the village of Reikendy on the Russian side of the Niemen. He was stopped by the French cavalry sentries. A French hussar subaltern in crimson uniform and shaggy cap challenged Balashev and told him to stop. Balashev did not do so immediately, but came on along the road at walking pace. The subaltern scowled, swore under his breath, turned his horse front on towards Balashev, laid a hand on his sword and inquired with a coarse shout whether the Russian general was deaf and couldn't hear what people were saying. Balashev gave his name. The subaltern dispatched a soldier to his superior officer. Completely ignoring Balashev, the subaltern fell into conversation with his comrades about regimental matters, not even glancing across at the Russian general. It was a very peculiar sensation for Balashev, accustomed as he was to all the courtesies of office close to the highest power and authority, scarcely 3 hours before he had been conversing with the Tsar himself, to stand here on Russian soil and watch this hostile, and, worse still, disrespectful, display of brute force. The sun was just emerging from some dark clouds, the air was fresh and dewy. A herd of cattle was being driven along the road from the village. Across the fields, one after another, larks were popping up, trilling and rising like bubbles in water. Balashev looked all round, expecting an officer to ride out from the village. The Russian Cossacks, the bugler and the French hussars glanced at each other now and then in silence. A French colonel of hussars, evidently fresh from his bed, came riding up from the village on a handsome sleek grey horse, accompanied by 2 hussars. The officers, the soldiers and the horses all had a swaggering smugness about them. This was the earliest stage of a campaign, when the troops were still in a state of peaceful activity and good order, virtually ready for parade, with the right touch of military stylishness in their dress and the spirited bravado that always accompanies the start of a campaign. Despite a struggle to suppress his yawns, the French colonel was courteous enough, and the full significance of Balashev's arrival was not lost on him. He conducted him through the lines and informed him that his wish for an audience with the emperor was likely to be immediately satisfied, since he had been led to believe the emperor's quarters were not too far away. They rode through the village of Reikanti, past French tethered horses, sentries and soldiers, who saluted their colonel, goggling at the sight of a Russian uniform. They came out on the other side of the village, and the colonel told Balashev they were not much more than a mile from the divisional commander, who would receive him and take him on to his destination. The sun was now well up in the sky, shining merrily down on the bright green countryside. They had just passed an inn on an uphill slope when a group of horsemen came riding down towards them, led by a tall figure of a man sporting a plumed hat, a scarlet cloak, and shoulder-length black hair. His black horse bore trappings that glittered in the sun, and he rode in the French manner, sticking his long legs out in front. This rider bore down on Balashev, ablaze in the bright June sunshine and aflutter with feathers, jewelry and gold-lace trimmings. This stately and theatrical galloping rider, a mass of bracelets, plumes, necklaces and gold, was within a couple of horse lengths of Balashev when Jolner, the French colonel, said to him in an awestruck whisper, "The King of Naples." 5 It was actually General Murat, but he was now called the King of Naples. It was beyond all understanding how he could have become the King of Naples, but that was what they had called him, and he, far from entertaining any doubts, behaved with more stateliness and gravity than ever before. He was so convinced of his standing as the King of Naples that when some Italians shouted "Long live the King," as he walked the streets with his wife just before leaving Naples, he turned to her with a poignant smile and said, "These poor people, they don't know I'm leaving them tomorrow." But despite his firm belief that he was King of Naples, and his sympathy for his subjects in their grief at losing him, in recent days, after he had been ordered back into service, and especially after his meeting with Napoleon at Danzig, when his most eminent brother-in-law had said, "I have made you a king for you to rule my way, and not yours," he had resumed his familiar duties with all enthusiasm and now behaved like a well-fed but not overweight stallion feeling the touch of his harness. And prancing about in the shafts, festooned with all colors and expensive trinkets, he now galloped the highways of Poland without the slightest idea where he was going or why. Suddenly catching sight of a Russian general, he made a splendid royal gesture with his head, tossing back his mane of wavy curls, and looked quizzically at the French colonel. The colonel told His Majesty politely about Balashev and his mission, without being able to get his tongue round the name.
De Palma 7.
6 said the king, sweeping aside the colonel's difficulty by sheer determination, and adding, with regal magnanimity, "Delighted to make your acquaintance, General." As soon as the king started speaking more loudly and quickly, his regal bearing deserted him in an instant, and, without noticing it, he lapsed into his natural tone of bonhomie and familiarity. He rested a hand on the withers of Balashev's horse. "Well, General, it looks very much like war," he said, ruefully implying that this was a matter that demanded his impartiality. "Your Majesty," answered Balashev, "the Emperor, my master, has no desire for war, and as your majesty can see, Balashev was wringing all the grammatical changes of your majesty, using the title with the affectation that is inevitable when addressing a personage for whom the title in question is still a novelty. Marat's face beamed with idiotic smugness as he listened to Monsieur de Balashev. But royalty imposes obligations. As king and ally, he felt compelled to engage Alexander's envoy in conversation about matters of state. He dismounted, took Balashev by the arm and walked a few steps away from his entourage, who stayed behind waiting patiently, only to pace up and down with him, trying to say serious things. He mentioned that the Emperor Napoleon had been much offended by the demand for the withdrawal of his troops from Prussia, especially since news of the demand had leaked out, thus impugning the dignity of France. Balashev began to say that the demand was in no way offensive, but Marat cut across him. "So you don't consider the Emperor Alexander to be the instigator," he said suddenly, with a pleasant but fatuous smile. Balashev told him precisely why he thought Napoleon was the warmonger. "Ah, my dear general," said Marat, interrupting again. "I hope with all my heart the emperors will come to some arrangement, and the war that is started by no desire of mine is brought to an end as soon as possible," he said in the tone used by servants who want to go on being good friends even though their masters have quarreled. Changing the subject, he inquired after the health of the Grand Duke, and recalled a most enjoyable time spent with him in Naples. Then, suddenly aware once again of his regal standing, Marat drew himself up into the splendid pose he had adopted for his coronation, and said with a wave of his right arm, "I will detain you no longer, General. I wish you every success in your mission." And, awhirl with plumes and embroidered scarlet cloak, and glinting with jewelry, he rejoined his patiently waiting entourage. Balashev rode on, fully expecting from what Marat had said that he would be presented to Napoleon himself in no time at all. But instead of being taken straight to Napoleon, he was detained at the entry to the next village by sentries from Davout's infantry corps, just as he had been at the front line, and an adjutant of the corps commander was summoned to take him into the village for a meeting with Marshal Davout himself. Chapter 5. Davout was Napoleon's Arakchev, without his cowardice, but just as demanding and cruel as Alexander's Arakchev, and equally incapable of expressing his devotion by anything other than viciousness. The organism of any state needs men like these in the way that the organism of nature needs wolves, and they are always there, showing themselves and holding their own, no matter how incongruous their presence and proximity to the head of the state may seem. This law of inevitability is the only way of explaining the fact that such a vicious man, capable of ripping out grenadiers' mustaches yet running scared of all danger because of his nerves, a man as uncultivated and boorish as Arakchev, managed to enjoy lasting authority alongside a sovereign like Alexander, with all his gentle, chivalrous, and noble character. Balashev found Davout sitting on a tub in the indoor shed of a peasant's hut. He was busy writing, checking some accounts. An adjutant stood at his side. Better quarters could have been found, but Marshal Davout was one of those people who deliberately get themselves into the gloomiest circumstances in order to have the right to be gloomy. For the same reason they are always pressed for time and overburdened with work. "Oh, it's all right for you thinking about the bright side of life, but look at me sitting on this tub in a filthy shed, hard at work," said the expression on his face. The greatest pleasure and sole requirement of people like this when they come across someone enjoying a busy life is to throw their own plodding and gloomy activity straight in his face. Davout allowed himself this pleasure when Balashev was brought before him. He plunged deeper into his work when the Russian general came in, though he did glance up through his spectacles at Balashev's face, a picture of excitement deriving from the loveliness of the morning and his talk with Marat. He did not rise, he did not budge, but he darkened his skull with a nasty sneer. Noting that Balashev's face had fallen at this reception, Davout looked across and asked him icily what he wanted. Balashev could only imagine that he was being received like this only because Davout was unaware that he was a general on Alexander's staff, and his personal representative before Napoleon, so he lost no time in stating his rank and his mission. Against all expectations, when Davout had listened to what Balashev had to say, he became even more uncouth and surly. "Where's your dispatch?" he snapped. "Give it to me. I'll send it to the emperor." Balashev said he was under orders to hand the document to the emperor in person. "Your emperor's orders are obeyed in your army, but here," said Davout, "you'll do as you're told." And, as if to make the Russian general even more conscious of being subject to brute force, Davout sent the adjutant to fetch the duty officer. Balashev took out the packet containing the Tsar's letter and laid it on the table, a table consisting of a door laid across two tubs with the torn-off hinges still dangling from it. Davout took the envelope and read the address. "You are perfectly at liberty to show me respect or not," said Balashev, "but allow me to observe that I have the honor to serve as a general on His Majesty's staff." Davout glanced at him without saying a word, obviously delighted to observe signs of emotion and embarrassment on Balashev's face. "You'll be given appropriate treatment," he said, before putting the envelope in his pocket and walking out of the barn. Shortly afterwards an adjutant of the marshal's by the name of Monsieur de Casters came in and escorted Balashev to the quarters that had been prepared for him. That day he took dinner in the barn with the marshal at the same table on the tubs. Next day Davout went off early in the morning, but before doing so he sent for Balashev, and told him in no uncertain terms that he wanted him to stay there, to go on with the baggage train if ordered to do so, and to talk to nobody but Monsieur de Casters. After 4 tedious days of solitary confinement, with a strong sense of impotence and insignificance all the more agonizing because he had been so recently at the center of power, and after several relocations along with the marshal's baggage and the French troops, who by now had taken the whole district, Balashev was brought back to French-occupied Vilna, and he re-entered the town by the same gate he had ridden out through 4 days before. Next day one of the emperor's gentlemen-in-waiting, Count Turin, came to Balashev and told him the Emperor Napoleon was disposed to grant him an audience. For days before, sentries of the Preobrazhensky regiment had stood guard in front of the very house to which Balashev was now conducted, and this time 2 French grenadiers stood there, in their fur caps and blue uniforms open down the front, along with an escort of hussars and uhlans, and a brilliant entourage of adjutants, pages, and generals, all waiting for Napoleon to come out, gathered together at the bottom of the steps round his saddle horse and his Egyptian bodyguard, Rustin. Napoleon was to receive Balashev in the very house in Vilna from which Alexander had sent him on his way. Chapter 6. Balashev, no stranger to imperial pomp, was astounded by the luxury and splendor of Napoleon's court. Count Turin led him into a large reception room, where a number of generals, gentlemen-in-waiting, and Polish magnates were waiting patiently, many of them people Balashev had seen at the court of the Russian emperor. Duroc told him the Emperor Napoleon would receive the Russian general before going out for his ride. Balashev was kept waiting for a few minutes before a gentleman-in-waiting came into the great room, bowed politely and walked off again, inviting him to follow. Balashev went through into the small reception room with only one other door, leading into the study, the room where the Russian emperor had given him his orders and dispatched him. He stood there alone for a couple of minutes waiting. There was a rush of footsteps on the other side of the door, both halves of which were then flung open by a gentleman-in-waiting who came to a halt and stood there respectfully in attendance. In the ensuing silence someone else could be heard moving about in the study with a firm and resolute tread, Napoleon. He had just finished dressing for his ride and was wearing a blue uniform, open over a white waistcoat which covered his round belly, high boots, and white doeskin breeches, stretched tightly over fat thighs and stumpy legs. His short hair looked as if it had just been brushed, but one lock had been left curling down in the middle of his broad forehead. His plump white neck stood out sharply against the black collar of his uniform. He smelt of eau de cologne. His full, young-looking face with its prominent chin shone with the graciousness of a monarch welcoming a visitor with regal splendor. He emerged from the study at a quick pace, wobbling as he walked, with his head tilted slightly back. The whole of his tubby, dumpy figure, with his broad, fat shoulders and his chest and belly sticking out whether he liked it or not, had the impressive stateliness of a 40-year-old used to his creature comforts. It was also obvious that today he was in a particularly good mood. He nodded in acknowledgement of Balashev's deep, deferential bow, walked over to him and started talking immediately like a man who values every moment of his time, and does not stoop to preparing anything in advance because he is confident of always speaking well and saying just what needs to be said. "Good day to you, General," he said. "I have received the Emperor Alexander's letter brought by you, and I am very pleased to see you." His large eyes took one glance at Balashev's face, and then he immediately looked straight past him. It was obvious that Balashev's personality was of no interest to him. Clearly, the only thing that held any interest for him was anything going on in his own mind. Nothing outside his person held any significance because, as he saw it, everything in the world was dependent on his will. "I do not, and did not, desire war, but you have forced me into it. Even now," he continued, emphasizing the phrase, "I stand ready to receive any explanations you may be able to give me." And he held forth with a concise and lucid exposition of his reasons for being displeased with the Russian government. Judging by the tone of gentle restraint and friendliness adopted by the French emperor, Balashev became quite convinced that he wanted peace and was prepared to negotiate. "Your Majesty." "Emperor and master," said Balashev, launching into his long-prepared speech the moment Napoleon had stopped talking and had leveled a quizzical look at him, but he felt disconcerted with the emperor's eyes upon him. "You look confused." "Pull yourself together," Napoleon seemed to be saying, as he examined Balashev's sword and uniform with the ghost of a smile. Balashev did manage to pull himself together and start speaking. He told him that the Emperor Alexander did not see Kurakin's demand for his passports as sufficient grounds for war, that Kurakin had been acting on his own initiative and without the Tsar's approval, and that the Tsar had no desire for war, and no relations with England. "Not yet," Napoleon put in, and, as if wary of his own feelings, he frowned and gave a slight nod for Balashev to continue. After running through all he had been told to say, Balashev asserted that the Emperor Alexander wanted peace, and was prepared to negotiate, on one condition. At this point Balashev demurred, remembering the words Tsar Alexander had left out of his letter, but had insisted on having included in the open letter to Saltykov, and had instructed Balashev to repeat to Napoleon. Balashev recalled them, until every last enemy under arms has left Russian soil, but he was held back by a feeling of some complexity. He couldn't bring himself to utter those words, however much he wanted to. He faltered and said, that all French troops withdraw beyond the Niemen. Napoleon could see how uneasy Balashev had been over those last words. The emperor's face twitched, and his left calf began to pulsate rhythmically. He remained rooted to the same spot and his speech became louder and faster than before. During the ensuing outburst Balashev found himself continually looking down to stare at the pulsating twitch in Napoleon's left calf, which intensified as his voice grew louder. "I am no less desirous of peace than the Emperor Alexander," he began. "I'm the man who has spent 18 months doing everything possible to obtain it. For 18 months I have been waiting for an explanation, but before negotiations can begin what demands are placed upon me," he said with a scowl, stabbing the air with a puffy little white hand by way of a question. "The withdrawal of your forces beyond the Niemen, sire," said Balashev. "Beyond the Niemen," echoed Napoleon. "So you now want me to withdraw beyond the Niemen, only beyond the Niemen," he repeated, looking Balashev straight in the eyes. Balashev bowed his head respectfully. 4 months before he had been told to withdraw from Pomerania, now they wanted no more than withdrawal beyond the Niemen. Napoleon spun on his heel and started pacing up and down the room. "You tell me I am required to withdraw beyond the Niemen before negotiations can begin. But you made the same demand 2 months ago for me to withdraw beyond the Oder and the Vistula, and yet you are still willing to negotiate." Silently he paced the floor from one corner of the room to the other and then came to a halt right in front of Balashev. His face seemed to have set hard and his left leg was twitching faster than ever. Napoleon was well aware of his twitch. The pulsation in my left calf is a great sign with me, he would say in days to come. Demands like these, for me to abandon the Oder and the Vistula, can be made to a Prince of Baden, but not to me. Napoleon almost shrieked, taking himself by surprise. If you gave me Petersburg and Moscow, I wouldn't accept conditions like that. Are you saying I started this war? Well, who was the first to go out and join his army? The Emperor Alexander, not me. And here you are offering to negotiate when I have spent millions, when you are an ally of England, and when you're in a weak position, now you offer me negotiations. What's the purpose of your alliance with England? What has she given you? He snapped. He was obviously no longer concerned with the benefits of a peaceful settlement in the discussion of any such possibility. His sole intention was to demonstrate his own righteousness, his own power, and to demonstrate Alexander's wrongness and error. His opening words had clearly been intended as an indication of his own advantageous position, and his willingness to negotiate despite it. But here he was in full flow, and the more he talked the less capable he became of controlling what he was saying. His whole purpose was now clearly centered on the need to exalt himself and insult Alexander, precisely what he had had the least intention of doing at the outset of the interview. They tell me you have made peace with the Turks. Balashev bent his head in token of affirmation. Yes, we have, he began. But Napoleon wouldn't let him go on. He himself was clearly the only person who needed to speak, and on he went with all the volubility and uncontrolled testiness characteristic of spoilt people. Yes, I know you've made peace with the Turks without gaining Moldavia or Wallachia. And I would have given your emperor those provinces just as I gave him Finland. Oh yes, he went on, I gave my promise, and I would have given the Emperor Alexander Moldavia and Wallachia, but now he'll have to do without those fair provinces. He could have joined them on to his empire, and in one reign he would have extended the frontiers of Russia from the Gulf of Bothnia to the Danube Delta. Catherine the Great couldn't have done better, Napoleon declared, getting more and more worked up as he paced the room, and repeating for Balashev's benefit more or less the same words he had used to Alexander himself at Tilsit. All of that he would have owed to my friendship. Oh, what a splendid reign! What a splendid reign, he kept on repeating. He stopped, pulled a gold snuff-box out of his pocket and took a greedy sniff from it. What a splendid reign Emperor Alexander's might have been. He glanced with some pity at Balashev, and since Balashev showed signs of making some comment he hastened to interrupt him again. What could he have wanted or looked for that he wouldn't have got from my friendship, said Napoleon, with a shrug of bemusement. But no, he has preferred to surround himself with my enemies. And who precisely, he went on. He has recruited the Steins, Armfeldts, Winsengerods, and Benigsens. Stein, a traitor, driven out of his own country, Armfeldt a lecher and conspirator, Winsengerode a renegade French subject. Benigsen may be a bit more of a soldier than the rest of them, but he's still useless. He couldn't do anything in 1807, and he must have given your emperor nothing but terrible memories. Granted, if they had the slightest ability they might have been put to some use, Napoleon went on, his words barely keeping up with the ceaseless torrent of ideas proving his right or his might, the same thing, in his mind, but even that's too much to ask. They're useless for war or peace. I hear that Barclay is more capable than the lot of them, but I wouldn't be too sure about that, judging by his first efforts. And what are they doing? What are all these courtiers doing? Pule makes propositions, Armfeldt argues, Benigsen ponders, and when Barclay is brought in to take some action, he can't decide what to do, and time is slipping away. Bagration is the only real soldier. He's a stupid man, but he does have experience, a good eye and some backbone. And what part does your young emperor play in this unseemly mob? They compromise him and make him responsible for everything that happens. A monarch ought not to be with the army unless he's a general, he said, obviously launching these words as a barefaced challenge to the Tsar. Napoleon was well aware of Alexander's longing to be a military commander. It's a week since hostilities began and you haven't even managed to defend Vilna. You've been split in two and driven out of the Polish provinces. Your troops are complaining. No, sir, quite the opposite, said Balashev, who was having difficulty in assimilating all that was coming at him and keeping up with the verbal pyrotechnics. The troops are full of enthusiasm. I know all there is to know, Napoleon cut him short. There's nothing I don't know, and I know the number of your battalions as well as I know my own. You have less than 200,000 men, and I have 3 times as many. I give you my word of honor, said Napoleon, oblivious to the fact that his word of honor carried no weight. I give you my word of honor that I have 530,000 men this side of the Vistula. The Turks will be of no use to you, they are good for nothing, which they have proved by making peace with you. The Swedes? They're destined to be ruled by mad kings. They had one king who was mad, and they replaced him with another, Bernadotte VII, who soon went mad. Being a Swede, you would have to be mad to form alliances with Russia. Napoleon gave a nasty laugh, and took another sniff from his snuff-box. Balashev was waiting with a ready response to every one of Napoleon's phrases. Many times he made as if to reply, but Napoleon always cut him short. For instance, on the subject of Swedish insanity, Balashev wanted to say that, with Russia behind her, Sweden was effectively an island, but Napoleon drowned him out with an angry outburst. Napoleon was in such a state of high indignation that he needed to talk in order to prove to himself that he was in the right. Balashev was making heavy weather of it. As an envoy he was anxious not to lose face, and he felt duty-bound to raise objections, but as a man he cringed before the numbing onslaught of mindless fury which had Napoleon in its grip. He was now aware that anything said by Napoleon would be meaningless and an embarrassment to the speaker himself when he eventually pulled himself together. Balashev stood there looking down at Napoleon's fat legs working away, and did all he could to avoid his eyes. "And what are your allies to me?" said Napoleon. "I have allies of my own, the Poles, 80,000 of them, and they fight like lions. And soon there'll be 200,000. Probably even more annoyed with himself at stretching the truth in such an obvious way and at Balashev standing there before him meekly resigned to his fate and saying nothing, he turned on his heel, strode over to Balashev, gesticulating wildly with his white hands, and almost shouted straight in his face, "I tell you this, you turned Prussia against me, and I tell you this, I'll wipe her off the map of Europe," he said, his face contorted and white with fury, as he punched one little hand sharply with the other. "Oh yes, I'll shove you back across the Dwina and the Dnieper, and I'll put back the frontier that Europe was criminal and blind to let you come across. Yes, that's what you've got coming to you. That's what you've gained by alienating me," he said, and he paced the room in silence several times, his podgy shoulders heaving. He put the snuff-box back into his waistcoat pocket, took it out again, held it to his nose several times, and came to a halt facing Balashev. He paused, stared Balashev straight in the face with a look of mockery and said in a soft voice, "And to think what a fine reign your master might have had." Balashev, feeling obliged to respond, told him that from Russia's point of view things did not look so bleak. Napoleon made no comment, he was still sneering and obviously not listening. Balashev said that in Russia they were expecting the war to end well. Napoleon gave a patronizing nod of the head as if to say, "I know it's your duty to say that, but you don't believe it. My arguments have won you over." When Balashev had said his piece, Napoleon took out his snuff-box once again, had a good sniff and gave a signal by stamping his foot twice on the floor. The door opened and a gentleman in waiting weaved his way in deferentially and handed the Emperor his hat and gloves, while another handed him a pocket handkerchief. Napoleon ignored them and turned to Balashev. "Please assure the Emperor Alexander from me," he said, taking his hat, "that I am devoted to him as before. I know him thoroughly, and have the highest opinion of his noble qualities. I shall detain you no longer, General. You will receive my letter to the Emperor. and Napoleon walked rapidly over to the door. Everyone in the outer reception room rushed forward and down the stairs. Chapter 7. After everything Napoleon had said to him, after those furious outbursts, and after those acidic last words, "I shall detain you no longer, General. You will receive my letter." Balashev felt certain that from now on not only would Napoleon not want to see him again, he would go out of his way to avoid seeing him, an envoy who had been so badly treated, and, more to the point, someone who had witnessed such degrading and intemperate behavior on his part. But, much to his surprise, Balashev received through Duroc an invitation to dinner that evening with the Emperor. Bessieres, Caulaincourt and Berthier were present at the dinner. Napoleon welcomed Balashev with a display of good humor and friendliness. Far from showing any signs of embarrassment or self-reproach for his tantrum that morning, he did all he could to put Balashev at his ease. It was clear that Napoleon had convinced himself long before this that he was incapable of error and that everything he did was good, not because it conformed with any general concept of right or wrong, but simply because he was the one who did it. The Emperor was in buoyant mood after his ride through Vilna, where he had been hailed and pursued by cheering crowds. Every window and every street he drove down was hung with rugs and banners displaying his monogram, and welcoming Polish ladies had waved their handkerchiefs at him. At dinner he placed Balashev at his side and treated him well, treated him in fact like one of his own courtiers, like someone who could be counted on to sympathize with his plans and celebrate his successes. Amongst other things he talked about Moscow, and asked Balashev many questions about the Russian capital, speaking not just out of curiosity like a traveler wanting to know about a new place he intends to visit, but with the certain knowledge that since Balashev was Russian he must be flattered that anyone should be so interested. "How many people are there in Moscow? How many houses? Is it really known as Holy Moscow? Are there many churches in Moscow?" he asked. And when told there were over 200 he said, "Why do you need so many churches?" "Russians are very religious people," replied Balashev. "And yet a large number of monasteries and churches is always a sign of backwardness in a people," said Napoleon, glancing at Caulaincourt to see what he made of this remark. With great respect Balashev begged to differ from the French Emperor. "All countries have their own customs," he observed. "But there's nothing like that anywhere else in Europe," said Napoleon. "Begging your Majesty's pardon," said Balashev, "it's not only Russia. Spain has a large number of churches and monasteries too." Balashev's reply, a veiled reference to recent French defeats in Spain, proved very popular when Balashev came to repeat it back at the court of the Emperor Alexander, though at the time it was little appreciated at Napoleon's dinner table, where it passed unnoticed. From the looks of indifference and bemusement on the faces of the marshals it was clear that they couldn't make head or tail of the witticism implied by Balashev's intonation. "If this is a joke we don't get the point, or else it's just not very funny," their expressions seemed to say. The impact of his response was so small that Napoleon did not notice, and he went on naively to ask Balashev which cities lay along the most direct road from there to Moscow. Balashev, always on the qui-vive, said that just as all roads lead to Rome, all roads lead to Moscow, there were a lot of roads, including the road to Poltava chosen by Charles XII. Balashev felt an instinctive surge of pleasure at the sharpness of this reply, but the word Poltava was scarcely out of his mouth when Caulaincourt launched forth on the awful state of the road from Petersburg to Moscow and his personal memories of Petersburg. After dinner they withdrew for coffee into Napoleon's study, which had been Emperor Alexander's study only 4 days before. Napoleon sat down, toying with his Sèvres coffee cup, and motioned for Balashev to sit down beside him. There is a well-known after-dinner state of mind which is more effective than the dictates of reason in making a man feel at peace with himself and well-disposed to everyone else. Napoleon was now in this state. He felt surrounded by worshipping admirers. He was convinced that after his dinner even Balashev was a friend and admirer. Napoleon turned to him with a benevolent smile which had only a touch of mockery. "They say this is the room that belonged to the Emperor Alexander." "Strange, isn't it, General?" he said, obviously taking it for granted that this comment could not be other than acceptable to the Russian, demonstrating as it did the superiority which he, Napoleon, enjoyed over Alexander. Balashev, incapable of any response, bowed his head in silence. "Yes, this is the room where Wintzingerode and Stein were conferring 4 days ago," Napoleon went on, smiling the same confident and ironic smile. "What I can't understand," he said, "is why the Emperor Alexander had to surround himself with all my personal enemies. That's something. I simply don't understand. Did it never occur to him that I might do the same thing?" he asked Balashev, and this reversion clearly set him off again on the trail of that morning's furious outburst, still fresh in his memory. "And I want him to know I shall do just that," said Napoleon, getting to his feet and pushing away his cup with one hand. "I'll drive every last relative of his out of Germany, all those Württembergs, Badens and Weimars. Oh yes, I'll drive them all out. Let him get a bolt hole ready for them in Russia." Balashev bowed his head in an effort to imply that he would be glad to take his leave of them, and if he was listening it was only because he had no alternative but to hear what was being said. Napoleon didn't notice his expression. As he spoke to Balashev, he saw him not as an enemy envoy but as one of his devoted admirers who must surely rejoice at the humiliation of his former master. "And why has the Emperor Alexander taken personal command of his troops? What's all this about? War is my business, but his job is to reign as a monarch, not command armies. What can have induced him to take charge like that?" Once again Napoleon took out his snuff-box and paced the room several times in silence, only to surprise Balashev by walking rapidly over to him. With the ghost of a smile on his face and in one easy, firm, quick movement, as if he was doing something not merely momentous but also pleasurable to Balashev, he reached up to the 40-year-old Russian general's face, took hold of one ear and tweaked it with a smile on his lips that wasn't in his eyes. To have your ear tweaked by the emperor was regarded as the greatest honor and the highest mark of favor at the French court. "So, you have nothing to say, admirer and courtier of the Emperor Alexander," he said, as if it was amusing for someone in his company to be a courtier and admirer of anyone who was not Napoleon. "Are the horses ready for the general?" he added, with a slight nod in acknowledgement of Balashev's bow. "Give him mine. He has a long way to go." The letter brought back by Balashev was Napoleon's last letter to Alexander. Every last detail of the conversation was communicated to the Russian emperor, and they were at war. Chapter 8. After his meeting with Pierre in Moscow, Prince Andrei went up to Petersburg, telling his family it was a business trip, though in fact he was going there to meet Anatole Kuragin, something that he felt simply had to be done. But when he got to Petersburg and asked after him, Kuragin was gone. Pierre had let his brother-in-law know that Prince Andrei was after him. Anatole Kuragin had lost no time in obtaining a commission from the war minister, and he'd gone off to join the army in Moldavia. But while he was in Petersburg, Prince Andrei came across Kutuzov, his old general, who had always had a soft spot for him, and Kutuzov invited him to go with him to Moldavia, where the old general had been placed in command of the army. Once Prince Andrei had received an appointment on the commander's staff, he traveled down to Turkey. Prince Andrei did not think it was right for him to get in touch with Kuragin and challenge him formally. He thought that any challenge from him, without some new pretext for a duel, might compromise young Countess Rostov, so he wanted to meet Kuragin face to face in order to fabricate a different excuse for a duel. But even down in the Turkish army, Prince Andrei missed Kuragin, who had gone back to Russia soon after Prince Andrei's arrival. There, in a new country and new surroundings, Prince Andrei found life easier. After his fiancée's unfaithfulness, which hurt him more and more as he strove to conceal the effect it was having on him, the very circumstances that had recently made him so happy now became unbearable, especially the freedom and independence he had come to value so much. He had abandoned those ideas that had first come to him on the battlefield at Austerlitz, the thoughts he had enjoyed discussing with Pierre and had relied on to fill his empty hours, first at Bogucharovo, then in Switzerland and Rome, and in fact he now dreaded them and the boundless vistas of light they had once opened up. Now, all he had time for were matters of immediate and practical relevance, quite different from his former interests, and he seized on these with an eagerness that grew in proportion to his success in suppressing the earlier ones. It was as if the infinitely receding firmament that had once arched above him had suddenly turned into a low, fixed vault bearing down on him, perfectly clear but containing nothing eternal or mysterious. Of all the activities open to him, military service was the most straightforward and familiar. He carried out his duties as a staff general with great diligence and enthusiasm, amazing Kutuzov by his appetite for work and his eye for detail. Despite his failure to catch up with Kurochkin in Turkey, Prince Andrei did not feel impelled to gallop after him back to Russia. Nevertheless, he was certain of one thing: however long it took, whatever his contempt for Kurochkin, however many times he could prove to himself that Kurochkin wasn't worth stooping to quarrel with, he knew that when they did meet he would be no more able to resist challenging him than a starving man could resist grabbing at food. And it was this continual awareness that the insult had not been avenged, and his heart was still overflowing with unassuaged fury, that poisoned the spurious tranquility Prince Andrei was managing to enjoy in Turkey by keeping inordinately busy displaying his ambition and expending a great deal of useless energy. In 1812, when news of the war with Napoleon reached Bucharest, where Kutuzov had spent 2 months day and night alongside his Wallachian mistress, Prince Andrei asked to be transferred to the Western Army. Kutuzov, by now thoroughly sick of Bolkonsky's constant activity, which he took personally as an accusation of idleness, was only too ready to let him go, and sent him off with a commission to Barclay d'Italie. Before joining the Western Army, which in May of that year was encamped at Drissa, Prince Andrei called in at Bald Hills, which was only a couple of miles off the Smolensk High Road and therefore not out of his way. The last 3 years of Prince Andrei's life had been so full of ups and downs, and he had experienced so much change in outlook, thought and feeling, after many travels in the West and the East, that it seemed weird and amazing to find life going on at Bald Hills exactly as it always had done, down to the last detail. He drove up the avenue to the stone gates of the house like someone approaching a castle sleeping under an enchanter's spell. It was all as state as ever, with the same cleanliness, the same silence about the house, the same furnishings, the same walls, the same sounds, the same smell and the same timid faces, just a little older. Princess Maria was just the same plain and timid girl, beginning to show her age, watching her best years go by in a state of dread and constant moral affliction, with no sense of benefit or happiness. Mademoiselle Bourienne was the same self-sufficient, flirtatious young girl, enjoying every moment of her life and brimming with happy hopes for the future. But she did seem to have grown in confidence, thought Prince Andrei. The tutor he had brought back from Switzerland, Dessalles, was wearing a coat of Russian cut and he could now converse with the servants in broken Russian, but he was just the same well-intentioned, educated but narrow-minded and nitpicking preceptor. Only one physical change was noticeable in the old prince: he had lost a tooth and the gap showed at one side of his mouth. His character was the same as ever, but his irritability had grown worse, along with his misgivings about the way the world was going. Little Nikolai was the only one who had really changed. He had grown taller, his cheeks were rosier and his hair was a mass of dark curls. When he was happy and laughing he had an unconscious habit of pursing his pretty little mouth and raising his upper lip, just as his dead mother, the little princess, had once done. He was the only who did not conform to the law of no change in this enchanted sleeping castle. But although superficially everything looked the same, deep down the relationships between all the various personalities had altered since Prince Andrei had last observed them. The household was divided into 2 separate camps who were at daggers drawn, though they had changed their way of living and come together now purely for his benefit. One consisted of the old prince, Mademoiselle Bourienne, and the architect, Princess Maria, Dessalles. Little Nikolai, along with all the nannies and nurses, made up the other. During his stay at Bald Hills all the family dined together, but they were ill at ease, and Prince Andrei could sense them making allowances for him as if he was a guest whose presence was an embarrassment. Prince Andrei couldn't help picking this up at dinner on the first day, and he sat at the table saying not a word. The old prince soon noted his strange behavior and he, too, sat there in sullen silence before stalking off to his room the moment dinner was finished. When Prince Andrei called in to see him later in the evening and tried to stimulate him by talking about young Prince Kamensky and his campaign, the old prince surprised him by launching forth on the subject of Princess Maria, fulminating about her silly superstitions and her dislike of Mademoiselle Bourienne, the only person, according to him, who had his interests at heart. The old prince would always claim that if he was ill it was Princess Maria's fault. She went out of her way to torment him and make him angry. She was spoiling little Prince Nikolai by being too soft with him and telling him silly stories. The old prince knew only too well he was a torment to his own daughter, and she had a hard life, but he knew just as well that he couldn't help it, and anyway she deserved what she got. Prince Andrei can see all this. Why doesn't he say something about his sister? The old prince was wondering. Does he have me down as a villain or an old fool, with no cause to alienate my daughter and take to this Frenchwoman? He has no idea, so I must have things out with him and he's got to listen, thought the old prince, and he plunged into a lengthy explanation of why he couldn't put up with his daughter's stupidity. If you want my opinion, said Prince Andrei, avoiding his father's eyes, now that he was about to find fault with him for the very first time, I wasn't going to say anything, but if you want my opinion I'll be quite candid about the whole thing. If there's any misunderstanding or incompatibility between you and Masha, I don't think it's her fault. I know how she loves you and respects you. If you want my opinion, Prince Andrei went on, flying off the handle, as he had been doing all too easily in recent days, there's only one thing to be said: if there are any misunderstandings, they're caused by that worthless woman, who is no fit companion for my sister. The old man's darting eyes settled into a fixed stare directed at his son, and his forced smile revealed the gap of his lost tooth, something Prince Andrei had not yet managed to get used to. So, it's her companion, is it, my dear fellow? Aha! You've been talking about it, haven't you? Eh? Father, I had no wish to pass judgment, said Prince Andrei in a hard and bitter tone, but you put me up to it, and have said what I shall always say: it's not Marie's fault, it's other people, it's that Frenchwoman's fault. But this is judgment. It is judgment, said the old man in a low voice, and Prince Andrei thought he detected some embarrassment, but suddenly the old man leapt to his feet and yelled at him, "Get out! Go on, get out of my house!" Prince Andrei was all for setting off at once, but Princess Maria persuaded him to stay on one more day. During that day Prince Andrei didn't see his father, who stayed in his room and wouldn't let anyone in but Mademoiselle Bourienne and Tikhon, though he kept asking whether his son had gone. Next morning before setting out Prince Andrei went over to his son's part of the house. The little boy, curly-haired like his mother and a picture of good health, sat on his knee. Prince Andrei started telling him the story of Bluebeard, but his mind began to wander before he got to the end. He wasn't thinking about the pretty little boy sitting on his knee who was his son, he was thinking about himself. He cast around in his mind and was horrified not to discover the slightest feeling of remorse for upsetting his father, or any regret at leaving him with bad blood between them for the first time in his life. Worst of all, he also failed to discover in himself any trace of the tender affection he used to feel for his boy, and had hoped to rekindle by cuddling him on his knee. "Well, go on," said the little boy. Prince Andrei put him down without a word and walked out of the room. The moment Prince Andrei had given up his daily pursuits, and especially when he had gone back to the old surroundings in which he had once been so happy, his old world weariness had returned with all its intensity, and he now felt an urgent need to flee from these memories and find something to do as soon as possible. "Are you really going, Andrei?" his sister said to him. "Thank God I can," said Prince Andrei. "I'm just sorry you can't." "How can you say such a thing?" said Princess Maria. "How can you say that, when you're off to that awful war, and he's so old? Mademoiselle Bourienne has told me he keeps on asking about you." At the very mention of these things her lips trembled and tears fell from her eyes. Prince Andrei turned away and began to pace up and down the room. "Oh, my God! My God," he said. Just think, what trash can cause so much misery, he said in a venomous outburst that alarmed Princess Maria. She understood that when he said trash he meant not only Mademoiselle Bourienne, the cause of her misery, but also the man who had ruined his own happiness. "André, please, one thing I beg of you," she said, catching him by the elbow and looking at him with eyes shining through tears. "I understand you." She looked down. "You mustn't think sorrow is the work of men. Men are his instruments." Her eyes darted across slightly above Prince André's head. It was the kind of easy, familiar glance with which you glance over to a place where a favorite portrait hangs. Sorrow is sent by him, and not by men. Men are his instruments. The fault is not theirs. If you think someone has done you wrong, you must forgive and forget. We have no right to punish others. And you will know the joy of forgiveness. If I was a woman, Marie, I would do that. It's a woman's virtue. But a man must not, and cannot, forgive and forget, he said, and although until then he had not been thinking of Karajan, all his unassuaged fury surged up again in his heart. Marie's trying to talk me into forgiveness, that means I ought to have punished him ages ago, he thought. And with no further response to Princess Maria, he let his mind stray to the happy moment of vindictive delight when he caught up with Karajan. He knew he was in the army. Princess Maria tried to persuade her brother to stay on for one more day, telling him she knew how miserable her father would be if André went away without patching things up. But Prince André said it probably wouldn't be all that long before he came back again from the army, and he would be sure to write to his father, and if he stayed on now their quarrel would only be more embittered. "Goodbye, André. Remember, sorrows come from God, and men are never to blame." These were the last words he heard from his sister as they said their goodbyes. That's how it has to be, thought Prince André as he drove down the avenue leaving Bald Hills behind. Poor innocent creature, she has to stay there at the mercy of an old man who has outlived his wits. The old man can tell he's in the wrong, but he can't help it. My boy is growing up and enjoying life, but life will let him down, and he'll let other people down just like everybody else. And I'm off to the army. But why? I don't know, but here I am longing to catch up with a man I despise, to give him a chance to kill me and sneer at me. He had known circumstances like these before, but then they had been all intertwined, and now they were all unraveled, a series of disparate and senseless eventualities coming upon him one after another. Chapter 9. Prince André reached General Headquarters at the end of June. The First Army, with the Tsar attached to it, was encamped at Drissa behind fortifications. The Second Army was in retreat, attempting to rejoin the First Army, from which, according to reports, it had been cut off by huge numbers of French troops. Everyone was dissatisfied with the way things were going in the Russian army, but no one even dreamt that the Russian provinces were in danger of being invaded, or imagined the war might be carried beyond the frontiers of the Polish provinces in the western region. Prince André caught up with Barclay de Tolly, to whom he was being sent, on the bank of the Drissa. Since there was no large village or settlement anywhere near the camp, the vast numbers of generals and courtiers attached to the army were billeted over a wide area in the best houses of villages scattered along several miles on both sides of the river. Barclay de Tolly's quarters were a couple of miles from the Tsar. His welcoming words were curt and frigid, but he did say in his German accent that he would mention Bolkonsky's name to the Tsar so that he could be given a specific appointment, and meanwhile he was to stay on as a member of his staff. Anatole Karajan, whom Prince André had hoped to find here, had gone. He was in Petersburg, and Bolkonsky was pleased to hear it. Thoroughly absorbed in being at the center of a huge, burgeoning war, he was glad to enjoy a brief respite from the vexation caused by the very thought of Karajan. For 4 days no demands were made on him, so he spent his time riding right around the entire fortified camp, gathering intelligence and talking to people in the know so that he could form a sound overall impression of things. But he couldn't decide whether a camp like this was of any use or not. If he had learned one lesson from his military experience, it was that in matters of war the most carefully considered plans count for nothing. As he had seen at Austerlitz, everything depends on how you react to unexpected and unpredictable enemy action. Everything depends on who takes charge, and how. In order to clarify this last question in his own mind, Prince Andrei used his rank and his contacts to penetrate the character of army control and any people and parties who had a hand in it. His overall conclusion about how things stood ran as follows. Before the Tsar had left Vilna, the troops had been divided into 3 armies, one under the command of Barclay de Tolly, a second under Bagration, and a third under Tormasov. The Tsar was with the First Army but not as commander-in-chief. In the official announcement there was no mention of his taking command, it was simply stated that the Tsar would remain with the army. Besides that, he was attended not by the staff of a commander-in-chief, but by men of the imperial headquarters. Quartermaster General Prince Volkonsky was the head of his staff, which included generals, aides, diplomatic officials, and a large number of foreign nationals, and they were not military personnel. The Tsar could also call on the various services of ex-war minister Arakcheyev, Count Benigsen, his senior general, the Tsarevich, Konstantin Pavlovich, Count Rumyantsev, the Chancellor, Stein, the former Prussian minister, Armfeldt, the Swedish general, Pfuel, his chief campaign planner, Adjutant General Palucci, a Sardinian émigré, Wolzogen, and many others. These people may have been without specific army duties, but rank carried influence, and it often happened that a corps commander or even a commander-in-chief couldn't tell whether full authority lay behind some recommendation or inquiry from Benigsen or the Tsarevich or Arakcheyev or Prince Volkonsky, or whether some command in the form of a recommendation came from the individual concerned or from the Tsar, and whether or not it had to be obeyed. But all this was on the surface. The actual significance of the presence of the Tsar and all these men was as clear as crystal to any courtier, and in the presence of a monarch all men become courtiers. It went as follows: although the Tsar refrained from calling himself commander-in-chief, he was actually in charge of all 3 armies, and the men around him were his assistants. Arakcheyev was a tried and trusted guardian of law and order, and the Tsar's bodyguard. Benigsen, as a local landholder, was there ostensibly just to honor the Tsar, though in fact he was a good general, a wise counselor and a useful standby replacement for Barclay. The Tsarevich was there because it seemed the right thing for him to do. The former Prussian minister, Stein, was there because his advice might be useful, and the Emperor Alexander valued his personal qualities. Armfeldt was a sworn enemy of Napoleon, and his self-confidence always rubbed off on Alexander. Palucci was there because he was a powerful speaker who knew his own mind. The adjutant generals were there because the emperor was never without them. Last but by no means least, Pfuel was there because he had created the plan of action against Napoleon and persuaded Alexander of its validity, and he was now running the whole campaign. Pfuel was assisted by Wolzogen, a specialist in translating Pfuel's ideas into a more accessible form than Pfuel himself ever could, he being an abrasive academic theorist, full of his own importance and contempt for everyone else. Besides these Russians and foreigners, the foreigners were a special case, men acting in an alien sphere, who had the nerve to keep coming up with bright ideas every day of the week. There were many more secondary figures, who were with the army because their principles were there. From all the ideas and opinions circulating in this vast, brilliant, proud and restless realm, Prince Andrei was able to make out the following clearly defined subdivisions into factions and parties. The first party consisted of Pfuel and his disciples, military theorists who believed there was such a thing as a science of warfare, a science with its own immutable laws, the law of oblique movement, the law of outflanking, etc. Pfuel and his disciples demanded that the army should retreat into the depths of the country in accordance with the precise laws laid down by the pseudoscience of warfare, any departure from which they saw as outright barbarity, ignorance, or evil intent. To this party belonged the Germanic princes Wolzogen, Wintzingerode and others, most of them also Germans. The second party was diametrically opposed to the first one. As always, where there was one extreme, the opposite extreme found its own representatives. Ever since Vilna, men of this party had been demanding the invasion of Poland and the abandonment of all previous plans. Representatives of this party were also representatives of strong action, and beyond that representatives of nationalism, which made them more and more one-sided in this dispute. They were the Russians, Bagration, Yermolov, whose career was now in the ascendant, and others. Yermolov's well-known joke was on everyone's lips at the time. He claimed to have asked the Tsar for promotion to the rank of German. Men of this party harked back to Suvorov. All you had to do was stop thinking, stop sticking pins in maps, just go out and fight, thrash the enemy, keep him out of Russia and keep the men's spirits up. To the third party, which the Tsar trusted most of all, belonged the courtiers, who kept trying to reconcile the first two tendencies. Men of this party, mainly civilians, including Arakcheyev, spoke and reasoned like men pretending to have convictions they did not possess. They admitted that war, especially with a genius like Bonaparte, by now they had stopped calling him Bunaparte, did undoubtedly call for profound theoretical consideration and profound scientific knowledge, at which Pfuel was a genius. But at the same time you had to admit that theorists could often be a bit narrow-minded, so you couldn't trust them completely. You had to lend an ear to what Pfuel's opponents were saying, and also to what was being said by practical men who had experience of war, and then go for a happy medium. Men of this party insisted on sticking to Pfuel's plan for holding the camp at Drissa, but changing his disposition of the other two armies. This meant that neither one thing nor the other could be achieved, but the men of this party still thought this was the best plan. The fourth tendency was the one that had as its leading representative the Grand Duke and heir apparent, who had been brought down to earth unforgettably at Austerlitz, having ridden out at the head of his guards in helmet and white jacket as if he was reviewing the troops, fully expecting to slay the French with great panache, only to find himself unexpectedly caught up in the front line, from the turmoil of which he had no little difficulty in extricating himself. The men of this party displayed sincerity with all its merit and deficiencies. They were scared of Napoleon, they were aware of his strength and their own weakness, and they readily admitted it. What they said was, nothing but sorrow, disgrace, and ruin can come of this war. We've lost Vilna, we've lost Vitebsk, and we're about to lose Drissa. The only sensible thing left for us to do is sue for peace, and as soon as possible, before we get driven out of Petersburg. This view was widespread throughout the higher echelons of the military, and it had its supporters in Petersburg too, one of them being the Chancellor, Rumiantsev, who had his own reasons of state for supporting the peace movement. The fifth group were those who supported Barclay de Tolly, not so much as a man, but as war minister and commander-in-chief. Whatever he may be, they would say, always beginning with this proviso, he's an honest, practical man, and there's no one better. Give him the real power, because you can't win a war without unity in the high command, and he'll show what he's made of, as he did in Finland. If our army is still strong and well organized, and has pulled back to the Drissa without being defeated, we owe it all to Barclay. If Barclay is replaced by Bennigsen now, all will be lost. Bennigsen showed how useless he is as early as 1807. This was the line taken by the fifth party. The sixth party, the Bennigsenites, said the exact opposite. In the last analysis there was no one more capable and experienced than Bennigsen, and wherever you turned you always came back to him. The men of this party claimed that the Russian retirement to Drissa had been nothing less than a humiliating defeat, one mistake after another. The more mistakes they make, these men said, the better things will be. It'll take them less time to realize we can't go on like this. We want none of your Barclays, we want someone like Bennigsen, who showed his mettle in 1807, and even Napoleon gave him his due. He's a man people would be glad to see in power. There's only one Bennigsen. The seventh class were the sort of people who always circulate around monarchs, especially young ones, and there were plenty of them around Alexander, generals and adjutants, not only passionately devoted to the Tsar as emperor, but sincerely and disinterestedly worshipping him as a man, just as Nikolai Rostov had worshipped him in 1805, and seeing him as the embodiment of every virtue and human quality. These persons admired the Tsar's modesty in declining command of the army, but thought he was taking modesty too far. They shared a single purpose and demand: their adored Tsar should set aside his needless diffidence, and publicly proclaim that he was placing himself at the head of the army and taking over the staff of the commander-in-chief, and from now on he would listen as necessary to advisors steeped in theory and practice, but he personally would lead the troops, and they would be roused by him to new heights of enthusiasm. The eighth and largest group, vast in size, outnumbering the others 99-1, consisted of people who didn't want peace or war, offensive action or defensive camps at Drissa or anywhere else, or Barclay, or the Tsar or Pfuel or Benigsen. All they wanted, the only thing that mattered to them, was making as much money as they could and enjoying themselves. The troubled waters of intrigue that swirled round the Tsar's headquarters offered many possibilities for success that would have been inconceivable at any other time. One courtier in a lucrative post and not wanting to lose it would find himself in agreement with Pfuel today and his opponents tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow he would disclaim any views on the same question, in order to avoid responsibility and please the emperor. Another, with an eye to the main chance, would seek the Tsar's attention by bellowing out something His Majesty had hinted at the previous day, or taking people on at the council, arguing vociferously, beating his breast and challenging anyone who disagreed to a duel as a demonstration of his readiness for self-sacrifice and the common good. A third would simply take advantage of a gap between councils and the absence of enemies to apply for an extraordinary grant in respect of faithful service, knowing that time was on his side and he would not be refused. A fourth would ensure that the Tsar kept coming across him up to his eyes and work. A fifth would strive towards a long-desired goal, dinner at the emperor's table, by taking up some new cause and arguing it one way or the other with tremendous passion, marshalling all sorts of arguments with every shade of strength and fairness. All the men in this party were out for rubles, honors and promotion, and to help them in the chase they simply followed royal favor like a weather vane. If the vane swung one way, all the drones of the Russian army swarmed off in that direction, which made it more difficult for the Tsar to swing back. In all the current uncertainty, with the threat of serious danger hanging over them and the resulting sense of dire alarm, in this maelstrom of intrigue, vanity, competition, conflicting emotions and opinions, involving people from so many different nationalities, this eighth and largest party, obsessed with self-interest, served only to compound the sense of disorder and confusion. Whatever question arose, this cloud of drones, still sounding off on the last topic, would swarm over to a new one, buzzing loud enough to drown and obscure what was being said by honest people. At the time when Prince Andrei reached the army, another group, a ninth party, had just emerged from all the others and was beginning to make its voice heard. It was the party of older, more reasonable men, experienced politicians, who were able to stand back from the many conflicts of opinion, take an objective view of all that was going on at headquarters and consider various ways of getting out of the mess of uncertainty, confusion, and weakness. The members of this party said what they thought. The trouble was caused mainly by the Tsar's presence in the army along with his military court. This transferred into the army a loose system of short-term, fluctuating and insecure relationships that may be all right within the court itself, but was ruinous to an army. The Tsar's job was to govern the country, not lead the troops. The only solution would be for the Tsar and his court to get out of the army. The presence of the Tsar immobilized 50,000 troops earmarked for the guarantee of his personal security, and the worst possible commander-in-chief, given his freedom to act, would be better than the best commander-in-chief hamstrung by the presence and authority of the Tsar. While Prince Andrei was staying at Drissa with time on his hands, Shishkov, Secretary of State and chief representative of this last group, wrote a letter to the Tsar with Balashev and Arakcheyev as willing fellow signatories. In it he took advantage of the Tsar's permission for him to offer an opinion on the general course of events, used a clever pretext, the absolute necessity of His Majesty's being in the capital to rouse public feeling for the war effort, and respectfully suggested that the emperor should leave the army. An appeal by the emperor to his people and a call for them to defend their fatherland, the very appeal that would turn out to be the main reason for Russia's eventual triumph, insofar as this was actually affected by the Tsar's presence in Moscow, were proposed to His Majesty, and accepted by him, as a pretext for leaving the army. Chapter 10. This letter had yet to be handed to the Tsar when Barclay informed Prince Andrei over lunch that His Majesty would be pleased to grant him a personal interview in order to ask him about Turkey, and Prince Andrei was to present himself at Bennigsen's quarters at 6 o'clock that evening. That very day news had reached the Tsar's quarters that Napoleon's troops were on the move again, threatening the army, though this would turn out to be wrong. And that same morning Colonel Michaud had accompanied the Tsar on a tour of the Drissa fortifications, systematically pointing out that Pfuel's fortified camp, which had been seen as a tactical masterpiece guaranteed to destroy Napoleon, this camp was a stupid idea that would be the downfall of the Russian army. Prince Andrei proceeded to Bennigsen's quarters, a small manor house right down on the riverbank. Neither Bennigsen nor the Tsar was there, but Chernyshev, the Tsar's aide-de-camp, received Bolkonsky and told him the Tsar had gone off for the second time that day with General Bennigsen and Marchese Paolucci on an inspection of the Drissa fortifications, about which they were beginning to have the most serious doubts. Chernyshev was sitting by a window in the outer room with a French novel in his hand. This had probably once been the ballroom. The organ was still there, though it was piled with rugs, and a camp bed belonging to Bennigsen's adjutant took up one corner. The adjutant himself was there, sitting on his rolled-up bedding. He looked dozy and exhausted either from work or from too much partying. There were two doors leading out of the room, the old drawing-room door straight ahead and another one opening into the study on the right. Through the first door came the sounds of conversation mainly in German but with the odd burst of French. A meeting had been convened in the old drawing-room at the Tsar's behest, not a council of war. The Tsar liked to keep things vague, just a few people he considered worth consulting over their imminent difficulties. Not a council of war, but an impromptu council convened for the Tsar's personal benefit in order to clarify a number of questions. Invitations to this semi-council had been sent to the Swede, General Armfeldt, Adjutant General Wolzogen, Winsengerode, described by Napoleon as a renegade French subject, Michaud, Toll, Count Stein, anything but a military man, and finally Pfuel himself, the mainspring of everything, according to what Prince Andrei had heard. Prince Andrei managed to get a good look at this man when Pfuel came in shortly after him and lingered for a while exchanging a few words with Chernyshev before going on into the drawing-room. At first sight Pfuel, in his sloppy Russian general's uniform, which fitted him badly and looked like fancy dress, seemed familiar to Prince Andrei, though he had never seen him before. He was in the run of Weyerother, Mack, Schmidt, and many other German generals obsessed with theory. Prince Andrei had seen them all at work in 1805, but Pfuel was a perfect specimen of the type. Prince Andrei had never before set eyes on a German theorist who so completely combined all the characteristics of the other Germans. Pfuel was short and skinny but big-boned, coarse and robust, with broad hips and protruding shoulder blades. He had a wrinkled face with deep-set eyes. His hair had obviously been hastily brushed back from his temples, but it stuck up behind in funny tufts. He looked worried and angry as he glanced round before walking into the large room, and he seemed to be scared of everything in there. Grasping his sword rather clumsily, he turned to Chernyshev and asked where the Tsar had gone. He made it clear that he wanted to walk straight through the rooms, get the formalities over as fast as he could and sit down at a map, or he would feel at home. He responded to Chernyshev with a few quick nods, and he gave a sarcastic smile when they told him the Tsar had gone out to inspect the fortifications that he, Pfuel, had laid down in accordance with his theory. He muttered something under his breath, growling in the sharp tones always used by arrogant Germans, "Stupid man," or "to hell with the whole damn thing." Or "a nice mess this is going to be." Prince Andrei didn't quite catch what he said and was about to move on, but Chernyshev introduced him to Pfuel, mentioning that he had just come on from Turkey, where the war had ended so well. Pfuel launched a fleeting glance at Prince Andrei, or rather through him, and said with a laugh, "A war of splendid tactics, I'm sure." With that he gave another contemptuous laugh and walked through into the room from which the sounds of voices were coming. It was clear that Pfuel, testy and sarcastic at the best of times, was particularly incensed today at their effrontery in going out without him to inspect his camp and subject it to criticism. Prince Andrei was able to draw on his experiences at Austerlitz and use this brief encounter with Pfuel to form a clear impression of the man's personality. Fuel was one of those hopelessly opinionated, arrogant men who would go to the stake for their own ideas, self-assured as only a German can be, because only a German could be self-assured on the basis of an abstract idea, science, the supposed knowledge of absolute truth. A Frenchman is self-assured because he sees himself as devastatingly charming, mentally and physically, to men and women alike. An Englishman is self-assured on the grounds that he is a citizen of the best organized state in the world, and also because as an Englishman he always knows the right thing to do and everything he does, because he is an Englishman, must be right. An Italian is self-assured because he gets excited and easily forgets himself and everybody else. A Russian is self-assured because he knows nothing, and doesn't want to know anything because he doesn't believe you can know anything completely. A self-assured German is the worst of the lot, the most stolid and the most disgusting, because he imagines he knows the truth through a branch of science that is entirely his invention, though he sees it as absolute truth. Fuel was clearly this kind of man. He had his science, the theory of oblique movement, which he had deduced from the wars of Frederick the Great, and everything he came across in today's military history seemed to him the most preposterous barbarity, a series of ugly confrontations with so many blunders on both sides that these wars were not worthy of the name of war because they didn't conform to his theory, did not lend themselves to scientific study. In 1806 Fuel had been one of those behind the plan of campaign that ended in Jena and Auerstedt, but he failed to see in the outcome of that war the slightest indication that his theory might be flawed. On the contrary, by his reckoning the entire debacle was due to infringements of his theory, and he used to say with typical relish and sarcasm, "I told you the whole damn thing would go wrong." Fuel was one of those theorists who love their theory so dearly they lose sight of the aim of all theory, which is to work out in practice. He was so much in love with theory that he hated all practice and didn't want to know about it. He positively rejoiced in failure, because failure was due to practical infringements of his theory, which went to show how right the theory was. He exchanged a few words about the present war with Prince Andrei and Chernyshев, his attitude being that of a man who knows in advance it's all going to go wrong, and who doesn't particularly mind if it does. This was eloquently confirmed by the uncombed tufts of hair sticking up on the back of his head, and the hurriedly brushed locks at his temples. He strode off into the next room, where his deep voice could soon be heard growling away. Chapter 11. Prince Andrei's eyes were still on the departing Fuel when Count Bennigsen came bustling into the room, gave Bolkonsky a passing nod and walked straight through into the study, issuing some instructions to his adjutant as he went. The Tsar was not far behind, and Bennigsen had hurried on ahead to get one or two things ready and be there to receive him. Chernyshев and Prince Andrei went out onto the porch. The Tsar was there looking weary as he dismounted. The Marchese Paolucci was speaking to him. The Tsar was listening with his head tilted to the left, but he didn't look pleased with Paolucci, who was holding forth with tremendous passion. The Tsar took a step forward, obviously anxious to bring the conversation to an end, but the excited Italian followed him in, red in the face and still chattering away in defiance of all etiquette. And the man who advised this camp at Drissa, Paolucci was addressing the Tsar in French as His Majesty climbed the steps, saw Prince Andrei and stared closely at a new face. "As for him, sire," Paolucci persisted in sheer desperation, hardly able to contain himself, "the man who devised this camp at Drissa, I see no alternative to the madhouse or the gallows." The Tsar was not prepared to go on listening and didn't seem to have heard what the Italian had been saying. He now recognized Bolkonsky and addressed him graciously. "I'm so pleased to see you. Go on in where they are meeting and wait for me there." The Tsar proceeded into the study. He was followed by Prince Pyotr Volkonsky and Baron Stein, and the door closed behind them. Prince Andrei took advantage of the Tsar's permission and went through into the drawing room where the council had assembled accompanied by Paolucci, whom he knew from Turkey. Prince Pyotr Volkonsky was a kind of acting head of the Tsar's staff. Volkonsky emerged from the study carrying some maps, which he spread out on the table before outlining a series of questions on which he wished to hear the opinions of the gentlemen present. During the night, it seemed, word had been received, falsely, as it turned out, that the French were on the march, threatening the Drissa camp with a pincer movement. General Armfeldt spoke first, and he came out with a quite unexpected proposal for resolving the present difficulty, a brand new suggestion, inexplicable except in terms of his eagerness to demonstrate that he too was not without opinions, that the army should form up in a position some distance from the Petersburg and Moscow roads and wait there for the enemy. Clearly, this was a plan that Armfeldt had thought up some time before, and he was putting it forward now not really as a solution to the present problem, because it had lost all relevance, but merely because he had spotted an opportunity for speaking. It was one suggestion among millions, all of them perfectly reasonable as long as no one had any real idea of how the war would work out. His proposal had its detractors and supporters. Young Colonel Toll was the Swedish general's most vociferous detractor, and in the course of the ensuing argument he took a well-filled notebook out of his side pocket and asked permission to read from it. In a rambling discourse Toll put forward yet another plan of campaign, totally different from Armfeldt's and Pfuel's. Paolucci countered with a proposal for immediate advance and attack, which he saw as the only way out of the present uncertainty and the trap that we were now in, his description of the Drissa camp. During these heated discussions not a word came from Pfuel or his interpreter Wolzogen, the bridge between him and the court world. Pfuel limited himself to the occasional contemptuous snort, and then he turned his back on them to indicate that he wasn't going to demean himself by responding to the rubbish he was hearing. But when Prince Volkonsky, who was chairing the debate, called upon him to voice an opinion, all he said was, "Why me? General Armfeldt has proposed an excellent position with the rear exposed. Or there's this Italian gentleman with his attack, a splendid idea. Or a retreat? Just as good. Why ask me?" he said. "Oh no, you all know better than I do." But when Volkonsky said with a scowl that he was asking his opinion on the Tsar's behalf, Pfuel got to his feet, roused himself and launched forth. "You've messed it all up and ruined everything. You would have it you knew better than I did, and now you come running back for me to put things right. Well, nothing needs to be put right. All you have to do is carry on exactly according to the principles laid down by me," he said, rapping on the table with his bony fingers. "Where's the difficulty? Nonsense, it's child's play." He went over to the map and began poking at it with a desiccated finger, jabbering away as he demonstrated that the effectiveness of the Drissa camp was immune to all contingencies. Every development had been foreseen, and if the enemy did try a pincer movement, the enemy must face inevitable destruction. Paolucci, who had no German, started asking questions in French. Wolzogen came to the rescue of his leader, who didn't speak much French, and began translating what was said, but he could hardly keep up with Pfuel, who was speeding ahead with his demonstration that everything, not only what was happening now but anything that could possibly happen, was covered by his plan, and if trouble had arisen, this was due entirely to missing out on some of its details. He gave one sardonic laugh after another as he rambled on with his demonstration, and then brought it to an end with the contempt of a mathematician who refuses to use any other methods to establish a proof that has already been conclusively demonstrated. Wolzogen then took over in French, developing his own ideas with the occasional "Don't you agree, Your Excellency?" addressed to Pfuel. But Pfuel was now like a soldier lashing out at his own men in the heat of battle, and he yelled furiously at everybody, including Wolzogen, "I ask you, what more is there to explain?" Paolucci and Michaud sang in concert as they rounded on Wolzogen in French. Armfeldt was going on at Pfuel in German. Toll was giving Prince Volkonsky a Russian version of events. Prince Andrei held back, watching and listening. Of all these men it was the fulminating, single-minded and absurdly arrogant Pfuel that Prince Andrei felt most sympathy for. He was clearly the only man there who wanted nothing for himself and knew no personal malevolence. All he wanted was to see his plan carried out, the plan that had cost him years of hard toil as his theory had evolved. He looked ridiculous, his sarcasm was offensive, but you had to admire his boundless devotion to an idea. Besides that, with the single exception of Pfuel, all the speeches of those present had one thing in common that had been absent from the Council of War in 1805, a mixture of fear and panic at Napoleon's genius, which betrayed itself in every protestation, however much they tried to hide it. Napoleon was assumed to be capable of anything, he was expected from all sides at once, and they were able to destroy one another's proposals by the mere mention of his dreaded name. Pfuel seemed uniquely capable of treating even Napoleon like a barbarian, on a par with everyone else who opposed his theory. And apart from admiration, Pfuel also aroused a feeling of pity in Prince Andrei. The courtiers were beginning to adopt a new tone towards him. Paulucci had spoken out to the Tsar, and, more significantly, a kind of desperation was edging its way onto Pfuel's own features, all of which made it clear that others already knew what he was beginning to feel: his downfall was not far away. And for all his self-assurance and sarcastic German bombast, he looked pathetic with his hair plastered down at the temples and sticking up in tufts at the back. Try as he might to conceal it with a great bluster of irritation and contempt, he was visibly in despair that the one chance of putting his theory to the test on a colossal scale and demonstrating its infallibility to the whole world was slipping away from him. The debate went on, and the longer it went on the more animated it became, with raised voices and name-calling, and the less possible it was to draw any kind of overall conclusion from what was being said. Listening to this polyglot babble of shouted proposals, plans and counter-proposals, Prince Andrei stood back amazed at what they were all saying. Ideas which he had long held and often thought about during his military service, that there was no such thing as a science of warfare, and never could be, and therefore there could be no such thing as military genius, struck him now as entirely true and self-evident. What kind of theory and science can there be when conditions and circumstances are indeterminate and can never be defined, and the active strengths of the warring parties are even more indefinable? No one can, no one ever could, know what the positions of our army and the enemy will be at this time tomorrow, and no one can know the relative strengths of the various detachments. Sometimes, when there is no coward up front to run away shouting, "We've been cut off," but there is a brave and cheery soul shouting, "Hurrah!" A detachment of 5,000 is a match for 30,000, as happened at Skongrebern, and on other occasions 50,000 will run away from 8,000, as they did at Austerlitz. What kind of science can there be when, as in all practical matters, nothing can be defined, and everything depends on an incalculable range of conditions which come together significantly at a moment that no one can know in advance? Armfeldt says our army has been cut off, but Paulucci says we have the French army caught between two fires. Michaud says the big disadvantage of the Drissa camp is that the river is behind us, while Pfuel says this is its strength. Toll proposes one plan, Armfeldt proposes another, they are all equally good and bad, and the advantages of any one proposition will only become clear after the event. So why all this talk about military genius? Does it take genius to get the biscuits delivered on time or know when to march the troops right or left? People are called geniuses only because of the pomp and power invested in the military, and because there are always plenty of wheedling rogues ready to fawn on power and credit it with the spurious quality of genius. It's the other way round. The best generals I've ever known have been stupid or absent-minded. Bagration was the best, Napoleon himself admitted that. And as for Bonaparte, I remember his smug look and tight little face on the field at Austerlitz. A good military commander has no need of genius or any outstanding qualities, quite the reverse, he needs to be devoid of the finest and noblest of human attributes: love, poetry, affection, a philosophical spirit of inquiry and skepticism. He needs to be narrow-minded, totally convinced that what he is doing is very important, otherwise he would never have enough staying power, and only then will he become a valiant military commander. God forbid that he should be like a human being, a prey to love and compassion, hesitating over right and wrong. It is obvious why a theory of genius should have been fabricated for them by people of old. Such men in power are the same thing. Credit for any success in battle belongs not to them, but to some soldier in the ranks who shouted hurrah, just as blame for failure belongs to one who shouted, "We've had it." And it's only there in the ranks that anyone can serve and be absolutely certain he is doing something useful. This is what Prince Andrei was thinking about as he listened to the buzz of chatter, and he came to his senses only when Paulucci called across to him just as the meeting was breaking up. Next day at the review, the Tsar asked Prince Andrei where he wished to serve, and Bolkonsky wrote himself off forever in court circles by opting for army service when he could have requested a post in attendance on the Tsar's person. Chapter 12. Before the campaign began, Nikolai Rostov had received a letter from his parents with a few words about Natasha's illness and the breaking off of her engagement, which they described as a rebuff from her, and another plea for him to retire from the army and come home. On receiving this letter, Nikolai made no attempt to apply for leave or retirement. He wrote back to say how very sorry he was that Natasha was ill and had broken off her engagement, and he would make every effort to do what they wanted. To Sonia he wrote separately. "My beloved, companion of my soul," he wrote. "Nothing but honor could keep me from going back to the country. But now, at the outset of a campaign, I would feel a sense of dishonor not only towards my comrades, but also in my own eyes, were I to put my own happiness ahead of my duty and my love for our fatherland. But this is our last separation. Believe me, once this war is over, if I am still alive and still loved by you, I shall cast everything aside and fly to you, to press you forever to my ardent breast." And indeed, it was only the outbreak of war that had detained Rostov and kept him from going back home, as he had promised, to marry Sonia. The autumn and winter at Otradnoy with the hunting, the Christmas celebrations, and Sonia's love had opened up the prospect of a nice quiet life as a country gentleman, full of pleasures he had never known before, which now beckoned alluringly. A nice wife, children, a decent pack of hounds, a dozen quick borzois, managing the estate, visiting the neighbors, get myself elected to something, he mused. But now there was a war on, and he had to stay with his regiment. And since he had to, Nikolai Rostov, being what he was, managed to make the most of regimental life and ensure that this life was a pleasant one. Nikolai had been given a warm welcome by his comrades on his return from leave and had then been sent off to Ukraine on a procurement mission, from where he came back with some splendid horses, which was gratifying for him and the source of much praise from the top brass. While he had been away, his promotion to captain had come through, and when the regiment was placed on a war footing with an increased complement, he was given his old squadron to command. With the new campaign underway, the regiment was sent to Poland on double pay, with new officers, new men, and fresh horses. Best of all, the happy mood of excitement that comes at the beginning of a war permeated everything, and Rostov, conscious of his privileged position in the regiment, gave himself up body and soul to the business and pleasure of soldiering, though he knew that sooner or later he would have to give it all up. For a variety of complex reasons, administrative, political, and tactical, the army was in retreat from Vilna. Every retreating step was taken against a complex interplay of self-interest, argumentation, and high passion at headquarters, but for the hussars of the Pavlograd regiment, the whole business of retreating, in high summer and with everything in good supply, was the simplest and most agreeable of tasks. Low spirits, worry, and intrigue might have been rampant at headquarters, but the army rank and file never gave a thought to where they were going or why. If there were any misgivings about retreating, they were focused on moving out of nice familiar quarters and leaving behind a pretty Polish lady. And if it ever occurred to anyone that things were not going too well, he would do his best, like a good soldier, to put a brave face on things, ignoring the general course of events and concentrating on personal affairs close at hand. At first they had been very pleasantly ensconced just outside Vilna, where they had got to know the local Polish gentry, and they had prepared for inspections that were then conducted by the Tsar or various members of the High Command. Then came the order to retreat to Swinchiny and destroy all stores that couldn't be carried away. Swinchiny was remembered by the hussars for two reasons only: it was the drunken camp, so called by every soldier who stayed there, and it was also the cause of many a complaint against the troops for their overzealous application of orders to remove all stores, since they took all stores to include horses, carriages, and carpets seized from the Polish gentry. Rostov remembered Swinchiny as a village in the backwoods where, on his first day, he had sacked his quartermaster and lost control of the men of his squadron, who had drunk themselves stupid on 5 barrels of old beer brought along without his knowledge. From Swincheny they had fallen back further and further as far as Drissa, and from Drissa the retreat had continued until they were almost back at the Russian frontier. On the 13th of July the Pavlograd Hussars saw serious action for the first time. On the 12th of July, the night before the action, there had been a thunderstorm with torrential rain. The summer of 1812 was a bad one for thunderstorms. The 2 Pavlograd squadrons were encamped in the middle of a rye field which had been standing in full ear but was now thoroughly trampled by cattle and horses. The rain came down in torrents, and Rostov was sitting with one of his protégés, a young officer by the name of Iline, in a little shelter that had been knocked up for them. A fellow officer with mutton-chop whiskers, delayed by the rain on his way back from headquarters, dropped in on Rostov. "Hello, Count. I'm on my way back from headquarters. Have you heard about Raevsky's amazing feat?" And the officer launched into a detailed account of the Battle of Sultanov that he had picked up at headquarters. Rostov went on smoking his pipe, wriggling his neck where the rainwater was trickling down, listening with half an ear and glancing from time to time at the young Iline who was squeezed up close by. Iline, a boy of 16 new to the regiment, looked up to Nikolai just as Nikolai had looked up to Denisov 7 years before. Iline tried to imitate everything Rostov did, and adored him like a girl. The officer with mutton-chop whiskers, Zdrzinski, was going on about the dam at Sultanov, portentously described by him as the Russian Thermopylae 9 and the heroic deed performed there by General Raevsky, a deed worthy of the ancients. Zdrzinski told how Raevsky had gone out onto the dam with his 2 sons under a terrible hail of fire and charged forward with them at his side. Rostov listened but, far from encouraging Zdrzinski in his transports with a sympathetic word or two, he assumed the air of a man who was embarrassed by what he was hearing but had no intention of raising any objections. With Austerlitz and the campaign of 1807 behind him, Rostov knew from personal experience that everybody lies, as he had done, when it comes to describing deeds of war. Secondly, he was too experienced not to be aware that everything happens on a battlefield in a way that totally transcends our imagination and powers of description. For these reasons he didn't like Zdrzinski's story, and didn't like Zdrzinski himself, with his way of bending right down and thrusting his mustaches straight in the face of the person he was talking to. It was a tight squeeze in the little shelter and he was squeezing them more. Rostov watched him and said not a word. In the first place, the dam they were charging must have been so crowded and chaotic that if Raevsky really had gone forward with his sons it couldn't have had any effect on anybody beyond the 10 or 12 men closest to him, thought Rostov. Nobody else could have seen Raevsky on the dam or who was with him. But even the ones who did see him couldn't have got much of a boost from it. Why should they bother about Raevsky's warm fatherly feelings when their own skins were at stake? Anyway, the fate of Mother Russia didn't depend on the Sultanov dam being taken or not taken, as was the case at Thermopylae, so they say. So why make a sacrifice like that? What's the point in getting your own children mixed up in a battle? I wouldn't expose my brother, Petya, to any danger, or even Iline, and he's nothing to me, though he's a nice boy. I'd do what I could to keep them somewhere safe and sheltered. These were the thoughts that ran through Rostov's mind as he listened to Zdrzinski. But he didn't say a word about them, being too experienced even for that. He knew that stories like this redounded to the glory of our war effort, so it was best to pretend not to doubt them. This is what he did. "Well, that's it. I've had enough," said Iline, noticing that Rostov didn't like Zdrzinski's talk. "Stockings, shirt, the lot, I'm soaked. I'm off to find somewhere else to shelter. I think the rain may have eased off." Iline walked out and Zdrzinski rode away. 5 minutes later Iline was back, splashing through the mud as he ran towards the shelter. "Hurrah! Rostov, let's get going. Guess what I found, and in, a couple of 100 yards away, and our boys are there already. It's a chance to dry out, and Maria Genrikovna's there too." Maria Genrikovna was the regimental doctor's wife, a pretty young German girl whom he had married in Poland. Being short of money or reluctant to part from his young wife in the early days of their marriage, the doctor took her with him everywhere. She was part of the regiment and his jealousy made him the butt of many a joke among the hussar officers. Rostov flung a cape over his shoulders, yelled across to Lavrushka to follow on with their things, and set off with Helene, slipping in the mud and splashing straight through pools in the drizzling rain with intermittent flashes of lightning in the distance searing through the evening darkness. "Rostov, where are you?" "Over here." "Look at that lightning," they called to one another. Chapter 13. The doctor's little covered cart stood waiting by an abandoned inn. Inside there were half a dozen officers. Maria Genrikovna, a buxom little German blonde, was sitting on a broad bench in the front corner wearing her short dressing gown and nightcap. Her husband, the doctor, lay asleep just behind her. Rostov and Helene came in to a raucous welcome of shouting and happy laughter. "Hey! You're having a wonderful time in here," said Rostov with a laugh. "Well, don't just stand there gawping at us. Look at them. Dripping all over the place. Do you want to flood us out?" "Don't drip all over Maria Genrikovna's clothes," came the various voices. Rostov and Helene looked round quickly for some little corner where they could get out of their wet clothes without offending the modesty of Maria Genrikovna. They headed for a little partition to go behind it and change, but the tiny space was completely filled by 3 officers who sat there playing cards by the light of a single candle on an empty box and refused to budge. Maria Genrikovna yielded up a petticoat for use as a curtain, and with that for a screen Rostov and Helene, assisted by Lavrushka, who had followed on with their kit bags, got out of their wet things and came out in dry clothes. A fire had been lit in the broken-down stove. They got hold of a board, rigged it up across a couple of saddles, covered it with a horsecloth and then produced a small samovar, a hamper and half a bottle of rum. They all crowded round Maria Genrikovna, asking her to be mother. One of them offered her a clean handkerchief to wipe her pretty little hands, somebody else spread his tunic under her little feet to keep them out of the damp, a third man hung his cape over the window to keep the draft out, a fourth wafted the flies away from her husband's face so he wouldn't wake up. "Leave him alone," said Maria Genrikovna with a shy, happy smile. "He won't have any trouble sleeping, he's been up all night." "Oh no, Maria Genrikovna," answered the officer, "we've got to look after the doctor. Anything could happen, and I want him to be nice to me when he cuts my leg off, or my arm." There were only 3 glasses. The water was so dirty you couldn't tell whether the tea was strong or weak, and the samovar only held enough water for 6 glasses, but all this added to the pleasure of waiting, in order of rank, until it was your turn to receive a glass from Maria Genrikovna's chubby little hands with their short and not too clean nails. All the officers seemed to have really fallen in love with Maria Genrikovna for one evening. Even the officers who had been playing cards behind the screen soon abandoned their game and came to gather round the samovar, catching the general mood and flirting with Maria Genrikovna. She, seeing herself surrounded by such brilliant and solicitous young men, was beaming with delight despite her best efforts to conceal it, and the obvious way she jumped every time her husband stirred in his sleep behind her. There was plenty of sugar but only 1 spoon, so no one could have a proper stir. It was decided that Maria Genrikovna would stir everybody's glass in turn. Rostov received his glass, topped it up with rum and asked Maria Genrikovna to do the stirring. "But you don't take sugar, do you?" she said, and the smile never left her face, seeming to suggest that everything she said and everybody else said was wildly amusing and had a double meaning. "I'm not bothered about the sugar, I just want you to stir it with your little hand." Maria Genrikovna accepted this and looked round for the spoon, but someone had snatched it away. "Use one of your little fingers, Maria Genrikovna," said Rostov. "It'll taste nicer." "Too hot," said Maria Genrikovna, coloring up with pleasure. Helene fetched a bucketful of water, topped it up with a little rum, walked over to Maria Genrikovna and asked her to stir it with her finger. "This is my cup," he said. "Dip your finger in and I'll drink the lot." When the samovar had been emptied, Rostov reached for the cards and proposed a game of kings with Maria Genrikovna. They drew lots to decide who was going to be her partner. Rostov proposed new rules: whoever was king would have the right to kiss Maria Genrikovna's hand, and the knave would have to get the samovar going again for the doctor when he woke up. "Yes, but what if Maria Genrikovna is king?" asked Eileen. "She's already our queen. And her word is law." The game had hardly started when the doctor's disheveled head suddenly loomed up behind his wife. He had been awake for some time, listening to what they were saying, and it was clear that he could see nothing enjoyable, diverting, or the least bit funny in what was being said and done. His face was a picture of sorrow and anguish. Without greeting the officers, he scratched himself and asked them to let him through because they were standing in his way. The moment he had left the room, all the officers erupted in great bellows of laughter, and Maria Genrikovna blushed till her eyes watered, which made her even more alluring to all the officers. When he came back in from the yard, the doctor turned to his wife, who had wiped the radiant smile off her face and was now watching him apprehensively, waiting to see what his verdict would be, and told her it had stopped raining and they would have to spend the night in their covered cart if they didn't want all their things to be stolen. "No, I'll put a guard on it, 2 guards, said Rostov. "Don't say another word, doctor." "I'll guard it myself," said Eileen. "No, gentlemen, you've had plenty of sleep, but I've had 2 sleepless nights," said the doctor, and he sat down moodily at his wife's side to wait for the end of the game. One look at the doctor's moody expression as he stole shifty glances at his wife, and the officers became rowdier than ever. Many of them laughed uncontrollably and had to work hard at thinking up decent excuses for doing so. When the doctor had gone, taking his wife with him, and the pair of them had settled down in their little cart, the officers took to the inn floor and snuggled down under their damp coats. But sleep didn't come. They chatted away for quite some time, harking back to the worried doctor and his blissful wife, and even running out onto the steps to report back on what was going on in the cart. Several times Rostov buried his head in his coat and tried to get to sleep, only to be distracted by some new comment, and then the conversation would start up again, and the room would soon be ringing with great guffaws of ridiculous laughter like that of happy children. Chapter 14. It was past 2 o'clock and they were all still awake when the quartermaster appeared with orders for them to proceed to a little place called Ostrovna. The officers buckled to immediately, getting their things together, with no pause in the laughter and banter, and the samovar was refilled with dirty water. But Rostov set off for his squadron without waiting for tea. It was getting light, the drizzle had cleared up and the dark clouds were thinning. It was a damp morning, the chill made worse by clothes that had not had time to dry out. As they came out of the inn into the half-light of early morning, Rostov and Eileen both glanced under the leather cover of the doctor's cart, still glistening from the rain. The doctor's feet stuck out from under the apron. In the middle of the cart they caught a glimpse of his wife's nightcap on a pillow, and they could hear sleepy breathing. "Lovely little thing, isn't she?" said Rostov to Eileen, close behind. "A delightful woman," responded Eileen, with all the gravity of a 16-year-old. Half an hour later the squadron was on parade along the road. They were given the order to mount, and they did so, crossing themselves. Rostov rode off, ordering them to move forward, and the hussars came after him 4 abreast, to the sound of hooves splashing through mud, jingling sabers, and subdued exchanges between the men, trotting down the broad highway between 2 rows of birch trees after the infantry and artillery, which had gone on ahead. The broken clouds, violet-colored and tinged red by the rising sun, scud before the wind. It was getting lighter by the minute. They could now clearly see, still wet from yesterday's rain, the feathery grass that is a permanent feature of all country roadsides. The birch branches hung down, swaying in the wind, with glittering droplets showering right and left. The soldiers' faces became clearer and clearer. Rostov, with Eileen sticking beside him, rode down one side of the road between the two rows of birches. On active service, Rostov allowed himself the indulgence of riding a Cossack horse instead of an ordinary regimental animal. A connoisseur and lover of horses, he had recently managed to acquire a big chestnut and white charger from the Don steppe, a lovely beast with a fine spirit, who was never outgalloped. Rostov found him a delight to ride. He was thinking about his horse now, and the morning, and the doctor's wife, but the approaching danger never crossed his mind. In earlier days Rostov had always felt scared as he rode into battle, now he felt not a flicker of fear. He was fearless not because he had got used to being under fire, you never get used to danger, but because he had learned how to master his own spirit in the face of danger. He had formed the habit, when riding into battle, of thinking about anything except the one thing that ought to have been more fascinating than anything else, the danger that lay ahead. However earnestly he had struggled to do this, and however many times he had bitterly called himself a coward in the early days, he had never been able to manage it. But it had come by itself with the passing years. He rode on now between the birch trees with Eileen at his side, occasionally stripping the leaves from twigs that came to hand, sometimes touching his horse's flank with one foot, finishing a pipe and handing it back without turning round to a hussar following on, all with the cheery breeziness of someone out for a ride. He felt for Eileen with his overexcited face and his persistent, worried chatter. He knew from experience what an agonizing state the cornet must be in, racked by forebodings of terror and of death, and he knew that nothing could help him but the passage of time. Once the sun had appeared in the clear band of sky just below the storm clouds, the wind died down, as if it would not presume to spoil the beauty of a summer morning after a storm. The branches still dripped, but the droplets fell straight to the ground, and a hush lay over everything. The sun was now fully up just above the horizon, though it soon vanished into a long, narrow strip of overhanging cloud, only to emerge brighter still a few minutes later on top of the cloud, breaking out through its edges. Everything was bright and shining. And coinciding with the bright sunlight, as if in response to it, the first shots rang out ahead. Rostov had no time to think things over and work out how far away these shots had been. One of Count Osterman Tolstoy's adjutants was suddenly on him, galloping up from Vitebsk with an order to advance down the road at a steady pace. The squadron overtook the infantry and the battery, even though they had also picked up speed, and then the hussars trotted down a hill, through an empty village which had lost all its inhabitants, and up the other side. The horses were beginning to lather and the men were red in the face. "Halt! Dress ranks," called the divisional commander ahead of them. "By the left, forward! Walk on!" And the hussars made their way past the lines to the left flank of our position, coming to a halt behind our Uhlans, who formed the front line. To the right was a dense column of infantry, the reserves, and behind them further up the hill on the line of the horizon where the air was so sweet and clear our cannons stood, picked out in the angled rays of the bright morning sunshine. Ahead of us, across the valley, we could see the enemy's columns and guns. In the valley itself our advance line had gone into action and was merrily exchanging fire with the enemy. These shots were music to Rostov's ears, music he had not heard for such a long time, and he felt his spirits rise.
Ta-ta-ta-ta.
More shots rang out, volleys and rapid single fire. Then, silence, but not for long, more bursts, like the sound of firecrackers underfoot. The hussars stayed where they were for an hour or so. The cannons opened up. Count Osterman rode up with his suite behind the squadron, stopped for a quick consultation with the colonel of the regiment and rode on uphill towards the big guns. Just after he had gone a command was roared out among the Uhlans. "Columns! Fall in! Prepare to charge!" The infantry platoons ahead of them parted to let the cavalry through. The Uhlans surged forward, with fluttering streamers atop their lances, and proceeded downhill at a steady pace towards the French cavalry, just now emerging down below on the left. As soon as the Uhlans had moved off down the slope, the hussars were ordered uphill to cover the battery. As they moved round to take up the positions vacated by the Uhlans, they heard the fizzing and whining of musket shot from the front, falling short of its target. This sound, which he had not heard for many a long day, had an even more joyous and energizing effect on Rostov than the musket shots before them. He rose in the saddle and scanned the battlefield opening out before him as he rode uphill, and his heart went out to the Ulan as they pressed forward. They flew down on the French dragoons. There was some kind of hurly-burly in the smoke, and 5 minutes later the Ulan were dashing back, not towards the spot they had come from, but further left. In among the orange-colored ranks of Ulan on their chestnut horses, and behind them, a huge mass of blue French dragoons mounted on their greys could now be seen. Chapter 15. Rostov, with the sharp eye of a hunting man, was one of the first to spot these blue dragoons pursuing our Ulan. Nearer and nearer came the scattered hordes of Ulan and the pursuing French dragoons. He could now see individual figures, men that had looked so small at the bottom of the hill, fighting, chasing each other, waving arms and brandishing sabers. For Rostov it was like watching a hunt. Instinct told him that if his hussars were to attack the French dragoons now they would give in, but the attack would have to come now, this very minute, or it would be too late. He looked round. The captain standing beside him also had his eyes glued on the cavalry down the hill. "Andrei Sebastianic," said Rostov, "we could get them, couldn't we?" "It would be a nice piece of work," said the captain, "but as a matter of fact." Rostov waited no longer for his response. He spurred his horse and galloped off in front of his squadron. He hardly had time to give the command. The whole squadron, feeling as he did, dashed after him. Rostov couldn't have said how or why he did it. It was like hunting. He did what he did without thinking or weighing things up. He could see the dragoons were getting close and galloping all over the place. He knew they couldn't withstand a charge, and he also knew that this was their moment, and it wouldn't come again if he missed it. He felt exhilarated by the sound of bullets whistling and whining on all sides, and his horse was straining forward so strongly he couldn't hold him back. He spurred him on, gave the command, and instantly set off downhill at a half-gallop heading towards the dragoons, hearing the thudding hooves of his squadron coming on behind, properly deployed. They flew downhill, went into a full gallop, faster and faster, getting nearer and nearer to their Ulan and the pursuing French. The dragoons were not far away now. Those in front took one look at the hussars and turned back. The ones behind came juddering to a halt. It was just like diving across to cut off a wolf. Rostov urged his Don horse forward, giving him his head, and shot across to intercept the dragoons in their tattered ranks. One Ulan stopped in his tracks, another one, on foot, flung himself to the ground to avoid being ridden down, and a riderless horse joined in with the charging hussars. Almost all the dragoons were now riding away. Rostov picked out one of them on a grey and flew after him. There was a bush in the way, but his gallant horse took it in his stride, and Nikolai was hardly straight in the saddle again when he saw that it would take him only a second or two to catch up with his chosen enemy. The Frenchman, an officer to judge by his uniform, sat hunched up on his grey horse, urging it on with his sword. The next moment Rostov's horse ran straight into the grey's hindquarters and nearly brought it down, while Rostov surprised himself by raising his sword and aiming a blow at the Frenchman. But then, in an instant, Rostov's enthusiasm suddenly drained away. The officer fell to the ground, not really from the sword cut, which gave him no more than a scratch above the elbow, but from the bump between horses and sheer terror. As Rostov reined in, his eyes were searching for his foe to see whom he had brought down. There was the French officer, hopping along with one foot caught in his stirrup. He was terrified, wincing from immediate expectation of another blow, and he looked up at Rostov, recoiling in horror. This pale, mud-stained face of a fair-haired young man with a dimple on his chin and bright blue eyes had no business with battlefields. It was not the face of an enemy, it was a domestic, indoor face. Before Rostov could make up his mind what to do with him, the officer called out in French, "I surrender." He was still in a panic, vainly struggling to extricate his foot from the stirrup and still staring up at Rostov with fear in his eyes of blue. Then some hussars galloped over, freed his foot and got him up into the saddle again. The hussars had their hands full on all sides dealing with the dragoons. Here was a wounded man with blood streaming down his face who wouldn't let go of his horse. There was another man who had scrambled up onto a colleague's horse and was clasping him round the waist. A third was helping another hussar up onto his own horse. The French infantry were just ahead, loosing off shots as they ran. The hussars hurried away with their prisoners. Rostov galloped along with the rest, conscious of a nasty feeling inside, and aching round his heart. It was as if he had suddenly seen something vague and confused that he couldn't account for, in capturing that French officer and hitting him with his sword. Count Osterman Tolstoy was there to welcome them back. He sent for Rostov, thanked him and told him he would report his gallant action to the Tsar and recommend him for a St. George's Cross. When the summons had come for him to appear before Count Osterman, Rostov could only recall that he had gone on the attack without any orders to do so, and he was certain his commanding officer had sent for him to discipline him for being out of order. Osterman's honeyed words and the prospect of getting a medal should, therefore, have come as a pleasant surprise to Rostov, but he still felt sick at heart, troubled by the same vague but nasty feeling. "What is it? What's worrying me?" he wondered as he rode away from seeing the general. "Eileen? No, he's all right. Did I do anything I should be ashamed of? No, that's not it. Something else was worrying him, a kind of remorse. Yes, I know, it's that French officer with the dimple. I can remember holding back just when I lifted my arm." Rostov suddenly noticed that the prisoners were being led away, and he galloped after them to have a look at his Frenchman with a dimple in his chin. He was sitting astride one of their pack horses dressed in his funny uniform, staring around uneasily. The scratch on his arm wasn't really a wound. He looked at Rostov with a forced smile and waved a greeting. Rostov still felt embarrassed and somehow ashamed. All that day and the next, Rostov's friends and comrades noticed that, without being exactly morose or snappy with them, he was quiet, pensive, and in a world of his own. He was reluctant to accept a drink, he wanted to be left alone, and he seemed permanently preoccupied. Rostov couldn't take his mind off the brilliant exploit which, to his astonishment, had won him the St. George's Cross and a heroic reputation. There was something odd about it. It turns out they're even more scared than we are, he thought. Is this it then? Is this what they mean by heroism? Did I really do it for my country? And what has he done wrong with his dimple and his blue eyes? He was so scared. He thought I was going to kill him. Why should I want to kill him? My hand shook. And they've given me the George Cross. I can't see it, I just can't see it. But even as Nikolai turned these things over in his mind without being able to work out what was wrong with him, the wheel of fortune was turning, as it so often does in the army, and turning in his favor. After Ostrovna he came to prominence and was put in command of a battalion. From now on they called on him whenever there was a need for an officer of outstanding bravery. Chapter 16. The moment Countess Rostov received news of Natasha's illness, even though she was still poorly and had little strength, she left for Moscow immediately with Petya and the whole household. The other Rostovs moved over from Maria Dmitrievna's house and they all settled down together in their own home. Natasha's illness was so serious that, fortunately for her and her parents, all thoughts of what lay behind it, her conduct and the breaking off of her engagement, had faded into the background. She was too ill for anyone to start bothering about how far she was to blame for what had happened. After all, she could neither eat nor sleep, she was growing thinner by the day, she had a bad cough and according to the doctors her life was in danger. The only thing to concentrate on was how to get her well again. Doctors kept rolling out to see Natasha individually and in consultant groups. They rattled away in French, German, and Latin, criticized each other and wrote out prescriptions for all sorts of medicine guaranteed to cure every imaginable disease, but not one of them hit on the simple idea that Natasha's affliction was beyond them, just as all diseases affecting any living person are beyond our comprehension because every living person has his own peculiarities, every complaint is unique, new, complex, unknown to medicine, not a disease of the lungs, kidneys, skin, heart, etc., long recorded in the annals of medicine, but a disease that happens to be one possibility from an infinite number of afflictions affecting those organs. An idea as simple as this could never have occurred to the doctors, just as a wizard could never accept the idea that magic is beyond him, because their business in life had always been the curing of disease. That's what they'd always been paid for, and that's what they'd spent the best years of their life doing. But the real reason why this idea could never have occurred to the doctors was because they could see that now they were being really useful here, definitely useful to the entire Rostov household. Useful, not because they were making the patient swallow predominantly noxious substances. The harm they were doing was scarcely perceptible because the noxious substances were administered in tiny doses. No, they were useful, necessary, you might say indispensable, in the same way that the world has always been full of mountebanks, miraclemen, homeopaths, and allopaths, and always will be, because they satisfied the psychological yearnings of the patient and those who loved her. They satisfied the eternal human need to go on hoping for relief, the need for sympathy and for someone to do something that is felt by any suffering individual. They satisfied the eternal human need, seen at its simplest in a little child, to be rubbed where it hurts. When a child gets hurt, he rushes into the arms of his mother or nurse for them to kiss or rub him where it hurts, and he feels better when the tender spot gets rubbed or kissed. The child cannot believe that these infinitely strong and wise friends of his lack the power to ease his pain. The very hope of relief and the sympathy shown by his mother as she rubs him are a source of comfort. The doctors helped Natasha by kissing and rubbing her poorly place and telling her she would soon be better if the coachman just drove down to the chemist's on the Arbat and spent 1 ruble, 70 kopecks on a few powders and some pills in a pretty little box, as long as she took the powders in boiled water at 2-hourly intervals on the dot. What would they have done, Sonia, the Count and Countess? They couldn't just stand there watching their feeble Natasha fade away, if they hadn't been able to minister to her with hourly pills, warm drinks, little cuts of chicken, and all the vital necessities laid down by the doctors that kept them so busy and consoled them one and all. As the rules laid down became ever more strict and complicated, so their consolation grew. How could the Count have borne his beloved daughter's illness without knowing it was costing him 1,000 rubles and being ready to find thousands more if it would do her any good? Without knowing that, if by any chance she didn't get better, he would find thousands more again to take her abroad to consult foreign doctors, without being able to tell people in great detail how Mativier and Feller had got it all wrong, but Fries had got it right, and Mudrov had produced an even better diagnosis? What would the Countess have done if she hadn't been able to go to her sick Natasha and tell her off now and then for not following the doctor's instructions to the letter? "How can you expect to get better," she would say, fussing with annoyance to hide how worried she was, "if you won't do what the doctor says and take your medicine properly? We can't have all this silliness, can we?" "You might get pneumonia," said the Countess, much consoled by the very sound of that solemn word, which like everyone else she had no understanding of. And what would Sonia have done without the happy knowledge that in those early days she hadn't taken her clothes off for 3 nights running so she could be on hand to carry out the doctor's orders down to the last detail, and now she couldn't sleep for fear of missing the right time to administer a few none too noxious pills from the little golden box? Even Natasha herself, despite many a protestation that medicine wouldn't do her any good and it was all nonsense, was delighted to see so many sacrifices being made for her, and to be forced to take medicine at certain times, and no less delighted to demonstrate by ignoring the doctor's instructions that she didn't believe in medicine and set little store by her own life. The doctor rolled up every day, came and took her pulse, looked at her tongue, ignored her distraught face and made little jokes. But afterwards, when he had gone out into the next room followed hastily by the Countess, he would assume a grave expression and inform her with a thoughtful shake of his head that her daughter was not yet out of the wood, though this latest medicine ought to do the trick, and all they could do was wait and see, the illness being more in the mind than the body, and yet. The Countess would slip him a piece of gold, trying to hide the deed from herself and from him, and she always went back to the poorly patient with more hope in her heart. The symptoms of Natasha's illness were loss of appetite, sleeplessness, a cough, and continual depression. The doctors had insisted she must never be far from medical attention, so they kept her there in the stifling atmosphere of the city. The whole summer of 1812 passed without the Rostovs going down to the country. Despite the huge number of pills, drops, and powders Natasha swallowed from enough little jars and boxes for Madame Schoss to build up a nice little collection, she had a passion for such things. Despite Natasha's being deprived of her normal country life, youth prevailed, her affliction gradually became overlaid with the business of everyday life, and an agonizing pain was lifted from her heart, receding into the past and giving her physical health a chance to improve. Chapter 17. Natasha was calmer, but not happier. Not only did she avoid all outward forms of amusement such as balls, skating, concerts, and the theater, but she never even laughed without a suggestion of tears behind the laughter. She was incapable of singing. Whenever she began to laugh or tried to sing all alone, she was choked with tears, tears of remorse, tears of regret for a lost time of pure happiness, tears of annoyance at herself for so wantonly destroying her young life that might have turned out to be so happy. It was particularly laughter and singing that seemed like a profanation of her sorrow. Flirtation was far from her mind, here there was no temptation to resist. She said at the time that all men were no more to her than Nastasia Ivanovna, the buffoon, and she meant it. Some kind of inner sentinel seemed to guard against all pleasure. And indeed she appeared to have lost all her old girlish interests, which now belonged to a carefree former life once full of hope. Her bitterest and most recurrent memory took her back to those autumn months, the hunting, uncle, the Christmas holidays spent with Nikolai at Otradnoy. She would have given anything to bring back a single day of that time. But it was all gone forever. Her misgivings at the time had not been wrong. A time of freedom like that with such capacity for every kind of enjoyment would never come again. And yet life had to go on. She took some pleasure in the thought that far from being better than everybody else, as she had once imagined, she was worse, much worse than anybody in the whole world. But this had little meaning. She knew it was true, but she kept on wondering, what's next, only to find there was nothing next. There wasn't any joy in life, but life was passing. Natasha was clearly determined not to be a burden to anybody and not to get in anybody's way, but she wanted nothing for herself. She kept away from everyone in the house, and her brother Petya was the only person she felt at ease with. She liked being with him more than anyone else, and when she was alone with him there were occasions when she laughed. She hardly ever went out, and among the visitors she welcomed only one person, Pierre. No one could have been gentler, more caring, and yet more serious-minded than Count Bezukov in his dealings with her. Natasha took in this tenderness at a subconscious level, and this was what made him so nice to be with. But she felt no gratitude towards him on this account. Being good seemed to come naturally to Pierre and cost him no effort. Pierre seemed to be so spontaneously good-natured there was no merit in his kindness. Sometimes Natasha noticed some embarrassment or awkwardness in Pierre when she was with him, especially when he was trying to do her a favor or could see something looming up in the conversation that might bring back painful memories. Noting this, she put it down to his kind personality and the same kind of diffidence which she imagined he showed to everybody else. After uttering those unexpected words, if only he had been free to do so he would have been down on his knees asking for her hand and her love, which had come out at a moment of high emotion directed towards her. Pierre had said nothing of his feelings to Natasha, and she could only assume that those words, so comforting at the time, had been said like the usual bits of nonsense you come out with to console a weeping child. Not because Pierre was married, but because Natasha could sense a moral barrier between them, the very thing she had not felt with Kuragin. It never crossed her mind that her relationship with Pierre might one day develop into love on her side, even less on his, or even into the kind of tender, fully acknowledged romantic friendship between a man and a woman of which she had seen several examples. Towards the end of the fast of St. Peter, Agrafena Ivanovna Belova, a country neighbor of the Rostovs, came to Moscow to worship at the shrines of the saints. She suggested to Natasha that she should fast and prepare for Holy Communion, and Natasha seized on the idea with some relish. In defiance of the doctor's prohibition on going out in the early morning, Natasha insisted on keeping the fast and preparing for communion not the way it was done in the Rostovs' household, by attending 3 services at home, but by following in the footsteps of Agrafena Ivanovna for a whole week, which meant not missing a single service, matins, vespers, or Massachusetts. The Countess was pleased to see this kind of zeal in Natasha. After all the unsuccessful medical treatment, deep down she was now hoping that prayer might do her daughter more good than medicine, so despite terrible misgivings she fell in with Natasha's wishes, said nothing to the doctors and handed her into the care of Madame Belova. Agrafena Ivanovna used to come in to wake Natasha at 3 in the morning, and more often than not she found her already awake. Natasha was afraid of sleeping in and being late for matins. After a quick wash she meekly pulled on her shabbiest dress and an old shawl before walking out into the deserted streets, shivering as she met the chill air and the limpid half-light of early morning. On the advice of Agrafena Ivanovna, Natasha was preparing for communion not at her own parish church, but at a church where the priest was described by the devout Madame Belova as someone with a particularly austere and righteous way of living. There were never many people in church. Natasha and Madame Belova stood side by side, always in the same place before an icon of the Mother of God which formed part of the screen behind the left choir, and at this unusual morning hour Natasha was overwhelmed by a new sense of humility before the sublime mystery as she gazed up at the black face of the Blessed Virgin lit up by candles burning in front and the morning light coming in through a window. She listened to the words of the service, trying hard to follow and understand. When she did understand, her personal emotions merged in every shade with her prayers. When she didn't, she had an even sweeter sense that the desire to understand everything amounted to pride. No one could ever understand everything, and all she had to do was believe and give herself up to God, and at moments like this she had a sense of Him guiding her soul. She crossed herself, bowed low, and when she didn't understand she simply yielded in disgust to a sense of her own vileness and prayed for forgiveness, total forgiveness, and mercy. The prayers she said most of all were prayers of repentance. Walking home in the early morning, when the only people they encountered were bricklayers on their way to work or men cleaning the streets, and the houses were full of sleeping people, Natasha glimpsed the first fresh possibility of redemption from sin and a new life of purity and happiness. She spent a whole week leading this kind of life, and the feeling grew stronger with each passing day. And the joy of Holy Communion, or Holy Communication, as Agrafena Ivanovna liked to call it, enjoying the pun, was so enormous she thought that blissful Sunday would never come. But come it did, that happy, unforgettable Sunday when Natasha returned from Holy Communion dressed in her white muslin frock, experiencing peace of mind for the first time in many months and no longer oppressed by the life that lay ahead. The doctor called to see Natasha the same day, and his instructions were to keep on with the powders he had prescribed 2 weeks before. "Oh, keep taking them, yes definitely, morning and evening," he said, visibly and genuinely gratified by his own success. "Now you mustn't forget." "Countess, you have nothing to worry about," said the doctor with great good humor, deftly palming his gold. "We'll soon have her singing and dancing again. This last medicine has done the trick all right. She's so much better." The Countess looked down at her fingernails and spat a little for luck before returning to the drawing room with a smile on her face. Chapter 18. At the beginning of July, Moscow was awash with rumors about the progress of the war, and they were getting more and more alarming. There was talk of the Tsar making an appeal to the people, and the Tsar himself was said to be on his way back to Moscow from the army. And with no manifesto and no appeal to the people having been issued, by the 11th of July these communications and the overall position of Russia had become the subject of even wilder speculation. It was claimed that the Tsar was leaving because the army was in danger. It was also claimed that Smolensk had fallen, Napoleon had 1,000,000 troops at his disposal, and nothing short of a miracle could save Russia. On Saturday, the 11th of July, the manifesto was out but not yet circulating in print, and Pierre, who happened to be at the Rostovs, promised to come back to dinner the following evening, Sunday, and bring with him the manifesto and appeal, which he would have got by then from Count Rostophin. That Sunday the Rostovs attended divine service as usual in the private chapel of the Razumovskys. It was a hot July day. Even at 10 in the morning, as the Rostovs descended from their carriage by the chapel, the sultry atmosphere, the shouts of the street hawkers, the bright, gaily colored summer clothing of the crowd, the dusty leaves on the trees along the boulevard, the martial music and white-trousered battalion marching past to go on parade, the rumble of traffic and the blazing hot sunshine, all conspired to produce that feeling of summer lassitude, that happiness and unhappiness with things as they stand, which are at their sharpest on a bright, hot day in town. All the fashionable world of Moscow, all the Rostovs' acquaintances were there in the chapel. This year, as if anticipating something in the air, very many of the wealthy families who usually went down to the country for the summer had stayed on in Moscow. As Natasha walked in beside her mother behind a footman in livery who was clearing their way through the crowd, she heard the voice of a young man talking about her in an audible whisper. "That's young Countess Rostov. Didn't she's looking thin, but she's still pretty." She caught several comments and thought she heard the names of Kuragin and Bolkonsky mentioned. But she was always thinking things like that. She couldn't get it out of her mind that anybody who so much as glanced at her must surely be thinking about what had happened to her. With a heavy feeling and a sinking heart, as always in a crowd nowadays, Natasha walked on in her lilac silk dress trimmed with black lace, bearing herself as only a woman can, with poise and dignity totally belying the pain and shame in her heart. She knew she was pretty, there was no mistaking that, but this was no longer a source of pleasure for her. On the contrary, it had hurt her more than anything else in recent days, and it was particularly painful on this bright, hot summer's day in town. Another Sunday, another week, she said to herself, thinking back to the previous Sunday, and still the same life that is a life, the same conditions that used to make life seem so easy. I'm still young and pretty, and now I know I'm a good person. I was wicked before, but now I'm good, she thought, but these are the best years of my life and they're slipping by, completely useless. She stood there next to her mother, nodding to people they knew who were standing nearby. From force of habit Natasha watched the ladies to see how well turned out they were, and looked disapprovingly at a lady not far away who held herself badly and crossed herself with a little cramped gesture. Then came the annoying thought that she was still being judged, and here she was, judging other people, so by the time the first sounds of the service rang out she was disgusted at the vileness of her character, disgusted that she had lost what purity of heart she had had before. A venerable old priest with a gentle air about him took the service with the kind of peaceful solemnity that has such an inspiring and calming effect on the souls of worshippers. The sanctuary doors were closed, the curtain came slowly across and from within came a low voice uttering solemn words. Natasha felt herself inexplicably choking on tears, and she was swept by a feeling of blissful lassitude. "Teach me what to do, how to find righteousness forever and ever, what to do with my life," she prayed. A deacon came out in front of the altar screen, and with his thumb sticking out he drew his long hair from under his robes, made the sign of the cross on his breast, and began the litany in loud and solemn tones. "In peace let us pray to the Lord. As a single community, all people together with no distinction of class, free from all enmity, united in brotherly love, let us pray," thought Natasha. "For peace from above and for the salvation of our souls. For the world of angels and the souls of all spiritual beings who dwell above us," prayed Natasha. When they prayed for the army she thought of her brother and Denisov. When they prayed for all who travel at sea and on land she thought of Prince Andrei, prayed for him and prayed that God might forgive her for the wrong she had done him. When they prayed for all who love us, she prayed for her family, her father and mother and Sonia, newly aware of her wickedness towards them and the full strength of her love for them. When they prayed for those who hate us, she made herself think of enemies and people full of hatred so she could pray for them. In the category of enemies she included her father's creditors and everybody who had any business dealings with him, and every time her mind strayed to enemies and those who hate us she thought of Anatole, who had done her so much harm, and although he hadn't actually hated her she was delighted to have him as an enemy to pray for. Only when praying could she think clearly and calmly about Prince Andrei or Anatole, conscious that her feelings towards them dwindled away to nothing compared with her fear and love of the Lord God. When they prayed for the royal family in the synod, she bowed very low and crossed herself even more devoutly, telling herself that although it was all above her head she couldn't have any doubts, she just loved the ruling synod and wanted to pray for it. When the litany was over, the deacon crossed his stole over his breast and said, "Let us commit ourselves and our whole lives to Christ the Lord." Commit ourselves to the Lord, Natasha repeated in her heart. "O Lord God, I commit myself to thy will," she thought. "I ask for nothing. I want nothing. Teach me what I must do, how to exercise my will. Take me unto thee. Please take me," Natasha said, eager and full of emotion. She stood there without crossing herself, her slender arms dangling down, as if she expected to be seized at any moment by an unseen force that would deliver her from herself, from her misgivings and urges, her remorse, hopes, and sins. Several times during the service the Countess stole a glance at her daughter's radiant face and glittering eyes, and prayed for God to help her. To everyone's surprise, the deacon made a sudden departure from the liturgy that Natasha knew so well by bringing out the little footstool reserved for the priest to kneel on when he reads out the prayers on Trinity Sunday, and placing it in front of the sanctuary gates. Then out came the priest wearing his lilac-colored velvet skullcap. He adjusted his hair and flopped down on his knees. The congregation also knelt, exchanging glances in some surprise. What they then heard was a new prayer just received from the synod, a prayer for the protection of Russia against enemy invasion. "Lord God of all power, God of our salvation," intoned the priest in the soft, clear, restrained voice that is only heard in churches of the Slavs and makes such a devastating impact on the Russian heart. "Lord God of all power, God of our salvation. Look down this day with mercy and blessings on thy humble people. Graciously hear us, spare us, and have mercy on us. Thy land is confounded by the foe, and he would fain lay waste the whole earth. These lawless men are gathered together to overthrow thy kingdom and destroy thy holy Jerusalem, thy beloved Russia, to defile thy temples, overturn thine altars and desecrate our holy shrines. How long, O Lord, how long shall the wicked prevail? How long shall they wield their unlawful power? Almighty God, hear us when we pray to thee, strengthen with thy might our most gracious and supreme sovereign Lord, Emperor Alexander Pavlovich, be mindful of his virtue and gentleness, reward him according to his righteousness and long may it preserve us, thy chosen Israel. Bless his counsels, his undertakings and all his deeds, strengthen his kingdom with thine almighty hand, and vouchsafe him victory over the enemy, even as thou gavest Moses victory over Amalek, and Gideon over Midian, and David over Goliath. Preserve his army, put bows of brass into the hands of those that have gone to war in thy name, and gird their loins with strength for the fight. Take up thy sword and shield, arise and come to our aid, confound and put to shame those who devise evil against us, and let them be scattered before the face of thy faithful warriors like dust before the wind. May thy mighty angel confound them and put them to flight. May the net that they know not ensnare them, and their plots hatched in secret be turned against them. And let them fall beneath the feet of thy servants and be laid low by our hosts. O Lord, thou art able to save both great and small, thou art God, and no man shall prevail against thee. God of our fathers, remember thy blessings and mercy of old. Turn not thy face from us, be gracious to us in our unworthiness, spare us in thine infinite mercy, and in thy bounteous goodness forgive us our transgressions and iniquity. Create in us a pure heart, and renew a righteous spirit within us. Strengthen us all in our faith in thee, fortify us with hope, inspire us with true love for one another, arm us with unity of spirit in the righteous defense of the inheritance thou hast given to us and to our forefathers, and let not the scepter of the unrighteous be raised against the destiny of thy holy people. O Lord our God, in whom we believe and trust, confound us not in our hope for thy mercy, and give us a sign of thy blessing, that those who hate us in our orthodox faith may see it and be put to shame and confusion, and may all lands know that the Lord is thy name and that we are thy people. Show thy mercy upon us this day, O Lord, and grant us thy salvation. May the hearts of thy servants rejoice in thy mercy. Strike down our enemies and be swift to destroy them beneath the feet of thy faithful servants. For thou art the defense, the succor, and the victory of those that put their trust in thee, and to thee be the glory, to Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, as it was in the beginning, is now and ever shall be, world without end. Amen. In her state of heightened religious sensitivity, Natasha was deeply affected by this prayer. She hung on every word about the victory of Moses over Amalek, and Gideon over Midian, and David over Goliath, and about the destruction of thy Jerusalem, and she prayed with all the emotion and tenderness that filled her heart to overflowing, though she couldn't quite make out what she was praying for. She felt wholeheartedly involved in prayers for a righteous spirit, the fortifying of hearts with faith and hope, and the inspirational power of love. But she couldn't pray for her enemies to be trampled underfoot when only a few minutes earlier she had been wishing for more enemies to love and pray for. Yet neither could she doubt the righteousness of the prayer recited by the priest on his knees. She felt a thrill of dread at the awesome punishments due to be meted out to mankind for its sins, especially her sins, and she prayed that everyone should be forgiven, including her, and that she and everybody else should enjoy peace and happiness in their lives. And it seemed to her that God heard her prayer. Chapter 19. Ever since the day Pierre had driven home from the Rostovs with Natasha's look of gratitude still fresh in his mind, stared up at the comet in the sky and felt the range of new possibilities opening up before him, he had stopped worrying about the agonizing problem of the vanity and senselessness of all earthly things. The terrible questions, why? What's it all about, which had always assailed him whatever he was doing, had now been replaced, not by different questions or answers to the old ones, but by an image of her. If he heard people prattling on about nothing, or did so himself, if he read or heard about something that reminded him of human wickedness or folly, he no longer despaired. He had stopped wondering why people bothered with anything at all when life was so short and uncertain. He had only to think of her as he had last seen her, and all his doubts melted away, not because she had any answers to the questions that had been haunting him, but because her image transported him instantly into another realm of sweetness, light, and active spirituality, where there was no question of being in the right or in the wrong, a region of beauty and love well worth living for. If he came across some worldly abomination, he would say to himself, "So-and-so's robbing the state and the Tsar while the state and the Tsar weigh him down with honors, is he? Well, let him get on with it. She smiled at me yesterday, she asked me round, and I love her, and nobody will ever know." Pierre still went out a good deal. He hadn't stopped drinking and he led the same kind of idle, dissipated life, because apart from a few hours spent with the Rostovs he had to get through the rest of his time somehow, and the habits and friendships formed in Moscow kept drawing him back inexorably to the same old life. But in recent days, with rumors from the theater of war sounding more ominous by the day, and with Natasha's health much improved, which meant that she no longer required the same degree of sympathy and pity, he had found himself increasingly overwhelmed by an inexplicable feeling of restlessness. His present position was untenable, he thought, and, sensing the approach of some disaster that was going to change the whole course of his life, he cast around impatiently on all sides watching for signs of it. One of his brother Masons had revealed to Pierre a certain prophecy concerning Napoleon, taken from the Revelation of St. John the Divine, where, in chapter 13, verse 18, we read, "Here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666. And in the 5th verse of the same chapter, "And there was given unto him a mouth speaking great things and blasphemies, and power was given unto him to continue 42 months. The French alphabet, laid out alongside the Hebrew, or Arabic, numerical system, with the first 9 letters representing units, the next tens, and so on, gives the following values: A B C D E F G H I K L M N O P Q R S T U V W X Y Z. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 20 30 40 50 60 70 80 90 trillion 100 billion 110 million 120,000 130 140 million 150,000 160. If you use this system to write out the words L Emperor Napoleon numerically, the sum of the letter numbers comes to 666, allowing 5 for the E omitted from Lo, which makes Napoleon the beast prophesied in the Apocalypse. More than that, if you apply the same system to the French number 42, 42, the span of months allotted to the beast that spoke great things and blasphemies, you get 666 once again, from which it emerges that Napoleon came to a peak in 1812, a French emperor 42 years old. This prophecy made a great impression on Pierre, and he began wondering what could possibly put an end to the power of the beast that was Napoleon. Using the same system of taking the numerical values of letters and adding them up, he set out to solve this problem. He wrote down possible answers: l'Empereur Alexander? La Nation Russe? He added up the letters, but they came to much more or much less than 666. Once he applied the system to his own name and its French version, Count Pierre Bissohoff, but the total was miles out. He changed the spelling, substituting Z for S, added D and the article Lu, but he still couldn't get what he wanted. Then it occurred to him that if the answer he was looking for was to be found in his name, surely his nationality ought to be mentioned as well. He tried Le Russe Bissohoff and this came to 671, only 5 too much and 5 was the value of E, the letter dropped from the definite article in l'Empereur Napoleon. Dropping the E again, quite unjustifiably, Pierre got the answer he was after in the phrase Le Russe Bissohoff, exactly 666. This discovery shook him. How, and by what means, he was connected with the great event predicted in the Apocalypse, he couldn't tell, but the connection was there beyond doubt. It was all there: his love for Natasha, the Antichrist, Napoleon's invasion, the comet, the number 666, l'Empereur Napoleon and Le Russe Bissohoff. All these things were going to gestate together and something would suddenly emerge from them to help him break out of that vicious circle created by the petty concerns of Moscow that had so enthralled him, and lead him forth to some mighty achievement and true happiness. The day before the Sunday when the new prayer was read out, Pierre was due to carry out his promise to the Rostovs by calling on Count Rostophin to collect a copy of the Tsar's appeal to the country and also pick up any late news from the army. On his arrival at Count Rostophin's that morning, Pierre ran straight into a special courier just back from the army. The courier was a familiar figure on the Moscow ballroom scene and Pierre knew him well. "For heaven's sake, can you take something off me?" said the courier. "I've got a sackful of letters to parents." These included a letter from Nikolai Rostov to his father. Pierre took that, and Count Rostophin gave him a copy of the Tsar's appeal to Moscow, fresh off the press, the last army orders and his own most recent bulletin. A quick glance through the army announcements, including lists of the dead and wounded, and also recent honors, told Pierre that Nikolai Rostov had been awarded the Order of St. George, 4th class, for outstanding bravery at Ostrovna, and that Prince Andrei Bolkonsky had been placed in command of a regiment of chasseurs. Although reluctant to reawaken the Rostovs' memories of Bolkonsky, Pierre couldn't resist the temptation to raise their spirits by handing on the news of their son's decoration, so he sent the printed announcement in Nikolai's letter straight round to the Rostovs, holding back the Tsar's appeal, Rostophin's bulletin, and the other announcements so he could take them along at dinner time. The conversation with Rostophin, who looked so worried and hard-pressed, Pierre's encounter with the courier, who had let it drop so casually that the army was in a terrible state, rumors of spies being caught in Moscow and a pamphlet in circulation stating that Napoleon had sworn to be in both capitals by autumn, together with the Tsar's impending arrival the next day, all things conspired to rekindle with new intensity in Pierre that feeling of excitement and anticipation that had never really left him since the appearance of the comet, and had flared up again at the beginning of the war. The idea of doing some military service had occurred to Pierre long before this, and he would have done something about it but for two things. In the first place, he was a sworn member of the Masonic Brotherhood committed to peace on earth and the abolition of war, and secondly, one look at the great mass of Muscovites who had gone into uniform as self-proclaimed patriots, and for some reason he squirmed with embarrassment at the idea of doing the same thing. But the main reason for not carrying out his intention to join up was the rather vague idea that he, Le Russe Bissohoff, was associated with the number of the beast, 666, and his role in putting an end to the power of the beast speaking great things and blasphemies had been predetermined from time immemorial, which meant that his was not to go about doing things, his was to sit there and wait for the inevitable to happen. Chapter 20. As usual on Sundays, the Rostovs were having a few close friends in for dinner. Pierre arrived early in order to catch them alone. During the past year, Pierre had put on so much weight he would have looked grotesque but for his great height, big limbs, and the solid strength that enabled him to carry his enormous bulk with evident ease. He mounted the stairs, puffing and panting and muttering under his breath. His driver no longer bothered to ask whether to wait. He knew that when the Count was at the Rostovs he would be there till midnight. The Rostovs' footman ran forward with a warm welcome, eager to help him off with his cloak, and take his stick and hat. Pierre always stuck to his club habit of leaving his stick and hat behind in the vestibule. The first person he saw at the Rostovs was Natasha. Before actually seeing her, while he was taking off his cloak, he heard her. She was practicing her scales in the hall. He knew she had given up singing during her illness, so he was surprised and delighted by the sound of her voice. He opened the door softly, and there was Natasha, in the lilac-colored dress she had worn at the service, walking up and down the room singing. She had her back turned to him as he opened the door, but when she made a sharp turn and saw the look of surprise on his chubby face, she colored up and walked quickly over to him. "I want to start singing again," she said. "It's something to do, isn't it?" she added by way of an excuse. "A splendid thing to do." "Oh, I'm so glad you've come." "I'm feeling so happy today," she said with the old enthusiasm that Pierre hadn't seen for many a long day. "Did you know darling Nikolai has won the George Cross? I'm so proud of him." "Of course I do. I sent the announcement." "Well, I mustn't stop you," he added, and made as if to walk through into the drawing room. Natasha stopped him. "Count, I shouldn't really be singing, should I?" she said, blushing, her eyes fixed quizzically on Pierre's face. "Yes. Why not? You've got things the wrong way round." "But why do you ask me?" "I really don't know," Natasha answered hastily. "I just wouldn't want to do anything you wouldn't like. I trust you completely. You've no idea what you mean to me, how much you've done for me." She was gabbling away and didn't notice Pierre coloring up at these words. "I saw something else in that announcement, Bolkonsky," she blurted the word out in a rapid whisper. "He's here in Russia, back in the army." "What do you think?" she said hurriedly, obviously anxious to get it all out before her strength failed her. "Will he ever forgive me? Will he always think badly of me?" "What do you think? What do you think?" "What I think is," said Pierre, "there's nothing for him to forgive." If I was him, by association, Pierre was instantly transported back in memory to the time when he had comforted her and said that if he was somebody else, the best man in the world and free, he would be down on his knees asking for her hand, and the same feeling of compassion, tenderness, and love came over him, and the same words rose to his lips. But she didn't give him enough time to say them. "Yes, you, she said, breathing out the word you with much enthusiasm, "you're different. Anyone kinder, more generous, better than you I have never known, no one could be. If it hadn't been for you then, and even now, I don't know what would have become of me," because, suddenly her eyes were watering. She turned away, held her music up to her eyes, started singing and set off again to walk up and down the room. At that moment Petya ran in from the drawing room. By now Petya was a handsome, rosy-cheeked boy of 15, with full red lips, very like Natasha. He was studying for university entry, but in recent days he and his comrade, Obolensky, had made up their minds to go into the Hussars. Petya rushed over to his namesake, Pierre, to talk business. He had asked him to find out whether he would be accepted into the Hussars. Pierre was walking around the drawing room, oblivious to Petya. The boy plucked him by the sleeve to attract his attention. Hey, Pyotr Kirillik, talk to me about my plan, for heaven's sake. You're my only hope, said Petya. Oh yes, your plan. Going into the Hussars. I will mention it. Yes, I'll mention it today. Well now, my dear fellow, did you get the manifesto? Asked the old count. My little countess has been to church at the Razumovskys'. She heard the new prayer. Very nice too, she says. Yes, I did, answered Pierre. The Tsar's coming here tomorrow. There's to be an extraordinary meeting of the nobility and a new levy, 10 men per 1,000, they say. Oh, by the way, my congratulations. Yes, indeed, thank God. Well, any news from the army? Our boys are in retreat again. They are just outside Smolensk, they say, answered Pierre. Oh Lord! Oh Lord, said the count. Where's the manifesto? The Tsar's appeal? Oh yes. Pierre went through his pockets looking for the papers, but he couldn't find them. Still patting his pockets, he kissed the countess's hand as she came in, and looked round anxiously, evidently expecting Natasha, who had stopped singing by now but hadn't come through into the drawing room. Good heavens, I don't know what I've done with it, he said. There you are, he's always losing things, said the countess. Natasha came in. Her face had softened, but she still looked worried as she sat down, without a word, watching Pierre. The moment she had come into the room, Pierre's face, a picture of gloom, had lit up, and although he went on scrabbling for the documents, he stole several glances at her. Oh, for goodness sake, I'll go back home. That's where I must have left them. No doubt about it. But you'll be late for dinner. Oh dear. The driver's gone. But Sonia had gone back into the vestibule to look for the papers and found them in Pierre's hat, where he had studiously tucked them under the lining. Pierre set about reading them. No, no. After dinner, said the old count, who was obviously looking forward to the reading as a great treat. At dinner they drank champagne and toasted the new Chevalier of St. George, and Shinshin told them the latest city gossip: an old Georgian princess had fallen ill, Mativier had disappeared from Moscow, and some German had been dragged before Rostophin by the people, who claimed he was a French spy. According to Count Rostophin, they were calling him a Champignon, but he told them to let the Champignon go, because he was nothing more than an old German toadstool. 10. There are so many arrests, said the count. I keep telling the countess not to speak French so much. It's not the right time. And have you heard the latest, said Shinshin. Prince Golitsyn's hired a Russian teacher, he's learning Russian. It's getting dangerous to speak French in the streets, he added, in French. Well, Count Pyotr Kirillik, if there's a general call-up we'll have to get you on a horse, won't we? Said the old count to Pierre. Pierre had been quiet and pensive throughout dinner. Faced with this question, he just stared at the count as if he couldn't understand what he was saying. Yes, yes, everybody's off to the war, he said. No. A fine soldier I'd make. And yet it's all so strange, so strange. Well, I can't understand it. I don't know, I've no taste for the military life, but nowadays nobody can answer for himself. After dinner the count settled down in a comfortable chair, took on a serious air and asked Sonia, who was thought to be a very good reader, to read the Tsar's appeal. To Moscow, our foremost capital city. The enemy has crossed our frontiers with huge forces. He comes to lay waste our beloved country. Sonia's thin little voice rang out. She was reading with close concentration. The count was listening with his eyes closed, sighing heavily at certain passages. Natasha, bolt upright, directed searching looks at her father and Pierre. Pierre felt her eyes on him and had to struggle to stop himself looking round. The Countess looked angry and censorious, shaking her head at the manifesto's every solemn pronouncement. In all these words she could see only one thing: the danger menacing her son would not soon be over. Shinshin had twisted his lips into a sardonic smile and was obviously getting ready to make a joke when the first suitable opportunity came along. At the expense of Sonia's reading, the Count's next comment, even the manifesto itself if no better chance came up. After reading about the dangers threatening Russia, the hopes invested by the Tsar in Moscow, and especially its illustrious nobility, Sonia came to the concluding words and read them with a quavering voice due mainly to the close attention being paid by all the listeners. We shall appear without delay amidst our people in the capital, and in other parts of our dominion, for consultation and the supervision of all levies and recruitment, both those which are already barring the way to our enemy, and those newly formed to bring about his defeat wherever he appears. And may the ruin with which he threatens us rebound upon his own head, and may Europe, delivered from bondage, glorify the name of Russia. Quite right, cried the Count, opening his moist eyes, choking and snuffling once or twice, as if a strong vinaigrette had been held to his nose. He went on, one word from the Tsar and we shall make every sacrifice, and spare nothing. Shinshin was prevented from saying something funny about the Count's patriotism by Natasha, who leapt up from her seat and ran over to her father. "Papa, you're such a darling," she cried, kissing him, but she glanced round at Pierre again with the touch of flirtation that had returned with her new excitement. "What a girl!" "Some patriot," said Shinshin. "No, I'm not, I'm just," Natasha began, stung to the quick. "You think everything's funny, but this is no joke." "Of course it's no joke," repeated the Count. "Just let him say the word, and we'll be off. We're not a bunch of Germans." "Did you notice what he said?" said Pierre, for consultation, but. Yes, for anything that turns up." Meanwhile Petya, who was being ignored, went over to his father, red in the face, and in a voice that wobbled between gruff bass and shrill treble he said, "Now, listen, Papa, I'm telling you straight, and Mama too, say what you will, I'm telling you straight, you must let me go into the army, because I can't, well, that's it." The Countess turned her eyes to heaven in dismay, clasped her hands and turned on her husband in anger. "Now look what you've done with all your clever talking." But the Count was quick to reassert himself amidst all the excitement. "Now listen," he said. "It's a bit early for you to be a soldier. Stop this silly nonsense. You've got some studying to do." "It isn't nonsense, Papa. Fedya Obolensky's younger than me, and he's going. Anyway, I can't study now." When Petya came to a halt, beetroot red and perspiring, though he managed to get out, "when our country's in danger." That'll do. You're being silly." "But you said yourself we would make any sacrifice." "Petya." "Shut up, I tell you," cried the Count, looking round at his wife, who was watching her younger son, white-faced and staring. "No, I'm telling you. Listen to Count Bazukov. He'll tell you. Nonsense, I tell you. The milk's hardly dry on his lips and he wants to go into the army. That's enough, I tell you," and the Count collected the papers, probably to read them through again in the study before his nap, ready to walk out. "Pyotr Kirillik, shall we have a smoke?" Pierre was too embarrassed to know what to do. It was Natasha, with an unusually radiant and eager look in her eyes, as she stared at him with something more than affection, that had reduced him to this state. No. I ought to be going home." "Going home? But you were going to spend the evening with us. You don't come very often as it is. And this little girl of mine," said the Count with great good humor and a sideways glance at Natasha, "needs you to keep her happy." No. I've forgotten something. I really must be going home." "Business," Pierre blurted out. "All right, I'll say goodbye then," said the Count, and he left the room. Why are you going home? Why are you so upset? What's it all about? Natasha asked Pierre, with a new challenge in her eyes. Because I love you, he wanted to say, but didn't. He blushed till the tears came, and looked down. Because I think I ought to come and see you a bit less often. Because. No, it's just a bit of business. But why? Tell me, please, Natasha was about to insist, but suddenly she stopped. The two of them looked at each other in dismay and embarrassment. He tried to force a laugh, but it wouldn't come. There was agony in his smile as he kissed her hand and left without a word. Pierre made up his mind to stop visiting the Rostovs. Chapter 21. After receiving such a categorical refusal, Petya went off to his room, locked himself in and wept bitter tears for some time. When he came down to tea, gloomy, unspeaking and tear-stained, the family pretended not to notice. Next day, the Tsar arrived in Moscow. Several of the Rostov servants asked permission to go out and see the Tsar. That morning Petya took a lot of trouble with himself, combing his hair scrupulously and adjusting his collar like an adult. He screwed his eyes up in front of the mirror, gesticulated, shrugged, and then at last, without a word to anyone, pulled on his cap and left the house by the back steps to avoid being noticed. Petya had made up his mind to go down to where the Tsar was and have a straight talk with some gentleman-in-waiting. He thought the Tsar was always surrounded by gentlemen-in-waiting, making it clear that he, Count Rostov, in spite of his youth, wished to serve his country, and youth shouldn't be seen as an obstacle to devotion, and he was ready for. Petya had composed many a splendid phrase while he was getting ready, and now he was off to communicate them to a gentleman-in-waiting. Petya felt certain his presentation to the Tsar would succeed if only because he was still a child. He could just see them all, amazed at his youth, and yet with his nicely adjusted collar arrangement, his neat hair and a slow, sedate way of walking, he was hoping to look like a grown-up man. But the further he walked, the more fascinated he became with the growing crowds advancing on the Kremlin, and he soon forgot about maintaining the adult slowness and sedateness. As he closed in on the Kremlin, he had to stop himself being jostled out of the way, so he stuck both elbows out with grim determination. But determined or not, when he got to Trinity Gate, the crowd, seemingly oblivious to his patriotic purpose in going to the Kremlin, shoved him up so close against a wall that he had to give in and stop walking while carriages trundled in through the archway. Near Petya stood a peasant woman, a footman, two tradesmen, and a retired veteran soldier. After waiting for a while wedged in the gateway, Petya decided not to wait for all the carriages to go through, and he tried to shove through and get ahead of all the others by flailing away with his elbows. The peasant woman next to him was the first to feel the force of them, and she yelled, "Hey, who'd you think you're shoving, young sir? Can't you see we're all stuck? You'll never get through there." "We can all get through like that," said the footman, also quick with his elbows, and he shoved Petya back into a stinking corner of the gateway. Petya wiped his sweaty face with his hands, and straightened the damp collar arrangement he had taken so much trouble with at home to make it look like an adult's. By now Petya was feeling far from presentable, and he was afraid that if he showed himself to the gentlemen-in-waiting in this state they would never let him in to see the Tsar. But the crush was so bad there was no possibility of straightening himself out or moving somewhere else. One of the generals who came riding through was a friend of the Rostov family, but, although Petya would have dearly loved to ask him for help, he thought this wouldn't be a manly thing to do. When all the carriages had gone in, the crowd rushed forward and Petya was swept along with it into the square, which was already full of people. Not only the square, but the slopes and even the rooftops were covered with people. The moment Petya set foot on the square he heard the ringing of bells and the happy murmur of the crowd that thronged the whole Kremlin. The crush eased off for a while, but then suddenly all heads were bared and the crowd surged forward again. Petya was squashed so tight he couldn't breathe, and then came the cheering, "Hurrah! Hurrah! Hurrah!" Petya stood on tiptoe, shoving and squeezing, but he couldn't see anything beyond the surrounding crowd. Deep emotion and great rapture were written on every face. A shopkeeper's wife standing near Petya was sobbing, and her face was streaming with tears. "Father! Angel! Lord and Master," she kept chanting, using her fingers to wipe away the tears. "Hurrah!" rose from the crowd on every side. For a minute the crowd stayed where it was, then there was another surge forward. Petya was wild with excitement. With gritted teeth and a ferocious glare in his rolling eyes, he hurled himself forward, elbowing his way through and yelling hurrah, as if he was ready to die and kill everybody else, but faces no less ferocious than his, yelling just as loud, were hemming him in on both sides. So this is it. This is the Tsar, thought Petya. No, I could never give him the petition myself. It would be outrageous. Nevertheless, he kept on forcing himself forward as desperately as ever, and over the backs of the people in front he caught a glimpse of an open space and a strip of red carpet, but then the crowd swayed back again. The police were forcing people back because they were encroaching too close on the procession. The Tsar was making his way from the palace to the Cathedral of the Assumption. Suddenly Petya got a terrible blow in the ribs and he was so badly crushed that his eyes misted over and he fainted. When he came round, a clergyman in a shabby blue cassock, with shaggy grey hair down his back, probably a deacon, was propping him up with one arm and fending the crowd off with the other. "Hey, there's a young gentleman here, he's been crushed," the deacon was saying. "Watch what you're doing. Steady on. You're squashing him to death." The Tsar had entered the cathedral. The crowd fanned out again, and the deacon maneuvered Petya, white-faced and scarcely breathing, over towards the big Tsar cannon. 11 Several people took pity on Petya, and before long quite a crowd had gathered round attentively. The nearest bystanders took him under their wing, unbuttoning his coat, hoisting him up on top of the cannon, and shouting at other people who were squeezing up too close. "You could kill somebody, squashing like that. What do you think you're doing? Murderers! Look at him, poor little fellow, he's as white as a sheet," said voices. Petya soon came round and the color came back to his face. The pain had gone, and this unpleasant little setback had gained him a seat on top of the cannon, from where he hoped to see the Tsar, because he had to come back that way. Petya had abandoned any idea of submitting his petition. Now he just wanted to see him, then he would be able to say he'd had a lucky day. While the service went on inside the Cathedral of the Assumption, marking both the Tsar's arrival and the peace concluded with Turkey, the crowd scattered about the square, and hawkers came round selling kvass, gingerbread and poppy seed sweets, Petya's favorite, and the people chatted about all the usual things. A shopkeeper's wife showed her torn shawl and told them how much it had cost. Another one complained that nowadays the prices of everything silk had gone through the roof. The deacon who had rescued Petya was talking to an office worker about the different priests who were officiating today with the most reverend bishop. The deacon made several uses of the word conciliar, which meant nothing to Petya. 2 young apprentices were having fun with some servant girls, cracking nuts with their teeth. All this talk, especially the chit-chat with the girls, which would normally have been fascinating to someone of Petya's age, had no appeal for him today. He sat there enthroned on his cannon, still excited at the thought of the Tsar and his love for him. The mixture of pain and panic when he was being crushed, together with the general rapture, had produced in him a passionate sense of occasion. Suddenly cannon shots were heard from the embankment to mark the peace with Turkey, and the crowd swarmed over to the embankment to watch the firing. Petya would have liked to run across too, but the deacon, who had taken charge of his young gentleman, wouldn't let him go. They were still firing when a number of officers, generals and gentlemen in waiting came running out of the cathedral. Others followed at a slower pace, caps were doffed and the people who had run across to watch the cannons rushed back again. Eventually 4 men in uniforms and ribbons came out through the cathedral doors to a great hurrah. Hurrah, from the crowd. Which is the Tsar? Which one? Petya asked around in a tearful voice, but there was no answer. Everybody was too excited. Petya picked one of the four, and although he could hardly see him through his tears of joy, he focused all his passionate attention on him, though in fact this wasn't the Tsar. He roared hurrah in a frenzied voice, and made up his mind once and for all that tomorrow nothing would stop him joining the army. The crowd ran after the Tsar, went with him as far as the palace, and then began to break up. It was getting late. Petya had had nothing to eat, and he was sweating profusely, but he had no intention of going home. He stayed on with a smaller though still considerable crowd in front of the palace while the Tsar was at dinner. He gazed up at the palace windows waiting for something to happen, and envying both the grand personages driving up to the entrance to dine with the Tsar and the servants waiting at table, who could be glimpsed now and then at the windows. Over dinner with the Tsar, Valiev glanced through the window and said, "The people are still out there, hoping for another sight of your majesty." When dinner was over, the Tsar got to his feet, still munching a biscuit, and walked out onto the balcony. The crowd swept forward, taking Petya with it, and rushed towards the balcony. "Angel! Father! Hurrah! Lord and Master!" Petya roared along with the crowd. Some women and even a few of the more sensitive men, including Petya, wept for joy. A fair-sized piece of biscuit fell from the Tsar's hand, hit the balcony railing and bounced down to the ground. A coachman in a jerkin, who was nearest to it, pounced on the piece of biscuit and snatched it up. Several people surged towards the coachman. When he saw this, the Tsar asked for a plate of biscuits, and started tossing them down from the balcony. Petya goggled at this and the blood rushed to his head. Exhilarated more than ever by the danger of the crush, he dived towards the biscuits. He couldn't have said why, but he felt he must get one of the biscuits dropped from the Tsar's hands, and nothing must stop him. He leapt forward, knocking over an old woman who was just about to grab a biscuit. Down on the ground, the old woman wouldn't admit defeat. She was still scrabbling after the biscuits but couldn't quite get hold of one. Petya shoved her hand away with his knee, grabbed a biscuit, and roared a hoarse hurrah as fast as he could so as not to miss the Tsar. The Tsar went in, and after that most of the crowd began to disperse. "Told you it was worth waiting, and it was," came delighted voices from all parts of the crowd. Happy as he was, Petya felt reluctant to go home, because this would mean admitting that his day's pleasure was over. He walked away from the Kremlin, but instead of going home he went to see his pal, Obolensky, another 15-year-old who was keen to enlist. When he did get home, Petya made an announcement that brooked no denial. If they wouldn't let him go, he was going to run away. And the following day, without actually giving in, Count Ilya Rostov went and made a few inquiries to see whether there was somewhere not too dangerous that Petya might be posted to. Chapter 22. 2 days later, on the 15th of July, an endless line of carriages could be seen standing outside the Sloboda Palace. The great halls were teeming. The first one was full of uniformed noblemen, the second with bearded merchants in blue, full-skirted coats, wearing all their medals. The hall selected for the Council of the Nobility was abuzz with movement and noise. The real bigwigs were sitting on high-backed chairs round a large table under a portrait of the Tsar, but most of the other noblemen were strolling about the hall. These noblemen, people Pierre was used to seeing every day at the club or in their homes, were all in uniform, some dating back to the ages of Catherine or Paul, some new ones belonging to Alexander's reign, others nothing more than the standard uniform of the nobility. But the overall effect of these costumes was to impart a weird fantasy quality to this diverse assembly of faces, both young and old, many of them familiar. It was the older men who stood out with their half-seeing eyes, toothless mouths, bald heads, thin bodies, and faces all wrinkled, sallow or bloated. For the most part they just sat there in silence, and if they did get up to walk about and talk to people they would generally attach themselves to someone a bit younger. These faces were like the ones Petya had seen on the square, full of expectancy, waiting for some solemn event, totally different from their everyday selves and yesterday's faces, when all that mattered was a game of Boston, Petrushka the cook, the state of Zinaida Dmitrievna's health, and things like that. Pierre was there. He had felt uncomfortable since early morning after squeezing himself into a nobleman's uniform that wouldn't fit. He was in a state of high excitement. This extraordinary assembly, of both nobles and merchants, the States General that transcended class, had reawakened in him a whole series of ideas about Rousseau's social contract and the French Revolution, ideas long abandoned but still engraved on his soul. The words he had spotted in the manifesto, about the Tsar coming to the capital for consultation with his people, had confirmed that he was on the right lines. Acting on the assumption that something really important of that order was almost upon them, something he had long been waiting for, he walked up and down watching and listening intently. Nowhere did he pick up the slightest sign of the ideas that now obsessed him. The Tsar's manifesto was read out to enthusiastic applause, and then they all scattered about the rooms deep in conversation. Apart from everyday chit-chat, Pierre heard deliberations about where the marshals would have to stand when the Tsar came in, the best time to put on a ball for the Tsar, whether they should be broken down by districts or act together as a province, and so on. But the moment anyone so much as touched on the war and the purpose of their meeting, everything became vague and uncertain. Everyone, it seemed, would sooner listen than speak. In one of the rooms, a middle-aged man cutting a handsome, virile figure in his retired naval officer's uniform was holding forth to a little crowd that had gathered round him. Pierre moved over to the growing circle and listened to the speaker. Count Ilya Rostov, wearing a uniform from the days of Catherine, had been sauntering about beaming at all and sundry, since he knew everyone, but now he too came over to this group and lent an ear with a pleasant smile on his face, as always when he was listening, nodding with approval when he agreed with the speaker. The retired naval officer was coming out with some outrageous things, as was evident from the listeners' faces and the fact that some people Pierre knew to be meek and timid souls were recoiling in disapproval or standing up to him. Pierre gradually elbowed his way into the middle of the circle, listening closely, and got the impression the speaker was a true liberal, but not in the sense that Pierre was interested in. The naval officer had the strong, melodious baritone of a Russian nobleman, with the pleasant addition of a guttural French R and slurred consonants, the kind of voice you hear when men shout, "Be a good fayou, wing me a pipe," and phrases like that. His tone suggested an easy authority and long experience of the good life. What if the people of Smolensk have offered to raise militia for the Emperor? Are the people of Smolensk going to lay down the law for us? If the good noble people of the Moscow province think fit, they can show their loyalty to the Emperor by other means. Have we forgotten the militia of 1807? Only the pious sons and thieves and robbers made any money out of that. Count Ilya Rostov smiled his bland smile and nodded in approval. And was our militia any good to the state? Not the slightest. Brought the rural economy to whack and win. Bring back conscription, that's what I say, otherwise a man comes back to you neither soldat and no peasant, nothing but only a malwek. We nobles are prepared to risk our lives. If why man jack of us will dum up wekwits. One word fumar soviwain and we'll go out and die for him, added the orator, warming to his theme. Count Rostov was drooling with pleasure, and he nudged Pierre, but Pierre wanted to speak too. He moved forward, full of excitement, without knowing why he was excited or what he was going to say. He opened his mouth to launch forth, only to be interrupted by a wily, crotchety senator without a tooth in his head, standing near to the orator. Obviously a veteran of the debating chamber well accustomed to formulating an argument, he spoke out in a low, clear voice. I would imagine, my dear sir, said the senator, his toothless mouth champing, that we have been summoned here not to discuss the relative merits of conscription and the militia for our country today. We have been summoned to make a response to the appeal graciously placed before us by our sovereign the Emperor. As to the decision between conscription and the militia, we can leave that to a higher authority. Suddenly Pierre had found a target for all his excitement. He was furious with the senator for taking such a pernickety and narrow-minded view of the nobility and what they were being asked to do. Pierre stepped forward and stopped him in his tracks. Without actually knowing what he was going to say, he launched forth in rather bookish Russian, with the occasional lapse into French. "Excuse me, Your Excellency," he began. Pierre was well acquainted with this senator, but on this occasion he felt it best to address him formally. "Although I don't agree with this gentleman," Pierre hesitated, on the point of referring to him as the honorable previous speaker, "with this gentleman, I'm afraid I don't know your name, sir, but I would imagine that those of us who are of noble estate, apart from any expression of sympathy and zeal for the cause, have also been convened to consider what measures we can take to assist our country." "I would imagine," said Pierre, warming to his task, "that the Tsar himself would not be too pleased to find us being nothing more than the owners of peasants whom we have given up to him, and cannon fodder, sort of, that we are willing to be, instead of finding us full of good counsel." Many people shuffled away from the circle when they noticed the derisive smile of the senator and Pierre's outspokenness. Count Rostov was the only person who liked what Pierre said, just as he had liked what the naval officer had said and the senator. He always liked what the last speaker had said. "I would imagine that before we get down to discussing these questions," Pierre continued, "we ought to ask the Emperor, His Majesty, with the greatest respect to communicate to us the numbers of our troops, the positions of our troops in our army, and only then." These words were hardly out of Pierre's mouth when he was roundly attacked from three sides at once. The most violent onslaught came from an old and well-disposed acquaintance by the name of Stepan Stepanovich Apraxin, who had often been his partner at Boston. But Stepan Stepanovich was in uniform, and because of this or perhaps for some other reason, Pierre saw before him a completely changed man. Stepan Stepanovich yelled at Pierre with an old man's anger on an old man's face. "In the first place, I'm telling you we have no right to put questions like that to the Emperor, and secondly, if the Russian nobility did have such a right, the Emperor would be in no position to reply. Troop movements depend on enemy maneuvers. We put men in and we take them out." Another voice cut across Apraxin. It belonged to a 40-year-old man of medium height known to Pierre from earlier days at the gypsies' entertainments, when he had been no good at cards. He too was a different man in uniform, and he now moved up closer to Pierre. "Anyway, this is no time for deep discussions," said this nobleman. "Action's the word. There's a war on. The enemy's on the march and he's coming to destroy Russia, to desecrate the tombs of our fathers, and get our wives and children." He thumped himself on the chest. "We shall arise. To a man we shall arise and follow our father the Tsar," he roared, his eyes bloodshot and rolling. A murmur of approval ran through the group. "We are Russians, ready to put our lives on the line for the defense of our faith, our throne, our country. But we must leave off our idle dreaming if we are true sons of our fatherland. We'll show them in Europe, Russia shall defend Russia," roared this gentleman. Pierre wanted to reply, but he couldn't get a word out. He could sense that the sound of his words, irrespective of any meaning, would be drowned out by the other's excited voice. Count Rostov was nodding in agreement at the back. Some of the listeners had been quick to align themselves shoulder to shoulder with the speaker as he wound up, and there was a chorus of approval. "Oh yes. Quite right. Yes indeed." Pierre wanted to say that he was by no means averse to sacrificing money, or his peasants, or himself, but you needed to know exactly what was what if you wanted to help, but he couldn't speak. Voices were yelling and shouting together, too many for Count Rostov to nod to. And the group was continually growing, collapsing and reforming until at last there came a general surge, accompanied by the buzz of conversation, towards the big table in the big room. Pierre was given no chance to speak. They talked him down, jostled him aside and turned their backs on him as if he was the common enemy, not because they didn't like what he had said, which had been lost by now in the torrent of further speeches, but because a crowd is always at its liveliest when it has a tangible object to love and another one to hate. Pierre had provided the latter. Many speakers said their piece after that excited gentleman, all in the same tone. There were some very fine and original speeches. Glinka, the owner of the Russian Messenger, who had been immediately recognized and hailed with shouts of "Author!" author, announced that it would take hell to repulse hell, and he had seen a child smile at thunder and lightning, but we would not be that child. No, not when it thunders here, came the encouraging noises from the back. They all drifted over towards the large table where the bald gray-bearded 70-year-olds sat decked out in their uniforms and decorations. Pierre had seen virtually all of these men at home with their personal buffoons, if not playing Boston at the club. The crowd advanced to the table, still with no lapse in the buzz of conversation. Various speakers, squashed up against the high chair backs by the surging crowd, were holding forth one after the other and sometimes two at a time. Those at the back noted what the speaker had not managed to say and lost no time filling the gaps. Others, suffering in the heat and the crush, were racking their brains in search of any idea that could be blurted out. The bigwigs with familiar faces sitting at the table kept looking round at each other, and in most cases the expressions on those faces all said the same thing: they were feeling the heat. Pierre, however, was feeling all worked up. Even he had caught the general mood, the urge to demonstrate that they could take anything in their stride, a mood that expressed itself in tone and attitude rather than in the meaning of anything said. He was sticking to his own ideas, but he still felt somehow in the wrong, and he was keen to defend himself. All I said was, "We could make better sacrifices when we know what the needs are," he announced to the world, trying to shout the others down. One old man sitting nearby looked round, only to be immediately distracted by an outburst at the other end of the table. "Yes, Moscow will fall. It's the price we'll have to pay," came one voice. "He's the enemy of mankind," came another. "If I could just say." "Gentlemen, you're squashing me." Chapter 23. At that moment the crowd parted and Count Rostophin, with his jutting chin and sharp eyes, came bustling in dressed in a general's uniform with a sash over his shoulder. "Our sovereign the Emperor will be here immediately," said Rostophin. "I have just come from him. I am assuming that, given our present situation, there is not much to discuss. The Emperor has graciously seen fit to summon us along with the merchants," said Count Rostophin. "Millions will flow from that quarter." He pointed to the merchants' hall. "Our task is to raise men and not spare ourselves. It's the least we can do." The only consultation was with the bigwigs at the table. To say it was conducted quietly would be an understatement. The atmosphere was positively lugubrious when, after the racket that had gone before, all that could be heard were a few old men's voices reciting one at a time, "Yes, I agree," or, just to be different, "Yes, I'm of the same opinion." The secretary was instructed to write down the resolution of the Moscow nobility, to wit, the nobles of Moscow, like those of Smolensk, shall furnish a levy of 10 men per 1,000 serfs, fully kitted out. The gentlemen got to their feet with an air of relief when the session was over, scraped their chairs back and strolled round the room, stretching their legs, taking their friends by the arm and having a good chat. "The Tsar! The Tsar!" came the sudden call through every room, and the whole crowd swarmed towards the entrance. The Tsar walked in down a wide aisle formed by 2 lines of noblemen. Every face was a picture of reverence mixed with alarm and curiosity. Pierre was some way away, and he couldn't quite catch everything said by the Tsar. He could tell from what he did hear that the Tsar was speaking of the danger that threatened the empire, and his great faith in the Moscow nobility. In response, another voice informed the Tsar of the resolution just passed by the assembly. "Gentlemen." The Tsar's voice trembled as he spoke. A ripple of anticipation passed through the crowd, then there was silence and Pierre could hear the Tsar quite clearly. He sounded caring, compassionate and deeply emotional as he said, "I have never doubted the loyalty of you Russian noblemen. But this day it has surpassed my expectations. I thank you in the name of the fatherland. Gentlemen, we must act. Time is of the essence." The Tsar stopped talking, everyone crowded in on him, and cries of delight echoed on all sides. "Yes indeed, of the essence," from the mouth of the Tsar, came the sobbing voice of Count Rostov from the back. He hadn't heard a word, but in his own way he seemed to understand. The Tsar then went on from the nobility's room to the merchant's room. He was there for 10 minutes or so. Pierre watched with the rest as the Tsar came back from the merchant's room full of emotion and with tears in his eyes. They learnt afterwards that the Tsar had hardly begun to speak to the merchants when he broke down in tears and finished what he had to say in a trembling voice. When Pierre saw the emperor, he was on his way out with 2 merchants. Pierre knew one of them, a portly tax farmer; the other was the mayor, a man with a pinched, sallow face and narrow beard. Both were in tears. The thin man's eyes were watering, but the portly tax farmer was blubbering like a child, and he kept repeating, "Life, property, take it all, Your Majesty." At that moment Pierre had only one thought in mind, the urge to show that nothing was too much for him and he would make any sacrifice. The constitutional implications of his speech were on his conscience, and he now wanted a chance to smooth things over. When he heard that Count Mamonov was furnishing a regiment, Bazukov lost no time in informing Count Rostov that he would furnish and maintain 1,000 men. Old Rostov couldn't hold back his tears as he told the whole story to his wife. He agreed to Petya's request on the spot and set off personally to register his name. The Tsar left Moscow the next day. The noblemen went back from the assembly to their homes and clubs, took off their uniforms, and with deep misgivings issued orders to their stewards to start raising the levy. They were amazed at what they had done. Part 2. Chapter 1. Napoleon went to war with Russia because he could not resist going to Dresden, could not resist the adulation, could not resist the idea of donning the Polish uniform, and giving in to the stimulating feel of a June morning, and could not contain his petulant outbursts in the presence of Kurakin and later on Balashev. Alexander refused all negotiations because he felt personally insulted. Barclay de Tolly tried to command the army as best he could so as to do his duty and earn a glorious reputation as a great general. Rostov attacked the French because he could not resist the temptation to gallop across a flat field. And all the countless numbers of people involved in this war acted like this, each according to his own peculiarities, habits, circumstances, and aims. Moved ostensibly by fear or vanity, pleasure, indignation or reason, and acting on the assumption they knew what they were doing and were doing it for themselves, they were actually nothing more than unwitting tools in the hands of history, performing a function hidden from themselves but comprehensible to us. This is the unavoidable fate of all men of action, and the higher they stand in the social hierarchy, the less freedom they have. As we write, the leading figures of 1812 are long gone from the scene, their personal interests have vanished without trace, and all we have to go on are the historical results of that period. But if we assume that the people of Europe under Napoleon's leadership somehow had to go over and die in the depths of Russia, all the senseless, cruel and self-contradictory actions of the participants in this war become intelligible. It was Providence that compelled all those men, striving for the realization of their own personal ambitions, to work cooperatively towards an outcome of immense significance, of which no single individual, not Napoleon, not Alexander, even less anybody actually involved in the fighting, had the slightest inkling. We write now with a clear view of what caused the rout of the French army in 1812. It is beyond argument. Two things caused the rout of Napoleon's French forces. On the one hand, they were badly prepared for a winter campaign in the Russian heartland, and they set out too late. On the other hand, the war took on a special character after the burning of Russian towns and the buildup of Russian hatred for the enemy. But at the time no one foresaw what now seems obvious. This was the only way the best army in the world, 800,000 strong and led by the best general, could have lost to a Russian army wet behind the ears, half as strong and led by inexperienced generals. Not only was this entirely unforeseen, but on the Russian side every last effort was made to prevent the only thing that could have saved Russia, and on the French side, despite Napoleon's depth of experience and supposed military genius, every effort was made to push on to Moscow in late summer, the one thing that would guarantee disaster. In historical works on the year 1812, French writers like to claim that Napoleon was well aware of the danger of extending his line, that he wanted to fight, and that his marshals advised him to call a halt at Smolensk. By arguing along these lines, they seek to demonstrate that even at that stage of the campaign the real danger had been spotted. Russian historians are even keener to claim that from the outset there existed a plan of campaign borrowed from the Scythians which involved luring Napoleon into the heart of Russia, and some writers attribute this plan to Pfuel, some to an unknown Frenchman, some to Toll, while others attribute it to the Emperor Alexander himself, on the basis of notes, draft schemes and letters containing real hints at this course of action. But all these hints that what eventually happened was foreseen on both sides, the French and the Russian, are put forward now only because they have been justified by subsequent events. If the events had not occurred, these hints would have been forgotten like the thousands, nay millions, of other contradictory hints and speculative ideas prevalent at the time that turned out to be wrong and were soon forgotten. The outcome of any event is always accompanied by such a range of speculative ideas about its cause that irrespective of the outcome there will always be somebody who can say, "Look, I told you that's how it would turn out," conveniently forgetting the vast number of other speculative ideas, many of which predicted the exact opposite. Clearly, any suggestions that Napoleon was aware of the danger of extending his line, and that the Russians had a plan to lure the enemy into the heart of their country, fall into this category, and only the most biased of historians could attribute any such thoughts to Napoleon and his marshals, or any such plans to the Russian generals. Speculative ideas like these fly in the face of the facts. From the moment of the invasion and during the whole course of the war, far from attempting to lure the French into the heart of Russia, the Russians did everything they could to stop them in their tracks, and Napoleon, far from worrying about extending his line, celebrated every step forward as a triumph, and did not seek opportunities to engage the foe with anything like the same eagerness as he had done in his previous campaigns. At the outbreak of war our armies were cut off from each other and the only aim we had in mind was to unite them, though if our plan was to retreat and lure the enemy into the heart of the country, there would have been no advantage in bringing them together. The emperor was out with the army to boost morale by defending every inch of Russian soil, not with some idea of retreat. Pfuel's huge camp at Drissa meant, thus far and no further. The Tsar called the commander-in-chief to account for every retreating step. The emperor could never have anticipated the enemy's taking of Smolensk, let alone the burning of Moscow, and when the armies had been reunited the Tsar was furious to learn that Smolensk had been taken and burnt without a pitched battle being fought outside its walls. This was the Tsar's attitude, but the Russian generals and the Russian people as a whole were even more incensed at the very idea of our men retreating into the heartland. Napoleon split our armies and moved straight on, deep into the country, spurning several chances to force an engagement. By August he was in Smolensk and his only thought was to keep on going even though, as we can now see, marching forward spelt disaster. The facts are clear, Napoleon foresaw no danger in pressing on to Moscow, and neither Alexander nor his generals had the slightest thought of luring Napoleon on, they thought the very opposite. Napoleon was drawn on into Russia not by a preconceived plan, no one dreamed of any such possibility, but by some complex interplay of desires, motivation and machinations on the part of the warring contenders, who had no idea of how things would turn out and what would be Russia's sole salvation. The whole thing was a fluke. Our armies were split up early on. We tried to bring them together, with every intention of joining battle and stopping the enemy's advance, but, for all these attempts at unification, while managing to avoid battle with a far stronger enemy, we were forced into retreat at a sharp angle, thus drawing the French along with us to Smolensk. But there is more to it than that. We were retreating at a sharp angle not just because the French were moving in between the two armies, the angle was made sharper and we retreated further because Barclay de Tolly, an unpopular German, was loathed by Bagration, who was due to come under his command, and Bagration employed every delaying tactic in the book with the Second Army to avoid joining up with him only to hand over control. He delayed unification for as long as he could, even though unification was the main aim of everyone in authority, because he thought that marching his men would expose them to danger, and it would be best for him to edge to the left, southwards, harassing the enemy's flank and rear and building up his army from Ukraine. But it seems likely that his real reason for thinking along these lines was to avoid placing himself under the command of Barclay, the hated German who was his junior in rank. The emperor was out with the army to boost morale, but his presence there, his vacillation and the vast numbers of counselors and plans available rendered the First Army inactive, so it had to retreat. The camp at Drissa was where they proposed to draw the line, but up rose Paulucci, with his eye on the commander-in-chief's job, and his tireless efforts finally prevailed on Alexander, with the result that Pfuel's entire scheme was abandoned and the whole thing was handed over to Barclay. But since Barclay failed to inspire complete confidence, limitations were placed on his power. The armies were split up, there was no unity of command, and Barclay remained unpopular. But this mess arising from all the divisiveness and the unpopularity of the German commander-in-chief led to two things: on the one hand, vacillation and a reluctance to stand and fight, which could not have been avoided if the armies had been united and led by anyone but Barclay, and on the other hand, rising impatience with the Germans and a surge of patriotism. At long last the Tsar withdrew from the army, on the pretext, the only convenient one available, of boosting morale in the two capitals in order to guarantee nationwide support for the war. And the emperor's visit to Moscow did succeed in trebling the Russian military strength. The Tsar had left the army so as not to cramp the style of the overall commander-in-chief, in the hope that more decisive action could be taken. But no, army command became even more confused and enfeebled. Bennigsen and the Tsarevich stayed on with a swarm of adjutants general, to keep an eye on the commander-in-chief and urge him on to greater activity, but Barclay, more constrained than ever with all these eyes of the Tsar on him, became increasingly wary of decisive action and ever more reluctant to fight. Barclay insisted on caution. The Tsarevich hinted at treachery and demanded a general engagement. Lyubomirsky, Bronitzky, Lucky One and others of that ilk raised such a hue and cry that Barclay got rid of the Polish generals on the pretext of sending some documents to the Tsar in Petersburg, and from now on it was open war with Bennigsen and the Tsarevich. Down in Smolensk, despite Bagration's best efforts to the contrary, the armies had come together at last. Bagration drove up in his carriage to the house occupied by Barclay. Donning his sash, Barclay came out to welcome his superior officer and present his report. Bagration, not to be outdone when it came to displays of magnanimity, ignored his own higher rank and placed himself under Barclay's command, though in doing so he agreed with him less than ever. He still reported directly to the Tsar, as he had been ordered to do. In a letter to Arakcheyev he wrote, "My sovereign's will is supreme, but I can do nothing with this minister, Barclay. For heaven's sake send me somewhere else if only to command a regiment. I cannot stay here. Headquarters is swarming with Germans, so no Russian can live here, and nothing makes any sense. I used to think I was serving my sovereign and my country, but as things have turned out I am serving Barclay. To be quite candid, I don't like it." Relations between the two commanders were further poisoned by the swarm of Bronitzkys, Wincengerods, and their like, so there was now less unity than ever. Preparations were made to attack the French outside Smolensk. A general was sent to take stock of the situation. This general, detesting Barclay, went to see a friend of his, a corps commander, spent a day with him and came back to condemn point by point a proposed battlefield that he hadn't even seen. In the midst of these arguments and all this intrigue over a proposed battlefield, while we were looking round frantically for the enemy, having somehow lost his location, the French happened upon Neverovsky's division and soon found themselves at the very walls of Smolensk. We were surprised into sudden action at Smolensk to save our lines of communication. Battle was joined, with thousands of deaths on both sides. Contrary to the wishes of the Tsar and all his people, Smolensk was abandoned. But Smolensk was set on fire by its own inhabitants, who had been let down by their governor, and these ruined people set an example for the rest of Russia to follow by transferring themselves to Moscow, obsessed with all that they had lost and seething with hatred of the enemy. On went Napoleon, with us in retreat, and this was how the one thing that would destroy Napoleon came about. Chapter 2. The day after his son's departure, Prince Nikolai Bolkonsky sent for Princess Maria. "Well, I hope you're satisfied," he said to her. "Causing a row between me and my son. Does that satisfy you? Just what you wanted. I hope you're satisfied. It hurts me a lot. I'm old and weak, but you've got what you wanted. Well, that's it. I don't blame you for gloating." And after that, Princess Maria didn't see her father again for a week. He was ill and never came out of his study. Princess Maria was surprised to see that during this illness the old prince even excluded Mademoiselle Bourienne from his room. Pigeon was the only person who attended him. A week later the prince re-emerged and resumed his old way of life, getting closely involved in the new buildings and the gardens, and severing relations with Mademoiselle Bourienne. His tone was frigid and he adopted a funny attitude to Princess Maria that seemed to say, "Look, you made up stories about me, you lied to Prince Andrei about my relations with that Frenchwoman, and you caused a row between us. Well, now you can see, I can do without the pair of you and that Frenchwoman." Princess Maria spent half the day with little Nikolai, following his progress, teaching him Russian and music, and talking to Dessalles. The rest of the day she spent in her rooms, reading or passing the time with her old nurse and her servants of God, who came up the back stairs to see her now and then. Princess Maria's attitude to the war was that of all women. She feared for her brother who was out there fighting, and she was horrified at the unbelievable cruelty that led men to go out and kill each other. She could make nothing of this war, which seemed just like all the others. She could make nothing of it despite the efforts of Dessalles, her constant companion, who followed the war with a keen interest and did his best to put over his version of events, and her servants of God, who had their own hair-raising way of reporting rumors among the peasantry about an invasion by the Antichrist, and even though Julie, now Princess Drubetskoy, had started writing again and was sending a stream of patriotic letters from Moscow. One of them read like a literal translation from the French. "I am writing to you in Russian, my good friend, because I have a hatred for all the French people and equally for their language that I cannot support to hear spoken. In Moscow we are all excited through enthusiasm for our adored emperor. My poor husband is enduring travail and hunger in horrible Jewish taverns, but the news that I have only enthuses me even more. You have doubtless heard of the heroic action of Raevsky, who has embraced his two sons and said, 'I shall die at their side, but we shall not yield.' And although the enemy was twice as strong, indeed we did not yield. We pass the time here as best we can, but in war, as in war. Princess Elena and Sophie spend entire days with me, and we, the unhappy widows of living husbands, have delightful conversations while we make lint. We want only for you, my darling," and so on. But the main reason why Princess Maria could make nothing of the war was that the old prince never mentioned it, refused to acknowledge its existence, and laughed in Dessalles' face when he brought the subject up over dinner. The prince spoke with such easy assurance that Princess Maria suspended judgment and believed what he said. Throughout the whole of July the old prince was unusually energetic, even vivacious. He laid out another new garden and began a new building for the servants. The only thing that worried Princess Maria was that he slept badly. He had given up his habit of sleeping in his study and now slept in a different place every night. First he would have his camp bed set up in the gallery, then he would use the sofa or a high-backed armchair in the drawing room, dozing the hours away while young Petrushka acted as a replacement for Mademoiselle Bourienne and read to him. After that he would try a night in the dining room. On the 1st of August a second letter came from Prince Andrei. The first one, received soon after his departure, had contained an abject apology from Prince Andrei for having spoken out of turn, and a request to be restored to favor. The old prince had responded in terms of affection, and from then on he had kept away from the Frenchwoman. Prince Andrei's second letter came from just outside Vitebsk, after it had fallen to the French, and it consisted of a brief account of the whole campaign, including a sketch map by way of illustration, and some speculation on the future course of the campaign. In this letter, Prince Andrei pointed out to his father the awkwardness of his situation at Bald Hills close to the theater of war, in the direct line of the enemy's advance, and advised him to move to Moscow. At dinner that evening, when Dessalles said he had heard that the French had taken Vitebsk, the old prince remembered Prince Andrei's letter. "I've heard from Prince Andrei today," he said to Princess Maria. "Have you read the letter?" "No, father," the princess answered diffidently. There was no possibility that she could have read the letter. This was the first she had heard of it. "He writes about this war," said the prince, with the sneering smirk that had become second nature to him nowadays when speaking about the war. "Very interesting, I'm sure," said Dessalles. "Prince Andrei is in a position to know." "Oh yes, very interesting," put in Mademoiselle Bourienne. "Go and get it," said the old prince to Mademoiselle Bourienne. "You know where it is, on that little table under the paperweight." Mademoiselle Bourienne jumped up eagerly. "No, wait," he called out with a scowl. "You go, Mikhail Ivanich." Mikhail Ivanich got to his feet and set off for the study. But he was scarcely out of the room when the old prince glanced round edgily, threw down his napkin and walked out himself, muttering, "Can't trust them to do anything. Always get things wrong." As he went out, Princess Maria, Dessalles, Mademoiselle Bourienne and even little Nikolai exchanged glances, though no one said a word. Back came the old prince, bustling in with Mikhail Ivanich. He put the letter and the plan down at his side, but dinner passed without him handing it to anyone to read. It was only when they had gone through into the drawing room that he handed the letter to Princess Maria. Then he unfolded the plan of his new buildings in front of himself, stared down at it and told her to read the letter out loud. When she had done so, Princess Maria looked quizzically at her father. He was still staring down at the plan, apparently in a world of his own. "What do you make of it, Prince?" Dessalles ventured to inquire. "Make of it? What do I make of it?" said the old prince, as if shocked into listening, his eyes still riveted on the building plan. "It is very possible that the theater of war may move in our direction, ha! The theater of war," said the old prince. "I've told you before, and I tell you again, the theater of war is Poland, and the enemy will never get beyond the Niemen." Dessalles looked in amazement at the prince, who was going on about the Niemen when the enemy was already at the Dnieper point too, but Princess Maria could not remember where the Niemen was geographically, so she assumed that what her father had said was true. "When the snow thaws they'll drown in the marshes of Poland." "They're the only ones who can't see it," said the old prince, clearly harking back to the 1807 campaign, which seemed like yesterday to him. "Bennigsen should have gone into Prussia before that, then things would have taken a different turn." "But, Prince," Dessalles ventured, "the letter mentions Vitebsk." "Oh, the letter." "Yes," said the prince, with some irritation. "Yes, yes." His face went all gloomy. He paused. "Yes, he says the French have been beaten at, what river was it?" Dessalles looked down. "The prince doesn't say anything about that," he said gently. "He doesn't what?" "Well, I didn't invent it, that's for sure." There was a long silence. "Yes, yes." "Well then, Mikhail Ivanich," he snapped, looking up suddenly and pointing to the building plan, "tell me how you're going to change this." Mikhail Ivanich went over to the drawing. The old prince had a few words with him about the new building, then he glared at Princess Maria and Dessalles and walked off to his room. Princess Maria could see shock and embarrassment written all over Dessalles' face as he watched her father go. She noted his silence and was struck by the fact that her father had left his son's letter behind on the drawing-room table. But she could not bring herself to speak, to ask Dessalles what lay behind his embarrassed silence. She could not even think about it. That evening Mikhail Ivanich was sent by the prince to Princess Maria to ask for the letter left behind in the drawing room. Princess Maria handed it over, and with extreme reluctance she ventured to ask what her father was doing. "Still very busy," said Mikhail Ivanich with a mixture of politeness and irony and a smile that drained the color from her face. "He's very worried about the new building. He did a bit of reading, but now," Mikhail Ivanich lowered his voice, "he's at his bureau, going through his will, I imagine." In recent days one of the old prince's favorite occupations had been going through the papers he wanted to leave behind at his death, a collection that he called his will. "And is Alpatych being sent to Smolensk?" asked Princess Maria. "Oh yes. He's been waiting for ages." Chapter 3. When Mikhail Ivanich came back to the study with the letter, the old prince was sitting at the open bureau wearing his spectacles and an eyeshade, holding a fistful of papers at arm's length and reading them in the light of a shaded candle. His pose was one of high seriousness. These papers, which he called his remarks, were to be delivered to the Tsar after his death. When Mikhail Ivanich came in, there were tears in the prince's eyes as he remembered writing what he was now reading. He took the letter from Mikhail Ivanich, stowed it in his pocket, folded up his papers and called to Alpatych, who had been waiting by the door for some time. He had written down on a piece of paper a list of things he wanted from Smolensk, and now he began pacing the floor as he issued instructions to the ever-patient Alpatych, still standing by the door. "First, writing paper, d'ye hear? 8 quires of this quality, gilt-edged. Take this sample. Make sure you get the right kind. Some varnish, sealing wax, it's all on Mikhail Ivanich's list." He took a few more paces and consulted his memorandum. "Then go to the governor and give him the letter about the deed, in person. Then bolts were needed for the doors of the new building, and they had to be of a special kind designed by the old prince himself. Then a strongly bound box had to be ordered to keep his will in." By now the issuing of instructions to Alpatych had taken more than 2 hours, but still the prince wouldn't let him go. He sat down, deep in thought, then his eyes closed and he was off into a doze. Alpatych shifted position. "Well, go on then, off you go," said the prince. "If there's anything else, I'll send a message." Alpatych went out. The prince went back to the bureau, glanced inside, riffled through his papers, closed the top and sat down at the table to write to the governor. It was late by the time he got to his feet with the letter written and sealed. He felt tired, but he knew he would never get to sleep. It was in bed that nasty thoughts came to him. He called Tikhon and went through the rooms with him, to let him know where to make up his bed for tonight. He prowled around, assessing the merits of every corner. Nowhere suited him, but the worst place of all was his usual couch in the study. That couch filled him with dread, probably because of the horrible thoughts he had, lying on it. Nowhere was quite right, but the best spot was a little corner in the sitting room behind the piano, a place he hadn't yet slept in. With the help of a footman, Tikhon brought all the things in and began to make up the bed. "No, no, not like that," cried the old prince. With his own hands he eased the bed a fraction away from the corner, and then back again. "Well, at last, I've done everything that can be done. Now I shall get some rest," thought the prince, and he let Tikhon undress him. Frowning with annoyance at the effort involved in taking off his coat and trousers, the prince undressed, flopped down on his bed and was soon, to all intents and purposes, lost in thought, as he stared down with disgust at his desiccated yellow legs. In fact, he wasn't thinking at all, he was just gathering himself for the enormous effort of lifting his legs up and rolling over on the bed. Ugh, it's so hard. Ugh, I'll be glad when this struggle is over. If only you would let me go, he kept thinking. Tightening his lips, he made that effort for the 20th time, and there he was, lying down. But hardly had he managed this when the bed started moving gently backwards and forwards beneath him, as though it was breathing by itself, rocking and knocking. This happened nearly every night. His eyes had been steadily closing, now they were open. "Leave me alone, damn you," he growled, raging against some unknown presence. Yes, there was something important, something very important. I saved it up to think about in bed. Was it the bolts? No, I got that off my chest. No, there was something else, something in the drawing room. Princess Maria said something stupid. Dessalles was going on about it, blithering idiot. Something in my pocket. Oh, I can't remember. Tishka. What did we talk about over dinner? Prince Andrei Mikhail. Shut your mouth. The prince slapped his hand down on the table. Yes, I've got it, Prince Andrei's letter. Princess Maria read it out. Dessalles was going on about Vitebsk. I'll read it now. He told Pigeon to get the letter out of his pocket and push the little table with the lemonade and the spiral wax candle on it a bit nearer the bed. Then he put his glasses on and started reading. Only now, in the still of the night, as he went through the letter under the pale glow emanating from the green shade, did he get a momentary glimpse of its meaning? The French are at Vitebsk, and that could mean 4 days from Smolensk. Maybe they're already there. Tishka. Pigeon leapt up. No, it doesn't matter, he cried. He tucked the letter away under the candlestick and closed his eyes. And in his mind's eye there it was again, the Danube, high noon, reeds, the Russian camp, and him a young general without a line on his face, a merry, dashing, ruddy-faced figure, striding into Potiomkin's gaily colored tent. Again he burns with envy of this highly favored man, and it hurts as much as it did at the time. And he goes through every word uttered at that first interview with Potiomkin. Then another vision, a dumpy woman, yellowing and jowly, the Dowager Empress, her smiles, all that she said at her first gracious reception of him. And then her face as she lay on the catafalque, and the clash with Zubov over her coffin for the right to go and kiss her hand. Oh, hurry me away, back to that time. Hurry me out of here and now, so I can be left in peace. Chapter 4. Bald Hills, the estate of Prince Nikolai Bolkonsky, was situated 40 miles east of Smolensk, and a couple of miles off the Moscow road. On the evening of the day when the old prince had taken so long to give Alpatik his instructions, Dessalles asked if he could have a word with Princess Maria, and told her that since the prince was not quite himself and wasn't taking any precautions to guarantee his own safety, even though Prince Andrei's letter had made it clear that staying on at Bald Hills would not be without risk, he respectfully advised her to write on her own account, and send a letter via Alpatik to the provincial governor in Smolensk, asking for a statement of how things stood and the degree of risk they were running at Bald Hills. Dessalles had written the letter to the governor and Princess Maria had signed it. Now it was handed to Alpatik, who was told to give it to the governor and come back as soon as possible if there was danger. When he had received all his commissions, Alpatik put on his white beaver hat, a present from the prince, took his stick, just like the prince, walked out to be seen off by the servants, and got into the leather gig harnessed to 3 sleek roans. The big bell was tied up and the little ones had been muffled with paper. The prince didn't allow them to drive with bells at Bald Hills, though out on the road Alpatik loved to hear them all jingling. Alpatik was like a king with his courtiers. There to see him off were the land office clerk, a scullery maid and a cook, 2 old women, a boy servant dressed like a Cossack, several coachmen, and 1 or 2 other servants. His daughter was busy stuffing chintz-covered feather cushions down behind his back and under his bottom. His old sister-in-law slipped a little bundle in on the sly. One of the coachmen helped him in. All these women making a fuss. Women, said Alpatik, babbling his words just like the old prince, as he got into the little trap. Dropping his imitation of the prince, he gave the clerk some final instructions about work, then raised his hat over a bald pate and crossed himself 3 times. If anything happens, you come back, Yakov Alpatik. In the name of Jesus, spare a thought for us, called his wife with an ear to the rumors of war and the enemy. Women, all this fuss. Alpatych muttered to himself as he drove off, glancing round at the fields. He could see the rye turning yellow, thick oats that were still green, and black stretches where the second plowing was only just underway. Alpatych drove on, admiring the corn crop that had turned out so well this year, scanning the rye fields, some of which were already being reaped, and thinking all the time like a true manager about sowing and reaping, and whether he might have forgotten any of the prince's instructions. He stopped twice to feed the horses, and got to town in the late afternoon of the 4th of August. On the way Alpatych had encountered and overtaken wagons and troops, and as he drove into Smolensk he could hear gunfire in the distance, though it didn't worry him. What did worry him more than anything was that just outside Smolensk he had seen a splendid field of oats being mown down by some soldiers apparently for fodder, and they had pitched camp in the middle of it. This really worried him, but he soon forgot it when his mind went back to his own business. All the interests in Alpatych's life had been bounded by the will of the prince for over 30 years, and he had never strayed beyond those bounds. As far as Alpatych was concerned, anything not connected with carrying out the prince's orders was of no interest, in fact it didn't exist. Arriving in Smolensk, then, on the evening of the 4th of August, Alpatych stayed where he had made a habit of staying for the last 30 years, at an inn kept by Ferapantov on the other side of the Dnieper in the suburb of Kachina. 12 years before, Ferapantov, tipped off by Alpatych, had bought some woodland from the old prince and gone into trade. By now he owned a house, an inn and a corn merchant's shop all in the same province. Ferapantov was a portly, dark, red-faced 40-year-old peasant with thick lips, a big knobbly nose, a knobbly forehead overlooking bunchy black brows, and a round belly. He was standing there in a cotton shirt and waistcoat outside his shop, which opened onto the street. As soon as he saw Alpatych he came forward to meet him. "You're very welcome, Yakov Alpatych. Folks is leaving town, and you are comin' in," he said. "What do you mean leaving town?" said Alpatych. "Yes, I'm tellin' you, folks is stupid. Dead scared o' the French." Women's talk," replied Alpatych. "I'm with you there, Yakov Alpatych. What I say is, there's orders not to let him through, so they won't. But the peasants is charging 3 rubles for a horse and cart. No conscience." Yakov Alpatych was only half listening. He ordered a samovar, and hay for the horses, then he drank some tea and lay down to sleep. All night long there was a constant flow of troops down the street past the inn. Next morning Alpatych put on a jacket that he kept for town wear and went about his business. It was a sunny morning, and it had been hot since 8 o'clock. Good day for harvesting, he thought. Gunfire had been heard outside the town first thing, and since 8 o'clock cannon fire had been mingling with the rattle of muskets. The streets were crowded with people in a hurry, including soldiers, but drivers still plied for hire, shopkeepers stood at their shops, and church services were being held as usual. Alpatych went shopping, called at the government offices, went to the post and then on to the governor's. The offices, shops and post office were abuzz with talk of the war and the enemy attack. The people were all asking what to do and trying to calm each other's fears. Outside the governor's house Alpatych came across a large group of people including some Cossacks, and there at the entrance stood a traveling carriage belonging to the governor. On the steps Yakov Alpatych ran into 2 gentlemen, one of whom he knew, a former police captain, who was holding forth with some passion. "Well, it's no joke now," he was saying. "You're all right if you're on your own. One mouth to feed's not too bad, but if you've got 13 in the family and a bit of property. This is it, we've all had it. I blame the government. Brigands, damn it, I'd hang the lot of them." "Shoo! You don't know who's listening," said the other. "I don't care. Let him hear." "We're not dogs, are we, lad?" said the former policeman, looking round and catching sight of Alpatych. "Hey, Yakov Alpatych, what are you doing here?" "His Excellency's orders." "I'm to see the governor," answered Alpatych, stretching up proudly to his full height and putting one hand to his bosom, as he always did when he spoke the old prince's name. "His Excellency bade me inquire about the present state of affairs," he said. "May as well tell you, then," cried the gentleman. "It's come to this, you can't get a cart or anything else. There it goes again, hear that," he said, pointing in the direction of the gunfire. "This is it, we've all had it, brigands," he said, repeating himself, and went off down the steps. Alpátych shook his head and went on up. The waiting room was full of merchants, women and clerks, looking at each other in complete silence. The door of the governor's room opened, at which they all stood up and pressed forward. A clerk hurried out, spoke to a merchant, told a tubby official with a cross round his neck to follow him, and vanished again, obviously anxious to avoid all the looks and questions coming his way. Alpátych edged forward, and the next time the clerk came out he put one hand inside his button coat and spoke to him, handing over the 2 letters. "For His Honor Baron Ash from General-in-Chief Prince Bolkonsky," he boomed out with so much portentousness and heavy meaning that the clerk turned and took the letters. A few minutes later the governor received Alpátych and said to him hurriedly, "Please tell the prince and the princess I knew nothing about it. I was acting on orders from above, and that's." He gave Alpátych a printed notice. "And by the way, since the prince is not well, I advise them to leave for Moscow. I'm off myself very soon. Tell them," but the governor never finished his sentence. An officer covered in dust and drenched with sweat rushed in and blurted out something in French. Horror was written all over the governor's face. "You can go," he said, nodding to Alpátych, and then he turned to the officer with more questions. Horrified, helpless eyes turned eagerly towards Alpátych when he came out of the governor's room. No longer could Alpátych ignore the gunfire, which was getting closer and louder by the minute, as he hurried back to the inn. The document handed to Alpátych by the governor read as follows. "Be assured that at present the town of Smolensk is not in the slightest danger, nor is it likely to be so threatened. I shall proceed from one side, and Prince Bagration from the other, and we shall join forces outside Smolensk on the 22nd inst, after which our 2 armies with their combined forces will defend their compatriots in the province entrusted to your governance until their efforts shall have driven back the enemies of our country, or until their gallant ranks be destroyed down to the last warrior. You will hereby take note that you have a perfect right to reassure the inhabitants of Smolensk, since those who are defended by 2 such valiant armies may be confident of their victory. Directive from Barclay de Tolly to the civil governor of Smolensk, Baron Ash, 1812. Crowds of people were scurrying nervously about the streets. Carts piled high with household crockery, chairs, and little cupboards were pouring out through gates in a constant stream and trundling down the streets. There were carts outside the entrance to the house next door to Ferapantov, and women were howling as they said goodbye. A yapping yard dog frisked around the harnessed horses. Alpátych put on more speed than usual as he hurried into the yard and went straight in under the shed roof to his horses and trap. The coachman was asleep. He woke him up, told him to get the horses ready, and went over to the house. In the family quarters he could hear children wailing, a woman sobbing uncontrollably, and Ferapantov yelling himself hoarse with rage. The cook burst into the passage flapping like a frightened hen, just as Alpátych walked in. "It's the mistress. He's beating her up. He'll be the death of her. He's beat her up, smashed her face in." "What for?" asked Alpátych. "She wanted to go. It's just a woman's way. Take me away, she says. Don't finish me off with all my little ones. Folks has all gone, she says. What about us? And he's just beat her up, beat her and smashed her." Alpátych nodded to signify some kind of approval, but he didn't want to hear any more, so he strode straight across towards the opposite door into the room where his purchases had been left. "You brute! You murderer!" yelled a thin, pale woman rushing out with a baby in her arms and the scarf torn off her head. She ran down the steps into the yard. Ferapantov came after her, but when he saw Alpatic he pulled his waistcoat down, smoothed his hair back, gave a yawn and followed Alpatic across into the room. "Not going already, are you?" he asked. Without answering or looking round, Alpatic gathered up his purchases and asked how much he owed. "We can sort that out later." "Been to the governor's, eh?" asked Ferapantov. "What have they decided to do?" Alpatic replied that the governor had told him nothing definite. "How can we pack up and go with our business to look after?" said Ferapantov. "Cost us 7 rubles for cartage to Dorogobuz. I keeps on saying it, they've no conscience. Now, Selivanov, he pulled a good trick on Friday, sold flour to the army at 9 rubles a sack. Quick drink of tea," he added. While the horses were being harnessed, Alpatic and Ferapantov drank tea together and had a good chat about the price of corn, the crops, and good weather for the harvest. "I think it's calming down a bit," said Ferapantov, getting to his feet after the 3rd cup of tea. "I imagine our boys had the best of it. They said they wouldn't let them through. That's our strength for you. The other day they were on about Matvey Ivanich Platov, seems he drove them into the river Marina. 18,000 drowned in a day." Alpatic scooped up his purchases, handed them to the coachman who had just come in and settled up with Ferapantov. From the gateway came the sound of wheels, hooves and jingling bells as a little trap drove out. Now, well into the afternoon, half the street lay in shadow, with the other half in bright sunshine. Alpatic glanced through the window and went to the door. Suddenly they heard the strange sound of a faraway hiss and crump, followed by booming cannon fire blending into one dull roar that made the windows rattle. Alpatic went out into the street. 2 men were running down the street towards the bridge. From different sides came the whistle and thud of cannonballs and the crash of grenades exploding as they rained down on the town. But these almost inaudible sounds were hardly noticed by the inhabitants against the roaring cannons they could hear just outside the town. This was it, the bombardment ordered by Napoleon and launched on the town by 130 cannons at just after 4 o'clock. It was a bombardment with a significance that the people were slow to appreciate. At first the crashing cascade of grenades and cannonballs excited nothing but curiosity. Ferapantov's wife, who had been howling incessantly out in the shed, now walked down to the gate carrying the baby, and stared in silence at the people as she listened to all the noises. The cook and his shopkeeper also came out to the gate. They were all bright and cheerful, eager to get a glimpse of the shells flying overhead. Several people came round the corner chatting away. "Some force," one was saying. "Roof and ceiling smashed to bits." "Like a pig's snout digging the ground up," said another voice. "Terrific stuff. Keeps you on your toes," he went on with a laugh. "Lucky you skipped to one side or you'd have been flattened." Others joined them. They slowed to a stop and talked about cannonballs raining down next door to them. Meanwhile other missiles, hurtling cannonballs with an ominous hiss, or sweetly whistling grenades, were flying incessantly overhead, though none of them fell anywhere near, they all flew on somewhere else. Alpatic was getting into his trap. The innkeeper stood by the gate. "Haven't you seen enough?" he shouted to the cook, who had come out in her red skirt, with her sleeves rolled up and her bare elbows working away, and was now going down to the corner to listen to what people were saying. "Marvelous, isn't it?" she said time after time, but as soon as she heard her master's voice, she came back, pulling down her tucked-up skirt. Something whistled over their heads again, this time very near, like a little bird swooping down on them. There was a flash of fire in the middle of the street, a big bang and smoke all over the place. "Stupid girl, what do you think you're doing?" yelled the innkeeper, running over to the cook. Immediately women on all sides gave a pathetic, "Oh no," the baby screamed with shock, and the people crowded round the cook with ashen faces. The cook's groans and cries rose above the rest of the crowd. Ayak! My lovely friends, dear lovely friends! Don't let me die! My dear lovely friends! 5 minutes later the street was deserted. The cook had had her thigh broken by shrapnel from a grenade, and they carried her off into the kitchen. Alpatik, his coachman, Ferapontov's wife and children and the porter were down in the cellar, all ears. The roar of the cannons, the whistling shells, and the pathetic whimpering of the cook, loudest of all, were unrelenting. Ferapontov's wife, rocking and crooning at her baby, asked everybody who came down into the cellar in a frightened whisper where her husband had gone after he had stayed out on the street. A newly arrived shopkeeper told her he had gone off with the crowd to the cathedral, where they were raising on high the holy icon of Smolensk, which had power to work miracles. Towards dusk the cannonade eased off. Alpatik came out of the cellar and stood in the doorway. The evening sky, recently so clear, was blotted out with smoke. A new crescent moon stood high in the heavens, weirdly distorted through the smoke. After the terrible roar of the cannons a hush seemed to have settled on the town, broken only by footsteps that seemed to echo everywhere, the sound of groans and distant cries, and the crackle of buildings on fire. The cook had stopped moaning. On two sides palls of black smoke rose up from fires and drifted away. Out on the streets soldiers in their various uniforms marched or scurried all over the place, not in formation but like creatures from a shattered anthill. Several of them ran straight into Ferapontov's yard before Alpatik's very eyes. He went back to the gate. The street was blocked by a bustling, scurrying regiment in retreat. They've surrendered the town. Get out while you can, said an officer noticing him standing there. Then he turned straight back to the soldiers and yelled, I'll give it you, running through the yards. Alpatik went back into the house, called out for the coachman and told him to get going. Alpatik and the coachman were followed out by Ferapontov's entire household. When they saw smoke coming from burning houses and sometimes even flames, clearly visible despite the gathering gloom, the women, who had kept quiet until now, broke down and howled as they gazed at the fires. Similar cries came like echoes from other parts of the street. Alpatik's hands shook as he and the coachman sorted out the tangled reins and traces of the horses under the shed roofing. As Alpatik was driving out through the gate he saw a dozen loudmouthed soldiers in Ferapontov's open shop helping themselves to wheat flour and sunflower seeds, and filling their bags and knapsacks. Ferapontov chose this moment to arrive home and come back into his shop. When he saw the soldiers his first impulse was to yell at them, but he stopped himself, clutched at his hair, and broke down, half laughing, half sobbing. Help yourselves, boys! Don't leave it for those devils, he shouted, grabbing sacks with his own hands and hurling them into the street. Some of the soldiers ran away because they were scared, others went on filling their bags. Ferapontov caught sight of Alpatik and turned in his direction. Russia's had it, he roared. Alpatik! We've had it. I'll set fire to it myself. We've had it. Ferapontov ran into the yard. A solid moving mass of soldiers blocked the whole street. Alpatik could not get through and had no alternative but to wait. Ferapontov's wife and children were also sitting there on top of a cart, waiting for a chance to get going. By now night had fallen. There were stars in the sky, and from time to time the new moon shone down through the pall of smoke. Alpatik's trap and his hostess's cart trundled slowly along amidst rows of soldiers and other vehicles, and where the road sloped down to the Dnieper they came to a complete stop. Down a lane not far from the crossroads where they had halted some shops and a house were on fire. The fire had almost burnt itself out. The flames were dying down, lost in black smoke, but then they would suddenly flare up again, picking out the faces of the milling crowd held up at the crossroads with a peculiar clarity. Black figures flitted in and out near the fire, and people could be heard talking and shouting above the unceasing crackle of the flames. Alpatik could see it would be some time before his trap would be able to move on, so he got out and walked back to the lane to have a look at the fire. Soldiers were nipping in and out near the fire, and Alpatic saw two of them hard at work with a man in a rough coat, hauling burning beams from the fire across the street to a yard opposite, while others carried armfuls of hay. Alpatic joined a large group of people standing in front of a tall barn that was well on fire. Flames were licking up the walls, the back one had collapsed, the boarded roof was falling in, and the beams were all ablaze. The crowd were obviously waiting for the roof to come down. Alpatic waited with them. Alpatic! The old man suddenly heard a familiar voice calling to him. "Glory be, it's your excellency," answered Alpatic, instantly recognizing the voice of the young prince. Prince Andrei, mounted on a black horse and wearing a cape across his shoulders, was there at the back of the crowd, looking down at Alpatic. "What are you doing here?" he asked. Your excellency," was all Alpatic could get out, his voice choking with sobs. Have we really had it? Your father. What are you doing here?" Prince Andrei repeated. The flames flared up, and in the bright light Alpatic caught a momentary glimpse of his young master's face, pale and worn. Alpatic told him the full story of how he had been sent to town and was now finding it hard to get away. "Anyway, your excellency, do you think we've had it?" he asked again. Instead of replying, Prince Andrei took out his notebook, propped up one knee, and scribbled a penciled message on a torn-out page. He wrote this to his sister. "Smolensk is surrendering. Bald Hills will be occupied by the enemy within a week. Go to Moscow immediately. Let me know the moment you leave. Send special messenger to Usvyaz." When he had given Alpatic this written message, he gave him some more instructions about getting the old prince, the princess, his son, and the tutor on the road, and how and where he could be contacted once this was done. The words were hardly out of his mouth when a staff officer, complete with entourage, galloped up to him. "You're a colonel, aren't you?" shouted the staff officer in a voice that Prince Andrei recognized, with its German accent. "Houses are being set on fire under your very nose and you just stand there. What's the meaning of this?" "You will answer for it," shouted Berg, who was now assisting the head of staff commanding the 1st Army Infantry, left flank, a good position, nice and prominent, as Berg put it. Prince Andrei glanced at him without any reaction, and carried on talking to Alpatic. "So, tell them that I shall wait for an answer until the 10th, and if I don't receive news by the 10th that they've all gone away, I shall have to drop everything and go over to Bald Hills in person." By now Berg had recognized Prince Andrei. "Prince," he said, "I spoke like that purely because it's my duty to carry out instructions, and I'm a stickler for." "I do beg your pardon." Berg was most apologetic. There was a great crash in the middle of the fire. The flames died down for a second or two, and clouds of black smoke swirled out from under the roof. This was followed by another fearful crash and a massive collapse. "Oh!" roared the crowd as the roofing of the barn came crashing down and a smell of baking wafted up from the burning grain. The flames flared up again, lighting up the happy, careworn faces of the crowd round the fire. The man in the rough coat raised both arms and yelled out, "That's it! There she goes! Well done, boys! He's the owner," went the word. "There you have it then," said Prince Andrei. "Tell them everything I've told you." This was addressed to Alpatic. Without a word to Berg, who was standing speechless at his side, he put spurs to his horse and rode off down the lane. Chapter 5. The troops continued their retreat from Smolensk. The enemy came on behind. On the 10th of August, as the regiment under Prince Andrei's command marched along the main road, they went past the avenue leading off to Bald Hills. There had been more than 3 weeks of hot weather and drought. Every day fleecy clouds floated across the heavens, now and then hiding the sun, but the sky always cleared in the late afternoon and the sun went down in a deep red haze. The earth got its only refreshment from a heavy dew at night. Any wheat left in the fields was scorched and scattered. The marshes had dried up. The cattle bellowed from hunger, finding nothing to graze on in the sun-baked meadows. Only at night and in the woods was there any cool air, and then only while the dew lasted. Out on the road, the high road where the troops were marching, there was never any cool air, not even at night, not even when the road went through a wood. No dew touched the 6 inches of churned-up sandy dust. They were on the road at first light. Axle deep, the wagons and big guns trundled on without a sound, while the infantry marched up to their ankles in soft, choking, burning dust that never cooled off overnight. Sandy dust stuck to feet and wheels, and rose in a cloud over the marching men, getting into eyes and hair and nostrils and, worst of all, down into the lungs of man and beast moving down the road. The higher the sun, the higher the cloud of dust, and through the filter of tiny, burning dust particles you could look straight at the sun, hanging there like a huge crimson ball in a sky devoid of clouds. There wasn't a breath of wind, and men were left gasping in the thick, still atmosphere. They marched with cloths over their mouths and noses. Whenever they got to a village there was a rush for the wells. They fought over the water, and drank it down to the mud. Prince Andrei was a regimental commander, and as such he was committed to the management of the regiment, the welfare of his men, the need to receive and transmit orders. For him the burning and abandonment of Smolensk were an epoch-making event. A new feeling, a burning hatred of the enemy, made him transcend his personal sorrow. He was wholly committed to his regiment, he looked after his officers and men, and he treated them with kindness. The regiment called him our prince, they were proud of him, and he was well liked. But his kindness and friendliness were confined to the regiment. Timokhin and other such men, different people from an alien sphere, people with no knowledge or understanding of his past. The moment he brushed up against anyone from the old days, or any of the staff officers, he became all prickly, full of venom, derision, and contempt. Anything that linked him with memories from the past he found repulsive, so, when it came to dealings with that old world, all he wanted was to avoid unfairness and do his duty. Indeed, all was darkness and gloom for Prince Andrei, especially after Smolensk had been abandoned on the 6th of August, though he believed it could and should have been defended, and after his ailing father had been forced to flee to Moscow, leaving his beloved Bald Hills open to plundering, the estate that he had loved so much, developed and settled with peasants. Because of his position, Prince Andrei had other things to think about. He was bothered about his regiment. However, on the 10th of August the column which included his regiment marched past the turnoff to Bald Hills. 2 days before Prince Andrei had been informed that his father, his son and his sister had left for Moscow. Even though there was nothing for him to do on the estate, he decided, with a typical urge to rub salt into his own wounds, that he must ride over to Bald Hills. He had his horse saddled and rode off down the side road towards his father's house, where he had been born and spent his childhood. As he rode past the pond, where there had always been dozens of peasant women gossiping as they pounded the washing or rinsed the clothes, Prince Andrei could see there was no one there, and the little wooden pier was torn away and floating sideways, half sunk in the middle of the pond. He rode to the keeper's lodge. There was no one anywhere near the stone gates, and the door had been left open. The paths of the garden were overgrown, and calves and horses could be seen wandering about all over the English park. Prince Andrei rode over to the conservatory, where some of the glass panes were broken and the trees in tubs were either knocked over or dried up. He called Taras, the gardener. No response. Going round the conservatory into the open garden, he saw that the ornamental fence was in ruins, and plum tree branches had been ripped off with the fruit. An old peasant, Prince Andrei had seen him by the gate since childhood, was still there on a little green bench making a shoe from bark fiber. He was too deaf to hear Prince Andrei coming up. He just sat there on the seat where the old prince had been fond of sitting, with the bark fiber hanging from the branches of a broken down and dried up magnolia. Prince Andrei rode on to the house. Several lime trees in the old garden had been cut down, and a piebald mare was wandering about with her foal among the rose bushes right in front of the house. The windows were all shuttered, except for one downstairs that was open. A little serf boy dashed indoors the moment he saw Prince Andrei. Alpatic had sent his family away, and was staying on alone at Bald Hills. He was sitting in the house, reading the lives of the saints. On hearing that Prince Andrei had come, he walked outside with his spectacles on his nose, buttoning himself up, hurried over to the prince, and without saying a word burst into tears as he kissed him on the knee. Then he turned away, annoyed with himself for being so soft, and went into a full account of how things stood. Everything of real or sentimental value had been moved to Bogucharovo. Some grain had been carted away, anything up to 100 quarters, but the hay and spring corn, a wonderful crop this year, according to Alpatic, had been commandeered by the troops and cut while still green. The peasants were ruined, some had gone to Bogucharovo, but a few had stayed on. Prince Andrei cut him short and asked when his father and sister had left, meaning when had they set off for Moscow. Alpatic assumed he was talking about the move to Bogucharovo. He said they had set off on the 7th, and then he was off again into problems of management, and he wanted instructions. "Am I under your honor's orders to let the oats go and get a receipt from the officers?" he asked. "We've still got 600 quarters. What can I tell him?" Prince Andrei wondered, looking down at the old man's bald head shining in the sun. He could tell by the look on his face that Alpatic knew full well how irrelevant these questions were. He was only asking them to allay his own grief. "Yes, let it go," he said. "If your excellency noticed that the garden's a bit untidy," said Alpatic, "there was nothing I could do to stop it. 3 regiments have been through and spent the night here. The dragoons were the worst. I wrote down the CO's name and rank so we can file a complaint. But what about you? What are you going to do? Are you staying on if the enemy occupies the place?" Prince Andrei asked him. Alpatic turned to Prince Andrei, looked him straight in the face, and then all at once, he pointed heavenwards with a solemn gesture. "He is my refuge. His will be done," he said. A group of peasants and house serfs were coming across the field, baring their heads as they got near to Prince Andrei. "Well, goodbye," said the prince, bending down towards Alpatic. "You should go. Take whatever you can, and tell the peasants to go to one of the other estates, Ryazan or Moscow." Alpatic was clinging to his leg and sobbing his heart out. Prince Andrei eased him away, spurred his horse and galloped away down the avenue. The old man was still there, squatting over his last and tapping away at his new shoe, as inconsequential as a fly on the dead face of a loved one. Then 2 little girls came hurrying out of the conservatory with their skirts full of plums picked from the trees, only to run straight into Prince Andrei. The elder girl took one horrified look at the young master, grabbed her younger playmate by the hand and nipped off to hide behind a birch tree, scattering green plums and not stopping to pick them up. Prince Andrei was startled, and he turned away hoping they might not notice he had seen them. He felt sorry for the pretty little girl that he had frightened. He was wary of glancing in her direction, yet he felt an overwhelming urge to do just that. He was swept by a lovely, heart-warming sensation that was quite new to him. The sight of those 2 little girls had suddenly made him aware that there were such things as other human interests, a million miles from his own but no less legitimate. The little creatures had one burning ambition, to pinch those green plums and scoff them without getting caught, and Prince Andrei wished them well in their enterprise. He could not resist another glance. Feeling safe at last, they had nipped out of their hiding place and they were off, singing out in shrill little voices, holding their skirts up and dashing merrily across the grassy field as fast as their bare, sunburnt little feet would carry them. Prince Andrei was feeling quite refreshed by his escape from the dusty realm of the highroad that the troops were marching along. But not far from Bald Hills he turned back onto the road, and caught up with his regiment at their halt near a dam at the end of a small pond. It was about 2 in the afternoon. The sun, a red ball seen through the dust, baked and scorched his back intolerably through his black coat. The dust was still there, standing immobile over the halted, chattering troops. There wasn't a breath of wind. As he rode towards the dam, Prince Andrei caught a whiff from the pond, a fresh, muddy smell. He felt an urge to dive in, however muddy it might be. He glanced over at the pond, where he could hear nothing but shrieks and laughter. It wasn't very big, it was covered with thick green slime, and it had obviously gone up a couple of feet, enough to overflow the dam, by being full of white, naked human bodies, soldiers with brick-red hands, faces and necks, all larking about in the water. All this bare, white human flesh, whooping and roaring with laughter, was thrashing around in the muddy pool like carp in a bucket. These were the sounds of men having fun, and that gave it all an air of special sadness. One blond young soldier of the 3rd Company with a thin strap round his ankle, Prince Andrei knew who he was, crossed himself, stepped back to get a good run-up and plunged in with a huge splash. Another man, a swarthy-skinned NCO with an unruly head of hair, stood waist-deep in the water, flexing his muscular figure and snorting with delight as he poured the water over his head with hands that were black to the wrists. The place rang to the sound of backslapping, whooping and roaring. Out on the banks, up on the dam, down in the pond, everywhere was a picture of white, healthy, muscular flesh. Timokin, the officer with the little red nose, toweling himself on the dam, was embarrassed at the sight of Prince Andrei, but he decided he must speak. "It's really good, sir. You ought to have a go," he said. "Too dirty," said Prince Andrei, pulling a face. "We'll clear it for you. Give us a minute." And naked as he was, Timokin ran off to clear the boys out. "The prince is coming in." "What prince?" "Ours," several voices cried, and they were all so keen to get out of the way that Prince Andrei could hardly manage to pacify them. He could not help feeling it would have been better to have a sponge down in a shed. Flesh, bodies, cannon fodder, he thought, looking down at his own naked body and shuddering, not so much from the cold as from an inexplicable feeling of revulsion and horror that had come over him at the sight of that great throng of bodies splashing about in the dirty pond. On the 7th of August, Prince Bagration, halting at Mykolovka on the Smolensk road, had written in the following terms to Arakchev. "Dear Count Alexei Andreevich." He was writing to Arakchev, but he knew the letter would be read by the Tsar, so he weighed every word, to the best of his ability. "I imagine the minister, Barclay de Tolly, will have reported the abandonment of Smolensk to the enemy. It is painful, it is sad, and the whole army is in despair that such a crucially important place has been so wantonly abandoned. I for my part tried to persuade him in the most urgent terms, and in the end I wrote to him, but he was not to be convinced. On my word of honor, Napoleon was in deeper trouble than ever before, and he might have lost half his army, but he would never have taken Smolensk. Our troops have fought and are fighting as never before. I kept the enemy at bay with 15,000 men for 35 hours and beat them, but he wouldn't hold out for 14 hours. It is shameful, a stain on our army, and as far as he is concerned, I don't think he should still be in the land of the living. If he reports that we sustained great losses, it is not true, 4,000 maybe, not even that. And if it had been 10,000, what then? We're at war. And besides, the enemy's losses were incalculable. What would it have cost him to hold out for a couple of days? To say the least, they would have gone away of their own accord, for they hadn't a drop of water for man or horse. He gave me his word he would not retreat, then all of a sudden he sends a dispatch that he is withdrawing that very night. You cannot fight like this, and we may soon have brought the enemy right through to Moscow. Rumor has it that you are thinking of suing for peace. God forbid that you should. After all those sacrifices and so many insane retreats, in suing for peace you will turn the whole of Russia against you, and every man Jacobus will be too ashamed to wear the uniform. If it comes to it, we must go out and fight while ever Russia can, while ever there's a man still standing. There must be one man in charge, not two. Your minister may be a good man in the ministry, but as a general he's not just useless, he's beneath contempt, and the destiny of all our country has been left in his hands. I really am going insane with frustration, you must forgive me for putting it so strongly. It is quite clear that anyone who recommends suing for peace and putting this minister in charge of the army does not love his sovereign, and wants to see us all ruined. So, what I say is right and proper, get the militia ready. For the minister is exercising the greatest skill in leading our visitor on to the capital. Wolzigen is looked on with great suspicion by the whole army. They say he is Napoleon's man more than ours, and the minister follows his advice in all things. I am always civil to him, in fact I obey him like a corporal, even though I am his senior. It hurts me to do so, but out of love for my sovereign and benefactor, I obey him. But I grieve for the Tsar that he entrusts a gallant army to men like this. Don't forget that by retreating we have lost more than 15,000 men, through fatigue or left sick in the hospitals, and if we had gone on the attack this would not have happened. Tell me for God's sake, what will our mother Russia have to say about this defeatism, and why are we abandoning our good and gallant country to such rabble and sowing the seeds of hatred and shame in every Russian? Have we no guts? Who are we afraid of? Don't blame me if the minister is a dithering idiot, a yellow-bellied, dilatory fool with the worst character defects. There is weeping and wailing throughout the army, they curse him and wish he was dead. Chapter 6. All the infinite subdivisions into which the phenomena of life can be broken down can be reduced into those in which content predominates and those in which form predominates. To the latter group we may safely assign life in Petersburg, especially in the salon, as distinct from the life in the country, the district, the province, even in Moscow. Salon life does not change. In the aftermath of 1805 we had several times made peace with Napoleon and fallen out with him again, and we had made and unmade new constitutions, but the salons of Anna Pavlovna and Helene were the same as they had been, respectively, 7 and 5 years before. Anna Pavlovna's circle went on in the same old way, nonplussed by Bonaparte's successes, which they saw as linked to indulgence on the part of the sovereigns of Europe and a spiteful plot aimed solely at upsetting and worrying the court circle of which Anna Pavlovna was the representative. Helene's circle went on in the same old way, flattered by the gracious presence from time to time of no less a person than Rumiantsev, a great admirer of his hostess's sharp intelligence. In 1812 these people waxed eloquent, as they had done in 1808, about a great nation, and a great man, much regretting the break with France, which, according to Helene's regular visitors, was bound to end in peace very soon. With the Tsar's return from the army a stir of excitement had run through these rival salons in recent days, resulting in the occasional manifestation of mutual hostility, but each salon remained true to itself. Anna Pavlovna's set excluded anyone who was French, except for 1 or 2 dyed-in-the-wool legitimists, and their idea of patriotism extended to a boycott of the French theater, an insistence that the French company playing their cost as much to maintain as a whole army corps. They were avid followers of the latest news from the front, encouraging any amount of rumors that greatly favored our army. In the French circle of Helene and Rumiantsev any reports of enemy atrocities or the cruelty of war were discounted, and much was made of Napoleon's repeated attempts at conciliation. This group roundly condemned as premature any suggestion that it was time to plan the evacuation to Kazan of the court school and the girls' college patronized by the Dowager Empress. Helene's salon looked on the whole process as men going through the motions of war, with peace not far away at all, and the general view was that best expressed by Bilibin, who had happened to find himself in Petersburg and was now almost one of the family at Helene's, as befitted a man of intelligence. Things would be decided not by gunpowder but the brains behind it. The effusions of Moscow, news of which reached Petersburg along with the Tsar, were looked on in Helene's salon with knowing irony and a measure of discreetly handled scorn. In Anna Pavlovna's circle, by contrast, the same effusions were greeted with much enthusiasm and spoken about gravely. It was like Plutarch speaking of the ancients. Prince Vasily, who had managed to maintain his hold on all the important positions, constituted the one connecting link between the two circles. He used to visit both my good friend Anna Pavlovna and my daughter's diplomatic salon, and it wasn't uncommon, with all his comings and goings, for him to get things mixed up and say something at Anna Pavlovna's that should have been said at Helene's. Soon after the Tsar's arrival, Prince Vasily was deep in conversation about the progress of the war at Anna Pavlovna's, and he came out strongly against Barclay de Tolly, adding that he could not make up his mind who should be given overall command. One of the guests, acknowledged as a man of real ability, and they said that in French, told them he had seen the newly elected commander of the Petersburg militia, Kutuzov, presiding that very day over the enrollment of new recruits at the treasury, and he would go so far as to suggest with all due caution that Kutuzov might be the man to satisfy all requirements. Anna Pavlovna gave a lugubrious smile, and observed that Kutuzov had caused the Tsar nothing but trouble. "I've said it time and again in the assembly of the nobility," Prince Vasily put in, "but nobody listens. I said that electing him to the command of the militia wouldn't find favor with His Majesty. They don't listen. It's this mania for dissent," he went on. "Don't ask me why they do it. It's all because we are trying to ape the stupid effusions of Moscow," said Prince Vasily, losing the thread for a moment and forgetting that the effusions in question should be ridiculed at Helene's, not at Anna Pavlovna's, where the right thing to do was admire them. He was quick to put himself in the right. Is it decent for Kutuzov, the oldest general in Russia, to be presiding in those chambers? It won't get him anywhere. You can't have a man like him as commander-in-chief. He can't ride a horse, he falls asleep at meetings, and he's completely immoral. He earned a marvelous reputation in Bucharest. Never mind his qualities as a general, at a time like this how can we appoint a man who's on his last legs and blind? Yes, blind. What a splendid idea, a blind general. He can't see a thing. All right for a spot of blind man's buff." No one dissented. On the 24th of July this was a perfectly correct thing to say. But on the 29th Kutuzov received the title of prince. This ennoblement might have been a signal for him to be put out to grass, so Prince Vasily's judgment was still a perfectly correct thing to say, though now he was in no great hurry to say it. But on the 8th of August a committee was convened, consisting of Field Marshal Saltykov, Arakcheyev, Vyazmitinov, Lopukhin and Kochubey, to discuss the progress of the war. This committee decided that the various failures had been caused by high-level dissension, and, although the committee members were aware that the Tsar was not well disposed towards Kutuzov, they didn't take long to propose his appointment as overall commander. Before the day was out Kutuzov had been appointed commander-in-chief of all military forces, and plenipotentiary in charge of the whole occupied region. On the 8th of August Prince Vasily came across the man of real ability once again at Anna Pavlovna's. The man of real ability was making a great fuss of Anna Pavlovna herself, with a view to using her influence to get himself appointed as chief administrator in one of the Empress Maria's institutions of female education. Prince Vasily strode into the room with the air of a conquering hero, a man who has just achieved his life's ambition. "Well, have you heard the great news? Prince Kutuzov is our field marshal. No more dissension." "I am so pleased, absolutely delighted," said Prince Vasily. "A real man at last," he declared with a knowing look and a forbidding glare at everyone in the room. For all his desire to secure the job, the man of real ability could not resist the impulse to remind Prince Vasily about his earlier judgment. This was a double faux pas, in relation to Prince Vasily in Anna Pavlovna's drawing room, and also to Anna Pavlovna herself, because she had received the news with no less delight, but he couldn't resist it. "But, Prince, they say he's blind," he said, reminding Prince Vasily of his own words. "Get away with you. He can see well enough," growled Prince Vasily, speaking quickly with the deep voice and intermittent cough that he always used to sweep away difficulties. "He can see well enough," he repeated. "And what pleases me," he went on, is that the emperor has given him unlimited authority over all the forces and all the region. That's something no other commander-in-chief has ever had. That makes two autocrats," he concluded with a triumphant smile.
"I hope so, in God's name," said Anna Pavlovna.
The man of real ability, still a novice in court society, was keen to ingratiate himself with Anna Pavlovna, so he wanted to protect her original stance on this issue. "They say the emperor was reluctant to appoint Kutuzov," he commented. "They say he blushed like a young lady listening to the naughty bits of La Fontaine when he heard the Tsar say, 'Your sovereign and your country bestow this honor upon you.'"
"Perhaps his heart wasn't really in it," said Anna Pavlovna.
No, Prince Vasily protested with some vigor.
Kutuzov was now second to none.
In his eyes, Kutuzov, as well as being a good man in himself, was worshipped by all and sundry. "No, that cannot be right. The Tsar has always had a high opinion of him," he added.
"In God's name, I hope Prince Kutuzov will take full control," said Anna Pavlovna, "and not let anybody put a spoke in his wheel."
Prince Vasily soon catoned on. He knew what anybody meant.
He spoke in a whisper.
"I know for a fact that Kutuzov made one stipulation: the Tsarevich must not go with the army."
"Do you know what he said to His Majesty?"
And Prince Vasily trotted out certain words attributed to Kutuzov: "I can neither punish him if he gets things wrong nor reward him if he does well."
"Oh.
He's got his head screwed on, has old Kutuzov. What a character!
I've known him for ages."
"They do say," observed the man of real ability, who had yet to acquire the diplomatic skills of a courtier, "that His Excellency even stipulated that the emperor himself was not to go with the army." The words were hardly out of his mouth when Anna Pavlovna and Prince Vasily spun on their heels, looked sadly at each other and sighed at his simple-mindedness.
Chapter 7.
While all this was going on in Petersburg, the French had gone straight through Smolensk and were closing in on Moscow. Adolphe Thiers is one Napoleonic historian among many who has sought to justify his hero by asserting that Napoleon was brought to the walls of Moscow against his will. He is no less correct than any other historian who attributes historical events to the will of a single man, and no less correct than Russian historians who assert that Napoleon was brought to Moscow by the skills of our Russian generals. Apart from the law of retrospective vision, or hindsight, which makes everything in the past seem like a preparation for eventual developments, there is here another complicating factor: the question of interaction. A good player who loses at chess is genuinely convinced that he lost because he made a mistake, and he goes back to the opening gambits to find what the mistake was, forgetting that his every move throughout the whole game involved similar errors, no move being perfect. The mistake that he concentrates on attracts his attention only because it was exploited by his opponent. How much more complex than this is the game of war, which has to be played out within specific time limits, and where there is no question of one man's will directing events through his control of soulless machinery, because everything develops from the interplay of infinitely varied and arbitrary twists and turns. After Smolensk, Napoleon tried to force a battle east of Dorogobuz, just outside Vyazma, then again at Tsarevozamish, but as it happened through the interplay of infinitely varied circumstances, the Russians were not able to stand and fight until Borodino, about 70 miles short of Moscow.
After Vyazma, Napoleon had given the order for a direct advance on Moscow.
Moscow, the Asiatic capital of this great empire, the sacred city of the peoples of Alexander, Moscow, with its countless churches built like Chinese pagodas. This Moscow gave Napoleon's imagination no rest. Along the road from Vyazma to Tsarevozamish, Napoleon was riding his bobtailed light bay ambler, flanked by guardsmen, bodyguards, pages, and aides-de-camp. His chief of staff, Berthier, had dropped back to interrogate a Russian prisoner taken by the cavalry. Now, taking the interpreter, Lorne d'Ideville, with him, he galloped after Napoleon, caught him up and reined in, looking very pleased with himself. "Well," said Napoleon, "he's one of Platov's Cossacks. He says his detachment is joining the main army, and Kutuzov has been appointed commander-in-chief. He's a bright fellow and very talkative." Napoleon smiled, and bade them give the Cossack a horse and bring him along. He wanted to talk to him himself. Several adjutants galloped away, and within an hour Denisov's serf Lavrushka, who had been handed on to Rostov, rode up to Napoleon on a French cavalry saddle, wearing his orderly's jacket, with the merry, mischievous air of a man who has had a few drinks. Napoleon bade him ride alongside and asked him some questions. "Are you a Cossack?" "Yes, sir, your honor." Thiers' version of events goes as follows. The Cossack, unaware of the company he was keeping, since Napoleon's ordinary appearance contained nothing that might suggest to the Oriental mind the presence of a monarch, was extremely outspoken in what he said about his experience of war on the ground. The real version is this: Lavrushka had got blind drunk the night before and left his master without dinner, so he had been thrashed on the spot and sent to the village to get some chickens, only to be distracted by a little looting, whereupon he had been caught by the French. Lavrushka was one of those rough and ready, insolent lackeys who have seen a thing or two and feel obliged to do everything in a mean, underhand way. They would do anything to keep on the right side of their masters, and they are especially good at sniffing out any baser instincts such as vanity and meanness. When brought to Napoleon, Lavrushka recognized him immediately, without any doubt. He was not the least bit intimidated and did everything he could to win over his new masters. He knew full well that this was Napoleon, and he was no more intimidated by Napoleon than by that Rostov or the sergeant major with his whip, because there was nothing that either of them, sergeant major or Napoleon, could have taken away from him. He rattled away with all the latest gossip among the orderlies. Much of it was true. But when Napoleon asked him whether or not the Russians were expecting to defeat Napoleon, Lavrushka screwed up his eyes and thought about it. He saw this as a trick question. People like Lavrushka see trickery round every corner, so he knitted his brows, and for a while he didn't respond. "It's like this," he said thoughtfully, "if it comes to a battle pretty soon your lot will win. But you wait a couple of days and if there's a battle then, it'll go on a bit." A beaming Lelourn d'Ideville gave the following translation: "If battle is engaged within 3 days the French would win, but if it was later God knows what would come of it." Napoleon was not beaming, though he did seem to be in the highest of spirits, and he had the words repeated. This did not escape Lavrushka, who decided to provide further amusement by pretending not to know who he was talking to. "We know you've got your Bonaparte and he's beaten everybody in the world, but we're a different kettle of fish," he said, without knowing how and why this bit of chauvinism slipped into his concluding words. The interpreter translated his speech, omitting the last bit, and Bonaparte gave a smile. The young Cossack brought a smile to the lips of his all-powerful interlocutor, says Thiers. Napoleon rode on a few paces in silence, then turned to Berthier and said he wanted to see what effect it would have on this son of the dawn when he found out that the man who the son of the dawn was talking to was the emperor himself, the man who had carved his victorious name on the pyramids for all time. The news was broken. Lavrushka could tell this was being done to fox him, and Napoleon expected him to be in a state of panic, so he tried to please his new masters by putting on a great show of dumbfounded amazement and stupefaction, with much rolling of the eyes, and the kind of face he always pulled whenever he was being taken away for a thrashing. The word were scarcely out of the interpreter's mouth, Thiers informs us, when the Cossack was so stricken with amazement that he did not utter another word, but rode on with his eyes glued on this conqueror, whose fame had reached him across the steppes of the Orient. All his loquacity was suddenly stemmed and replaced by a simple-minded and reverent silence. Napoleon gave him a reward and ordered him to be set free like a bird returned to the fields that witnessed its birth. Napoleon rode on, dreaming of Moscow, his obsession, while the bird returning to the fields that had witnessed his birth galloped back to our outposts, working out in advance a version of events that had not taken place but could be told to his comrades. He wasn't keen on the idea of telling them what had really happened, for the simple reason that it didn't seem worth talking about. He rode back to the Cossacks, asked where he could find his regiment, now part of Platov's detachment, and by evening he had found his master, Nikolai Rostov, encamped at Yankovo. Rostov had just got on his horse to ride round the local villages with Helene. He gave Lavrushka another horse and took him along too. Chapter 8. Prince Andrei was wrong in thinking that Princess Maria was in Moscow and out of danger. After Alpateka's return from Smolensk, the old prince began to behave as if he had suddenly woken up. He gave orders for the militia to be called up from the villages and supplied with arms. Then he wrote to the commander-in-chief informing him that he had every intention of staying on at Bald Hills and defending himself to the last. It was for the commander-in-chief to decide whether or not steps should be taken for the defense of Bald Hills, where one of the oldest surviving Russian generals would soon be taken prisoner or die. He announced to his household that he was staying on at Bald Hills. But although he was determined to stay, the prince made arrangements for sending the princess, along with Dessalles and the little prince, first to Bogocharovo and then on to Moscow. Alarmed by her father's outburst of feverish, sleepless activity so soon after his earlier despondency, Princess Maria could not bring herself to leave him behind on his own, so for the first time in her life she made so bold as to disobey him. She refused to go, and brought down on her head a horrific storm of fire and fury. The prince raked up all his righteous grievances against her. He was full of accusations. She had tormented him, she had caused trouble between him and his son, she had harbored the vilest suspicions about him, she had made it her one goal in life to poison his existence. He drove her out of his study, telling her he didn't care one way or the other whether she stayed or went. He said he didn't want to know of her existence, and gave her fair warning to keep right out of his sight. This came as a relief to Princess Maria, because she had been afraid he would have her forcibly removed from Bald Hills, and all he had done was banish her from his sight. She knew the meaning of this. Deep down in his heart he was secretly glad she was staying on and not going away. The day after little Nikolai went off, the old prince got up early and put on his full dress uniform, fully intending to go and see the commander-in-chief. The carriage stood ready. Princess Maria watched as he strode out in his uniform resplendent with all his medals, and went down the garden to inspect an armed guard of peasants and house serfs. She sat by the window listening to his voice floating in from the garden. Suddenly some men came running up from the avenue with a terrified look on their faces. Princess Maria ran down the steps, along the path through the flower beds and out onto the avenue. There, coming towards her, was a great crowd of militiamen and servants, and in the midst of the crowd several men were supporting a little old man in a uniform and medals and helping him along. Princess Maria ran towards him, but in the play of sunlight filtering down through the shady lime trees in tiny round patches she could not quite make out whether there had been any change in the way he looked. The one thing she could see was that his earlier expression of grim determination had changed into shrinking submissiveness. When he caught sight of his daughter he tried to move his lifeless lips and he gave a hoarse croak. It wasn't clear what he wanted. He was lifted up, carried through into the study and laid out on the dreaded couch that had bothered him so much in recent days. A carriage was sent to fetch the doctor, who bled him that evening and diagnosed a stroke with right-side paralysis. Bald Hills was becoming a more and more dangerous place to stay in, so next day they moved the prince to Bogocharovo. The doctor went with him. By the time they got to Bogocharovo, Dessalles had already gone to Moscow with the little prince. For 3 weeks the old prince lay there paralyzed in the new house built by Prince Andrei, and his condition showed no change for better or worse. Comatose, grotesque and corpse-like, he kept muttering nonstop, his eyebrows and lips twitching, and there was no telling whether or not he recognized where he was. Only one thing was certain, he was suffering and he urgently wanted to say something. What it was no one could tell, some quirky idea in his sick, half-crazy mind, perhaps, or something to do with public affairs, or was it a family matter? The doctor said that this restlessness didn't mean anything, it was pure physiology. But Princess Maria felt sure, and her suspicion was confirmed by the fact that her presence seemed to make things worse, that he wanted to tell her something. His sufferings were clearly both physical and mental. There was no hope of recovery. He could not be moved. What if he died out on the road? Wouldn't it be better if it was all over and done with? Princess Maria sometimes thought. She watched him day and night, almost without sleeping, and the awful thing was that she often watched him not looking for signs of recovery, but often longing for signs that the end was near. It came as a shock for the princess to admit this to herself, but this is what she felt. And Princess Maria was troubled by something even more terrible, the fact that ever since her father's illness, if not before that, when she had decided to stay on in the vague expectation that something might happen, a series of long-forgotten hopes and desires slumbering within her had come to life again. Thoughts that had not entered her head for years, dreams of a new life free from the perpetual dread of her father, even of the possibility of love and a happy marriage, haunted her imagination like temptations of the devil. It was no good trying to banish these thoughts, her mind seethed with questions about the kind of life she would lead when it was all over. These were temptations sent by the devil, and Princess Maria knew it. She knew that the only weapon against him was prayer, and she tried to pray. She adopted a prayerful attitude, gazed at the holy icons, recited prayers, but she could not actually pray. She felt as if she had been transported into a new world of real life, hard work and freedom of movement, the complete opposite of the spiritual world where she had been incarcerated for so long with prayer as her only consolation. Prayers and tears were now beyond her, and her mind was full of practicalities. The danger of staying on at Bogucharovo was increasing. On all sides there was word of the French getting near, and in one village, barely a dozen miles away, a house and estate had been looted by them. The doctor insisted that the prince must be moved on, and the local marshal sent one of his officials to persuade Princess Maria to get away as soon as possible. The police chief called and said the same thing. The French were 20 or 30 miles away, French proclamations were circulating in the villages, and if the princess didn't take her father away before the 15th, on their heads be it. The princess decided to leave on the 15th. She was busy all the previous day with preparations and the issuing of instructions, with everyone now turning to her. Without changing for bed, she spent the night of the 14th as usual in the room next to the one where the old prince lay. Several times she woke hearing a groan or a muttered sound, a creak from the bed, or the footsteps of Pigeon and the doctor going in to turn him over. Several times she listened at the door. He seemed to be more agitated than ever and muttering louder than before. She couldn't sleep, and several times when she went to the door to listen she was tempted to go in, but couldn't bring herself to do so. Even though he could not speak, Princess Maria could tell, and in any case she knew, how he hated any display of anxiety on his behalf. She had noticed him turning away instinctively to avoid her eyes, which, just as instinctively, had been glued on him. She knew that if she were to go in at night at an unusual time it would upset him. And yet she had never felt more sorry for him, never felt such a dread of losing him. She recalled the whole of her life with him, and in his every word and every action she saw an expression of love for her. Occasionally these memories were encroached upon by temptations of the devil, thoughts about what would happen after his death, and what she would do with her newfound freedom. But she drove these thoughts away with a feeling of revulsion. By morning he had settled down, and she had fallen asleep. She woke late. The innocence that often comes with the moment of waking showed her only too clearly what worried her most about her father's illness. She woke, listened to what was happening on the other side of the door, heard him still muttering, and told herself with a sigh that nothing had changed. But what did I expect? What did I want? I want him to die, she cried in a fit of self-loathing. She washed and dressed, ran through her prayers, and went out onto the steps. There were carriages at the entrance, without the horses, and their luggage was being stowed. The morning was warm and gray. Princess Maria hung about on the steps, still horrified at her own wickedness, and trying to get her thoughts into some kind of order before going in to see him. The doctor came downstairs and walked out to see her.
He's a little better this morning, said the doctor. I've been looking for you. You can just about make out what he's saying. His head's a bit clearer. Come on in. He's asking for you. Princess Maria's heart leapt at this news and the color drained from her face. She had to lean against the door to keep herself from falling. The thought of seeing him, talking to him, feeling his eyes on her now, when her soul was brimming with these awful, criminal temptations, filled her with an agonizing feeling of delight mixed with horror. Shall we go in? Said the doctor. Princess Maria went into her father's room and walked over to his bed. He was lying well propped up, and his little bony hands with their knotted purple veins were laid across the quilt. His left eye stared straight ahead, while the right eye looked askew, and his lips and eyebrows were without any movement. He looked pathetically small and thin. His face with its shrunken features seemed to have shriveled up or melted away. Princess Maria went over and kissed him on the hand. His left hand seized hers. He had clearly been waiting for her. He tugged at her hand, and his eyebrows and lips quivered with an angry tremor. She looked at him in dismay, trying to make out what he wanted of her. When she shifted position so his left eye could see her face, he calmed down, and for some seconds he kept that one eye glued on her. Then, with a stirring of his lips and tongue, sounds emerged as he struggled to speak, still fixing her with a meek, imploring gaze as if he was worried that she might not understand. Princess Maria stared back at him, concentrating as hard as she could. The sad comedy of his struggle with his tongue forced Princess Maria to look down, and it cost her an effort to swallow the deep sobs rising in her gorge. He said something, and repeated it several times. Princess Maria could not catch what it was, but she tried to guess by repeating his words and making them sound like questions. Oh, AI, he said over and over again. His words were beyond all understanding. The doctor thought he might have guessed, so he repeated them. Don't be afraid? The prince shook his head, and said it again. Soul, a soul in pain, came Princess Maria's interpretation. With a mumble of approval he took her hand and pressed it to different parts of his chest as if he could not find the right place for it. Thinking about you, he managed to get out, much more clearly than before, now that he felt sure he was being understood. Princess Maria pressed her head against his arm, fighting down her sobs and tears. He stroked her hair. I've been calling for you, all night, he managed to say. If only I'd known, she said, through her tears. I was scared to come in. He squeezed her hand. Weren't you asleep? No, I couldn't sleep, said Princess Maria, shaking her head. Instinctively following her father, she was even speaking like him and gesturing with sign language, as if she could not get her words out. Dear girl. Or was it, darling? Princess Maria could not tell, but the look in his eyes told her beyond doubt it was something full of warmth and affection that she had never heard from him before. Why didn't you come? And all I wanted was for him to die, thought Princess Maria. There was a short silence. Thank you, my dear daughter, for everything. Forgive me. Thank you. Please forgive me, and tears ran down from his eyes. Bring Andre, he blurted out, though even as he spoke a look of childish shyness and uncertainty came over his face. He seemed to realize his request was meaningless. Or so she thought. I've had a letter from him, answered Princess Maria. He seemed taken aback and he gave another shy glance. Where is he? He's with the army, father, at Smolensk. He was silent for some time now, lying there with his eyes closed. Then he rallied as if challenged by his own doubts, and, anxious to convince them he could remember and understand, he nodded and opened his eyes. Oh yes, he said, softly but distinctly. Russia's gone. Done for. And again he was convulsed with sobs, and tears ran down from his eyes. It was too much for Princess Maria. She wept with him, looking him in the face. He closed his eyes again. He had stopped sobbing. He pointed to his eyes, and Tikhon, quick on the uptake, wiped his tears away. Then he opened his eyes and said something that no one could understand for quite some time, until Tikhon finally picked it up and told them. Princess Maria was looking for a meaning in the way he had been speaking a few minutes earlier. It must surely be something about Russia, or was it Prince Andrei, his grandson, his imminent death? This was why she could not work out what he was saying. "Put your white dress on. I like it," he had said. When she understood these words, Princess Maria sobbed louder than ever, so the doctor took her by the arm and walked her out onto the terrace, calming her down and reminding her she had to get ready for the journey. When Princess Maria had gone, the prince started talking again about his son, the war, and the Tsar. His eyebrows twitched with anger, his croaky voice got louder, and this was when he had his second and final stroke. Princess Maria stayed out on the terrace. Morning had broken into a day of hot sunshine. She could take nothing in, think of nothing, and feel nothing beyond her passionate love for her father, a love that seemed to have escaped her understanding until this moment. She hurried out into the garden sobbing, and ran down the paths between Prince Andrei's recently planted lime trees that led to the pond. Oh no! I was longing for him to die. Yes, I wanted to get it over and done with. I wanted some peace for myself. And now what's going to happen to me? What can I do with peace when he's gone? Princess Maria murmured out loud, tripping rapidly through the garden, and holding her hands to her chest, which was racked with convulsive sobs. She walked right round the garden in a circle that brought her back to the house again, and there coming towards her were Mademoiselle Bourienne, who was still at Bogucharovo, and had no desire to move away, and an unknown gentleman. It was the district marshal, who had come to persuade the princess how urgent it was for them to leave immediately. Princess Maria listened without taking it in. She led the way indoors, offered him lunch, and sat down with him. Then she left the table with an apology, and went to the old prince's door. The doctor came out looking very agitated and said she could not go in. "Go away, princess. Please go away." Princess Maria went down the garden again, and there by the pond she sat down on the grass at the bottom of a slope where nobody could see her. She was unaware of the time passing. She was brought to her senses by the sound of a woman's footsteps hurrying down the path. She got to her feet and there was Dunyasha, her maid, who had obviously rushed out to find her only to be stopped in her tracks, shocked by the sudden sight of her mistress. "Please, princess, you must come," the prince said Dunyasha in a trembling voice. "Yes, I'm coming, the princess blurted out, giving Dunyasha no time to finish. Looking away from her, she ran back to the house. "Princess, this is the will of God. Please prepare yourself for the worst," said the marshal, meeting her at the door. "Leave me alone." "It's not true," she shouted angrily. The doctor tried to stop her. She fended him off and ran to the door. "Why are they stopping me, all these people who look so scared? I don't need them. What are they doing here?" she thought. She opened the door, and as bright daylight flooded into a room that had been kept in semi-darkness, she was suddenly horrified. There were some women in there, including her old nurse. They all pulled back from the bed to let her through. He was still there lying on the bed, but the forbidding look on his calm face brought Princess Maria to a halt in the doorway. "No, he's not dead. He can't be," Princess Maria said to herself. She went over to him, and struggling against a surge of horror she pressed her lips to his cheek. But she recoiled immediately. In an instant all the warm affection she had been feeling for him was gone, replaced by a terrible fear of what lay ahead. "Oh, no! He's gone.
He's gone, and here where he was, there is something different, something sinister, some ghastly, horrible, repulsive mystery. Burying her face in her hands, Princess Maria sank into the arms of the doctor, who held her up. With Tikhon and the doctor looking on, the women washed what was left of the prince, tied a cloth round his head to stop his mouth stiffening while wide open, and tied another cloth round his sprawling legs. Then they dressed him in his uniform and medals, and his little desiccated body was laid out on the table. Heaven knows when all the arrangements had been made, or by whom. They seemed to take place of their own accord. By nightfall candles had been lit all around the coffin, a pall was spread over it, juniper had been strewn across the floor, a printed prayer had been tucked under the dead man's withered head, and a deacon sat in a corner reading aloud from the Psalms. Like shying, snorting horses crowding round over a dead horse, a large group of people, outsiders and family, had gathered round the coffin in the drawing room, the marshal, the village elder, some peasant women, all with darting eyes that settled into apprehensive stares as they crossed themselves and bowed down to kiss the old prince on his cold, stiff hand. Chapter 9. Before Prince Andrei settled down there, Bogucharovo had never had an owner who lived on the estate, and the Bogucharovo peasants were very different from the peasants at Bald Hills. They differed in speech, dress, and attitude. They claimed to be people from the steppe. The old prince applauded their stamina whenever they came over to Bald Hills to help out with the harvesting, or to dig ponds and ditches, but he didn't like them because they were an uncivilized lot. Prince Andrei's last stay at Bogucharovo, and his innovations, hospitals, schools and rent reductions, far from mollifying them, had intensified those aspects of their character that the old prince had identified as uncivilized. Rumor-mongering was rife amongst them. One day they were all going to be enrolled as Cossacks, the next they were going to be forced into a new religion, then there was something about proclamations by the Tsar, or the oath of allegiance to Tsar Paul in 1797, which was supposed to have given the peasants their freedom, only it was withdrawn later on by the gentry, or Tsar Peter Fyodorovich, who was expected to return to the throne in 7 years' time, ushering in an age of complete freedom. With everything so straightforward that you wouldn't need any government. Rumors about the war, Napoleon and his invasion became linked in their minds with vague notions of Antichrist, the end of the world and complete freedom. The vicinity of Bogucharovo consisted mainly of large villages belonging either to the crown or to absentee owners with quick-rent peasants. Very few landowners actually lived there, so there were not many house serfs and literacy was low. And so the peasants of this locality were especially prone to these mysterious undercurrents of Russian country life which have origins and meanings that baffle the modern mind. This had shown up about 20 years ago in a movement that caused the peasants of this district to uproot themselves and move off to a place with warm rivers. Hundreds of peasants, including those from Bogucharovo, had suddenly started selling off their cattle and moving away with their families down to the southeast. Like birds flying out across the ocean, these men, women and children set off for the southeast, where none of them had ever been before. They bought their freedom one by one, or just ran away. They formed up in cavalcades, and away they went on foot or in wagons, bound for the land where the warm rivers flowed. Many were caught and sent to Siberia, many others died of cold and hunger on the road, many came back of their own accord, and the movement petered out just as it had begun, for no obvious reason. But the undercurrents still flowing deep down among the people were now welling up into some new elemental force waiting to erupt just as weirdly and unexpectedly, yet with primitive simplicity and power. In 1812 anyone living close to the peasants must have been aware that the undercurrents were boiling up, ready to burst forth very soon. Alpatik, who had come over to Bogucharovo shortly before the old prince's death, soon became aware of mounting agitation among the peasants, and he noticed that, unlike the Bald Hills district, where all the peasants within a 40-mile radius had moved away, abandoning their villages to destruction at the hands of the Cossacks, in the steppe country of Bogucharovo the peasants were said to have made contact with the French, accepted leaflets from them and passed them round, and then stayed on in their homes. He had learnt through some of his trusty serfs that only a day or two before, a peasant called Karp, whose voice counted for something in village politics,
had returned from a trip away as an official driver with the news that the Cossacks were destroying the deserted villages, whereas the French weren't going to touch them. He knew that only yesterday another peasant had come over from Vislukovo, a nearby hamlet occupied by the French, with a proclamation from the French general that the inhabitants would come to no harm, and anything taken from them would be paid for, if they stayed on. As proof of this, the peasant brought with him from Vislukovo a 100-ruble note, counterfeit money, but he didn't know that, which he had received as a deposit for hay. Last but not least, Alpatik knew that on the day when he had ordered the village elder to collect some carts and move the princess out of Bogucharovo, a village meeting had been held at which a decision was taken to stay there and wait. Meanwhile, time was pressing. On the day of the prince's death, the 15th of August, the marshal had urged Princess Maria to move on immediately because things were getting dangerous. He had told her he wouldn't be responsible for anything that happened after the 16th. He had driven away the same evening, with a promise to come back next morning for the funeral. But next day he could not come because he was suddenly informed that the French were on the move, and he only just managed to get his own family and their valuables moved out. For the best part of 30 years Bogucharovo village affairs had been handled by the elder, Dron, known to the old prince as Dronushka. Dron was one of those peasants strong in body and mind who grow a big beard as soon as they can and don't look any different at 60 or 70, when they still have no gray hair, all their teeth and the straightness and strength of a 30-year-old. Shortly after the Warm Rivers trek, in which he took part with everybody else, Dron was appointed village elder and overseer of Bogucharovo, and he had carried out his duties fastidiously for 23 years. The peasants were more scared of him than they were of the master. He commanded the respect of both princes, old and young, as well as the steward, and they jokingly called him the minister. During his period of office Dron had never got drunk or had a day's illness. Even after a sleepless night or any amount of hard labor he had never shown a flicker of fatigue, and although he could not read or write he never forgot a monetary item or an ounce of flour, though he sold it in great wagon loads, nor did he miss a single wheat sheaf anywhere on the fields of Bogucharovo. It was Dron that Alpatik, now back from the ruined estate at Bald Hills, summoned on the day of the prince's funeral. He told him to get 12 horses ready for the princess's carriages, and 18 wagons for the onward move from Bogucharovo. Although the peasants paid rent instead of working as serfs, Alpatik was not anticipating any difficulty in having this order carried out because there were 230 households down in Bogucharovo, and the peasants were not short of a ruble or two. But when Dron heard the order he looked down and said nothing in reply. Alpatik gave him the names of some peasants he knew. Dron was to take the carts from them. Dron told him the horses belonging to those peasants were away working. Alpatik named some other peasants, but they too, according to Dron, had no horses available. Some were working in government transport, some had gone lame, and some had died of starvation. The way Dron saw it, there wouldn't be any horses, not even for the princess's carriages, let alone the baggage transport. Alpatik fixed his man with a close stare and a dark scowl. Dron was the very model of a village elder, but Alpatik had not spent 20 years managing the prince's estates for nothing, and he was himself a model steward. He had a remarkable capacity for sensing the needs and instincts of the peasants he was dealing with, and this made him an outstanding steward. One glance at Dron told him that these responses were not an expression of his own thinking, but that of a general mood that had permeated the Bogucharovo community and captured his imagination. At the same time, he knew that Dron, who had feathered his own nest and was loathed in the village, must surely be vacillating between the two camps, the masters and the peasants. He could see equivocation in his very eyes, so he came up close and scowled at Dron. "Now listen, Dronushka," he said, "don't give me that nonsense. His Excellency Prince Andrei gave me the orders personally, to move the people away, and not leave them behind with the enemy, and the Tsar has said the same thing in a decree. Anyone who stays behind is a traitor to the Tsar. Do you hear what I say?" "Yes," said Dron, still looking down. This was not enough for Alpatic. "Listen, Dron, there's going to be trouble," said Alpatic with a shake of his head. "You're in charge," said Dron gloomily. "Dron, that's enough," repeated Alpatic, taking his hand out of his coat front and pointing down at the floor under Dron's feet with great solemnity. "I can see straight through you." "Nay, son, I can see 3 yards down underneath you," he said, staring at the floor beneath Dron's feet. Dron, visibly disconcerted, managed one quick glance at Alpatic before looking down again. "Now you can just drop this nonsense, and tell everybody to get packed and ready to leave for Moscow, and get some carts ready tomorrow morning for the princess's things. And don't you go to the meeting. Do you hear what I say?" Suddenly Dron fell at his feet. "Yakov Alpatic, let me go. Take my keys. Let me go, for the love of Christ." "That's enough," cried Alpatic sternly. "I can see 3 yards down underneath you," he repeated, knowing that his wizardry with bees, his uncanny instinct for sewing at just the right time, and his skill in pleasing the old prince over 20 years had long ago given him the reputation of a magician, and folk knew that the ability to see 3 yards down underneath people was something only magicians can do. Dron got to his feet and was about to speak, but Alpatic cut him short. "Where did you get such an idea? Eh? What are you thinking about? Eh? What can I do with the people?" said Dron. "They're all worked up. I've tried to tell them." "Try to tell them," said Alpatic. "Are they drinking?" he asked abruptly. "They're all worked up, Yakov Alpatic. Yes, they've got another barrel." "Then you listen to me. I'm off to the police. You tell them that. And tell them to stop all this nonsense and get the carts ready." "Yes, sir," answered Dron. Yakov Alpatic had had his say. He had been handling peasants for many a long year, and he knew that the best way to bring them into line was not to give them the slightest inkling they could do anything other than obey. Alpatic was happy enough with the submissive "yes sir" that he had got out of Dron, though he still had his doubts, amounting to near certainty that the carts would not be forthcoming without the intervention of the military authorities. And indeed, when evening came there were still no carts. Another village meeting had been held outside the tavern, and a decision had been taken to drive the horses out into the woods and not provide any carts. Without a word of this to the princess, Alpatic ordered his own things to be unloaded from the wagons from Bald Hills and those horses to be harnessed to the princess's carriage. Meanwhile he went to the police. Chapter 10. After her father's funeral, Princess Maria locked herself away in her room and wouldn't let anyone in. A maid came to the door to say that Alpatic had come to ask for instructions about their departure. This was before Alpatic had spoken to Dron. Princess Maria half rose from the sofa where she was lying, and shouted through the closed door that she was never going anywhere, and would they please leave her alone. The windows of the room Princess Maria was lying in looked west. She lay on the sofa with her face towards the wall, and as she fingered the buttons on a leather cushion she could see nothing but that cushion, and for all her vagueness there was only one thing on her mind. She was thinking about the finality of death and her own vileness of spirit, which she hadn't known about until now, until it had emerged during her father's illness. She wanted to pray, but hadn't the courage to do so. She could not turn to God in her present spiritual state. She lay like this for a very long time. The sun had gone round to the other side of the house and the slanting rays of evening light filtered in through the open window, casting a glow across part of the morocco cushion Princess Maria was staring at. Suddenly her train of thought was broken. She sat up without knowing what she was doing, smoothed her hair back, got to her feet and walked over to the window, instinctively inhaling the fresh cool air of a fine, if rather breezy, evening. Yes, now you can enjoy a beautiful evening. He's gone. No one's going to stop you, she said to herself, sinking down onto a chair and resting her head on the windowsill. A soft and tender voice spoke her name out in the garden and she felt someone kiss her on the head. She looked up. It was Mademoiselle Bourienne dressed in black with tokens of mourning. She had stolen up on Princess Maria, kissed her with a sigh and promptly burst into tears. Princess Maria looked round at her. All their nasty encounters, and her jealousy of the young Frenchwoman, came flooding back into Princess Maria's mind. She also remembered that he had changed towards Mademoiselle Bourienne in recent days until he could not stand the sight of her, which just went to show how unfair she had been in rebuking her. Yes, and who am I, the one who wanted him dead, to pass judgment on anyone else, she thought. Princess Maria had a sudden vision of Mademoiselle Bourienne's predicament, debarred from her company while still dependent on her, and living on among strangers. And she felt sorry for her. She gave her the benefit of a gentle, quizzical gaze and held out her hand. Mademoiselle Bourienne burst into tears again as she took her hand, kissed it, and went on to talk about the princess's grief, with which she so much wanted to associate herself. She said her only consolation in her grief was that the princess was letting her share it with her. She said that all their former contretemps must pale into insignificance before their overwhelming grief, that she felt a new sense of purity before other people, and that the one above now looked down on her with love and gratitude. The princess listened without taking anything in, though she did glance at her now and then, and her ears were attuned to the sound of her voice. "Your position is doubly dreadful, dear princess," said Mademoiselle Bourienne after a short silence. "I know you could not think about yourself and you still can't, but my love is such that I must do it for you. Has Alpatic been to see you? Has he talked to you about leaving?" she asked. Princess Maria didn't answer. She could not work out who was moving or where to. How can anyone start doing new things now, or thinking about anything? Nothing makes any difference now, does it? She was wondering. She didn't answer. "Dear Marie, you do know, don't you," said Mademoiselle Bourienne, "that we're in danger, we're surrounded by the French, and it's dangerous to go anywhere. If we do move we're almost sure to be taken prisoner, and God knows." Princess Maria looked at her companion, with not the slightest idea what she was saying. "Oh, if only people knew, it makes no difference now," she said. "Of course, I wouldn't dream of leaving him. Alpatic said something about going away. Have a word with him. I can't do anything. I don't want to. I've had a word with him. He's hoping we may get away tomorrow, but I think we'd be better off staying here," said Mademoiselle Bourienne. "Because, you must agree, dear Marie, that to fall into the hands of soldiers or rioting peasants out on the road would be absolutely awful." Mademoiselle Bourienne took a sheet of unusual, non-Russian paper out of her tiny handbag. It was the proclamation by General Rimaud telling people not to leave their homes because they would be given full protection by the French commanders. She handed it to the princess. "I think it might be best to throw ourselves on the mercy of this general," said Mademoiselle Bourienne. "I'm sure you'd be treated with proper courtesy." Princess Maria read the paper and her face crumpled with tearless sobbing. "Where did you get this?" she asked. "They probably guessed I was French from my name," said Mademoiselle Bourienne, coloring up. Proclamation in hand, Princess Maria rose from the window, walked out of the room, ashen-faced, and went straight into Prince Andrei's former study. "Dunyasha! Send for Alpatic, Dranushka, anybody," said Princess Maria. "And tell Mademoiselle Bourienne to keep away," she added, hearing the Frenchwoman's voice. "We must be on the road." "On the road as soon as possible," said Princess Maria, horrified at the thought of falling into the hands of the French. Oh, if Prince Andrei ever found out she was in the hands of the French! That she, the daughter of Prince Nikolai Enrique Bolkonsky, should be reduced to asking General Rameau for protection, and accepting favors from him. The very idea horrified her and gave her the shudders. She turned bright red and felt a surge of malevolence and sheer pride the like of which she had never felt before. She had a sudden vision of her present position. The difficulty was bad enough, but, oh, the humiliation. They, the French, will settle down in this house. General Rameau will take over Prince André's study, and amuse himself by going through his letters and papers. Mademoiselle Bourienne will give them an honorable welcome to Bogucharovo. I shall get a little room as a special favor. The soldiers will break into father's new grave to steal his crosses and medals. They'll go on and on about their victories over the Russians, with lots of hypocritical sympathy for me and my grief. These thoughts did not come naturally to Princess Maria, but it was now her bounden duty to think like her father and brother. As far as she was concerned, she could stay anywhere and do anything, but no, she must think like a true representative of her dead father and Prince André. Instinctively she had begun to think their thoughts and feel their feelings. She felt the inevitability of saying and doing whatever they would have said or done. She went into Prince André's study, tried to get right inside his way of thinking, and considered her predicament. The practicalities of life that had seemed so insignificant since her father's death rose up again before Princess Maria with new, unparalleled intensity, and became an obsession. Red in the face and overexcited, she paced the room, sending first for Alpatik, then Mikhail Ivanich, then Tikhon, then Dron. Dunyasha, the old nurse, and the maids could not tell her how far Mademoiselle Bourienne had been right in what she said. Alpatik wasn't in, he had gone to the police. A sleepy-eyed Mikhail Ivanich, the architect, came when he was sent for, but he had nothing to say to her. In response to her questions, all he could do was smile, the same smile of acquiescence he had got used to over 15 years of responding non-committally to the old prince's comments, so there were no definite answers to be got from him. The old valet, Tikhon, also came when called, his pinched and sunken features a picture of inconsolable grief. All he did was answer yes, ma'am, to every question put to him by Princess Maria, and as he looked at her he could scarcely contain his sobs. At long last Dron, the village elder, turned up, and with a deep bow to the princess he stationed himself near the door. Princess Maria paced the room and came to a halt face to face with him. "Dranushka," she said. Here was a staunch friend, the dear old Dranushka who had gone to the fair at Vyazma every year and come back smiling, with the same old gingerbread, his speciality, just for her. "Dranushka, ever since our sad loss," she began, and then stopped, unable to continue. "We are all in God's hands," he said with a sigh. Neither of them spoke. "Dranushka, Alpatik has gone off somewhere, and I've no one to turn to. Is it true what they say, I can't get away?" "Why not, Your Excellency?" "Of course you can," said Dron. "I've been told it's too dangerous because of the enemy. My dear friend, there's nothing I can do. I can't tell what's happening. I have nobody. I want to go, definitely, tonight, or first thing in the morning." Dron didn't speak. He looked up rather furtively at Princess Maria. "There aren't any horses," he said. "I've just been telling Yakov." "Alpatik." "What do you mean, there aren't any horses?" said the princess. "It's a punishment sent by the Lord," said Dron. "Some horses has gone off for the troops, and some be dead. What a year we've had. We'll be lucky if we don't die of hunger ourselves, never mind feeding the horses. As things is, some of 'em goes 3 days without a bite to eat. There's nothing left. We're all ruined." Princess Maria listened carefully to what he was saying. "The peasants are ruined? They have no bread?" she asked. "They are dying of hunger," said Dron. "No use talking about horses and carts." "But why didn't you say, Dranushka? Can't someone help them?" "I'll do whatever I can." It seemed curious to Princess Maria that at a moment like this, when her heart was full of grief, there could be such a thing as rich and poor, and the rich weren't helping the poor. She had a vague recollection of hearing about a special store, the master's grain, that was sometimes given out to the peasants. She also knew that neither her brother nor her father would refuse the peasants in their hour of need. She was just a little worried about not saying quite the right thing about distributing this grain. She was pleased to have an excuse for getting involved in something for which she could forget her own grief with a clear conscience. She wanted Dranushka to tell her all about the peasants' needs, and whether there was any of the master's grain at Bogocharovo. "By the way, does my brother have any of that master's grain here?" she asked. "Yes. It's not been touched," Dron declared with no little pride. "The prince didn't give me no orders about selling it. Give it to the peasants. Give them all they need." "You have my brother's permission," said Princess Maria. Dron heaved a deep sigh but said nothing. "Go and distribute that grain, if there's enough to go round. Give it all away. You have my brother's permission, and tell them, what's ours is theirs. We begrudge them nothing. Tell them from me." Dron watched the princess closely all the while she was speaking. "Let me go, ma'am, for God's sake. Please have my keys taken away," said he. "I have served these 23 years, and never done anything wrong. Let me go, for God's sake." Princess Maria could not make head or tail of what he wanted and why he was asking to be let go. She told him she had never doubted his loyalty, and she was ready to do anything for him and the peasants. Chapter 11. An hour later Dunyasha came in and told the princess that Dron had come back, and all the peasants were gathered together outside the barn just as the princess had ordered, and they wanted to hold some discussions with the mistress. "But I never sent for them," said Princess Maria. "I only told Dranushka to give them the grain." "Oh, please, ma'am, in God's name, princess, have them sent away and don't go out to see them." "It's a trick," said Dunyasha. "Yakov Alpatik will be here soon and we can leave, and if I may say so." "What do you mean a trick?" asked the princess in some surprise. "Oh, I'm sure it must be. Please do what I say, in God's name." asked nurse. "They say they won't leave now, even when you've ordered them to go." "There must be some mistake." "I haven't ordered them to go away," said Princess Maria. "Send for Dranushka." Dron duly appeared and confirmed what Dunyasha had said. The peasants had come in response to orders from the princess. "But I never asked them to come," said the princess. "You must have given them the wrong message. I just told you to give them the grain." Dron gave a sigh, but said nothing. "If you give the word, they'll go away," he said. No, I'll go and see them," said Princess Maria. Despite the best efforts of Dunyasha and the old nurse, who wanted to dissuade her, Princess Maria walked out onto the steps. Dranushka, Dunyasha, the old nurse, and Mikhail Ivanik followed on behind. "They probably think I'm offering them grain to keep them here while I go away and leave them at the mercy of the French," thought Princess Maria. "I'll promise them monthly provisions and somewhere to live on the Moscow estate. I'm sure Andrei would have done even more if he'd been here," she thought as she walked forward in the gathering dusk towards the crowd waiting in the paddock near the barn. The crowd huddled together and a stir went through them as they rapidly doffed their hats. Princess Maria came closer, looking down at her feet as they kept catching in her gown. With so many different eyes, old and young, glued on her, and a sea of so many different faces, Princess Maria could not see them as individuals. She would have to address them all at once, and she didn't know how to get going. But once again the sense that she was representing her father and brother came to her aid, and she launched forth with full confidence. "I'm very glad you have come," she began with a racing, thumping heart, and not yet looking up. "Dranushka has told me that you've been ruined by the war. We are all in the same boat, and I shall spare no effort to help you. I'm going away, because it's too dangerous here, and the enemy's not far away, because... Well, I'm giving you all we have, my friends, and I want you to take everything, all our grain, so that you don't go hungry. But if you've been told that I'm giving you grain to keep you here, that is not true. It's the other way round. I'm asking you to move out with all your things and go to our Moscow estate, and there I shall take full responsibility for you, and I promise you won't go hungry. You will have somewhere to live and something to eat." The princess stopped. No comment came from the crowd, only sighs. "I'm not doing this on my own," the princess went on. "I do it in the name of my dead father, who was a good master to you, and my brother and his son." She paused again. No one broke the silence. "We are all in the same boat, and we shall share our troubles equally. All that is mine is yours," she said, looking round at the faces before her. All eyes were on her and all faces held the same inscrutable expression. Whether it was curiosity, loyalty, gratitude, or fear and mistrust, the expression on every face was the same. "Thank ye kindly, only we am not for taking the master's grain," said a voice at the back of the crowd. "Why not?" said the princess. There was no reply, and Princess Maria scanned the crowd, noticing that every eye that met her soon looked away. "Why won't you take it?" she asked again. There was no reply. Princess Maria found the silence increasingly oppressive. She struggled to catch somebody's eye. "Why don't you say something?" she said to a very old man standing right in front of her, leaning on his stick. "Tell me if you think you need more than this." "I'll do anything," she said, catching his eye. But he seemed to be stung by her approach and he bent his head right down, mumbling, "Why should we do what you say? We don't want your grain. Why should we cut and run? We're not going to. We're not, you know. We're not having it. Sorry about you, but we're not having it. Go on. You go. Go away on your own." The voices came from all parts of the crowd. And again every face in the throng wore the same expression, only now it was clearly not one of curiosity and gratitude, it was an expression of bloody-minded truculence. "I don't think you quite understand," said Princess Maria with a despondent smile. "Why won't you move out? I promise I'll get you settled and provide for you. If you stay here the enemy will ravage you," but her voice was lost in the shouting of the crowd. "We're not having it. Let 'em ravage us. We're not taking your grain. We're not having it." Princess Maria tried again to catch someone's eye in the crowd, but no one's eyes were on her, all were averted. She felt awkward and embarrassed. "That's a good un, that is. Follow her, and give up your freedom. Burn your house down and go and be a slave. Nice idea, that." "Have some grain," she says, came voices from the crowd. With downcast eyes Princess Maria left the group and went back into the house. For Dron's benefit she repeated her order for the horses to be ready for an early start in the morning, then she went off to her room and stayed there, alone with her thoughts. Chapter 12. Well into the night Princess Maria sat by the open window of her room listening to the sound of peasants' voices floating across from the village, but she wasn't thinking about them. She felt she would never understand them however much thought she gave to them. There was only one thing on her mind, her grief, which, after the break forced upon her by having to worry about the present, now seemed part of the past. Now at last she could remember, and weep, and pray. After sunset the wind had dropped. The night was cool and still. Towards midnight the voices in the village were beginning to die down, somewhere a cock crowed, the full moon rose slowly behind the linden trees, a cool, white, dewy mist came up from the ground, and stillness reigned over village and house. One after another images from the recent past, her father's illness and his last moments, rose up in her imagination. And with the taste of sweet melancholy she lingered over those images, suppressing with a feeling of horror only the final death scene, which she could not bear to contemplate even in her imagination at that quiet and mysterious hour of the night. And those images rose before her with such clarity and detail that they seemed to blur in and out between reality, the past, and the future. She had a vivid recollection of the moment when he had had his first stroke and was being brought back in from the garden at Bald Hills, supported under the arms, and with his gray eyebrows twitching away he had given her a shy, uneasy glance and muttered something. Even then he was trying to tell me what he did tell me the day he died, she thought. What he told me then, he had always thought. And then she remembered every detail of the night at Bald Hills before his stroke, when she had had a premonition of disaster, and had insisted on staying put. She hadn't slept, and during the night she had stolen downstairs on tiptoe, gone to the door of the conservatory where her father was spending that night and listened to his voice. He was saying something to Tikhon in a weary, worried voice. He clearly wanted to talk. Why didn't he send for me? Why didn't he let me be there instead of Tikhon? The thought had occurred to Princess Maria then, and it did so again now. Now he'll never be able to tell anyone the full story, all that was in his heart. Neither of us can ever return to that moment when he could have told me all that was on his mind, and with me listening instead of Tikhon it might have been heard and understood. Why didn't I go in, she wondered. He might have said it to me then, the things he said the day he died. Even then he asked about me twice while he was talking to Tikhon. He was longing to see me, and I just stood there, outside the door. He felt sad and weary talking to Tikhon. Tikhon could not understand him. I remember him talking about Lise as if she was still alive. He'd forgotten she was dead, and Tikhon reminded him she had passed away, and he shouted out, "You fool!" He was so miserable. Through the door I could hear him groaning as he lay back on the bed and shouted out, "Oh God! Why didn't I go in then? What could he have done to me? What could I have lost?" Maybe he would have calmed down. Maybe he would have said it then. And Princess Maria repeated the affectionate word he had said to her the day he died.
Darling.
As she said it, Princess Maria broke down in sobs and tears that were balm to her soul. She could see his face now. Not the face she had known for as long as she could remember and had always seen from a distance, but the other one, the feeble, timid face she had seen on the last day when she had bent down near to his lips to catch what he was saying and had, for the first time, examined it close to, with all its wrinkles and little features. "Darling," she repeated. What was he thinking when he said that word? What is he thinking now? The question just came to her, and in response to it she caught a quick image of him with the same expression she had seen on his face in the coffin, tied round with a white cloth. And the same horror that had overcome her the moment she had touched him, and felt that this wasn't him, that it was something mysterious and repulsive, came over her now. She tried to think about something else, tried to pray, but she could not do anything. She stared wide-eyed across at the moonlight and into the shadows, half expecting at any moment to see his dead face, and she could feel herself falling under the spell of the stillness that reigned in and around that house. "Dunyasha," she whispered. "Dunyasha," she screamed like a wild thing, and tearing herself out of the stillness, she ran towards the maid's room straight into the arms of the old nurse and the maids who had come rushing out to meet her. Chapter 13. On the 17th of August, Rostov and Aline, accompanied by Lavrushka, just back from imprisonment by the French, and a hussar orderly left Yankovo, 10 miles or so from Bogocharovo, and went out for a ride to put Aline's newly acquired horse through its paces and find out whether there was any hay to be had in the local villages. For the last 3 days Bogocharovo had found itself in between the two hostile armies, and it was equally likely that the Russian rearguard or the French vanguard might arrive in the village, so Rostov, scrupulous squadron commander that he was, wanted to steal a march on the French in acquiring any provisions that might still be there. Rostov and Aline were in the best of moods. On the way to Bogocharovo, which they knew only as an estate belonging to some prince, with a manor house where they hoped to find a lot of staff including, perhaps, 1 or 2 pretty servant girls, they asked Lavrushka all about Napoleon and laughed at what he told them, or else they raced each other to put Aline's new horse under pressure. Rostov was completely unaware that the village they were riding towards belonged to the very Prince Bolkonsky who had been engaged to his sister. Rostov and Aline raced their horses flat out one last time along the uplands outside Bogocharovo when Rostov was the winner, the first to gallop down the village street. "You win," said Aline, all red in the face. "Yes, I usually do, flat fields, here, anywhere," answered Rostov, stroking and patting his foaming Don horse. "I could have won on my Frenchie, Your Excellency," Lavrushka called from well back, referring to his own miserable nag, more suited to hauling carriages, "but I didn't want to embarrass you." They slowed to a walking pace and made their way towards a big crowd of peasants standing in front of a barn. Some of them doffed their caps, others, who didn't, just stared as they rode up. Two spindly old peasants with wrinkled faces and thin beards emerged from the tavern with grins all over their faces, staggering about and singing out of tune, and they came over towards the officers. "Good boys, these," said Rostov with a laugh. "Hey there, have you got any hay?" "2 peas in a pod," said Aline.
They
intoned, beaming beatifically. One peasant detached himself from the crowd and came across to Rostov. "Whose side be you on?" asked the peasant. "The French," answered Aline with a laugh. "And this here is Napoleon," he said, pointing to Lavrushka. "So, you be Russians then?" the peasant inquired. "You got many men here?" asked another stocky peasant, making his way over. "Yes, plenty," answered Rostov. "But what are you all doing here?" he added. "Some kind of holiday?" "'Tis the old UNS's village business," answered the peasant, edging away. At that moment 2 women appeared with a man in a white hat, walking down from the prince's house towards the officers. "The pink one's mine." "Hands off," said Aline, with an eye on Dunyasha, who was striding purposefully in their direction. "Do for us," said Lavrushka, winking at Aline. "What can I do for you, gorgeous?" said Aline with a grin. "The princess has sent me. Her Excellency wishes to know what regiment you are from, and who you are." "This is Count Rostov, squadron commander, and I am your humble servant." "Mary be," warbled the drunken peasant with the blissful grin, staring across at Aline as he chatted to the girl. Just behind Dunyasha Alpatik doffed his hat to Rostov as he drew near. "Begging your pardon, Your Honor," he said, putting one hand in his coat front and speaking with deference tinged with contempt for the officer's youthfulness. "My mistress, the daughter of General-in-Chief Prince Nikolai Andreich Bolkonsky, who died on the 15th of this month, finding herself in some difficulty through the stupid ignorance of these persons," he nodded towards the peasants, "invites you into the house." "If you wouldn't mind coming this way, sir," said Alpatik with a sad smile. "It's not far, and out here things are not quite." Alpatik nodded to the 2 peasants, who were hovering at his back like gadflies round a horse. "Garn, Alpatik." "Hey, Yakov Alpatik. You all right then?" "Oops, for Jesus Christ's sake, sorry old boy." "You all right?" cried the peasants beaming at him with sublime delight. Rostov looked at the drunken peasants and gave a smile. "Unless your Excellency finds this amusing," said Yakov Alpatik with grave sobriety, pointing to the old peasants with his free hand. "No, it's not very amusing," said Rostov, and he moved his horse along. "What's wrong exactly?" he inquired. "Begging your pardon, sir, these peasant brutes here won't let their mistress off the estate. They keep threatening to unharness the horses. Everything has been packed since early morning, but Her Excellency can't get away." "Impossible," cried Rostov. "I'm telling you the absolute truth, sir, and it's an honor to do so," said Alpatik. Rostov dismounted, handed his horse to the orderly and walked up to the house with Alpatik, asking for further details. In point of fact, The princess's offer of grain and her confrontation with Dron and the deputation of peasants had brought things to such a pitch that Dron had finally handed in his keys and gone over to the peasants, refusing to turn up when Alpatic sent for him, and that morning when the princess had ordered the horses so they could get on the road, the peasants had held a big meeting outside the barn and sent word that they were not going to let the princess out of the village, and there was an edict that people were not to move out, so they would have to unharness the horses. Alpatic went to have things out with them, they responded, Karp being the principal speaker, with Dron skulking at the back of the crowd, by stating that the princess would not be allowed through. There was an edict forbidding it, so she should stay on and they would serve and obey in all things as they always had done. At the very time when Rostov and Aline were galloping into the village, Princess Maria was defying the best efforts of Alpatic, the old nurse and the maid to dissuade her from ordering the horses. She was ready to start. But one look at the cavalrymen bearing down on them at a good gallop and the coachman scattered, assuming them to be Frenchmen, and left the women bewailing their lot inside the house. Kind sir, Father to us all, God has sent thee. The voices rang with emotion as Rostov walked in through the entrance hall. Princess Maria was sitting in the big hall, helpless and at her wits' end, when Rostov was shown in to see her. She had no idea who he was, why he was here or what would become of her. One look at his Russian face and his general demeanor, together with the very sound of his opening words, told her she was dealing with someone of her own station. She glanced at him with her deep, radiant eyes, and spoke, though her voice shook with emotion. Rostov's romantic imagination immediately dramatized the situation. A defenseless, grief-stricken young woman, all alone and left to the mercy of brutal peasants up in arms. Ah, what quirk of fate has landed me here, thought Rostov as he listened and watched her. And oh, the gentle poise, the nobility of her features and her eyes, he mused as she told her diffident story. When she started to say that this had all happened the day after her father's funeral, her voice shook. She turned away, worried that Rostov might think she was trying to play on his feelings, then gave him a quick, quizzical look full of apprehension. There were tears in his eyes. Princess Maria noticed them and looked at him with a radiance in her eyes that took away the plainness of her face. I cannot begin to tell you how glad I am, Princess, that I happened along and can now place myself at your disposal, said Rostov, getting to his feet. If you would care to start your journey now, I pledge my honor that no man shall dare do you a discourtesy if only you will allow me to escort you, and, after performing the kind of deep bow normally reserved for royalty, he made for the door. Rostov's deferential manner seemed calculated to suggest that although he would consider it a great pleasure to make her acquaintance, he did not wish to take advantage of her plight to force his attentions upon her. Princess Maria sensed this with real appreciation. I really am most grateful to you, she said to him in French, but I do hope it was all a mistake and no one is really to blame. And she burst into tears. Please forgive me, she said. Rostov was frowning as he gave another deep bow and left the room. Chapter 14. Nice, isn't she? Oh yes, my little pink girl's a beauty. Her name's Dunyasha. But then, with one glance at Rostov's face, Eileen stopped short. He could see that his revered commanding officer was in a very different frame of mind. Rostov took one dark look at Eileen, made no reply and strode off rapidly towards the village. I'll show them a thing or two. Let me get at them, the swine, he muttered to himself. Alpatic trotted on behind, gliding along just short of running pace and struggling to keep up with Rostov. What have you decided to do, Your Honor? He said, coming alongside. Rostov stopped, clenched his fists and turned on Alpatic, bristling. Do? What am I going to do, you stupid old fool? He shouted. Where have you been all this time? Eh? The peasants are up in arms and you're in a blue funk. You're a traitor yourself. I know you lot. I'll flay every man jack of you, and then, as if this was a waste of good fire and fury, he turned away from Alpatic and stormed off. Alpatic swallowed his wounded pride and came gliding on behind, still with plenty to say. He told Rostov the peasants were in a very awkward mood just now, and it might be a good idea not to put their backs up without military assistance, and wouldn't it be best to send for help? I'll give them military assistance. I'll put their damned backs up, Nikolai was burbling, out of his mind and choking with savage fury and the need to vent it. With no idea of what he would do when he got there, he strode out, impelled by instinct, bearing down on the crowd. And the nearer he got to them, the more Alpatic began to feel that this hot-headed approach might just pay off. The peasants in the crowd seemed to think the same thing as they watched him stride resolutely in their direction with a dark scowl on his face. Once the hussars had ridden into the village and Rostov had gone up to see the princess, the crowd had lost its certainty and solidarity. Some peasants started complaining that the men who had ridden in were Russians, and they might not take too kindly to the idea that they were refusing to let their young lady go. Dron was of that opinion, but the moment he voiced it, Karp and others rounded on their former village elder. "How many years have you fattened your belly on this village?" shouted Karp. "You don't care. You'll dig up your crock of gold and scram. You're not bothered whether our homes are burnt down or not. Everything under control, they says, no one leaves, nothing moves out, and ere she is flittin' with all her stuff," shouted someone else. "Your son should have been called up, but you saw him all right, didn't you?" put in a little old man, suddenly turning on Dron, "and 'twas my Vanka got took and 'ad his head shaved." "Oh, I don't know, we've all got to die." "Oh yes, we've all got to die." "I'm not one to go against the commune," said Dron. "Go against it? You fattened your belly on it." Two lanky peasants said their piece. When Rostov, accompanied by Aline, Lavrushka and Alpatic, were almost up to the crowd, Karp stuck his thumbs into his belt and stepped forward with the suggestion of a smile on his face. Dron did the opposite, he skulked off to the back, and the crowd closed round him. "Hey there! Who's your village elder?" snapped Rostov, striding quickly up to the crowd. "Elder? What do you?" asked Karp. But before he could finish, his cap was sent spinning and his head jerked back from a hard punch. "Caps off, traitors!" roared Rostov in a voice that told them his blood was up. "Where's the elder?" he yelled furiously. "The elder! He wants the elder." "Mr. Dron, 'tis you he wants," came various voices from peasants quick to knuckle under, while caps were being doffed. "No rioting here. We am keeping good order," declared Karp. And several other voices called out at the same time from the back. "It's like what the old UNS says, too many be given out orders. Don't you argue with me. Mutiny. You thieving swine. Traitors." Rostov's voice was unrecognizable, a mindless screech, as he grabbed Karp by the collar. "Tie this man up," he shouted, though there was no one but Lavrushka and Alpatic to do the tying up. Lavrushka, however, ran over to Karp and grabbed him by the arms from behind. "Shall I call our boys up, Your Honor?" he shouted. Alpatic turned to the peasants and called two of them out by name to come and tie Karp's hands. The peasants were quick to obey, stepping out of the crowd and undoing their belts as they came. "Where's the village elder?" shouted Rostov. Dron, frowning and pallid, stepped out too. "Are you the elder?" "Tie him up, Lavrushka," shouted Rostov in a voice that brooked no opposition. And sure enough, two more peasants set about tying Dron's hands, and he obligingly took off his belt and handed it over. "Now listen to me, all of you," Rostov turned to the peasants. "Quick march! Go back to your homes this instant. I don't want to hear another word from you. Hey, we haven't done nothing wrong. We been a bit daft. Just a bit o' nonsense, though. Told you things was gettin' out o' hand," came various incriminatory voices. "Didn't I tell you," said Alpatic, coming into his own.
It was wrong, boys. We've been a bit daft, Yakov Alpatik, came other voices, and the crowd began to break up and scatter about the village. The two tied-up peasants were taken up to the manor house. The two drunken peasants followed on behind. "Hey, look at 'ee now," said one of them, addressing Karp. "Thinks you can talk like that to your betters? What d'ye think you was doing?" "You're a fool," put in the other man, "a right fool." Within 2 hours the horses and wagons were standing in the courtyard of the Bogocharovo house. The peasants were scurrying in and out, stowing the family things in the carts, and Drawn, released at Princess Maria's behest from the lumber room where they had locked him up, was out in the yard directing the men. "Hey, watch what you're doing," said one of the peasants, a tall man with a round, beaming face, taking a casket from a housemaid's hands. "That's worth a bit, that is. If you just chuck it in like that or shove it under the rope it'll get scratched. I don't like that sort of thing. Everything should be done properly. Do it by the book. Look, like this, place it under the matting and cover it up with hay. There you are. Splendid job." "Lord have mercy on us, look at all these books," said another peasant, bringing out Prince Andrei's bookcases. "Hey, mind you don't slip. They weighs a ton, boys. Nice books these." "All them pages, took ages," said a tall, round-faced peasant nodding with a knowing wink in the direction of some big fat dictionaries sitting on top. Rostov had no desire to force himself on the princess, so he didn't go back to see her, preferring to stay down in the village and wait for her to drive out. Eventually Princess Maria's carriages drove away from the house, whereupon Rostov got on his horse and rode alongside as far as the road occupied by our troops, 7 or 8 miles from Bogocharovo. At the inn at Yankovo he parted from her with a show of courtesy and allowed himself to kiss her hand for the first time. "Please don't mention it," he said, coloring up in response to Princess Maria's protestation of gratitude for her salvation, which is what she called it. Any old policeman would have done the same thing. If all we had to do was wage war against the peasants, we wouldn't have let the enemy come as far as he has, he said, inexplicably embarrassed and eager to change the subject. "I'm only too happy to have had the opportunity of making your acquaintance. Goodbye, Princess. I wish you good luck and you have my sympathy, and I hope we shall meet again under happier circumstances. Please, spare my blushes, not a word of thanks." But if the princess had now stopped thanking him in words, she went on thanking him with the look on her face, which glowed with gratitude and affection. She could not believe she had nothing to thank him for. Quite the reverse, she saw it as beyond doubt that but for him she would surely have been lost, a prey to the rebellious peasants and the French, and that in saving her he had exposed himself to obvious and terrible danger. Even more certain was the fact that he was a man of noble and lofty soul who had proved immediately sensitive to her situation and distress. His kindly, innocent eyes, watering with sympathy when she had spoken tearfully about her loss, haunted her imagination. When she was on her own with the goodbyes behind them, Princess Maria suddenly felt her eyes brimming with tears again, and she began to wonder, not for the first time, whether she might have fallen in love with him. On the way to Moscow, even though the princess's situation could hardly be described as a happy one, Dunyasha, who was traveling with her in the carriage, noticed several times that her mistress's face as she bent forward to look through the window wore a secret smile of pleasant wistfulness. "Oh dear, what if I have fallen in love with him?" Princess Maria was thinking. It was awkward for her to admit even secretly to herself that she had fallen in love with a man who would possibly never love her in return, but she consoled herself with the thought that no one would ever know, and she would bear no blame for this love, as long as it remained unspoken, even if it was her first and last love, and it went on for a lifetime. Sometimes she remembered the way he had looked at her, the sympathy he had shown, what he had said, and then happiness seemed not beyond the bounds of possibility. And it was then that Dunyasha caught her looking through the window with a real smile. And to think he should have come to Bogocharovo, and just at that time, thought Princess Maria.
And to think it was his sister who refused Andrei. In all of this, Princess Maria saw the workings of Providence. Princess Maria had made a very favorable impression on Rostov. Whenever he brought her to mind, he felt happy. And when his pals heard about his adventures in Bogocharovo and poked fun at him for having gone out to look for hay and ended up hooking one of the richest heiresses in Russia, it made him angry. It made him angry for the simple reason that the idea of marrying the gentle, and, as he recalled, delightful Princess Maria with her huge fortune had occurred to him spontaneously on more than one occasion. For him personally, Princess Maria as a wife left nothing to be desired. Marrying her would make the Countess, his mother, so happy and would mend his father's fortunes. And it would even, Nikolai could feel it in his bones, make the princess herself very happy. But what about Sonia? What about his promise? This was why it made him angry when they poked fun at him about Princess Bolkonsky. Chapter 15. After his appointment as Army Commander-in-Chief, Kutuzov remembered Prince Andrei and asked him to report to headquarters. Prince Andrei reached Tsarevo-Zaymysh on the very day and at the very time when Kutuzov was making his first inspection of the troops. Prince Andrei stopped in the village at the priest's house, where the Commander-in-Chief's carriage was waiting outside, and he sat down on a bench by the gate to await His Serene Highness, as everyone now called Kutuzov. Floating across the fields beyond the village came the music of a regimental band, and the roar of a huge crowd shouting hurrah to the new Commander-in-Chief. By the gate a dozen paces away from Prince Andrei stood two orderlies, a courier and a major domo, enjoying the fine weather while their masters were away. A swarthy little lieutenant colonel of hussars with prodigious whiskers and sideboards rode up to the gate, glanced at Prince Andrei and asked whether His Serene Highness was staying here and whether he would be back soon. Prince Andrei told him he was not on His Highness's staff, and he too had only just arrived. The lieutenant colonel of hussars turned to an immaculate orderly, the orderly of the Commander-in-Chief himself, who spoke to him with that special kind of aloofness which comes naturally to a Commander-in-Chief's orderly when speaking to officers. His Highness? Yes, he should be back soon. What is it you want? The officer grinned through his whiskers at the orderly's tone, dismounted, gave his horse to a servant, and walked over to Bolkonsky with a slight bow. Bolkonsky made room for him on the bench. The hussar sat down beside him. You, too? Waiting for the Commander-in-Chief, he began. They say he's weedy to a CD buddy, thank God. Not like those ridiculous quats. No wonder Yermolov talked about being promoted to the rank of German. Now PWAPs the Russians will get a word in. God knows what they think they've been up to. Just one wet after another. Have you seen any action? He asked. I have had the pleasure, said Prince Andrei, not only of taking part in the retreat, but also of losing everything I held dear during that retreat, not to speak of my property, the house where I was born, and my father, he died of grief. I'm from near Smolensk. Oh, you must be Prince Bolkonsky. Delighted to meet you. Lieutenant Colonel Denisov, better known as Vaska, said Denisov, shaking hands with Prince Andrei and looking him in the face with warm friendliness. Yes, I heard about that, he said with some sympathy, and after a brief pause he went on, yes, we're fighting like the Scythians. It's all very well, except for those who bear the brunt of it. So you're Prince Andrei Bolkonsky? He shook his head. Yes, I'm very pleased to meet you, he added, shaking his hand with a wistful smile. Prince Andrei knew about Denisov from Natasha's stories of when she was first wooed. The bittersweet memory brought back the heartache he hadn't even thought about in recent days, though it still lay buried in his soul. In recent days so many different things had happened, some of them vitally important, like the abandonment of Smolensk, his visit to Bald Hills and the news of his father's recent death, and he had gone through so many trials that these particular memories had left him alone for long periods, and when they did come to mind they didn't hurt with anything like the old intensity. And as far as Denisov was concerned, the associations evoked by the name of Bolkonsky belonged to a romantic time in the distant past, when one evening after supper, much affected by Natasha's singing, he had proposed to a little 15-year-old girl without really knowing what he was doing. He smiled at the thought of those days and his love for Natasha, and then went straight on to the one thing that had become an outright obsession with him. This was a plan of action that had come to him while he had been on duty at the outposts during the retreat. He had laid the plan before Barclay de Tolly, and now he had every intention of laying it before Kutuzov. It was based on the fact that the French operations line was overextended, and his idea was that, instead of a frontal attack blocking the French advance, or maybe along with an attack of that kind, they ought to concentrate on their communications. He began explaining his plan to Prince Andrei. They can't defend the whole of that line. It's not possible. I guarantee I could break through it. Give me 500 men and I'll cut their communications, for sure I will. There's only one system that'll work: guerrilla warfare. Denisov got to his feet and began to elaborate for Bolkonsky's benefit, with much waving of the arms. He was in mid-flow when suddenly they heard the soldiers shouting again, ragged sounds this time that blended with music and song over a wide area near the parade ground. Hoofbeats and cheering soon could be heard in the nearby village. "He's coming! He's coming!" shouted the Cossack from the gate. Bolkonsky and Denisov walked over to the gate, where a little group of soldiers formed a guard of honor, and there was Kutuzov coming down the street on a little bay horse. An immense suite of generals followed on. Barclay was riding almost level with him, and a great crowd of officers was scurrying about behind them and on every side with loud cries of hurrah. His adjutants were first into the yard. Kutuzov dug his heels into his horse, which was ambling along so slowly under his weight, and all the time he kept nodding right and left and raising a hand to his white horseguard's cap with its red band and no peak. When he got to the guard of honor, to be saluted by a set of elite grenadiers, most of them sporting decorations, he paused for a moment in silence and looked at them very closely with the steady gaze of a true commander before turning to the group of generals and other officers standing round him. There was a subtle change in his expression, and he shrugged with an air of bemusement. "What, with men like these nothing but retreat after retreat," he said. "Well, goodbye, General," he added, and urged his horse in through the gateway right past Prince Andrei and Denisov. "Hurrah! Hurrah! Hurrah!" went the roaring voices behind him. Since the last time Prince Andrei had seen him, Kutuzov had put on even more weight and now he looked really flabby, bloated with fat. But some things about him had not changed: the familiar scar, the walleye, and the overall impression of weariness in face and figure. As well as the white horseguard's cap, he was wearing a military greatcoat with a whip on a narrow strap slung across his shoulder. He sat on his game little horse very badly, a ponderous, wobbly load. "Ugh, ugh, ugh," he wheezed, though the sound was barely audible, as he rode into the courtyard. His face shone with the relief of a man looking forward to a nice rest after being a long time in the limelight. He withdrew his left foot from the stirrup with a lurch of his big body and scowled with exertion as he brought it up onto the saddle, used his knee to steady himself and flopped down with a groan into the supporting arms of his Cossacks and aides. He pulled himself together, looked round with his eyes half closed, glanced at Prince Andrei, seemed not to recognize him, and shambled off tubbily in the direction of the steps. "Ugh, ugh, ugh," he wheezed, and turned to take another look at Prince Andrei. As often happens with old men, the impression of Prince Andrei's face had taken some seconds to trigger a memory of his personality. "Oh, hello there, my dear fellow, hello there. Do come along," he said wearily, lumbering up the steps that creaked under his weight. He unbuttoned his coat and sat down on a bench in the porch. "Well then, how's your father keeping?" "News of his death reached me yesterday," said Prince Andrei tersely. Kutuzov looked at him wide-eyed with dismay, then he took his cap off and crossed himself. "God rest his soul.
and may God's will be done with all of us." He heaved the deepest of sighs and paused. "I loved him deeply and had great respect for him, and you have my heartfelt sympathy." He put both arms round Prince Andrei, hugged him to his fat chest and held on for quite some time. When he released him, Prince Andrei could see Kutuzov's thick lips quivering, and there were tears in his eyes. He gave another sigh and pushed down on the bench with both hands to help himself up. "Come in, do come in, and we'll have a chat," he said, but at that moment Denisov, who cringed before the authorities as little as he did before the enemy, ignored the indignant whispering of adjutants trying hard to stop him, and walked boldly up the steps, spurs angle. Kutuzov still had his hands pushing down on the seat, and he gave Denisov a resentful glance. Denisov stated his name and then announced that he needed to apprise His Highness on a matter of vital importance for the good of the country. Kutuzov leveled a weary eye at Denisov, raised both hands in a gesture of annoyance before folding them across his stomach, and repeated what he had heard, "The good of the country?" "Well, what do you mean?" "Out with it." Denisov colored up like a young girl. It was most odd to see a blush spreading over that hairy, aging, hard-drinking face, and launched into a confident exposition of his plan for cutting the enemy's line of operations somewhere between Smolensk and Vyazma. Denisov came from that region, and he knew the locality well. His plan seemed unquestionably sound, primarily because of the strength of conviction in his delivery. Kutuzov stared at his feet, occasionally glancing up towards the courtyard of the house next door, as if he was expecting something nasty to emerge from it. What did emerge from next door while Denisov was in mid-flow was a general with a briefcase under his arm. "What's this?" asked Kutuzov in the middle of Denisov's exposition. "It didn't take you long to get things ready." "Indeed not, Your Serene Highness," said the general. Kutuzov shook his head as if to say, "How can one man be so efficient?" and turned his mind back to Denisov. "On my word of honor as a Russian officer," Denisov was saying, "I shall cut Whitethwaite Napoleon's communications." "Are you related to Intendant General Kirill Denisov?" asked Kutuzov, interrupting. "He's my uncle, sir." "Oh. We used to be friends," said Kutuzov breezily. Very good, dear boy. You stay here on the staff, and we'll have a little talk tomorrow." Nodding to Denisov, he turned away and reached out for the papers that Konovnitsyn had brought over. "If Your Highness would like to come through into the house, you would be most welcome," said the disgruntled duty general. "There are plans to be gone over and some papers to sign." An adjutant appeared in the doorway and announced that all was in readiness within. But Kutuzov seemed not to want people with him when he went inside. He scowled. "No, have a table brought out here, dear boy. I'll go through them here," he said. "Don't you go away," he added, turning to Prince Andrei. Prince Andrei stayed there in the porch listening to what the duty general had to say. While they were busy with the report, Prince Andrei detected a woman's voice whispering on the inside of the doorway, and he caught the rustle of a woman's silk dress. Several times glancing across, he noticed behind the door a good-looking woman with red cheeks and a full figure, wearing a pink dress with a lilac silk scarf over her head. She was holding a dish, and she seemed to be waiting for the commander-in-chief to come in. Kutuzov's adjutant explained to Prince Andrei in a whisper that this was the priest's wife. It was her house, and she was going to welcome His Highness with the traditional bread and salt. Her husband had met His Serene Highness with a cross in church, and now it was her turn in the house. "She's very pretty," added the adjutant with a smile. Kutuzov glanced round at these words. He was listening to the duty general's report, mostly a critique of the position at Tsarevozamish, just as he had listened to Denisov, and just as he had listened to the debate at the Council of War before Austerlitz 7 years ago. He was obviously listening only because he had ears to listen with, and, even though one of them was packed with Topher Izirek, they could not help hearing, but it was obvious that nothing that General could possibly say was going to be of any interest, let alone surprise him, because he had heard it all before,
and if he was listening it was only because he had to, just as you have to listen to a service in church. Every word spoken by Denisov had been businesslike and sensible. What the general was now saying was even more businesslike and sensible, but Kutuzov clearly had no time for knowledge or intellect, because he knew something different that would win the day, something different, independent of intellect and knowledge. Prince Andrei kept a close watch on his face, and all he could make out on it was a look of boredom mixed with curiosity about the female voice whispering inside the door, and a desire to observe decorum. It may have been obvious that Kutuzov had no time for intellect or learning, or even the eager patriotism shown by Denisov, but his distaste was not based on intellect, or sentiment, or knowledge, none of which he had any pretensions towards. It came from something else, old age and long experience. The only amendment to the report made by Kutuzov himself had to do with looting by the Russian soldiers. The last item in the general's report was a document presented for His Highness's signature relating to a landowner's claim for compensation from the army authorities for the commandeering of his green oats. Kutuzov smacked his lips and shook his head as he listened to this claim. "Chuck it in the stove. Into the fire with it. And I tell you once and for all, my dear fellow," he said, "chuck everything like that into the fire. Let them cut corn and burn wood to their heart's content. I haven't told them to, and they don't have my permission, but I can't investigate this sort of thing. It can't be helped. You can't make omelets without breaking eggs." He glanced down at the paper again. "Pernickety devil, he's just like a German," he muttered with a shake of his head. Chapter 16. "Well, that's that then," said Kutuzov as he signed the last document and lumbered to his feet. He smoothed out the rolls of fat on his podgy white neck and walked over to the door with a more buoyant look about him. The priest's wife, with the blood rushing to her face, grabbed the dish, but although she had been rehearsing for ages, she missed the right moment to present it. She went ahead anyway and offered it to Kutuzov with a low bow. Kutuzov screwed up his eyes, gave a smile, chucked her under the chin and said, "Oh, what a pretty face. Thank you, my pet." He took some gold coins out of his trouser pocket and put them on her dish. "Well now, how is life treating you?" he said, walking through to the room that had been set aside for him. The priest's wife, with a dimpled smile on her rosy-cheeked face, followed him in. The adjutant came out to Prince Andrei in the porch, and invited him to lunch. Half an hour later Kutuzov sent for Prince Andrei. He was sprawling in an armchair, still wearing his unbuttoned military coat. He was holding a French novel, and when Prince Andrei came in he marked his place with a paper knife and put it down. Prince Andrei saw from the cover it was The Knights of the Swan, a romantic tale by Madame de Genlis. "Do sit down here, and let's have a little talk," said Kutuzov. "It's sad, very sad. But don't forget, dear boy, you can look on me as a father, a second father." Prince Andrei told Kutuzov everything he knew about his father's death, and what he had seen at Bald Hills during his recent visit. "Is this what we've been reduced to?" Kutuzov cried suddenly, deeply disturbed, accepting Prince Andrei's account as a vivid picture of the plight Russia was in. "Give me time. Just give me time," he added with a vicious glare, but he seemed reluctant to dwell on such a disturbing subject, and he went on to say, "I've sent for you to keep you here with me." "I thank your highness," answered Prince Andrei, "but I'm afraid I'm no good for staff work anymore," he said, with a smile that was not lost on Kutuzov, who looked back quizzically. "No, the thing is," added Prince Andrei, "I've got used to my regiment. I like the officers, and the men seem to like me. I wouldn't want to leave the regiment. If I decline the honor of being in attendance on you, please believe." Kutuzov's podgy face glowed with a shrewd, kindly expression and a suggestion of irony. He cut Bolkonsky short. "I'm sorry. You would have been useful to me. But you're right, you're quite right. It's not here that good men are needed. There's never any shortage of counselors, but good men are hard to come by. The regiments wouldn't be what they are if all the counselors served in them like you. I remember you at Austerlitz. Yes, I do. I remember you with that flag, said Kutuzov, and Prince Andrei's face flushed with pleasure at the memory of it. Kutuzov drew him close, offering him a cheek to kiss, and again Prince Andrei caught a glimpse of tears in the old man's eyes. Even though Prince Andrei knew Kutuzov was prone to tears, and he was being especially nice to him in order to show sympathy for his recent loss, he still felt pleased and flattered by this reminder of Austerlitz. Make your own way, then, and God go with you. I know your way is the way of honor. He paused. I missed you at Bucharest. I needed someone to send, and he was off on to another subject, the Turkish war, and the peace that had been concluded. Oh yes, I've had my share of criticism, he said, for the war and the peace, but everything fell into place at the right time. Everything falls into place for the man who knows how to wait, he said, quoting the French proverb. And there were just as many counselors there as there are here, he went on, falling back on the subject of counselors that had become an obsession with him. Ugh, counselors, he said. If we'd listened to them all, we'd still be in Turkey, without any peace and with the war still on. Too much of a hurry. More haste, less speed, I say. Kamensky would have come to grief there, if he hadn't died first. He went about storming fortresses with 30,000 men. Taking fortresses is easy enough, the hard part is winning the war. And you don't get that by storming and attacking, what you need are time and patience. Kamensky used his soldiers to attack Rustchuk. I used those too, time and patience, and I took more fortresses than he did, and I soon had the Turks eating horse meat. He shook his head. And I'll have the French doing it too. Take my word for it, cried Kutuzov, warming to his task and patting himself on the chest, I'll have them eating horseflesh. And again his eyes were misty with tears. But we shall have to fight, shan't we? Said Prince Andrei. Oh yes, if that's what people want they'll have to have it. But mark my words, dear boy. There's nothing stronger than those two old soldiers, time and patience. There's nothing they can't do, but our wise counselors are deaf in one ear, and that's where the trouble is. Some want action, others don't. So what am I to do? He asked, evidently expecting a reply. Come on, what would you have me do? He repeated, and his shrewd eyes shone with deep meaning. I'll tell you what to do, he said, with no answer forthcoming from Prince Andrei. I'll tell you what to do, and what I do. When in doubt, my friend, he paused, hold back. He said this in French, slowly, syllable by syllable. Well, goodbye, my dear fellow. I feel for you with all my heart in your great sorrow, and don't forget, as far as you're concerned, I'm not His Highness, or a prince, or a commander-in-chief, I'm a father to you. If you need anything, come straight to me. Goodbye, my dear boy. Again he hugged and kissed him. And Prince Andrei was hardly out of the room when Kutuzov heaved a sigh of relief and settled down to Madame de Genlis and the Knights of the Swan. How or why it came about Prince Andrei could never have explained, but after this encounter with Kutuzov he returned to his regiment greatly reassured about the way things were going and the man they had been entrusted to. The more clearly he registered the absence of all personal interest in this old man, who seemed to have reduced himself to going through the motions of old passions, and had replaced an active mind capable of organizing things and coming to conclusions with a capacity for calm contemplation as events unfolded, the more confident he felt that everything would work out as it should. He has no axe to grind. He won't have any ideas or hatch any schemes, Prince Andrei told himself, but he'll listen to everybody and miss nothing, he'll put things in their proper places, he won't get in the way of anything useful or allow anything that might do any harm. He knows there is something stronger and more important than his will, the inexorable march of events, and he has the knack of watching events and seeing what they mean, and when he sees what they mean he knows how to stand back from them and redirect his will somewhere else. But the main reason for believing in him, thought Prince Andrei, is that he's Russian, never mind Madame de Genlis and a few French proverbs, and his voice shook when he said, "Is this what we've been reduced to?" And he choked when he said he would soon have them eating horseflesh. It was this feeling, shared more or less dimly by everyone, that underpinned the unanimity and general approval which accompanied the appointment of Kutuzov as commander-in-chief, the people's choice whatever misgivings may have been felt in court circles. Chapter 17. After the Tsar's departure from Moscow, life went on in the same old way, and its course seemed so normal that it was soon hard to recall the days of fervor and heady patriotism, and hard to believe the country was in real danger, and the members of the English Club were also sons of Mother Russia, ready for any sacrifice. The one thing that brought back the general mood of patriotic fervor during the Tsar's Moscow visit was the call for contributions of men and money, which soon turned from offers into officially formulated demands that had every appearance of being legal and binding. As the enemy closed in on Moscow, the attitude of the inhabitants to their situation, far from becoming all serious-minded, actually became more frivolous, as always happens with people who can see a terrible danger bearing down on them. At the first approach of danger, two voices always speak out with equal force in a man's heart. One tells him very sensibly to consider the exact extent of the danger and any means of avoiding it. The other says even more sensibly that it's too wearisome and agonizing to contemplate the danger, since it is not in a man's power to anticipate future events and avoid the general run of things, so you might as well turn away from the nastiness until it hits you, and dwell on things that are pleasant. Left to himself, a man will usually listen to the first voice. Out in society he listens to the second one. This is what was now happening to the good people of Moscow. It was years since there had been so much fun in the city. Rostopchin's broadsheets were the talk of the town, rivaling Vasily Pushkin's three latest bouts rhymes in popularity. They featured a drinking house at the top, a tapster, and a Moscow citizen, Karpushka Chicherin, an ex-militiaman who, when he has had a drop too much to drink, hears that Napoleon is bent on marching on Moscow, whereupon he flies into a rage, curses the French up hill and down dale, walks out of the drinking house and speaks to the assembled people under the sign of the eagle. The club members got together in the corner room to peruse these posters, and some of them were greatly amused by Karpushka's being so rude to the French and saying things like they'll get bloated on Russian cabbage, burst their bellies on Russian porridge and choke to death on the cabbage soup, and anyway they're all dwarfs and any village lass could fork 'em away 3 at a time. There were others, though, who did not approve of this tone, which they called vulgar and stupid. Rumor had it that Rostopchin had expelled all Frenchmen, in fact all foreigners, from Moscow, and some of them had turned out to be spies and agents of Napoleon. But the main reason for putting this about was to be able to keep repeating the funny things Rostopchin said as he dispatched them. As the foreigners were being shepherded on board a barge heading for Nizhny, Rostopchin had said to them in French, "Keep yourselves to yourselves, get on this barge, and make sure it doesn't turn into Karen's ferry," for the word went round that all government offices had been evacuated from Moscow, which inspired Shinshin's much-repeated little joke that at last Napoleon had given Moscow something to be grateful for. It was claimed that Mamonov's regiment was costing him 800,000, and Bazukov was stumping up even more, but the best thing about him was that he was going to get into uniform and ride at the head of his regiment, and spectators were welcome without paying at the gate. "You never say nice things about anybody," said Julie Drobetskoy, picking up a handful of lint and squeezing it between slender fingers that glittered with rings. Julie would be leaving Moscow the following day, and she was giving a farewell soiree. "Bazukov does look ridiculous, but he's very nice, and his heart's in the right place. How can you take pleasure to be so caustique?" "You're fine," said a young man in a militiaman's uniform, referred to by Julie as her knight in shining armor. He was going with her to Nizhny. In Julie's circle, as in many others in Moscow, the unwritten rule was to speak nothing but Russian, and anybody who slipped up and spoke some French had to pay a fine into the coffers of the Committee for Voluntary Donations. "A double fine for Frenchified Russian," said a Russian writer who happened to be within earshot. "You can't say take pleasure to be." "You never say nice things about anybody," Julie persisted with the militiaman, ignoring the author and his remark. "I plead guilty to caustique," she said, and I'll even pay up for taking pleasure to tell the truth. But I won't be held responsible for Frenchified Russian, she said, turning now to the scribbler. I have neither the time nor the money to hire a teacher and learn Russian like Prince Golitsyn. Oh, but here he comes, added Julie. Kwandon. Oh no, she protested to the militiaman, you can't catch me like that. When one talks of the sun, out it comes. We were just talking about you. She gave a sweet smile as she welcomed Pierre with the easy lapse into falsehood that comes naturally to women in high society. We were saying your regiment's bound to be better than Mamonov's. Oh, don't talk to me about the regiment, answered Pierre, kissing his hostess's hand and sitting down beside her. I've had enough of it. You will, take command personally, won't you, said Julie, exchanging a sly, mocking glance with the militiaman. Face to face with Pierre, the militiaman had lost some of his causticity, and Julie's smile now left him looking nonplussed. For all his good-natured absent-mindedness, Pierre had the kind of personality that soon put an end to any attempt to make a fool of him. Oh no, Pierre chuckled with a glance down at his huge, bulging figure. Too much for the French to aim at here, and I'm afraid I could never get up on a horse. Of all the people available as subjects for gossip, Julie's guests hit on the Rostovs. I hear their finances are in a bad way, said Julie. And the Count's not being very sensible. The Razumovskys did want to buy his house and their local estate, but it's going on forever. He's asking too much. No, I think the sale will go through any day now, said someone. Though you'd have to be crazy to buy anything in Moscow just now. Why do you say that? Asked Julie. Do you really think Moscow's in danger? Well, why are you going away? Why am I going away? That's a funny thing to ask. I'm going because. Well, everybody's going, and I'm not Joan of Arc or an Amazon. Quite so. Would you mind passing me a bit more of that linen? If he plays his cards right, he ought to be able to pay off all his debts, said the militiaman, reverting to the subject of Count Rostov. He's a good-hearted old fellow, but a very poor specimen. Anyway, why have they stayed on as long as this? They were meaning to leave for the country quite some time ago. Natalie is her old self now, I imagine? Julie asked Pierre with a devious smile. They're waiting for their younger son, said Pierre. He joined up with Obolensky's Cossacks, and they sent him to Beloyet-Surkov. That's where the regiment is being formed. But now they've had him transferred to my regiment, and he's expected any day now. The Count's been dying to get away for ages, but nothing would induce the Countess to leave Moscow till her son gets back. I saw them the day before yesterday at the Arkarovs. Natalie looks pretty again and she's in much better spirits. She sang for us. Some people get over things so easily. What kind of things? Asked Pierre with a disgruntled look. Julie smiled at him. Oh, Count, really, chivalrous knights like you don't exist outside the pages of Madame de Souza's novels. Chivalrous knights? What can you possibly mean? Asked Pierre, coloring up. Come now, my dear Count. It's all over Moscow. Honestly, I do admire you. But her last words had come out in French and they brought cries of "Find again! Find again!" from the militiaman. Oh, all right. You can't even talk now. It's such a bore. What's all over Moscow? Said Pierre, getting to his feet with some resentment. Oh, come on, Count, you know very well. I know absolutely nothing, said Pierre. I know how close you've been to Natalie, so. Actually, I was always closer to Vera myself. Such a darling girl, Vera. No, madam, Pierre persisted, still disgruntled. I have certainly not assumed the role of Countess Rostov's knight. I haven't been near the place for nigh on a month. How could you be so cruel? I think you do protest too much, cried Julie with a smile, brandishing her lint. Determined to have the last word, she promptly changed the subject. By the way, I've just heard that poor Marie Bolkonsky arrived in Moscow yesterday. You know she's lost her father? Has she really? Where is she? I'd very much like to see her, said Pierre. I spent yesterday evening with her. Today or tomorrow morning she's taking her nephew down to their Moscow estate. Well, how is she? How's she getting on? Said Pierre. Oh, she's all right, just feeling very sad. You'll never guess who came to her rescue. It's so romantic. Nikolai Rostov. She was surrounded, they were trying to kill her and the servants had been wounded. He just rushed in and saved her. Another romance, said the militiaman. All this running away has a clear purpose, to get all our old maids married off. There's Katish for one, and now Princess Bolkonsky. You know what I think? She's just a little amoureuse. Just a little in love with that June Find again. Find again. Find again. But how can you say things like that in Russian? Chapter 18. When Pierre got home he was handed 2 new Rostofan posters that had been brought in during the day. The first denied the rumor that Count Rostofan had stopped people leaving Moscow. On the contrary, he was glad to see that ladies and merchants' wives were going. Less panic and less rumor, said the notice, but on one thing I stake my life, that scoundrel will never set foot in Moscow. On reading these words Pierre realized for the first time that the French were going to set foot in Moscow. The second poster announced that our headquarters were at Vyazma, and Count Wittgenstein had defeated the French, but also, since many Muscovites wished to arm themselves, weapons had been provided and had only to be collected from the arsenal. Swords, pistols, and guns were available to all citizens at cut-down prices. The tone of this poster was noticeably less humorous than the earlier Chicherin discourses. The 2 posters gave Pierre pause for thought. He could now see clearly that the menacing storm cloud he had been invoking so wholeheartedly, even though he instinctively recoiled from it in horror, was now almost upon him. What shall I do, join up and go out to the army, or wait here? Pierre asked himself for the 100th time. He picked up a pack of cards which happened to be lying there on the table and settled down to play patience. If this deal comes out, he told himself, holding the pack in one hand and shuffling with the other as he turned his eyes upwards, if it comes out that will mean, what will it mean? Before he could decide what it would mean he heard the voice of the eldest princess outside the study door, asking for permission to come in. So, it will mean I've got to go off and join the army, Pierre told himself. Yes, do come in, he said to the princess. The eldest of his cousins, she of the long thin waist and stony face, was the only one still living in Pierre's house, the 2 younger sisters having both got married. Oh, cousin, please forgive me for coming in to see you. She seemed excited and her tone was disparaging. But I hope you realize some decisions have to be taken. What on earth is going to happen? Everyone has left Moscow, and the people are up in arms. Why are we staying on? Quite the reverse, dear cousin, everything seems to be most satisfactory, said Pierre in the bantering tone he usually adopted with his cousin to dispel the embarrassment he always felt towards her in his role as benefactor. Oh yes, satisfactory, highly satisfactory, I'm sure. Varvara Ivanovna has been telling me how well our troops are doing. And much credit it does them, I must say. And the people, too, they've taken to the streets and they won't obey any orders. My own maid has turned against me. If things go on as they are they'll soon be after our blood. You can't walk down the street. But what bothers me is that the French will be here in a day or 2. Why are we waiting for them? Please, cousin, just do me one favor, said the princess, give orders for me to be taken to Petersburg. Say what you will about me, I could not live under Bonaparte. My dear cousin, that's quite enough. Where do you get your information from? You've got things the wrong way round. I will not submit to your Napoleon. Others may do as they like. If you won't do this for me. But I will, I'll give the orders straight away. The princess was obviously quite put out by having no one to vent her anger on. Muttering under her breath, she perched on the edge of a chair. But what you've heard is not right, said Pierre. Everything's quiet downtown, and there's no danger. Look what I've just been reading. Pierre showed her the posters. The Count says here he'll stake his life on it the enemy will never set foot in Moscow. Oh, you and your Count, the princess spat out spitefully. He's a hypocrite and a villain. He was the one who brought them out onto the streets. Didn't he write on his stupid posters that they should grab the world and his wife by the scruff of the neck and dump them in the lockup? Stupid man. Honor and glory, says he, to anyone who does. Look where it's got us, all this fine talk. Varvara Ivanovna told me she was almost strung up by the mob for speaking a few words of French. Well, I know how it is. But you do take things too seriously, said Pierre, dealing out his cards for a game of patience. That hand did come out, but rather than going off to join the army, Pierre stayed on in a Moscow that was getting emptier by the day, and his mood was the same, a mixture of excitement, indecision, and delicious dread of impending doom. By the following evening the princess had gone, and Pierre's head steward came in to report that the money needed for the equipment of his regiment could not be raised without selling one of his estates. He did his best to persuade Pierre that all these silly ideas about a regiment would be the ruin of him. Pierre could hardly conceal a smile as he listened to the steward. Well, go on, sell it, he said. It can't be helped. There's no going back on what I said. The worse things got, especially things that mattered to him, the happier Pierre was, and the clearer it became that the long-awaited catastrophe was almost upon them. Hardly any of Pierre's acquaintances were still in town. Julie had gone, Princess Maria had gone. Of the people closest to him only the Rostovs were left, but Pierre didn't go to see them. That day for a little relaxation Pierre drove out to the village of Vorontsov to have a look at a huge balloon that was being built by Lepich 5 for devastating use against the enemy, and the test balloon due for launching the following day. The balloon wasn't quite ready, but Pierre found out it was being built with the Tsar's approval. The Tsar had written to Count Rostophin, in French, as follows. As soon as Lepich is ready, select a crew of good, clever men for his gondola, and dispatch a courier to General Kutuzov to give him due warning. I have told him about this. Please ensure that Lepich is strongly advised to be very careful where he comes down for the first time lest he go off course and fall into the hands of the enemy. It is essential that he coordinate his movements with those of the commander-in-chief. On the way home from Vorontsov, Pierre was driving through Bolotny Square when he saw a crowd at the place of execution, so he stopped and got out of his carriage. A French chef accused of espionage was being flogged. The flogging was over, and the executioner was at the flogging bench untying a stout man with red sideburns, blue stockings, and a green jacket stripped off his back, who was moaning grievously. Another criminal, frail, thin and pale, was waiting for his turn. To judge by their faces, both of them were Frenchmen. Pierre shoved his way through the crowd looking every bit as terrified and sickly as the skinny Frenchman. What's happening? Who are they? What have they done? He kept asking. But the crowd, clerks, tradesmen, shopkeepers, peasants, women in cloaks and jackets, were so fascinated by what was happening at the place of execution that nobody answered. The stout man got to his feet wincing, twisted his shoulders and tried his best with a show of bravery to pull on his jacket without looking round at everybody, but suddenly his lips trembled and he burst into tears, furious with himself, as sometimes happens with grown men, however full-blooded. There were loud comments from the crowd as people stifled their feelings of sympathy, or so Pierre liked to think. Some chef belonging to a prince. "Hey, monsieur, Russian sauce a bit sharp for a froggy?" "Makes you wince a bit," said a wrinkled clerk standing near Pierre at the moment the Frenchman burst into tears. The clerk looked round, obviously expecting applause. Some people did laugh, but others were so dismayed they could not take their eyes off the executioner, who was in the process of stripping the second Frenchman. Pierre was choking. He screwed up his face, turned away sharply, went back to his carriage and got in, all the time muttering under his breath. As they drove on he got the shutters several times, and yelled out so loud that the coachman asked what he wanted. "Where are you going?" Pierre shouted to the coachman as he turned into Lubyanka Street. "You told me to go to the Governor General's," answered the coachman. "You stupid idiot," roared Pierre, a man who rarely abused his coachman. "I told you to drive me home." "Get going, you blockhead," and under his breath he muttered, "I've got to leave town this very day." It was the sight of the tortured Frenchman and the crowd all round the place of execution that had brought Pierre to a final decision. He simply could not stay on in Moscow, he must set off that very day to join the army, and as he saw it either he must have told the coachman, or the coachman ought to have known. When he got home Pierre told his omniscient and omnipotent head coachman, Yevstafovich, who was famous throughout Moscow, that he was leaving for Mozhaysk that night to join the army and his saddle horses should be sent down there. This was more than could be arranged in a single day, so Pierre yielded to Yevstafovich's ministrations and delayed his departure till next day so there would be time for relays of horses to be sent on ahead. The morning of the 24th dawned bright after a spell of bad weather, and that day after dinner Pierre set out from Moscow. Changing horses during the night at Perkishkovo, Pierre heard that there had been a huge battle that evening, the Battle of Shevardino. He was told that even at Perkishkovo the ground had been shaking from the cannon fire. No one could answer Pierre when he asked whether the battle had been won or lost. Dawn was breaking when Pierre got to Mozhaysk. Every house in Mozhaysk had been taken over by the military, and at the inn where Pierre was met by his coachman and groom there wasn't a room to be had. The place was full of officers. The whole of Mozhaysk and the surrounding area was swarming with soldiers standing around or on the march. Cossacks, infantrymen, cavalrymen, wagons, gun carriages, and cannons were all over the place. Pierre pressed on as fast as he could, and the further he moved away from Moscow and the more deeply he became immersed in this ocean of troops, the stronger he was gripped by a thrilling sense of excitement and a totally new feeling of exhilaration. It was not unlike the sensation he had experienced at the Sloboda Palace during the Tsar's visit, a sense of the urgent need to do something positive and make sacrifices. He rejoiced in a new awareness that everything that makes for happiness in life, comfort, wealth, even life itself, was nothing but trash to be thrown away with pleasure when you compare it with, well, something else. What that something else was Pierre could not have said, and he didn't even try to work out who or what he was taking such exquisite pleasure in honoring by the ultimate sacrifice. He wasn't at all worried about why he wanted to start making sacrifices, but the idea of sacrifice itself was a source of new delight. Chapter 19. On the 24th the Battle of the Shevardino Redoubt was fought, on the 25th not a shot was fired by either side, on the 26th came the Battle of Borodino. For what reason and in what way was battle offered and accepted at Shevardino and Borodino? Why did they join battle at Borodino? There was no sense in it for the French or the Russians. The immediate outcome was a clear inevitability. We Russians were brought one step closer towards the destruction of Moscow, the thing we dreaded most in all the world, and the French were brought one step closer towards the destruction of their entire army, the thing they dreaded most in all the world. At the time this outcome was as plain as a pikestaff, yet Napoleon offered battle and Kutuzov accepted. If the military leaders had been guided by principles of reason it ought to have been clear to Napoleon that in marching nearly 1,500 miles and offering to fight, with a fair chance of losing a quarter of his men, he was heading for certain destruction, and it ought to have been just as clear to Kutuzov that in accepting the offer, also with a good chance of losing a quarter of his men, he was sure to lose Moscow. For Kutuzov it was a mathematical certainty, as clear as a game of drafts in which I am a piece down, and if I go on exchanging pieces I am bound to lose, so I must avoid any exchanges. When my opponent has 16 pieces and I have 14, I am only 1/8 weaker, but by the time we have exchanged 13 pieces he will end up 3 times stronger than I am. Before the Battle of Borodino our forces were about 5/6 the strength of the French, but when it was over they were only half as strong. In other words, before the battle 100,000 faced 120,000, and when it was over 50,000 faced 100,000. Nevertheless, a leader as shrewd and experienced as Kutuzov took on the battle, which had been offered by Napoleon, who is generally described as a military genius, though it lost him a quarter of his men and extended his line of communications even further. It may be said that he thought he could end the campaign by taking Moscow, as he had done by taking Vienna, but there is a lot of evidence against this. Napoleon's own historians tell us he had wanted to call a halt as far back as Smolensk, realizing how dangerously extended he was and knowing full well that the taking of Moscow would not be the end of the campaign, because he could see from Smolensk the dreadful state of the abandoned Russian towns, and he had received not a word of reply to repeated announcements of his desire to open negotiations. The actions of Kutuzov and Napoleon in offering and accepting battle at Borodino were involuntary and meaningless. But later on, with the Battle of fait accompli, historians have come forward with every kind of specious argument to demonstrate the foresight and genius of these generals, who of all the involuntary agents in the history of the world were surely the most enslaved and involuntary. The ancients have left us examples of epics with all the historical interest focused on particular heroes, and nowadays we cannot get used to the idea that this kind of history is meaningless at the present stage of human development. In response to the other question, of how battle was offered and accepted at Borodino and before that at Shevardino, there exists another clearly defined, universally familiar and totally false account. All the historians describe events as follows. In retreat from Smolensk, they say, the Russian army scouted around to find the best location for a general engagement, and just such a location was discovered at Borodino. The Russians, they say, fortified this location in advance, on the left-hand side of the Moscow-Smolensk road and at right angles to it, all the way from Borodino to Utitsa, and that is where the battle was fought. In front of this location, we are told, a fortified earthwork was thrown up on the rising ground at Shevardino as an outpost for the observation of enemy movements. On the 24th, so the story goes, Napoleon attacked this outpost and took it. On the 26th he attacked the whole Russian army, which had taken up position on the field of Borodino. This is the historical version of events, and it is totally wrong, as anyone can tell if he is prepared to go into the matter. The Russians did not scout round to find the best location, quite the reverse, as they retreated they had bypassed many locations better than Borodino. They did not take a stand at any of these positions, partly because Kutuzov refused to take up a position not chosen by himself personally, partly because the popular clamor for a battle was not yet strong enough, partly because Miloradovich had yet to arrive with the militia, and for lots of other reasons. The fact is, there had been stronger positions earlier on, and the Borodino location where the battle took place was no improvement on anywhere else in the Russian Empire that might have been chosen at random by sticking a pin into a map. Far from fortifying a location on the left-hand side at right angles to the road, the place where the battle was fought, the Russians never even dreamt of fighting a battle on that spot until the 25th of August 1812. This is proved firstly by the fact that there were no fortifications there before the 25th, and the earthworks begun on that day had not been completed by the 26th, and secondly, proof is provided by the situation of the Shevardino redoubt itself, out in front of the battlefield, which rendered it valueless. For what purpose was this redoubt more strongly fortified than any other post? And for what purpose was every effort made and were 6,000 men sacrificed to defend it until the last thing on the 24th? A Cossack patrol would have been enough to keep track of enemy movements. And a third way of proving that the position of the battlefield was not anticipated, and the Shevardino redoubt was not an advance post of that position, lies in the fact that until the 25th Barclay de Tolly and Bagration were convinced that the Shevardino redoubt was the left flank of the position, and Kutuzov himself, in a report jotted down in haste immediately after the battle, speaks of Shevardino as the left flank of their position. It was only much later on, when reports of the battle came to be written down at leisure, that a curiously inaccurate statement was invented, probably to gloss over errors made by the commander-in-chief, who had to be seen as infallible, to the effect that the Shevardino redoubt served as an advance post, whereas it was nothing more than a fortified post on the left flank, and the Battle of Borodino was undertaken by us in a fortified location selected in advance, whereas it was really fought in an unexpected place that was virtually without fortification. What happened is clear. A location was chosen on the river Kolocha, which cuts across the high road not at 90 degrees, but at an acute angle, with the left flank at Shevardino, the right flank near the village of Novoy, and the center at Borodino, near the confluence of the Kolocha and the Voyna. Anyone looking at the field of Borodino and disregarding the actual course of the battle would consider this location, conveniently covered by the Kolocha, the obvious one to be adopted by an army that wanted to check the advance of an enemy marching down the road from Smolensk towards Moscow. Napoleon, riding towards Valyevo on the 24th, did not, according to the history books, see the position of the Russians between Utitsa and Borodino. He could not have seen it since it didn't exist, and did not see the advance posts of the Russian army, but in his pursuit of the Russian rearguard he stumbled upon the left flank of the Russian position at the Shevardino redoubt, and surprised the Russians by taking his troops across the Kolocha. And since it was too late for a general engagement, the Russians withdrew the left flank from their intended position and took up a new one, which had not been anticipated and was not fortified. By crossing the Kolocha on the left-hand side of the road, Napoleon shifted the whole battle to be from right to left, looked it from the Russian side, and transferred it to the fields that lie between Utitsa, Semyonovsk, and Borodino, fields with nothing more to offer in the way of military advantage than any others in Russia, and it was here that the whole battle of the 26th took place. 6. If Napoleon had not reached the Kolocha on the evening of the 24th and had not ordered an immediate attack on the redoubt, if he had launched his attack the following morning, no one would have had any doubt that the Shevardino redoubt was the left flank of the Russian position, and the battle would have gone ahead as anticipated. In that case we would probably have defended the Shevardino redoubt even more stubbornly, it being our left flank. We would have attacked Napoleon in the center or from the right, and the general engagement would have been fought out on the 25th in a location that had been anticipated and fortified. But since the attack on our left flank occurred in the evening following the retreat of our rear guard, that is, immediately after the action at Gridneva, and since the Russian generals would not or could not undertake a general engagement that same evening, the 24th, the first and most important action in the Battle of Borodino was already lost on the 24th. A loss that clearly led straight to the debacle that occurred on the 26th. Following the loss of the Shevardino redoubt, on the morning of the 25th we found ourselves without a position for the left flank, and we were forced to let the left wing curl back, fortifying it where and when we could. So it wasn't just a question of our Russian troops being protected on the 26th of August by nothing but flimsy, unfinished earthworks. The disadvantage of their position was aggravated by the Russian generals' failure to grasp what had actually happened, the loss of the left flank position, and the whole field of the battle to be swinging from right to left, which left them holding their extended line all the way from Novoy to Utitsa, and that meant they had to transfer troops from right to left in mid-battle. As a result of this, throughout the entire battle the Russians had to face the whole French army bearing down on our left wing, with our forces doubly disadvantaged. Poniatowski's action against Utitsa and Uvarov's action against the French on the right flank were outside the general course of the battle. And so the Battle of Borodino was fought quite differently from the way it is normally described, by historians so anxious to gloss over the blunders of our generals they detract from the glorious achievements of the Russian army and the Russian people. The Battle of Borodino was not fought out in a carefully selected and well-fortified location with some slight disadvantage in numbers on the Russian side. Following the loss of the Shebardino redoubt, the Battle of Borodino was fought out in an open location with almost no entrenchments, with Russian forces doubly disadvantaged vis-a-vis the French, in other words under conditions that made it unthinkable even to get through 3 hours without the army being utterly defeated and put to flight, let alone keep on fighting for 10 hours and still leave the issue in doubt. Chapter 20. It was the morning of the 25th, and Pierre was on his way out of Mozhaysk. When he got to the point where the road out of town meandered steeply downhill, Pierre got out of his carriage and walked past a cathedral on the right-hand side at the top of the slope, where a service was being held and the bells were ringing. One of the cavalry regiments was following him downhill, with the singers out in front. Coming up the hill towards them was a train of carts filled with casualties from the previous day's engagement. The peasant drivers were running this way and that, urging the horses on and wielding their whips. The carts, each carrying 3 or 4 wounded soldiers stretched out or sitting up, jolted over the stones that had been thrown down to make some sort of road up the hill. The wounded men, white-faced and bandaged with rags, clung to the sides wincing and scowling as they were shaken and thrown about in the carts. Almost all of them gawped at Pierre in his white hat and green swallowtail coat with the simple-minded curiosity of children. Pierre's driver yelled furiously at the casualty convoy to keep to one side of the road. The cavalry regiment marching on downhill in step with the singers soon caught up with Pierre's carriage and this blocked the road. Pierre stopped and squeezed back to the edge of the road that had been dug into the hill. The slope of the hillside kept the sun off the cutting, and it was cold and damp down there, but overhead the bells sang out merrily on a bright August morning. A cart with wounded men on it came to a standstill at the edge of the road right in front of Pierre. The driver in his bark fiber shoes ran round the back of his cart, and with much puffing and panting shoved some stones under the back wheels, which had no tires on them. Then he set to tightening his horse's harness. A wounded veteran with his arm in a sling, who had been walking along behind the cart, took hold of it with his good arm, and looked round at Pierre. "You from these parts," he said. "Are they dropping us here or taking us on to Moscow?" Pierre was so preoccupied that he didn't hear. He was engrossed in watching the cavalry regiment that had come up against the casualty convoy, and the cart right in front of him with its 3 wounded men, 2 sitting up, 1 lying down. One of the pair sitting up seemed to have been wounded in the cheek. His whole head was swathed in rags, and one cheek had swollen up as big as a baby's head. His mouth and nose had been skewed to one side. He was looking over at the cathedral and he crossed himself. Another soldier, a conscript, only a boy, with blonde hair and a thin white face that seemed to have been drained of all blood, was watching Pierre with a friendly smile. The third man was lying on his belly so you could not see his face. The cavalry singers were now level with the cart. They were belting out a good soldier's song that had the men dancing along. "My hair's all gone, I've got a spiky head, and here I am a-wanderin' far from home." A kind of echo, joyous in a very different way, came ringing down from the metallic clanging of the bells. And joyous in a different way again was the hot sunshine that bathed the top of the opposite slope. But under the hillside where Pierre stood next to the cart with the wounded soldiers and the gasping little nag, it was miserably damp and dismal. The soldier with the swollen cheek looked savagely at the singing cavalryman. "All right for that lot, showing off," he growled resentfully. "It's not just soldiers now, you know, there's peasants, too, I've seen 'em." "Oh yes, the peasants, they're getting dragged in as well," said the soldier standing by the cart and talking to Pierre with a lugubrious smile on his lips. "No pickin' and choosin' now. Shock everybody at 'em. It's all about Moscow, you know. Get it all over and done with." Although the soldier didn't express himself clearly, Pierre got his meaning and nodded in agreement. Now at last the road was clear, so Pierre walked to the bottom of the hill and drove off again. On he went, searching for familiar faces on either side of the road, but all he saw were unfamiliar ones, fighting faces from all over the military, every one of them staring in amazement at his white hat and green swallowtail coat. He had gone 2 or 3 miles before he came across someone he knew, and he hailed him with great delight. It was a doctor, a senior member of the Army medical staff. He was coming towards Pierre in a covered gig, with a young doctor at his side, and the moment he spotted Pierre, he called out to the Cossack who had taken over as his driver, and told him to stop.
"Count! Your Excellency, what are you doing down here?" asked the doctor.
"Oh, I just felt like having a look." "Well, there's going to be plenty to look at." Pierre got out of his carriage, and stopped to exchange a few words with the doctor, telling him he had every intention of taking part in the battle. The doctor advised Bazukov to go straight to Kutuzov. "What do you think you're doing, wandering off out of sight, God knows where on the battlefield?" he said, exchanging a quick glance with his young colleague, "and His Serene Highness does know you, so you'll get a warm welcome." "That's what you must do, my friend," said the doctor. The doctor had an exhausted and harassed look about him. "So you think? Anyway, there's just one more thing I wanted to ask. Where exactly is our position?" said Pierre.
"Our position," said the doctor. "Not really my cup of tea. Get yourself down past Tatarinova. There's a fair amount of digging going on there. Some high ground."
"You can see a lot from there," said the doctor.
"Can you really? If you could just—"
But the doctor had cut him short and was walking back to his gig. "I would have taken you there, but I'm up to here, for heaven's sake." The doctor pointed to his throat.
"Must rush. I'm off to see the corps commander. Do you know how bad things are?"
"Listen, Count, there's going to be a battle tomorrow with 100,000 troops. We can count on 20,000 casualties at the very least, and we haven't enough stretchers, beds, dressers or doctors for 6,000. We have got 10,000 carts, but we need lots of other things.
Just have to do what we can."
Pierre was greatly affected by the curious idea that of all those thousands of men, alive and kicking, young and old, who had been staring at his hat with such easy amusement, 20,000 were inexorably destined to be wounded or killed, maybe men he had seen with his own eyes.
They may be going to die tomorrow. How can they think of anything but death?
And suddenly, by some mysterious association of ideas, he had a vivid recollection of walking down the hill outside Mozhaysk, with the carts and the wounded men, the clamor of the bells, the slanting rays of sunshine, and the cavalrymen singing. All those cavalrymen marching into battle, coming across wounded soldiers, never stopping to think what's in store for them, they just march past winking at their wounded comrades.
And of all those men, 20,000 are doomed to die, and they think my hat's funny. It's weird, thought Pierre, moving on towards Tatarinova.
Outside some gentleman's house on the left side of the road there were carriages, wagons and orderlies and sentries in droves. This was where His Serene Highness, the Commander-in-Chief, was staying. But when Pierre arrived he was out, and so were most of the staff. They had all gone to church.
Pierre pressed on towards Gorky, where he drove uphill and found himself on the little village street.
There he had his first sight of conscripted peasants in their white shirts, with crosses on their caps. Brimming with energy and running with sweat, there they were on the right-hand side of the road working away at a huge grass-covered mound with raucous comments and roars of laughter. Some were digging, some were wheeling the earth away in barrows, while a third lot stood around doing nothing.
2 officers stood on the knoll telling them what to do.
At the sight of these peasants, so obviously reveling in their newfound status as soldiers, Pierre thought again of the wounded men at Mozhaysk, and now he could see what the soldier had meant with his "chuck everybody at M." The spectacle of these bearded peasants toiling on the field of battle with their funny, clumsy boots, their sweaty necks, 1 or 2 of them with shirts open from top left to bottom right showing their sunburned collarbones, told Pierre more about the primacy and solemn meaning of the here and now than anything he had yet seen and heard.
Chapter 21.
Pierre got out of his carriage, walked past the toiling peasants and climbed up the mound which according to the doctor offered a good view of the field of battle. It was about 11 in the morning. The sun was behind Pierre a little to his left, and it shone down brightly through the clear, rarefied air on the huge vista sprawling before him like an amphitheater on rising ground. The main road from Smolensk cut through the amphitheater upwards at the top left, and in its meandering course it passed through a village with a white church 500 or 600 yards away at the bottom of the hill. This was Borodino. The road cut down below the village, crossed over a bridge and then rose steadily, weaving up and down and in and out, until it got to the hamlet of Valiev, clearly visible about 4 miles away, and that's where Napoleon was now. Beyond Valiev the road disappeared into yellowing woodland on the horizon. In among those trees, far away amidst the birches and the firs on the right-hand side of the road, stood the gleaming sunlit cross and belfry of the Kolotsky Monastery. At various places in the blue distance, to the right and left of the woodland and the road, smoke rose up from campfires and you could see the indistinct outline of massed troops, ours and the enemy's. Off to the right, the rivers Kolocha and Moskva ran through countryside that was broken and hilly. The villages of Bezebovo and Zakharino could be seen through gaps in the hills. Over to the left the ground was flatter, with fields of corn, and smoke rose from a single village that had been set on fire, Semyonovsk. Everything Pierre saw on either hand looked so indistinct that, glancing left or right over the landscape, he could find nothing that quite lived up to his expectations. Nowhere was there a field of battle as such, the kind of thing he had expected. There was nothing but ordinary fields, clearings, troops, woods, smoking campfires, villages, mounds, and little streams. Here was a living landscape, and try as he might he could not make out any military positioning. He could not even tell our troops from theirs. I've got to ask someone who knows about these things, he thought, and he turned to an officer who was much taken with the sight of his huge, unmilitary figure. "Excuse me," said Pierre. "What's that village down there?" "I think it's called Borodino, isn't it?" said the officer, turning to ask his comrade. "Borodino," said the other man, putting him right. The officer was obviously delighted at the chance to have a chat, and he came over to Pierre. "Is that where our men are?" asked Pierre. "Yes, and that's the French, a bit further away," said the officer. "There you are, you can see them, just over there." "And are our men over yonder?" asked Pierre. "Yes, you can see them with the naked eye. Look, there they are." The officer pointed to columns of smoke on the left rising up beyond the river, and his face had the same stern and serious expression that Pierre had noticed on many of the faces he had come across. "Ah, that's the French. What about those over there?" Pierre was now pointing to a slight rise on the left with some troops moving round it. "No, they're ours." "Oh, are they? What about there?" Pierre pointed to another mound in the distance, with a big tree on it, near to a village just visible in a hollow, where you could see the smoke from campfires and a black shape of some kind. "It's him there too," said the officer. "It was the Shevardino redoubt. Yesterday it was ours, now it's his." "So where is our position, exactly?" "Our position," said the officer, with a grin of delight. "I can give you every detail, because I've been involved in almost all our fortifications. That's our center, down there in Borodino." He was pointing to the village with the white church straight ahead. "That's where we cross the Kolocha. There, where you can see those rows of hay down in that hollow, that's where the bridge is. And that's our center. Our right flank is out over there." He pointed sharply to the right, off into the broken country. "That's the Moskva River, and we've built 3 redoubts there, good strong ones. Now, the left flank," he faltered. "Well, it's a bit difficult to explain. Yesterday our left flank was out there, over at Shevardino. See that oak tree? Near there. But now we've pulled the left wing back a bit. Can you see over there? That village and all the smoke, that's Semyonovsk. That's where it is. He pointed to Raevski's redoubt. But I don't think there's going to be a battle there. He's moved his troops in, but it's a blind, he'll probably come round from the right of the river. Anyway, wherever it happens, a lot of us will be missing at roll call tomorrow, said the officer. A veteran sergeant had walked up during this conversation and stood there in silence waiting for the officer to finish speaking. But at this point he broke in, obviously resenting this last remark. We need to send for some Gabions, he said grimly. The officer looked rather embarrassed, as if he knew full well that it might be all right to think how many men would be missing next day, but you ought not to talk about it. Yes, well, send the 3rd Company again, he said hastily. And who might you be? Not one of the doctors, are you? No, I just happened to be here, answered Pierre. And he went back down the hill and walked past the working peasants again. Ugh, filthy swine, said the officer from behind Pierre, holding his nose and hurrying past them. Look, they're coming. They're here. They've got her. They'll be here in a minute. The sudden call soon had officers, soldiers, and peasants scurrying down the road. A church procession was winding its way up the hill from Borodino. It was headed by a regiment of infantry marching smartly along the dusty road, shakos often trailing arms. From behind the infantry came the sound of chanting. Bareheaded soldiers and peasants raced past Pierre in their rush to meet the processing people. They're bringing her. Our defender, the Holy Mother of Iversk. Smolensk, came the voice of correction. Militiamen, those who had been in the village and those who had been working at the battery, had flung down their spades and run down towards the procession. The battalion marching along the dusty road was followed by priests in their church robes, a little old man in a hood with attendant clergy and choristers. Behind them came soldiers and officers carrying a huge holy icon with a black face and a setting of silver. This was the icon that had been brought away from Smolensk and taken around by the army ever since. Behind it, ahead of it and on all sides came crowds of soldiers with bared heads, walking, running or bowing down to the ground. The procession came to a halt at the top of the hill. The men who had kept the icon aloft by its linen holdings were relieved by others, the deacons relit their censers and the service began. The scorching sunshine beat straight down on them, a cool and gentle breeze toyed with the hair on many a bared head, and stirred the ribbons that decked the holy icon, and the singing had a subdued sound under the open sky. The icon was surrounded by a huge crowd of people, officers, soldiers, and men of the militia, all with bared heads. An open space had been reserved for the top brass to the rear of priest and deacon. A bald-headed general wearing the Order of St. George round his neck stood immediately behind the priest, and he never crossed himself during the service. He was obviously a German, but nevertheless, listened carefully through to the end, knowing it was necessary to arouse the patriotism in the Russian peasant. Another general stood there in a martial pose, and as he made the sign of the cross he flapped a hand in front of his chest and looked round on all sides. Pierre was standing among the peasants, and he recognized in this group of officials several persons he knew. But he didn't look at them, he was fascinated by the grave expressions on the faces in the crowd of soldiers and peasant militiamen, all gazing with equal intensity at the holy icon. As soon as the weary choristers, singing out now for the 20th time, launched into their leisurely, mechanical rendition of "O Mother of God, save thy servants from all adversities," and priest and deacon chimed in with, "For to thee under God every man doth flee as to a steadfast bulwark and defense," every face was lit up with a special awareness of the solemnity of the coming moment, the same expression he had seen on the hill at Mozhaysk and then flickering again on so many, many faces that he had come across that morning. Ever more urgently came the bowing of heads, the tossing back of hair, the sounds of deep sighing and the beating of breasts as the soldiers crossed themselves. The crowd round the icon suddenly parted and Pierre was squashed back. Someone was walking over to the holy icon, probably someone of real consequence, to judge by the alacrity with which people made way for him. It was Kutuzov, on his way back to Tatarinova after a tour of our position, and he had come to take part in the service. Pierre knew him at once by his peculiar figure, which marked him out from everyone else. With a long overcoat draped over his enormous bulk and his slightly stooping back, with his white head bared and his blind white eye all too noticeable in a puffy face, Kutuzov lurched and staggered his way out into the ring and stood behind the priest. He crossed himself in a practiced way, bent down to touch the earth, gave a deep sigh and bowed his grey head. Kutuzov was followed by Bennigsen and his entourage. Although the commander-in-chief attracted the attention of all the top brass, the militiamen and soldiers ignored him and went on with their prayers. When the service was over, Kutuzov went up to the holy icon, flopped down heavily on his knees, bowed down to the ground, and then found he could not get up, despite several attempts to do so, because of his great bulk and general feebleness. His grey head quivered with the effort. At last he managed it, and thrusting out his lips like a simple child, he kissed the icon, and gave another bow with one hand touching the ground. The other generals duly followed, then the officers, and after them came the soldiers and militiamen, breathless with excitement, pushing and shoving, falling over each other in one mad scramble. Chapter 22. Caught in the crush and reeling back off balance, Pierre looked about him. Count Bezukhov. What are you doing here? Said a voice. Pierre looked round. Boris Drubetskoy, wiping his knees with one hand, he must have dirted them going down before the icon, was walking over to Pierre with a smile on his face. Boris was immaculately turned out, with the slightest hint of the battle-ready soldier about him. He wore a long military coat with a riding crop slung across one shoulder à la Kutuzov. Meanwhile Kutuzov had reached the village, and he now sat down in the shade of the nearest house on a bench swiftly provided by one Cossack and covered with a rug by another. He was immediately surrounded by a vast and glittering entourage. The icon moved on, and the crowd with it. Pierre stood there talking to Boris no more than 30 paces from Kutuzov. He explained his determination to take part in the battle and inspect the position. I tell you what, said Boris. I shall honor you with the freedom of the camp. You'll get the best view from where Count Bennigsen is going to be. I'm in attendance on him. I'll put him in the picture. And if you want to go round the position, you'd better come along with us. We're just off to the left flank. And when we get back you can stay the night with me, and we'll have a game of cards. I'm sure you know Dmitry Sergeich. He's staying over there. He pointed to the third house in Gorky. Oh, it's the right flank I wanted to see. They say it's very strong, said Pierre. I wanted to start at the river Moskva and go round the whole position. Well, you can do that later on. It's the left flank that matters. Yes, I see. And where's Prince Bolkonsky's regiment? Could you point it out to me? Asked Pierre. Prince Andrei's regiment? We're going right past it. I'll take you to see him. What was that about the left flank? Asked Pierre. Well, to be quite candid, just between ourselves, the left flank's in a bit of a spot, said Boris, lowering his voice confidingly. Count Bennigsen had something quite different in mind. His idea was to fortify that mound over there, but certainly not, he gave a shrug. His Serene Highness wouldn't have it, or maybe they talked him out of it. Anyway, but Boris never finished what he was saying because at that moment one of Kutuzov's adjutants came over to have a word with Pierre. Ah, Kaisarov, Boris said to him with the broadest of smiles, I was just trying to tell the Count here about our position. It's amazing how well His Seren's Highness can read the enemy's mind. Oh, you mean the left flank, said Kaisarov. I do indeed. Our left flank is now very, very strong. Kutuzov had purged his staff of everyone's surplus to requirements, yet Boris had wangled his way through the changes and stayed on at headquarters. He had made his mark with Count Benigsen. Count Benigsen was no different from everyone else served by Boris. He now looked upon young Prince Drubetskoy as indispensable. Among the army chiefs there were two clearly delineated parties, Kutuzov's party and the party of Benigsen, chief of staff. Boris belonged to the latter, and there was no one more accomplished at sucking up to Kutuzov while managing to imply that the old fellow was no good, and Benigsen was in charge. Now the chips were down, battle was on them, and there could only be one of two results: either Kutuzov would be annihilated and power transferred to Benigsen, or if by any chance Kutuzov managed to win, the implication would be that it was all due to Benigsen. Either way, major honors would be flying around for deeds done on the morrow and new men would see their careers advanced. So Boris felt excited and edgy all day. After Kaisarov, Pierre was joined by other people that he knew, and he was powerless to deal with all the questions about Moscow that were showered upon him, or listen to all the tales they had to tell. Every face was a picture of excitement and worry. But what struck Pierre was that the reason for all the excitement on some of the faces had to do with questions of personal success, and he could not get out of his mind a different kind of excitement seen on other faces that had to do with universal questions rather than personal ones, questions of life and death. Kutuzov noticed the figure of Pierre and the group gathered round him. "Call him over," said Kutuzov. An adjutant passed on the message, and Pierre proceeded towards the bench. But someone else was there before him, a militiaman. It was Dolokhov. "How did that man get here?" asked Pierre. "Little swine, he creeps in everywhere," came the answer. "He was reduced to the ranks, you know. Now he wants to bounce back. He comes up with all sorts of ideas, but he has been going over to the enemy lines at night. You've got to hand it to him." Pierre removed his hat and bowed politely to Kutuzov. "Sir, I decided that if I told you what I know you could send me away or tell me you knew it already, and I had nothing to lose," Dolokhov was saying. "Yes, quite. And if I'm right, I shall be helping my country, for which I am ready to die." "Yes, quite. Quite. And, sir, if you happen to need a man who would not spare his own skin, be kind enough to remember me. Perhaps I could be of some service." "Yes, yes. Quite," repeated Kutuzov, with an amused twinkle in the narrowing eye that now surveyed Pierre. Meanwhile Boris, with all the deftness of a practiced courtier, had moved in on the commander-in-chief along with Pierre, speaking to the count in the easiest manner and the softest voice, as though they were in mid-conversation. "Those peasant militiamen, they've put clean shirts on to die in," he was saying. "How's that for heroism, Count?" This was said with the obvious intention of being overheard by His Serene Highness. Boris knew Kutuzov would prick up his ears at these words, and sure enough, His Highness did speak to him. "What was that about the militia?" he said to Boris. "They have put clean shirts on, sir, for tomorrow, ready for death." "Ah! Wonderful people." "Nobody like them," said Kutuzov, eyes closed, shaking his head. "Nobody like them," he said again with a sigh. "So, you want a whiff of gunpowder?" he said to Pierre. "Yes, it's a nice smell. I have the honor of being a great admirer of your wife. I do hope she's well. My quarters are at your service." And then Kutuzov began behaving as old people often do, gazing around vacantly as if he could not remember what to say or do next. But suddenly he seemed to remember what he was after, and he beckoned to Andrei Kaisarov, the brother of his adjutant. "What was that thing? How does it go? You know, that bit of poetry by Marin. How does it go?" He was on about Jerikov 7. "You'll stay a teacher in the corps, go on, you remember," said Kutuzov, his face ready for a good laugh. Kaisarov recited the poem, a beaming Kutuzov nodded in time to the rhythm. When Pierre walked away from Kutuzov, Dolokhov came over and took him by the arm. "I'm so pleased to meet you here, Count," he said in a loud voice, ignoring all bystanders and speaking with assertiveness and the utmost gravity. "On the eve of a day which, God knows, not all of us will be destined to survive, I'm glad of an opportunity to tell you that I regret any past misunderstandings between us, and I would like to think you hold nothing against me. Will you please forgive me?" Pierre looked at Dolokhov with a smile, not knowing what to say. Dolokhov's eyes were watering with tears as he embraced Pierre and kissed him. Boris put a word in with his general, and Count Benigsen spoke to Pierre, offering to take him along on their tour of the lines. "You'll find it interesting," he said. "I'm sure I shall," said Pierre. Half an hour later Kutuzov had set off back to Tatarinova, while Benigsen and his entourage, now including Pierre, went off to look at the lines. Chapter 23. Benigsen went down the high road from Gorky and made for the bridge which the officer on the mound had pointed out to Pierre as being the center of the position, where rows of new-mown grass were turning into sweet-smelling hay down by the riverside. They crossed the bridge and went on to the village of Borodino, where they turned left, rode past vast numbers of men and cannons, and climbed up to the high mound where militiamen were digging earthworks. This was the redoubt, so far without a name, that would come to be called Raevski's Redoubt, or the battery on the mound. Pierre took no special notice of this redoubt. He wasn't to know that for him this spot would turn out to be more unforgettable than any other part of the Borodino plain. Then they rode down through a ravine to Semyonovsk, where the soldiers were hauling the last logs away from shacks and barns. On they went, first downhill then up again across a field of rye, all trampled and flattened as if a hailstorm had passed over it, along a track recently laid down across the plowed furrows by the artillery, until they got to some more earthworks, pointed ones known as flèches, which were also still under construction. Benigsen stopped at the flèches and peered across at the Shebardino Redoubt, which had been ours only yesterday, where you could see several men on horseback. The officers told him Napoleon and Murat were over there. Everybody gazed intently at the little group of horsemen. Pierre stared with the rest, trying to work out which one of the barely discernible figures was Napoleon. Eventually the group of horsemen went off down the hill and rode away. Benigsen turned to a general who had just ridden up and launched into a description of our entire troop disposition. Pierre listened to what he was saying, straining every nerve to grasp the essential features of the impending battle, but he was forced to the disappointing conclusion that his brain was not up to it. He could not understand a word. Benigsen stopped speaking, and noticing that Pierre was all ears he spoke to him rather curtly. "Not very interesting, I imagine." "Oh, it is. It's really interesting." Pierre echoed his word at some cost to the truth. From the flèches they rode off further to the left down a road that wound its way through a thick copse of small birch trees. In the middle of the wood a brown hare with white paws hopped out onto the road just in front of them, startled by the sound of so many hoofbeats. Panicking, it skipped along the road for quite some time to general amusement and much laughter, and it was only when several voices shouted at it that it darted off to one side and disappeared into a thicket. After a mile and a half of woodland they emerged into a clearing, where Tuchkov's corps had been stationed to defend the left flank. At this point, on the outer edge of the left flank, Benigsen had much to say and do, and he spoke with some passion. Pierre took this to be of signal importance from the military point of view. Just ahead of Tuchkov's troops there was a little hill unoccupied by troops. This, according to the vociferous Benigsen, was a bad mistake. It was madness to leave a commanding height unoccupied and station troops down below it. Several generals were of the same opinion. One in particular waxed eloquent, aggressively asserting that they would just get slaughtered. Benigsen took personal responsibility for moving the troops uphill. This adjustment on the left flank gave Pierre even more pause for thought on the subject of warfare. Listening to Benigsen and the other generals as they castigated the disposition of the troops at the bottom of the hill, Pierre could see what they were getting at and he fully shared their view. But for this very reason he could not imagine how the man who had placed them there at the bottom of a hill could have made such a terrible and obvious mistake. Pierre was not to know that these troops had been stationed where they were not to defend the position, as Bennigsen had assumed. They had been hidden away out of sight to catch the enemy unawares, to keep under cover and suddenly lash out at him as he moved forward. Bennigsen had no knowledge of this, and he moved the men up for his own reasons, without informing the commander-in-chief. Chapter 24. It was bright that evening, the 25th of August, and Prince Andrei was lying propped up on one elbow in a dilapidated barn in the village of Nyaskovo, out at one end of his regiment's encampment. Through a gap in a broken-down wall he was looking out on a row of 30-year-old pollard birch trees running along a hedge, a field with piles of oats all over it, and some bushes where he could see campfires smoking as the soldiers got down to their cooking. For all his present consciousness of life as something oppressive, irrelevant and wearisome, Prince Andrei felt no less excited and edgy than he had done at Austerlitz 7 years previously on the eve of battle. He had done all that was necessary in the receiving and issuing of orders for tomorrow's battle. There was nothing more to be done. But he was haunted by certain thoughts, the simplest, clearest and therefore the most painful of thoughts, that refused to leave him in peace. He was well aware that tomorrow's engagement would be the most ghastly battle he had ever taken part in, and for the first time in his life the possibility of death presented itself, not in relation to the living world, or any effect it might have on other people, but purely in relation to himself and his own soul, and it seemed so vivid, almost a dependable certainty, stark and terrible. And from the heights of this vision everything that had once tormentingly preoccupied him seemed suddenly bathed in a cold, white light with no shadows, no perspective, no outline. His whole life seemed like a magic lantern show that he had been staring at through glass by artificial light. Now suddenly the glass was gone, and he could see those awful daubings in the clear light of day. Yes, here they are, these false images that I used to find so worrying, enthralling and agonizing, he told himself, giving his imagination a free rein to run over the main pictures in the magic lantern of his life, looked at anew in the cold, white daylight brought on by a clear vision of death. Here they are, these crudely daubed figures that used to seem so magnificent and mysterious. Honor and glory, philanthropy, love of a woman, love of fatherland, how grand these pictures used to seem, filled with such deep meanings. And now it all looks so simple, colorless and crude in the cold light of the morning I can feel coming upon me. There were 3 main regrets in his life that had a special claim on his attention: his love for a woman, the death of his father, and the invasion of the French, who now held half of Russia. Love. That little girl who seemed to be overflowing with mysterious energies. Oh, how I loved her. And I made all those romantic plans about love and happiness with her. Oh, what a nice little boy I was, he spat out aloud. To think I believed in some ideal kind of love that would keep her faithful while I went away for a whole year. Like the gentle turtle dove in the fable, she was supposed to pine away waiting for me. And now everything's so much simpler, it's all so horribly simple and ghastly. My father, too, did all that building at Bald Hills, and he thought it was his place, his land, his heir, his peasants. But then along came Napoleon, and without even knowing of his existence he swept him away like a woodchip on the path, and left Bald Hills and all his life in ruins. Princess Maria says it's a trial sent from above. What's the trial for when he's gone and will never return? Never again. He's gone forever. So who's the trial for? Our country lost and Moscow destroyed. Anyway, tomorrow I'll get killed, and probably not by a Frenchman, maybe by one of our own men, like that soldier who let his gun go off right next to my ear yesterday, and the French will come along and pick me up by the head and feet and chuck me into a pit so I don't stink them out, and a whole new way of living will come about, everybody will get used to it, and I shan't know anything about it because I shall have gone. He glanced at the row of birch trees impassive in their yellows and greens, with their white bark gleaming in the sunshine. To die, let me get killed tomorrow and have done with it, let everything else carry on, but with me gone. He had a clear vision of his own non-existence in this life. And suddenly those birch trees, with their light and shade, the wispy clouds and the smoke plumes rising from the fires, everything around him seemed to have been transformed into something terribly ominous. A cold shiver ran down his back. He got quickly to his feet, strode out of the barn and went for a walk. Back in the barn he heard voices outside. "Who's that?" called Prince Andrei. The red-nosed Captain Timokin, once in charge of Dolikov's company but now promoted to battalion commander because of a shortage of officer material, came in diffidently. He was followed by an adjutant and the regimental paymaster. Prince Andrei got rapidly to his feet, listened to what the officers had come to talk about, issued one or two instructions, and was just about to send them on their way when he heard a voice outside the barn, and its sibilant tones seemed familiar. "What the devil was that?" said the voice of someone in mid-stumble. Prince Andrei looked out just in time to see Pierre reeling. He had tripped over a stake lying on the ground, and almost lost his feet. Prince Andrei had a great distaste for seeing people from his own circle, and Pierre was particularly unwelcome as a reminder of the moments of anguish he had gone through on his last visit to Moscow. "Well, I never," he cried. "What quirk of fate brings you here? You're the last person I expected." As he was saying this, his eyes and his whole expression displayed more than coldness, they displayed outright hostility, and it was not lost on Pierre. He had approached the barn in a state of high excitement, but now after one look at Prince Andrei's face he felt crushed and embarrassed. "Well, I've come, just come along." "I think it's interesting," said Pierre, parroting the meaningless word interesting for the umpteenth time that day. "I wanted to watch the battle." "Oh yes? What about your Masonic brethren? What do they say about the war?" "What would they do to stop it?" said Prince Andrei sardonically. "Oh well, tell me about Moscow. Do you know anything about my people? Did they get to Moscow all right?" he asked in all seriousness. "Yes. Julie Drubetskoy told me they did. I went to see them, but they weren't there. They'd gone out to your Moscow estate." Chapter 25. The officers would have been happy to leave, but Prince Andrei seemed reluctant to be left alone with his friend, and he invited them to stay on and have a drink of tea. Benches were brought in, and tea was provided. The officers stared in bemusement at Pierre's big bulky figure, and listened as he talked first about Moscow and then the disposition of our troops, which he had been lucky enough to see round. Prince Andrei said nothing, and there was such an intimidating look on his face that Pierre found himself talking to the good-hearted Timokin rather than Bolkonsky. "So, you now understand the whole disposition of our troops," said Prince Andrei, cutting him short. "Yes." "Well, it depends what you mean," said Pierre. "I'm not a military man, so I can't say I've got the last detail, but, yes, I do understand the general arrangement." "In which case you know more than anybody else does," said Prince Andrei. "Oh," said Pierre, taken aback, looking over his spectacles at Prince Andrei. "Well, anyway, how do you feel about Kutuzov's appointment?" "I was very pleased about it, and that's all I know," said Prince Andrei. "Well, what's your opinion of Barclay de Tolly?" All sorts of things were being said about him in Moscow. "What do you make of him?" "Ask them," said Prince Andrei, indicating the officers. Pierre looked across at Timokin with the condescendingly quizzical smile that everyone adopted towards him. "It was a moment of serendipity, sir, when His Serene Highness took over," said Timokin diffidently, hardly able to take his eyes off his colonel. "Why do you say that?" asked Pierre. "Well, take firewood or fodder. I tell you what. All the way back from Swinchiny you daren't lay hands on a twig, or a wisp of hay, or anything at all. We were in retreat, you see, so he was going to get the lot." "Isn't that right, sir?" he said, turning to his prince. "But no, for us it was hands off. In our regiment 2 officers were court-martialed for things like that. Well, ever since His Serene Highness has been in charge, it's all been dead simple.
Serendipity, I call it. But why had he been forbidding it? Timokhin looked round in embarrassment, not knowing how to respond to a question like that. Pierre turned to Prince Andrei and asked him the same thing.
Why, so as not to ravage the country we were leaving behind for the enemy, said Prince Andrei, a bitter and sardonic man. It's a matter of principle, never allow pillage or let your men get used to looting. Oh yes, Barclay was right about Smolensk as well, in his judgment that the French might outflank us, they were so much stronger. But what he could not see was this, yelled Prince Andrei in a voice grown suddenly strident as if he had lost control. He just could not see that for the first time ever we were fighting for Russian soil, and there was a kind of spirit in the men that I'd never seen before, and we had held them off for 2 whole days, and the success of it had made us 10 times stronger. But he ordered a retreat, and all our efforts and all our losses went for nothing.
He had no thought of treachery. He was trying to do everything in the best possible way, and he did think things through.
But that's precisely why he was no good. He's no good now precisely because he thinks things through very carefully as a matter of principle, as befits a German.
How can I put it?
Let's say your father has a German valet, and he's a first-rate valet who fulfills all his needs better than you could. Let him carry on the good work. But if your father falls ill and takes to his deathbed, you'll send the valet packing and look after your father yourself with your own clumsy hands that are not used to doing things, and you'll bring him more comfort than any stranger, however skilled.
That's what we've done with Barclay.
While ever Russia was doing well, she could be served by a stranger, and an excellent minister he was too, but the moment she's in danger she needs her own flesh and blood. So, your people at the club have him down as a traitor. The fact that they are calling him a traitor now makes it all the more likely that later on they'll feel ashamed of their false charges, and then they'll promote him from treachery to glory, honor and genius, and that would be an even greater injustice.
He's just an honest German, a stickler.
They say he's a clever general, though, said Pierre. I don't know what you mean by a clever general, said Prince Andrei, flashing a smile. A clever general, said Pierre, well, it's somebody who foresees every contingency, who can read the enemy's mind. Oh, that's impossible, said Prince Andrei, as if this were a long-established certainty. Pierre looked at him in surprise.
Hang on, he said. They do say war is a bit like playing chess.
Yes, it is,
said Prince Andrei, but there's one little difference. In chess you can take as long as you want over every move. You're beyond the limits of time.
Oh, there is one other difference. A knight is always stronger than a pawn and 2 pawns are always stronger than 1, whereas in war a battalion can sometimes be stronger than a division, and sometimes weaker than a company. You can never be sure of the relative strengths of different forces. Believe me, he went on, if anything really depended on what gets done at headquarters, I'd be up there with them, doing things, but no, I have the honor of serving here in this regiment along with these gentlemen, and am convinced that tomorrow's outcome depends on us, not on them. Success never has depended, never will depend, on dispositions or armaments, not even numbers, and position least of all.
Well, what does it depend on?
On the gut feeling inside me and him, he indicated Timokhin, and every soldier. Prince Andrei glanced across at Timokhin, who was staring at his commanding officer in alarm and bemusement. In contrast to his former silence and reserve, Prince Andrei now seemed to be all worked up. He seemed unable to stop himself blurting out every thought that came into his head.
A battle is won by the side that is absolutely determined to win. Why did we lose the Battle of Austerlitz?
Our casualties were about the same as those of the French, but we had told ourselves early in the day that the battle was lost, so it was lost. And we said that because then we had nothing to fight for. We wanted to get off the battlefield as fast as we could.
All is lost. Let's run away. And run we did.
If we had waited till evening before saying that, God knows what might have happened. But we shan't be saying that tomorrow. You talk about our position. The left flank's weak, and the right flank's too spread out, he went on. It's all nonsense. Irrelevant. So what is in store for us tomorrow? 100 million contingent factors, and they'll all be determined by what happens on the day, who's run away and who's going to run away, us or them, who gets killed, one man or another. But what's going on right now is just fooling about. The point is this, those people who took you round the positions don't help things along, they actually get in the way. They're completely absorbed in their own petty interests. At a time like this, said Pierre, full of reproach. Yes. At a time like this, repeated Prince Andrei. They think this is a good time to get one over on a rival and win themselves another cross or ribbon. The way I see it, tomorrow looks like this, 100,000 Russians and 100,000 Frenchmen have come together to fight, and the fact is these 200,000 men will fight, and the side that fights hardest and spares itself least will come out on top. And if you like, I'll tell you something else, whatever happens, however much the top brass mess things up, we shall win tomorrow. Tomorrow, whatever happens, we are going to win. Yes, sir, it's true what you say, absolutely true, put in Timokhin. Who would spare himself now? The soldiers in my battalion, believe it or not, have refused their vodka. Not the right day for it, they say. Nobody spoke. The officers got to their feet. Prince Andrei went to see them out, giving one or two last instructions to the adjutant. When the officers had gone, Pierre moved up closer to Prince Andrei, and was just about to start talking when they heard hoofbeats coming from 3 horses not far down the road, and glancing in that direction Prince Andrei recognized Wolzagin and Clausewitz, with a Cossack in attendance. They were talking as they rode past, and Pierre and Prince Andrei could not help overhearing the following snatches of conversation in German. The war must be conducted over a very wide area. This is a policy I cannot endorse highly enough, came one voice. Yes indeed, said the other, and since the aim is to weaken the enemy, the loss of private individuals must be ignored. Quite so, confirmed the first voice. Conducted over a very wide area. Prince Andrei snorted furiously when they had gone. It was in that very wide area that I had a father, a son, and a sister at Bald Hills. He's not bothered about that. It's just what I was saying, these German gentlemen won't win tomorrow, they'll only mess things up as much as they can, because a German head like that man's contains nothing but calculations no more useful than a sucked egg, and his heart lacks the one thing that's needed for tomorrow, the thing that Timokhin has. They've given him the whole of Europe, and they come over here to give us lessons, wonderful teachers, he added, his voice rising again to screaming pitch. So you do think we're going to win tomorrow, said Pierre. Oh yes, said Prince Andrei distractedly. One thing I would do if I was in power, he began again. Stop taking prisoners. What's the sense in taking prisoners? It's just medieval chivalry. The French have destroyed my home and they're on their way to destroy Moscow. They've injured me and they're still doing it with every second that passes. They're my enemies, they're all criminals, that's the way I see it. It's also what Timokhin thinks, and all the army with him. They must be put to death. If they're my enemies they can't be my friends, whatever might have been said at Tilsit. Yes, yes, said Pierre, his eyes shining as he looked at Prince Andrei. Oh yes, I'm with you all the way. The one question that had been haunting Pierre all day, ever since Mozhaysk in fact, now struck him as quite clear and settled once and for all. Now he could sense the full significance of the war and the impending battle. Everything he had seen during the day, all the sober and serious faces he had caught glimpses of, came back to him now in a new light. He had observed what the physicists call latent heat in the patriotic spirit of the men that he had seen, and this explained why they were all preparing for death with such composure and what passed for light-heartedness. Taking no prisoners, said Prince Andrei. That alone would transform the whole war and would make it less cruel. But playing at war, that's what's so vile, being magnanimous and all that sort of thing. That kind of magnanimity and sensitivity reminds me of the magnanimity and sensitivity of a posh lady who feels sick at the sight of a calf being slaughtered. She's such a nice person she can't stand the sight of blood, but she does enjoy a nice dish of fricasseed veal. They go on and on about the rules of war, chivalry, flags of truce, showing mercy to the afflicted, and so on. It's a load of rubbish. I saw enough chivalry and flags of truce in 1805. They cheated us, and we cheated them. They loot people's homes, issue counterfeit money and, worst of all, they kill my children and my father, and they still go on about the rules of war, and being magnanimous in victory. Don't take any prisoners. Kill and be killed. Anyone who has got this far, as I have, through suffering. Prince Andrei, who had been thinking he didn't mind one way or the other whether they took Moscow as they had taken Smolensk, was stopped sharply in mid-flow by a sudden tremor and a lump in his throat. He walked up and down once or twice without saying anything, but his eyes had a feverish glint in them and his top lip quivered as he launched forth again. If we didn't have all this business of magnanimity and warfare, we would only ever go to war when there was something worth facing certain death for, as there is now. Nobody would go to war just because Pavel Ivanich had insulted Mikhail Ivanich. But if there's going to be a war like this one, let there be war. And besides, the intensity of military commitment would be of a different order. All these Westphalians and Hessians brought over here by Napoleon would never have followed him into Russia, and we wouldn't have gone off to fight in Austria and in Prussia without knowing what for. War is not being nice to each other, it's the vilest thing in human life, and we ought to understand that and not play at war. It's a terrible necessity, and we should be strict about it and take it seriously. It comes down to this, no more lying, war means war and it's not a plaything. Otherwise war will be a nice hobby for idle people and butterfly minds. The military class gets all the honors. And what is war? What is necessary for success on the battlefield? What is the moral basis of a military society? The aim of war is murder, the weapons of war are spying, treachery and the fostering of further treachery, the destruction of people, looting their property and stealing from them to keep the army on the road, falsehood and deceit, which go by the name of clever tactical ploys, and the moral basis of the military class is the curtailment of freedom through discipline, linked with idleness, ignorance, cruelty, debauchery, and drunkenness. And in spite of all that, it's still the highest class, universally respected. All heads of state except the Chinese wear military uniforms, and the biggest rewards go to the man who has killed the most people. People come together to murder one another, as they will do tomorrow, men get slaughtered and crippled in their tens of thousands, and then services of thanksgiving are held to celebrate the killing of vast numbers of men, they even exaggerate the numbers, and victory is proclaimed, on the basis that the more men slaughtered, the greater the achievement. How can God look down from heaven and listen to it all? Prince Andrei called out in a shrill voice that set the teeth on edge. Listen, old fellow, life's become unbearable for me just lately. I can see I've come to understand too much. And it's not a good thing for man to taste of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Oh, well, not much longer, he added. But I can see you're nodding off, and it's time I went to bed. Off you go back to Gorky, said Prince Andrei suddenly. Oh no, answered Pierre, his deeply sympathetic eyes lighting up with alarm as he looked at Prince Andrei. Time you were on your way. You need a good night's sleep before a battle, repeated Prince Andrei. He went quickly over to Pierre, embraced him and kissed him. Goodbye, then. Off you go, he cried. Maybe we'll meet again, maybe not, and he turned on his heel and hurried off back into the barn. By now it was dark, and Pierre could not make out the expression on his face, so he never knew whether it was intimidating or affectionate. He stood there for some time in silence, wondering whether to follow him in or go back to Gorky. No, he doesn't need me.
Pierre told himself, and I know this is our last meeting. He gave a deep sigh and rode off back to Gorky. Back in the barn, Prince Andrei lay down on a rug, but he could not get to sleep. He closed his eyes. One image followed another. There was one that gave him pleasure, and he lingered over it. He vividly recalled one evening in Petersburg. Natasha's face was a picture of eager excitement as she told him how she had gone mushrooming the previous summer and got lost in a big forest. She was describing in any old order the depths of the forest, her own sensations, and her chat with a beekeeper she had come across, and she never stopped interrupting herself to say, "No, I can't do it. I'm not telling it properly. No, you can't possibly understand," even though Prince Andrei kept trying to reassure her that he was taking it in and he really had understood everything she had been trying to say. Natasha was dissatisfied with her own words. She felt they didn't do justice to the poetical and romantic feelings she had experienced that day and now wanted to turn inside out. It was all so wonderful, that old man, the darkness in the forest. "And is nice, kind, no, I can't describe it," she had said, all worked up and red in the face. Prince Andrei smiled now, the same happy smile he had smiled then as he gazed into her eyes. I did understand her, thought Prince Andrei. It was more than understanding. That spiritual energy, that sincerity, that open-heartedness, the very soul of her that seemed to be bound up in her body, I loved the soul in her. My love was so deep and blissful, and then suddenly he remembered how their love had ended. He didn't care for any of that. He didn't see any of it. It didn't register on him. All he saw in her was a pretty little girl, nice and fresh, but it would have been below him to unite his destiny with hers. And what about me? And there he is, still alive and enjoying life. Prince Andrei leapt to his feet like a scalded cat, and began walking up and down again outside the barn. Chapter 26. On the 25th of August, the eve of the Battle of Borodino, Napoleon's quarters were at Valjevo. M. de Bosset, prefect of the French Emperor's palace, and Colonel Fabier, arrived there, the former from Paris, the latter from Madrid. M. de Bosset had changed into court uniform and ordered the package he had brought for the Emperor to be carried in before him. Now he walked into the outer section of Napoleon's tent, and chatted to an aide as he set about unpacking the box. Fabier stopped at the entrance and stayed outside, talking to some generals that he knew. The Emperor Napoleon was still in his bedroom, finishing his toilet. With much snorting and harumphing he twisted this way and that, offering first his fat back and then his flabby, hairy chest to the flesh brush wielded by a valet who was rubbing him down. Another valet held one finger over the mouth of a little bottle as he sprinkled the Emperor's pampered person with eau de cologne, and the look on his face suggested that he was unique in knowing where and how much to sprinkle. Napoleon's short hair was wet and matted down over his forehead. But his face, for all its sallow puffiness, glowed with physical pleasure. "Go on, harder, keep at it," he kept saying amidst further shrugs and harumphing as the valet brushed away. An adjutant who had come into the bedroom to report the number of prisoners taken in yesterday's action stood by the door. He had delivered his message and was waiting for permission to leave. Napoleon glanced up at him with a scowl. "No prisoners," he exclaimed, repeating what the adjutant had said. "They're forcing us to destroy them. Too bad for the Russian army." "Go on, harder," he said, hunching up his podgy shoulders for the valet. "Good. Send de Bosset in, and Fabier too," he said to the adjutant with a nod. "Yes, sir." And the adjutant was out of the door. It took no time at all for the two valets to get His Majesty into his Blue Guard's uniform, and soon he was striding through into the reception room with a bold and rapid tread. De Bosset meanwhile was busy fussing with the present he had brought from the Empress, which he wanted to arrange across a couple of chairs right in front of the Emperor's doorway. But His Majesty had taken less time than expected to get dressed and come out, so the surprise wasn't quite ready.
Napoleon spotted immediately what they were up to, and guessed they weren't ready for him. Not wishing to deprive them of the pleasure of preparing a nice surprise for him, he pretended he hadn't seen M. de Bosset, and called Fabier over. Napoleon arranged his face into a severe frown as he listened in silence to Fabier's discourse on the courage and devotion of his men fighting at Salamanca, the other end of Europe, whose only thought was to be worthy of their emperor, and whose only dread was to incur his displeasure. The battle had been a disaster. Napoleon made one or two sarcastic comments during Fabier's account, to the effect that no more could have been expected in view of his absence. "I must put things right in Moscow," said Napoleon. "Goodbye for now," he added, and summoned de Bosset, who had now had enough time to get his surprise ready. Something had been placed across the chairs and covered with a cloth. De Bosset gave a very low bow in true French courtly fashion, the special bow of the older Bourbon retainers, and came closer to hand over a letter. Napoleon addressed him breezily, and tweaked his ear. "It hasn't taken you long. I'm delighted to see you." "Well, come on then, what's the word from Paris?" he said, his earlier dark glare switching instantly to a look of warm cordiality. "Sire, the whole of Paris regrets your absence," answered de Bosset, going through the motions. But even though Napoleon knew de Bosset was obliged to say this or something like it, even though in his brighter moments he knew it wasn't true, he was still gratified to hear it. He was gracious enough to give the man's ear another tweak. "I'm so sorry to have made you do so much traveling," he said. "Sire, I expected nothing less than to find you at the gates of Moscow," said de Bosset. Napoleon gave a smile, looked up distractedly and glanced to his right. An adjutant glided forward with a gold snuff-box, which he offered up. Napoleon took it. "Yes, it's all worked out well for you," he said, bringing the open snuff-box up to his nose. "You and your wanderlust. In 3 days' time you'll get your first sight of Moscow. I'm sure you weren't expecting to see the Asiatic capital. It'll be a nice trip for you." De Bosset bowed in appreciation of this sympathetic interest in his wanderlust, though this was the first he had heard of it. "Well now, what have we here?" said Napoleon, observing that all the courtiers were staring at the object hidden under the cloth. De Bosset, practiced courtier that he was, performed a nifty backward two-step, half twisting but not once turning his back, and in one movement whipped off the cover and proclaimed, "A present to your Majesty from the Empress." It was a brightly colored portrait, painted by Gérard, of the son born to Napoleon and the daughter of the Austrian Emperor, the little boy known for some reason as the King of Rome. He was a very pretty child with curly hair and eyes like those of Christ in the Sistine Madonna, and he had been portrayed playing cup and ball. The ball represented the earth and the stick in his other hand was meant as a scepter. Although the painter's message, with the so-called King of Rome skewering the earth on a scepter, was not altogether clear, the allegory seemed to strike Napoleon in the same way that it had struck everyone who had seen it in Paris, as something perfectly understandable and most appealing. "The King of Rome," he exclaimed, with an elegant gesture towards the portrait. "Admirable." He had an Italian's knack of changing his facial expression at will, and by the time he had walked over to the portrait his air was one of contemplative tenderness. He could sense the moment. Whatever he might say or do now would be history in the making, and it occurred to him that the best thing to do, with him at the height of his power, enough for his child to be playing cup and ball with the earth itself, would be to go for the opposite extreme and put on a show of fatherly affection at its simplest. His eyes were misty with emotion as he moved closer, looked round for a chair, one was under him in a flash, and sat down facing the portrait. One gesture from him and everybody tiptoed out, leaving the great man alone with his feelings. After sitting there for a while and reaching out, for no particular reason, to feel the rough texture of a highlight in the painting, he got to his feet and recalled de Bosset and the officer on duty. He gave orders for the portrait to be taken outside and placed in front of his tent so that the old guard stationed near him should not miss the pleasure of seeing the King of Rome, son and heir of their adored emperor. And sure enough, as expected, while he sat breakfasting with M. de Bosset, who had joined him by gracious invitation, they could hear the officers and men of the old guard cheering with delight as they dashed up to look at the portrait. "Long live the Emperor! Long live the King of Rome! Long live the Emperor!" came the rapturous cries. After breakfast, in the presence of de Bosset, Napoleon dictated his order of the day to the army. Short and sweet was Napoleon's assessment of it when he had read through the text of his proclamation, which had been written down at one go and needed no corrections. It ran as follows: "Soldiers, the battle you have been longing for is upon us. Victory depends on you. It is essential for us, it will give us all that we need, comfortable quarters and a speedy return home. Behave as you did at Austerlitz, Friedland, Vitebsk, and Smolensk. May posterity long recall with pride your achievements this day. And may it be said of each one of you, he was there at the great battle before Moscow." Before Moscow, Napoleon repeated, and inviting M. de Bosset, the devotee of travel, to go with him on his ride, he left the tent and walked over to the horses that stood waiting ready saddled. "Your Majesty is too kind," was de Bosset's response to the invitation. He was dead on his feet, he was not a good rider and he was frightened of horses. But Napoleon nodded to the traveler, and de Bosset had no option but to mount. The moment Napoleon came out of the tent, the cheering of the guards gathered round his son's portrait was redoubled. Napoleon gave a frown. "Take him away," he said, pointing to the portrait with a stylish, magnificent gesture. "It is too early for him to look upon the battlefield." De Bosset lowered his eyelids and bowed his head with a deep sigh. It was his way of showing how well he understood the Emperor's words and how much he appreciated them. Chapter 27. History tells us that Napoleon spent the whole of that day, the 25th of August, on horseback, inspecting the locality, going over plans submitted by his marshals, and issuing personal instructions to his generals. The Russians' original battle line along the Kolocha had been broken, and the loss of the Shebardino redoubt on the 24th had caused them to pull back on the left flank. This section had not been entrenched, it was no longer protected by the river, and it was the only part of the front that gave on to flat, open ground. This was the obvious place for the French to attack, as any man, military or non-military, could have seen. One might have thought that this conclusion could have been reached without too much cogitation, without all the fuss and bother now indulged in by the Emperor and his marshals, and certainly without recourse to the remarkable and lofty faculty that goes by the name of genius, which is so lovingly ascribed to Napoleon. Yet the historians who later described the battle, the men surrounding the Emperor at the time and Napoleon himself all thought otherwise. Napoleon rode up and down the field, examining the countryside with an air of profound introspection, nodding or shaking his head to himself as a register of approval or uncertainty, but keeping his thoughts to himself, and, without a word to the surrounding generals about the profound thought processes that lay behind his decisions, he transmitted only his final conclusions, and these took the form of instructions. He listened carefully to a proposal from Davout, now the Duke of Eckmühl, that they should turn the Russian left flank, and then announced that there was no need for this, though he never explained why not. But when General Compiègne, who was due to attack the Fleches, proposed taking his division through the woods, Napoleon signified his approval, even though the so-called Duke of Elchingen, Marshal Ney, ventured to observe that moving troops through woodland was a risky business that might break up the formation of the division. Napoleon scrutinized the countryside across from the Shebardino redoubt, thought things over for a while in silence, and then indicated two places where batteries were to be set up for tomorrow's action against the Russian fortifications, and the line running from them along which the field artillery was to be deployed. After issuing these orders, along with a number of others, he went back to his tent, and the battle disposition of the troops was written down from his dictation. This disposition, which French historians describe in rapturous terms and others treat with the greatest of respect, went as follows. At daybreak, 2 new batteries set up during the night on the plateau occupied by the Duke of Eckmühl to open fire on the 2 enemy batteries opposite. At the same time, General Pernetti, commander of the 1st Corps Artillery, with 30 pieces from Compan's division and all the howitzers from Dessaix's and Friant's divisions, to advance, open fire and mount an intense bombardment of the enemy's battery, which will then be under attack from the following: Guards Artillery 24 guns, Compan's division 30 guns, Friant and Dessaix's divisions 8 guns. Total 62 pieces. General Fouché, commander of the 3rd Corps Artillery, is to deploy all 16 howitzers of the 3rd and 8th Corps on both flanks of the battery detail to bombard the left side entrenchment, bringing the total of guns ranged against it to 40. General Sorbier to stand ready and, when ordered, to advance with all the Guards Artillery howitzers deployed against one or other of the enemy entrenchments. Prince Poniatowski to advance on the village through the wood during the bombardment, and turn the enemy's position. General Compan's to advance through the wood and take the first fortification. With the battle thus underway, further instructions will be issued in response to enemy movements. Bombardment on the left flank to begin as soon as the cannons on the right are heard firing. Marksmen from the divisions of Morand and the Viceroy to open heavy fire the moment they see the attack on the right wing has begun. Viceroy to take the village, Borodino, and cross by the 3 bridges, then keep level with Morand's and Gerard's divisions, all 3 advancing on the redoubt under his command and coming into line with the rest of our troops. All this to be carried out in good order, protecting the reserve as far as possible. Imperial Camp at Mazhaisk, September 6, August 25, Old Style, 1812. These arrangements, obscure and confused as they are in this written form, if we can take time off from worshipping Napoleon's military genius and look at his actual instructions, boil down to 4 points, for basic instructions, none of which was carried out, or ever could have been. In the disposition, the first thing said is, batteries installed in locations chosen by Napoleon, along with cannons of Pernetti and Fouché, coming into line with them, 102 pieces in all, to open fire and bombard the Russian flèches and redoubts. This could never have happened because from the locations set by Napoleon the Russian earthworks were out of range, and these 102 pieces were wasting their fire until the nearest officer ignored Napoleon's instructions and had them moved forward. The second instruction was, Poniatowski to advance through the wood, take the village and turn the Russian left flank. This was not done, and never could have been, because as Poniatowski advanced through the wood towards the village he found his way blocked by Tuchkov, which meant that he could not and did not turn the Russian position. The third instruction was, General Compan's to advance through the wood and take the first fortification. Compan's division did not take the first fortification. It was forced back because as it emerged from the wood it had to reform under a hail of grapeshot, which Napoleon knew nothing about. The fourth instruction was, Viceroy to take the village, Borodino, and cross by the 3 bridges, then keep level with Morand's and Gerard's divisions, nothing about when and where they were to move, all 3 advancing on the redoubt under his command and coming into line with the rest of our troops. As far as we can tell, not from the meanderings of this senseless prose but from the Viceroy's actual attempts to carry out his orders, he was supposed to advance through Borodino and attack the redoubt from the left, while the divisions of Morand and Gerard advanced simultaneously from the front. All of this, like the other instructions, failed to come about, and never could have come about. The Viceroy did get through Borodino, but was driven back at the Kolocha, and could make no further progress. The divisions under Morand and Gerard failed to take the redoubt, they were driven back, and at the end of the day the redoubt was seized by the cavalry, something almost certainly unforeseen by Napoleon, and never reported to him. So it turns out that not one of the Emperor's instructions was carried out, and none of them ever could have been. But in the disposition it was stated that with the battle underway further instructions would be issued in response to enemy movements, so you might well imagine that all necessary arrangements were actually made by Napoleon in mid-battle. But this was not the case, and never could have been, because during the battle Napoleon was so far away that, as it later emerged, he could not have known how things were going, and not a single instruction issued by him during the battle could possibly have been carried out. Chapter 28 Many historians tell us that the French failed to win the Battle of Borodino because Napoleon had a cold, and if he hadn't had a cold, the orders he issued before and during the battle would have marked him out even more clearly as a genius, and Russia would have been destroyed and the face of the world would have been changed. To those historians who maintain that Russia was formed by the will of a single man, Peter the Great, and France was turned from a republic into an empire, and the French army marched into Russia all by the will of a single man, Napoleon, the argument that Russia retained power because Napoleon had a bad cold on the 26th of August must seem highly persuasive. If it was a matter of Napoleon's will determining whether or not there was to be a battle at Borodino, a matter of his will determining that such and such orders were given, then clearly the cold that had an effect on the manifestation of his will might have been the saving of Russia, though that means that the valet who forgot to give Napoleon his waterproof boots on the 24th must have been the savior of Russia. By that reckoning, the conclusion is inescapable as the conclusion arrived at jokingly by Voltaire, without knowing who the joke was on, that the massacre of St. Bartholomew's Night was due to Charles IX suffering a touch of indigestion. But to anyone who cannot accept that Russia was formed by the will of a single man, Peter the Great, and the French Empire was created, and the war with Russia set up, by the will of a single man, Napoleon, this kind of argument will seem not just weak and unreasonable, but contrary to all human experience. The question of what causes historical events will call for a very different answer, that the course of worldly events is determined on high and it depends on the complex combined will of all the participants, Napoleon's influence on these particular events being no more than peripheral and fictitious. Strange as it may seem on the face of it, this proposition that the massacre of St. Bartholomew's Night, for which the order was given by Charles IX, was not the result of his will, he only thought he was ordering it to happen, and that the slaughter of 80,000 men at Borodino was not the result of Napoleon's will, even though he gave the order for battle to commence and other orders for it to continue, and he only thought he was ordering it to happen, strange as this proposition may seem, the same human dignity which tells me that each one of us is neither more nor less of a man than the great Napoleon forces us towards this kind of solution to the problem, and historical research provides abundant justification for it. At the Battle of Borodino, Napoleon never fired a shot and didn't kill anyone. All of that was done by the soldiers, hence he did no killing of his own. The soldiers of the French army set out to slay Russian soldiers at Borodino not because of Napoleon's orders, but because they wanted to. The whole army, Frenchmen, Italians, Germans and Poles, hungry men dressed in rags and weary from the long campaign, took one look at the army that barred the way to Moscow and came to one conclusion: if the wine was uncorked it had to be drunk. If at that point Napoleon had told them not to fight the Russians, they would have killed him and gone on to fight the Russians, because by now it had become inevitable. When they heard Napoleon's proclamation offering consolation for getting themselves maimed or killed in the knowledge that posterity would say they had been at the battle before Moscow, they shouted, "Long live the Emperor," in the same way that they had shouted, "Long live the Emperor," at the sight of the picture with the little boy skewering the earth on a stick, and would have shouted, "Long live the Emperor," at any bit of nonsense he might care to pronounce. They had nothing left to do but shout, "Long live the Emperor," and go off to fight in order to get themselves the victor's food and rest in Moscow. It was not as a result of orders from Napoleon, therefore, that they set about the business of killing their fellow men. And it was not Napoleon who determined the course of the battle, because none of his instructions were carried out, and during the battle he had no knowledge of what was happening out in front of him. This is to say that the manner in which these men slaughtered one another was not the result of Napoleon's will. The killing went on independently, resulting from the will of all the participants and their hundreds of thousands. It only seemed to Napoleon that everything was due to his will. For this reason, the question whether Napoleon did or didn't have a cold that day is of no greater interest to history than whether the humblest soldier in transport command had a cold or not. Napoleon's health on the 26th of August gains no greater significance from the quite unjustified contention of some writers that his cold rendered his instructions and dispositions on the day less effective than before. The instructions reproduced above are certainly no worse, indeed they are better, than many a similar disposition that had brought him victory in the past. The instructions he is supposed to have issued in mid-battle were certainly no worse than any orders he had given before, they were much the same as usual. But these instructions and dispositions are now seen as inferior, for the simple reason that Borodino was the first battle that Napoleon didn't win. The finest and profoundest of orders and dispositions will seem very weak, and open to criticism with a knowing air by every last student of military history, when the battle they were written for hasn't been won. Conversely, the stupidest of orders and dispositions will seem very shrewd, and serious authors will write volume after volume to demonstrate their virtues, if only the battle they were written for has been won. The dispositions put together by Weyerother at Austerlitz have given rise to perfect examples of works like this, and even they have come in for some criticism, if only for their perfectionism, their excess of detail. At Borodino, Napoleon played his part as the representative of authority as well as he had done in previous battles, perhaps even better. He did nothing to impede the progress of the battle, he gave ear to reasonable opinion, he never lost his grip or contradicted himself, he didn't panic or run away, he just used his good sense and military experience to stay calm, behave with dignity and go through the motions of exercising masterful control. Chapter 29. On his return from a second meticulous tour of inspection, Napoleon said, "The board's set up. The game begins tomorrow." He ordered some punch, sent for de Bosset and began to talk to him about Paris, and the various changes he had in mind for the Empress's household. His recollection of the tiniest details of court life came as a surprise to the prefect. He showed interest in all sorts of silly little things. He made jokes about de Bosset's wanderlust and he carried on a casual conversation like some famous surgeon, experienced and self-confident, chatting away as he rolls his sleeves up and dons his apron while the patient is being strapped to the operating table. My hands and my brain have everything under control. When it's time to start, I'll do the job better than anyone, but for the moment I can crack a few jokes. The more jokes you hear from me and the calmer I am, the greater your confidence, peace of mind and admiration for my genius should be. Napoleon drained a second glass of punch, and then went off to get some rest in anticipation of the serious business that surely awaited them in the morning. He was so preoccupied with this business that he could not get to sleep, and although he could feel his cold getting worse in the damp night air, he got up at 3 o'clock and walked out into the main section of the tent, sneezing violently. He asked whether the Russians had gone away. No, the enemy campfires were still in the same places. He nodded with approval. The duty adjutant came in. "Well, Rapp, do you think our business will go well today?" Napoleon asked him. "Without a shadow of doubt, sire," answered Rapp. Napoleon looked at him. "Sire, do you remember what you were kind enough to say to me at Smolensk?" said Rapp. "When the wine is uncorked it has to be drunk." Napoleon frowned, and sat there in silence for some time with his head propped up on one hand. "This poor army," he suddenly burst out. "It's gone down a lot since Smolensk. Lady Luck is nothing but a whore, Rapp. I've always said so, and now it's coming home to me. But the guards, Rapp, the guards are all still there, aren't they?" "Yes, sire," replied Rapp. Napoleon took a lozenge, put it in his mouth, and looked at his watch. He didn't feel sleepy, morning was still a long way away, and he could not kill time by giving any orders because they had all been given and were now being carried out. "Have the guards' regiments been issued with biscuits and rice?" Napoleon asked sternly. "Yes, sire." "Are you sure about the rice?" Rapp responded by saying that he had passed on the emperor's orders about the rice, but Napoleon shook his head unhappily, as if he could not trust them to have carried out his order. A servant came in with punch. Napoleon called for another glass for Rapp, and stood there sipping at his own in silence. "I can't taste anything or smell anything," he said, sniffing at the glass. "I'm fed up with this cold. They go on and on about medicine. What good is medicine when they can't cure a cold? Corvisart gave me these lozenges, but they're not doing me any good. What can they cure? They can't cure anything. Our body is a machine for living. That's the way it's organized, and that's its nature. The life inside should be left alone. Let the life inside defend itself. It will get on better like that, instead of paralyzing it and clogging it with remedies. Our body is like a perfect watch with only a fixed time to run. The watchmaker has no power to get inside it, he can only fumble with it blindfolded. Our body is a machine for living, and that's all there is to it. And once launched into defining things, Napoleon had a weakness for coming out with definitions. He seemed suddenly impelled to produce a new one. Do you know, Rap, what the military art is? He asked. It's the art of being stronger than the enemy at a given moment. That's all it is. Rap made no reply. Tomorrow we shall have Kutuzov to deal with, said Napoleon. Let's see what happens. You remember, he was in command at Brauna, and not once in 3 weeks did he get on a horse and go round his entrenchments. Let's see what happens. He looked at his watch. It was still only 4 o'clock. He didn't feel sleepy, the punch was finished, and there was still nothing to do. He got to his feet, paced up and down, put on a warm overcoat and hat and walked out of his tent. The night was dark and clammy, you could almost feel the dampness seeping down from on high. Nearby, the French Guards' campfires had burned down, but far away you could see the Russian fires burning smokily all down their line. The air was still, but there was a faint stirring and a clear rumble of early morning movement as the French troops began the business of taking up their positions. Napoleon paced up and down outside his tent, glanced across at the fires, listened to the sounds of movement, and as he was walking past he stopped in front of a tall guardsman in a shaggy cap on sentry-go outside his tent, who drew himself up like a big black post when he saw the emperor. Then long in the service, he asked, with that mixture of a military man's straight talk and forced camaraderie that he always affected when talking to soldiers. This soldier gave his answer. Ah! An old campaigner. Has your regiment had any rice? Yes, Your Majesty. Napoleon nodded and walked away. By 5:30 Napoleon was on his way over to the village of Shevardino. It was getting light, and the sky had cleared. A solitary storm cloud lay in the eastern sky. The deserted campfires were going out in the pale light of morning. A single deep cannon shot roared out on the right. The boom whooshed past and died away in the stillness. Several minutes passed. A second shot rang out, then a third, and the air shook. Then came the solemn boom of the fourth and a fifth, not far away on the right. The first shots had barely died away when another one came, then another and another, more and more, some blending into a single sound, others bursting in alone. Napoleon and his entourage continued their way to the Shevardino redoubt, where he got down from his horse. The game had begun. Chapter 30. When he got back to Gorky from visiting Prince Andrei, Pierre told his groom to get the horses ready and call him early the following morning, and then he fell fast asleep behind a screen in a corner made available by Boris. By the time Pierre was properly awake next morning, the hut was empty. The little window panes were rattling in their frames. His groom was there at his side, giving him a good shake. Your Excellency! Your Excellency! Your Excellency! The groom kept repeating over and over again as he shook him by the shoulder without looking at him, with little apparent hope of ever waking him up. Eh? Have they started? Is it time? Said Pierre, coming round. Hark at the guns, sir, said the groom, himself an old soldier. All the gentlemen have gone, and His Serene Highness went past ages ago. Pierre threw on some clothes and ran out onto the porch. It was a bright, fresh, dewy, cheerful morning. The sun had just broken through a covering of cloud, and its half-filtered rays poured down through the gaps, streaming over the rooftops opposite to light up the dew-sodden dust on the road, the walls of the houses, the fence palings, and Pierre's horses standing in front of their hut. Outside, the cannons boomed louder. An adjutant and his Cossack passed by at a sharp trot. "Come on, Count, it's time," cried the adjutant. Telling his groom to come on behind with a horse, Pierre walked down the street and over towards the mound which had given him such a good view of the battlefield yesterday. There on top stood a crowd of military men. Pierre could hear staff officers speaking French, and he soon saw Kutuzov, with his grey head, topped with a red and white cap, hunched down into his shoulders. Kutuzov was looking through a telescope down the main road that stretched before him. At the top of the steps up onto the mound, Pierre took one look ahead and was transfixed by the sheer splendor of the view. It was the same place, the same vista that he had enjoyed yesterday, but now the entire landscape was covered with troops and gunsmoke, and in the clear morning air, as the bright sun came up over Pierre's left shoulder, it bathed the whole scene with slanting rays of piercing light, touching everything with gold and pink, and leaving long, dark shadows. Far away along the curving edge of the horizon, the scene was bounded by stretches of woodland that might have been carved out of some yellowy-green precious stone, and up over Valjevo they were broken by the Smolensk high road, swarming with troops. Down below, fields dotted with copses glittering with gold. And everywhere, right, left and center, there were soldiers. It was a vibrant scene, astonishing in its splendor, but what struck Pierre most forcibly was the battlefield itself, Borodino, and the hollow winding its way along both sides of the Kolocha. The ground above the Kolocha, in Borodino itself, and out on both sides but especially over on the left where the Voyna empties itself through marshy ground into the Kolocha, was overhung by the kind of mist that seeps down and thins out to let the bright sun come shimmering through, revealing the landscape and painting it in magical colors. Gunsmoke wreathed its way in, and the intermingling smoke and mist was everywhere shot through with lightning flashes of early morning sunlight glinting on water, dew, and bayonets in the hands of soldiers swarming along the river banks and through Borodino. Through the mist you could make things out, a white church here, there the roofs of shacks in Borodino, with fitful glimpses of great masses of men, the odd green-colored ammunition box, and occasional cannon. And the whole scene was writhing, or it looked as if it was, because of the mist and smoke drifting across the entire landscape. All across the misty hollows close to Borodino, and outside the village on higher ground, especially to the left down the line, from copse and meadow puffs of smoke curled up out of thin air, either singly or in clusters, sporadically or in big, rapid bursts, weaving together on high then swelling, billowing out, seeping away and merging together all over the landscape. Curiously enough, it was this swirling gunsmoke, with the ensuing bangs, that gave the whole spectacle its special beauty. Poof! Suddenly a thick, round ball of smoke rose up, shot through with flashes of purple, gray, and a milky white hue, followed a second later by the inevitable boom. Poof poof! Two clouds of smoke this time, jostling and merging in mid-air. Boom boom, came an echo confirming what the eye had seen. Pierre took a long look at the first puff of smoke, watching it grow rapidly from a thick, round ball into bigger round palls of smoke drifting off to one side, and poof! Then a pause, poof poof, then three more, and another four all at once, each puff of smoke followed, after the same time lapse, by another boom, boom boom boom, each sound beautiful, strong, and true. Sometimes the smoke clouds seemed to be scudding across the plain, sometimes they seemed to stand still and let everything fly by, copses, fields, and glinting bayonets. These big palls of smoke rose up in an unceasing stream from the left, soaring over fields and bushes, each one followed by a triumphant boom. Much nearer, over the low ground and woodland, tiny puffs of smoke floated up from the musket fire, hardly enough to form into balls of smoke, though each had its tiny after-echo too.
Ta-ta-ta-ta.
Came the persistent crackle of the muskets, but they sounded thin and sporadic compared with the steady booming of the cannons. Pierre felt a sudden longing to be down there amidst all the smoke, the glinting bayonets, the movement and the din. He looked round at Kutuzov and his entourage to measure his own impressions against theirs. Like him they were all looking ahead, staring down at the battlefield, and they seemed to share his feelings. Every face glowed with that sensation of latent heat that Pierre had noticed the day before, and fully understood after his talk with Prince Andrei. "Go on, my dear fellow, off you go, and God go with you," Kutuzov was saying to a general at his side, though his eyes never left the battlefield. The general in question heard the order and walked past Pierre towards the downward steps. "Down to the crossing," said the general with icy severity when one of the staff officers asked where he was going. "Oh yes, me too," thought Pierre, and he set off in the same direction. The general was mounting a horse brought up by his Cossack. Pierre went over to his own groom, who was standing there holding his horses. Asking for the easiest mount, Pierre got on, grabbed the horse by its mane, turned out his toes, dug his heels into the animal's belly, and trotted off after the general with a desperate feeling that his spectacles were slipping down and he daren't let go of the mane or the reins, much to the amusement of the staff officers watching him from the mound. Chapter 31. The general who was leading the way galloped downhill and turned sharp left at the bottom. Pierre lost sight of him and careered straight into the ranks of some infantrymen marching just ahead. He turned left and right in an attempt to extricate himself, but there were soldiers everywhere, and they all had worried faces as they went forward on some unseen business that was obviously no laughing matter. They all looked puzzled and annoyed to see this fat man in a white hat who was trampling them under his horse's hooves for no apparent reason. "What's he think he's doin' in the middle of a battalion?" one man shouted for his benefit. Another gave his horse a good shove with his gun butt, and Pierre, leaning forward in the saddle with his plunging steed almost out of control, managed to gallop through a space and out in front of the soldiers. Ahead lay a bridge, and by the bridge there were some more soldiers, firing away. Pierre rode towards them. Without knowing it, he had hit upon the one bridge over the Kolocha, on the road from Gorky to Borodino, which had come under French attack in one of the first advances after they had taken the village itself. Pierre could see there was a bridge in front of him, and the soldiers were doing something in the smoke on both sides of the bridge, and also out in the meadow among the rows of new-mown hay he had noticed the day before. But despite the incessant hail of fire, it never occurred to him that this was it, the actual battlefield. He didn't hear the bullets whizzing past on all sides, or the shells flying overhead. He didn't see the enemy on the other side of the river, and it was quite some time before he saw any men killed or wounded, though they were dropping all round him. He was taking a careful look around, and the smile never left his face. "What's he doin' out in front?" came another call intended for his benefit. "Turn left, go right," came the various voices. Pierre did turn right, and happened upon one of General Rayevsky's adjutants, a man he knew. The adjutant fixed him with a furious glare, and by all appearances he was about to yell at him too, but then he recognized him, and nodded in acknowledgement. "What are you doing down here?" he said, and galloped on. Pierre, feeling out of his depth, quite useless, and worried about getting in the way again, galloped after him. "What's happening here? Can I go with you?" he asked. "Hang on a minute," answered the adjutant. He galloped over to a portly colonel waiting in the meadow, handed something to him, and only then spoke to Pierre. "What brings you here, Count?" he asked with a smile. "Still curious about things?" Yes, said Pierre. But the adjutant had turned his horse and was riding on. "Things are not too bad over here, thank God," said the adjutant, "but it's pretty hot out there on the left flank with Bagration." "Is it?" said Pierre. "Where's that, then?" "Come up on the mound with me. We can see a lot from up there. And our battery's not doing too badly," said the adjutant. "Are you coming?" "Oh yes, I'll come with you," said Pierre, looking round on all sides in search of his groom. Now for the first time Pierre began to see wounded men, some staggering about, others being carried away on stretchers. And out there in the meadow with the rows of sweet-smelling hay that he had ridden through the day before, there was one soldier who was lying crosswise, perfectly still, with his shako off and his head awkwardly thrown back. Why haven't they taken him? Pierre was on the point of asking, until he saw the adjutant looking grimly in the same direction, and this made him swallow his words. Without finding his groom, Pierre rode with the adjutant up a hollow towards the Raevsky Redoubt. His horse lagged behind, and kept bumping into the adjutant's horse at every step. "I can see you don't do much riding, Count," said the adjutant. "No, but I'm all right." "Her action is a bit awkward, though," said Pierre, rather bemused. "I'm not surprised." "Look, she's wounded," said the adjutant. "Right foreleg, just above the knee. Must have been a bullet." "Congratulations, Count," he said. "Your baptism of fire." They rode through the smoke of 6th Corps territory right behind the artillery, which had been moved forward and was keeping up a deafening bombardment, and out into a small copse. Here under the trees it was cool and quiet, with a smell of autumn. Pierre and the adjutant got down from their horses and proceeded uphill on foot. "Is the general here?" asked the adjutant when they got to the redoubt. "No, you've just missed him. He went that way," someone answered, pointing off to the right. The adjutant glanced round at Pierre as if he wasn't sure what to do with him. "Oh, please don't bother about me," said Pierre. "I'll go up on the mound, if I may." "Yes, do. You can see everything from up there, and it's not too dangerous. I'll come and get you later." Pierre went up to the battery, and the adjutant rode away. They never saw each other again, and only much later on did Pierre learn that the adjutant had lost an arm that day. The mound on which Pierre now stood, afterwards known to the Russians as the Mound Battery, or the Raevsky Redoubt, and to the French as the Great Redoubt, Fatal Redoubt, or Center Redoubt, was the famous place that the French looked on as the key position, where tens of thousands fell. It consisted of a mound with trenches dug outwards on 3 sides. In the entrenchments there were 10 cannons that fired out through gaps. There was a line of further cannons on either side of the redoubt, and they also kept up a constant barrage. The infantrymen were stationed just behind this line. When Pierre got to the top of the mound, he hadn't the slightest idea that this place with its little trenches and 1 or 2 cannons firing away was the very heart of the battle. Quite the reverse, he assumed, by the very fact that he happened to be there, that it was one of the least important locations on the battlefield. Pierre sat down at one end of the earthwork that enclosed the battery and watched what was going on with an instinctively happy smile. He got up from time to time and strolled about the battery with the same smile on his face, trying not to get in the way of the soldiers forever running past with pouches and ammunition, or loading the cannons and hauling them into position. The cannons never stopped firing, one after another, with a thunderous, deafening roar, and they smothered the surrounding countryside in blankets of powder smoke. Among the infantrymen providing cover for the battery, fear was rampant and it showed, but here inside, by contrast, where only a small number of men toiled away together in seclusion, cut off from the rest of the trench, there was a shared camaraderie that could be sensed all round, a kind of family feeling. At first the sudden appearance of Pierre's unmilitary figure in a white hat made a bad impression on this little group. As they ran by, the soldiers were surprised, even shocked, by the sight of him, and he attracted many a sidelong glance. The senior artillery officer, a tall, lanky man with a pock-marked face, came right up to Pierre on the pretext of checking the action of the cannon, and took a close look at him. A boyish officer with a little round face, still wet behind the ears and obviously just out of cadet school, feeling very protective towards the 2 cannons they had given him charge of, spoke sharply to Pierre. "I'm sorry, sir, I'll have to ask you to move," he said. "You can't stay here." The soldiers shook their heads disapprovingly as they looked at Pierre. But once they were satisfied that the man in the white hat wasn't doing any harm, as he either sat quietly on a slope, or politely got out of the soldiers' way with a shy smile on his face as he walked about the battery, under full fire, like someone calmly strolling down a boulevard, suspicion and resentment gradually gave way to the kindly spirit of friendly banter that soldiers tend to reserve for their animals, the dogs, cockerels, goats, and other creatures who happened to share the fortunes of the regiment. The soldiers soon made the mental adjustment and accepted Pierre into their family, calling him one of their own, and they gave him a special name. Argent, as they called him, caused many a good-humored laugh among them. A cannonball plowed the earth up a couple of paces from Pierre, spattering him with dirt. He looked round with a smile as he brushed it off his clothes. "How come you ain't scared, sir?" said a broad, red-faced soldier with a strong, white, toothy grin. "Are you, then?" asked Pierre. "You bet I am," answered the soldier. "She don't show no mercy. Bang, guts everywhere." "You got to be scared, sir," he said with a laugh. One or two soldiers had stopped beside Pierre looking all amused and friendly. It was as if they hadn't expected him to talk like other people, and when he did they were delighted. "Yes, but this is our job. We're soldiers. You're a gentleman. Takes the biscuit that does, you bein' a gentleman and all that." "Back to your stations," called the little boy officer to the soldiers who had gathered round Pierre. This boy could not have been doing more than his first or second turn of duty, and he was taking things very seriously and being very officious towards the men and his senior officer. The constant thunder of the cannons and the rattle of musketry were getting louder all over the field, especially on the left in the region of Bagration's flèches, but from where Pierre was standing almost nothing could be seen because of the smoke. In any case, he was completely absorbed in observing this little family group up on their battery, cut off from the rest of the world. His first instinctive surge of excitement at the sights and sounds of the battlefield had given way to another feeling, especially since he had seen that soldier lying all alone in the hayfield. He now sat there on his slope and took stock of the figures moving about him. By 10 o'clock a couple of dozen men had been stretchered away, 2 cannons had been put out of action, shells continued to rain down on the battery, and bullets came howling and whistling from afar. But nobody there seemed to notice. From every corner all you could hear was a stream of breezy repartee and jokes. "Here's a beauty," yelled one of the soldiers as a grenade came whistling over. "Not down here." "You want the infantry," another added with a chuckle, watching the grenade soar across and land in the middle of the covering troops. "Bowing to a friend," said another soldier, jeering at a peasant who had ducked down at the sight of a flying cannonball. One or two soldiers came together at the trench wall to have a look at what was going on out front. "The line's gone down there, look, they're coming back," they said, pointing down. "None of your business," the old sergeant yelled to them. "If that's right, it means they're needed for a job at the back." And the sergeant grabbed one soldier by the shoulder and kneed him in the thigh. They all laughed. "Forward number 5, came the call from one side. "Come on, boys, all together, heave," came the happy voices of the men shoving the cannon forward. "Phew, almost had our gent's hat off," said the red-faced joker with a laugh, showing his toothy grin. "Ooh. Nasty bitch that one," he added, cursing a cannonball as it smashed into a wheel and took a man's leg off. "'Ere comes the little foxes," another soldier laughed as he saw the peasant militiamen who had come for the wounded crouching down and creeping along. "Not your cup o' tea, is it? Look at 'em, gawping." That stopped 'em, they shouted at the militiamen, who had halted in their tracks at the sight of a soldier with his leg torn off. "Did 'ems do it, sonny," they cried, making fun of the peasants. "Don't like it, do 'ee?" Pierre noticed that with every ball that fell, with every loss, the level of excitement went up and up. The faces of these men blazed with fire from within, defiantly rejecting reality even as it happened, like lightning flashes licking round a storm cloud, faster and faster, brighter and brighter, as it continued to build up. Pierre wasn't looking ahead at the field of battle, he no longer had any interest in what was going on down there. He was completely absorbed in observing the buildup of that inner fire, and he could feel the same fire building up in his own soul too. By 10 o'clock the infantry that had been out in front of the battery in the bushes and on the banks of the Kamenka were in retreat. From the battery they could see the men running back past them, using their guns to carry the wounded. A general with his entourage came up to the redoubt, exchanged a few words with the colonel, glared furiously at Pierre and rode off downhill again, having told the covering infantry behind the battery to lie down so as to be less exposed to fire. After that from the infantry ranks over on the right came the sound of a drum and shouts of command, and from inside the battery they could see the foot soldiers moving forward. Pierre looked over the top of the trench. One particular figure caught his eye, an officer with a pale young face who was walking backwards, holding his sword down and looking round uneasily. The ranks of infantrymen vanished into the smoke, but they could still be heard calling across to each other and firing continuously with their muskets. It took only a few minutes for hordes of wounded men and stretcher-bearers to start coming back. Shells rained down on the battery even more furiously. There were men lying around who were not being picked up. Round the cannons the toiling soldiers had redoubled their efforts. Pierre was now being ignored. 2 or 3 times people yelled at him furiously for getting in the way. The senior officer strode rapidly from cannon to cannon with a dark scowl on his face. The boy officer, with even more red in his cheeks, issued his orders more conscientiously than ever. The straining soldiers did everything, passing on the charges, turning round, loading and all the rest, more urgently, with a new swagger and a new spring in their step. The storm cloud was now on them, and the flickering fire that Pierre had been watching lit up their faces more brightly than ever. He was standing beside the senior officer. The little boy officer ran up and saluted. "Colonel, sir, I have the honor to inform you we have only 8 rounds left." "What shall we do, continue firing?" he asked. "Grape shot," yelled the senior officer, still peering out over the trench top. Suddenly something happened. The boy officer cried out, doubled up and sat down on the ground, like a bird shot on the wing. Pierre's vision blurred, everything looked weird and dark. The cannonballs came whistling down one after another, smashing into everything, breastwork, soldiers, cannons. These sounds had barely registered on Pierre before, now he could hear nothing else. To one side of the battery, the right-hand side, some soldiers were shouting hurrah, but they seemed to be running back rather than going forwards. A cannonball thudded into the very edge of the trench where Pierre was sitting and sent the earth flying. A little black ball flashed past him and smacked into something soft. The militiamen who were just about to come into the battery ran back. "Great shot!" "Everybody!" shouted the officer. The sergeant ran up to the officer and said in a timorous whisper, like a butler informing the dinner host that the wine he wanted has run out, there was nothing left to fire. "Swine! What do they think they're doing?" shouted the officer, turning to Pierre. Sweat ran down the senior officer's red face. He scowled. There was a glint in his eye. "Get down to the reserves. Fetch some ammunition boxes," he shouted, looking furiously past Pierre at the soldier. "I'll go," said Pierre. There was no response from the officer, who was off, striding down to the other end. "Hold your fire." "Wait," he called.